A poor kid born with the soul of a sorcerer, who meets a goofy yet unscrupulous foodie master, embarks on a path of ghost hunting, spirit battling, and occasionally romancing ghosts his entire life, entangled with the supernatural. An innocent village boy, molded by his master into a morally bankrupt mess, is paradoxically tasked with upholding the greater good of humanity. What seems like a lighthearted, comedic journey brimming with humor conceals how many helplessness and pains lie hidden beneath. Chapter 1. The Seven Old Women. Many years later, when I once again ascended Chishan and gazed down upon the tower tomb within Guanyin Temple, I was suddenly struck by the realization that all the tumultuous journeys I had endured were, in fact, orchestrated by a higher power. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why I am unable to lead a life akin to that of ordinary individuals attending school, experiencing love, marrying, and raising children rather, than the existence I now lead, where I converse with people as one would with ghosts. Spending my days in communion with the spectral dot, I am a practitioner of the arcane arts. Some in the community refer to me as a charlatan, while others bestow upon me the title of master. Yet, only I am privy to the truth that my endeavors merely consist of masquerading as a ghost and capturing spirits. However, I shall not disclose that I occasionally indulge in ghostly encounters. Since embarking on this path, I have encountered an overwhelming plethora of supernatural beings. Thus, whenever I hear someone dismissively claim, "There are no ghosts in this world," an inexplicable urge arises within me to deliver a resounding slap. No, rather, the impulse to silence them altogether. If there are indeed no ghosts, then what have I been pursuing all these years? My hometown is a small village named Shangzidan, nestled deep within the Gobi Desert of northwest China. This village lies in a hollow of Chishan, and I have heard the elders recount tales of an ancient immortal who once roamed here, capturing demons and monsters. That it is amidst these stories of spirits and deities that I grew up. Yet at that time, I could never have fathomed that one day I would find myself entangled with those once ethereal tales of ghosts and gods, and that my life would spiral into an unending entanglement with the supernatural. The upheaval commenced on the year of my 12th birthday. Due to certain clandestine matters pertaining to my sect, I shall refrain from divulging details regarding my zodiac sign and date of birth. Naturally, one might perceive this as mere embellishment. My 12th birthday marked my inaugural year of destiny. The year seemed to be fraught with unease right from the onset of the Spring Festival. In my hometown, the customary hanging of Spring Festival couplets typically occurs on the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Once the couplets and door gods are affixed, households seal their doors, retreating into their abodes, and the streets become desolate, devoid of the usual neighborly exchanges. This state of affairs persists until the stroke of midnight, when the sound of firecrackers heralds the arrival of guests, and inhabitants of Shangzi village emerge to extend their greetings for a bountiful year. However, prior to the affixing of couplets and the eruption of firecrackers, should anyone step outside their home, it is deemed a broken year, signifying that the family's fortunes for the year will be irrevocably marred. Yet, on the eve of my first fateful year, I unexpectedly fell ill, and the nature of my ailment was most peculiar. This compelled my father and mother to brave the risk of breaking the year and seek treatment for me. Instead of consulting a physician, my parents sought the services of the renowned shaman in Shangzi village, convinced that my sudden ailment was due to an encounter with malevolent spirits. The tale begins on the morning of that fateful New Year's Eve. That morning, I was engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with my childhood friend, Guzi. Initially, our merriment was untroubled, but for reasons unbeknownst to us, calamity soon struck that moment. It was the case that Guzi had hidden himself, and I set out to find him. However, after he concealed himself, I could not locate him anywhere. My search led me to Ding Family Grave Cliff Bay, a rather expansive area that served as the ancestral burial ground for the old Ding family. In the past, whenever we passed by that place, an unsettling feeling would creep into our hearts, for the adults had warned us against venturing there, claiming it was inhabited by unclean spirits. That we all understood that what the adults referred to as unclean spirits were, in fact, ghosts. Under normal circumstances, we would never dare to play in such a location. Yet on that day, I unexpectedly found Air Guzzi in Ding family grave Cliff Bay. When I discovered him, his face was pale with fright, and his eyes were fixed on me in terror. I inquired about the matter, and he explained that he had initially hidden in a cornfield, not in Ding family grave Cliff Bay. Yet, somehow I found him there. I was taken aback by his revelation, pondering whether he might be deceiving me. However, seeing him so terrified gave me pause. Yet I couldn't help but think that if it had been any other day, even if I had known Air Guzzi was in Ding family grave Cliff Bay, I would not have dared to search for him there. Yet that day, I found myself drawn there without a second thought, as if some unseen force was guiding me. Nevertheless, during our time in Grave Cliff Bay, neither Air Guzzi nor I encountered any tangible danger. We were merely gripped by fear and sprinted homeward in a frenzy. Upon my return, my father was busy pasting couplets and, noticing my frantic demeanor, inquired about the matter. I recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, my father's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and he immediately delivered 2 forceful kicks to my backside, scolding me harshly, "Get back home and stay put." I feared him greatly and retreated home with my tail between my legs. My mother and my 2 sisters were busy preparing dumplings. My second sister, upon witnessing my father's wrath, mockingly laughed at my misfortune. Embarrassment, anger, and fear swirled within me, prompting me to retreat to the Kong, where I lay down and wept. Little did I know that once I lay on the Kong, I would not rise again. Later, my second sister recounted how I appeared particularly frightening that day. Initially, I sobbed on the Kong, but after a while, I fell silent, just as they assumed I had drifted off to sleep. I suddenly leaped from the Kong, rushed to the door, and tore down the couplets and door gods my father had affixed. Then, I seized a stick and began to wreak havoc, shattering not only the offerings prepared for the kitchen god in the kitchen, but also knocking the ancestral tablets in the main room to the ground. Seeing me in a frenzy, my father grasped me tightly and pinned me down on the Kong. I first screamed wildly, but soon I began to froth at the mouth, convulsing on the Kong as if I were suffering from epilepsy. Witnessing my alarming transformation, my father recalled our earlier visit to the Ding family's gravesite and naturally concluded that I must have been possessed by a spirit. Thus, my parents took me to seek the aid of the renowned shaman, Granny Chi. She was a well-known figure in our village, and a source of nightmares from my childhood, for her appearance was more terrifying than that of any ghost, despite my never having seen a ghost before. Old Widow Chi, appearing to be in her 60s, perpetually donned a dark garment, her small feet wrapped tightly. She hunched over, her frail form accentuated by a sparse scattering of white hairs atop her head, which she neglected to comb, allowing them to hang in disarray. The wrinkles on her face were deep and chaotic, resembling the marks of a blade. Her sunken eyes were set deep within their sockets, contrasting sharply with her high cheekbones and hollow cheeks, while her toothless grin bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a skull I in my childhood, whenever adults recounted ghost stories. The visage that haunted my imagination was that of Old Widow Chi, for in my mind, a ghost resembled her countenance. Despite her fearsome appearance, Old Widow Chi was renowned for her remarkable abilities, particularly her talent for traversing the boundary between the living and the dead. In simpler terms, she possessed the extraordinary skill to communicate with spirits. Chapter 2. I was terrified by the old woman. The tales surrounding the old woman are numerous, and I shall recount one. In a certain year, a young man from the village tragically fell to his death while tending to sheep on Chishan. When his family prepared for his funeral, the body, having been lifeless for 3 or 4 days, astonishingly sat up in the coffin, as though he had returned to life. Many villagers were present, either offering assistance or paying their respects, and the sight of the young man suddenly reviving struck them with profound fear. With great courage, the young man's mother inquired if he had any unfinished business. He specifically requested the old woman by name. The family, not daring to delay, hastened to summon her. However, before the messenger could even depart, the old woman appeared on her own. Stooping slightly, she glanced at the young man and calmly stated, "You may proceed on your journey. I shall ensure your passage on the 3rd day." Upon hearing these words, the young man immediately succumbed once more. After the villagers interred him, his family remained unsettled and sought clarification from the old woman regarding the situation. She explained, "He lacks a bride. Thus, he cannot depart in peace. You must find a suitable match from the netherworld, and all will be well." Furthermore, she informed them that on the day marking the third day of mourning for the young man, a woman from the village would inevitably pass away to become his bride. Indeed, the old woman's prophecy came to fruition, for that very night, a young girl from a household in the village suddenly died. She was merely 17, a blossoming maiden, yet had been simple-minded since birth. Following the old woman's instructions, the family of the deceased young man conducted the necessary rites for a posthumous marriage, uniting the simple girl with him in eternal rest. Following this incident, Granny Chi's reputation in Shengzi village soared, and people from all around would seek her assistance when encountering uncanny events. Granny Chi invariably answered these calls, accepting a modest honorarium, and her interventions invariably proved efficacious. Subsequently, another incident occurred, which I also heard recounted. It was said that there was a widow Lu in the village, exceedingly beautiful and remarkably unreserved. Her husband had been inexplicably murdered in his youth, and since then, her home had been a scene of nightly revelry, drawing people involuntarily to her door, where they could hear soul-stirring sounds. However, none of these men could truly enter the widow's home, and the secrets within remained unknown. Eventually, any man who had listened to those sounds for 3 consecutive months would perish, emaciated and forlorn. Granny Chi also handled this matter. One night, she entered the widow's home and, to everyone's astonishment, forcibly dragged the naked widow out. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, the widow turned into a pile of bones. Granny Chi declared that she had been possessed by a lascivious demon, which she had now subdued. Yet this very Granny Chi died because of me. According to my father, she was frightened to death by me. On New Year's Eve, when my parents saw my appearance, they were terrified. Disregarding the superstitions surrounding the new year, they took me to Granny Chi. Granny Chi was indeed exceptionally skilled. When my parents arrived at her home, she was already waiting at the door, as if she had foreseen my predicament. Upon seeing my parents, she calmly said, "Come in." It seemed as though everything was under control. Seeing the calm demeanor of Granny Chi, both my father and mother felt considerably reassured. Engaging in polite conversation, they followed her into the main room of her home. However, as soon as the 3 of us stepped into that dimly lit space, I was suddenly struck by a wave of clarity, for I remembered everything that transpired thereafter. It was my first visit to Granny Chi's abode. The fear I had harbored since childhood surged through me as I realized I had unexpectedly found myself in her presence. Overwhelmed by terror, I trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word, and clung tightly to my father's neck, gritting my teeth in an effort to suppress my panic. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a flickering kerosene lamp casting a soft, yellowish glow. The wavering wick caused the light to dance around the room, creating a disconcerting play of shadows. The chill of winter in the northwest was palpable, capable of freezing even the sturdiest of cattle. Yet there was no warmth to be found within Granny Chi's home. It felt as if I were trapped in an ice house, and both my father and mother were shivering in the biting cold. Moreover, there lingered an unsettling odor in the air, a scent I can still recall, but struggle to articulate. It resembled a musty aroma, akin to the air that pervades a long-sealed room, evoking a sense of antiquity that was profoundly discomforting. After the 3 of us entered the room, the old woman gestured for us to sit down. Stooping over, she rummaged through a cabinet and emerged with a red thread and a black cloth bag. Approaching my father, she declared, "This child has been possessed. I can exorcise it. However, your vitality is too strong, so do not hold the child. Just place it on the Kong." My father, naturally compliant with the old woman's words, agreed and laid me down on the Kong, preparing to leave. Fearful of being abandoned, I cried out in terror, "No, do not leave me with her. She is a ghost." My father scolded me, "You foolish child, stop saying such nonsense." "Oh, you are awake?" At that moment, both my father and mother realized I had regained consciousness, bringing them immense joy. Just as they were about to express their gratitude to the old woman, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was chilling, more unpleasant than the cawing of crows in Shishan. As she screamed, her body trembled uncontrollably, causing the red thread and cloth bag to fall from her hands. Her deeply sunken eyes fixed on me with sheer terror. Before long, she was rolling on the ground, clutching her head and repeatedly pleading, "Spare me. I will never do it again." Witnessing this, not only I but also my father and mother were utterly terrified, completely bewildered by the scene. My father, being a man, took a moment to collect himself and asked, "Old woman, what is wrong?" He then hastened towards her. To his surprise, she shouted, "Do not come any closer. Stay away." Upon hearing this, father abruptly halted his steps. At that moment, the old woman cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy from the Insha Lord and the Yansha Lord, exclaiming that she would never dare to offend him again. We were all oblivious to the identities of these deities. However, after the old woman's desperate call subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the oil lamp that flickered on the table. Father struck a match and reignited the lamp, then approached the old woman's side, calling her name several times. She did not respond. Father glanced back at my mother and me before turning his attention to the old woman, probing her nostrils with his finger. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, She is dead." His words struck me like a thunderclap, shattering my composure. The old woman had always appeared ghostly in life. Witnessing her demise made her a true specter in my eyes. I had never experienced such dread before. I let out a scream and leaped from the bed, fleeing the room. I could not bear to remain there for even a minute. Yet, just as I was about to escape through the door of the old woman's hall, my legs gave way, and I fainted. Chapter 3. The Old Beggar. When I awoke, it was already the evening of the first day of the new year. As I opened my eyes, I beheld a circle of mutton tallow lamps arranged on the Kong, with my father, mother, and a filthy old man standing at the edge, gazing at me. Upon seeing me regain consciousness, my mother was the first to speak. "Black boy, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you all right? Is your head aching?" Upon hearing her inquiries, I took a moment to assess myself and realized I felt no discomfort. Yet a gnawing hunger struck me, and my thoughts drifted to the matter of Granny 7, sending a jolt of fear through me. I hastily asked my mother, "Mother, where's Granny?" "Granny 7. My mother, upon hearing my question, let out a deep sigh and reassured me, "My child, do not be afraid. Just take care of yourself. Everything will be fine. We have invited Master Jiang. There is nothing to worry about." It was only after my mother spoke that I noticed the filthy old man, who had yet to utter a word. He merely stared at me intently, his gaze making me uncomfortable. I turned to my father and inquired, "Father, who is this? Is he a beggar? You little rascal. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll have to teach you a lesson." My father admonished me, while simultaneously apologizing to the old man. "My child does not know better. Please do not take offense, master." Only at this moment did the old man finally speak. With a twinkle in his eye, he looked at me and replied to my father, "Not at all. Not at all. This child and I share a special bond. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly be angry?" He would have been better off not smiling. When he did, his large yellow teeth gleamed at me, a sight that evoked both revulsion and fear. I found myself thinking he was scarcely better than that old hag. My body tensed, and I instinctively shrank back into the warmth of the Kong. Observing my reaction, my father appeared somewhat awkward and quickly interjected, "As long as the master isn't angry. Kulme, come, have a seat here. You've been busy all afternoon and haven't even had a sip of hot tea." With that, he urged the old beggar to sit on the sofa. He then called out to my mother, raising his voice, "Inside, hurry and prepare some dishes, warm up the liquor. The black boy has woken up, and I must treat the master to a couple of drinks." I huddled in the corner of the Kong, stealing glances at the old beggar, perplexed as to why my father felt the need to invite him for drinks. Moreover, I was curious about the fate of that old hag. At that moment, I was unaware that from the instant the old beggar laid eyes on me, my journey as a sorcerer had already commenced. This old beggar would become my master, a figure I would both detest and cherish. Settling onto the sofa, the old beggar continued to gaze at me with a cheerful smile, making me feel uneasy. I descended from the Kong, slipped on my shoes, and ventured into the kitchen to find my mother. Upon entering, I saw her dishing out food. A steaming bowl of wild rabbit meat sat enticingly on the counter, causing my mouth to water. I reached for it, only to be thwarted by my mother. She then retrieved a small bowl and ladled out a rabbit's head for me. saying, "Go on, eat up, you little glutton." Elated, I accepted the bowl, took a bite of the rabbit meat, and asked my mother, "Mom, who is that old beggar? Why do you ask him to shout for wine? You shouldn't do that in front of him. He is a master of exorcism. Just a moment ago, he mentioned wanting to take you as his apprentice." "Take me as an apprentice? What kind of apprentice? An exorcist?" Upon hearing my mother's words, my curiosity was piqued, and I hurriedly inquired, "If the master is an exorcist, surely his apprentices must also be exorcists. Furthermore, he claimed that you possess a heavenly eye and are destined to be a natural sorcerer. I certainly do not wish for you to become his disciple. Why learn such things? Why engage with spirits?" He said, "I am destined to be a natural sorcerer? What does that even mean? And what is this heavenly eye? Stop prying into this matter. I do not want you to become his apprentice. Just stay here quietly. I have already served your food. Do not run back to him." After my mother finished speaking, she carried the food and wine out of the kitchen. I remained in the kitchen, contemplating the idea of becoming an apprentice, finding the notion of exorcism rather intriguing. As a child, I had often heard strange tales, and during the time when Journey to the West was all the rage, I dreamed of being like the Monkey King, possessing 72 transformations. Capturing ghosts and vanquishing demons would be such fun. The mere thought of ghosts reminded me of the old witch, sending a chill down my spine. I could no longer bear to stay in the kitchen and hurriedly carried my bowl back to the living room. Upon entering the living room, the old beggar, who was drinking with my father, set down his wine cup, grinning as he called out to me, "Come here, little dark one. Come sit with me." His smile revealed his yellowing teeth, and I felt a shiver run through my body. I disregarded him and walked directly to my mother, sitting beside her and consuming my rabbit head in silence. Yet, my mind was entangled with the dilemma of whether to accept him as my mentor. The old beggar, noticing my indifference, leaned forward slightly and inquired with his filthy, worn face, "Hey boy, are you afraid of ghosts?" Initially, I intended to answer in the affirmative, but for reasons unknown, the words that escaped my lips were a bold denial, imbued with an air of bravado. Upon hearing my response, the old beggar's yellowed teeth gleamed even more prominently, while my mother's expression darkened. Typically affectionate towards me, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to my back, chastising me. "What nonsense! If you're not afraid, how could you possibly faint from fear?" Her rebuke instantly stirred the fears and grievances within me, prompting me to tremulously ask, "Has Granny Chi truly turned into a ghost? Will she come to seek me out?" At my question, both my father and mother momentarily froze. My father placed his wine glass back on the table, while my mother silently wept, offering no reply. My elder sister, who was already a high school student, turned to my father and asked, "Father, given that Granny Chi died in such a manner, will people suspect that we were responsible? Do we need to arrange her funeral?" My sister, being more knowledgeable than I, pondered deeper implications. My father remained silent, while the old beggar, visibly irate, exclaimed, "A funeral? Nonsense!" At his outburst, we all turned to look at him in astonishment. The old beggar, despite his disheveled appearance, spoke with an air of arrogance as he savored a sip of wine and a morsel of rabbit meat before divulging, "She is but a ghost, unworthy of the reverence you have bestowed upon her for all these years. Had she not led a life devoid of malevolence, I would have dealt with her long ago." Upon hearing his words, our family stood in stunned silence, each of us rendered speechless. My father stared at the old beggar with a look akin to that of a madman, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. The old beggar continued, "I shall not elaborate further. I merely advise you to visit her abode again tomorrow. There you will find nothing but a skeleton." My father swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Master Jiang, how did she perish so suddenly?" At this, the old beggar chuckled softly, raising his gaze to me for an extended moment before pointing in my direction, declaring, "It is because of him." In that instant, the eyes of my entire family converged upon me, gazing at me as if I were some strange creature. My second sister, who had been seated close to me, trembled at the old beggar's revelation and instinctively edged away. Chapter 4. My birth after a long pause. Father turned his head and asked the old beggar, "Master Jiang, could you elaborate?" The old beggar took a sip of his drink, but did not respond to Father's inquiry. Instead, with a smug expression, he proclaimed, "I dare say that something extraordinary must have transpired when this child was born. You need only reflect upon it to uncover the truth." Upon hearing this, father and mother exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a perplexing mix of suspicion and intrigue. Father lifted his cup and took a sip, then sighed, saying, "To be honest with you, master, indeed, significant events unfolded at the time of this child's birth." His words piqued my curiosity, and, abandoning my rabbit meat, I eagerly pressed him, "What significant events? Why was I unaware?" Father glanced at me before continuing at a leisurely pace. "This child was born in autumn, during the fierce reign of the autumn tiger. It was an unusually hot autumn. I cannot fathom why that year was so sweltering. Even the water in the pond at the village entrance seemed as if it had been boiled. The sweat on our bodies evaporated before our clothes could even absorb it. Your mother began to feel labor pains from noon, yet the child showed no signs of arriving until well past midnight. She was in excruciating pain, and with the oppressive heat, she had already lost her strength. The doctor at the local clinic remarked that he had never encountered such a situation, fearing that the child would not survive the ordeal. The conditions at the rural clinic were inadequate, making it impossible to perform cesarean section. We were contemplating transferring her to a larger hospital in the city when, unexpectedly, around midnight, the infant emerged from the womb. Upon his birth, those present immediately sensed something was amiss. He appeared entirely bluish and exhaled a misty vapor. He did not cry, nor did he make any sound. The attending physician attempted to resuscitate him by suspending him by his feet and patting his back, but to no avail. Strangely enough, he felt as cold as ice, akin to an ice cube. Had the doctor not confirmed that he was breathing, we would have assumed he was stillborn. In light of his condition, the doctor was at a loss, merely washing him with water before placing him in his mother's arms and departing, stating that the child's fate was uncertain and reliant solely on his will to live. Witnessing this dire situation filled me with anxiety. At least the child was still breathing, and I felt compelled to attempt a rescue. I recalled that in times of old, when children suffered from convulsions, the elders would employ the burning of mugwort to revive them. In my desperation, I gathered a bunch of mugwort and burned it to create smoke around the infant. His mother was understandably upset, arguing that on such a hot day, exposing the child to smoke was tantamount to endangering his life. Just as I was at my wit's end, the infant suddenly let out a cry. His wail filled me with immense joy. Seeing that the mugwort treatment was effective, I decided to continue the practice. Little did I know, I had darkened the child's complexion considerably, earning him the nickname Black Baby in that moment. At this juncture, my father paused, and when he turned to me, I discerned a glimmer of gentleness within his gaze. This moment remains vividly etched in my memory, for my father has always been a figure of sternness, thus rendering this encounter profoundly impactful. Throughout my father's narration, my mother remained silent. It was only upon glancing at her that I noticed the silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, the old beggar interjected. He remarked, "It cannot be merely this simple. When this child was born, surely other children must have perished." The moment his words escaped his lips, my mother, who had been quietly weeping, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as they met my father's gaze before shifting to the old beggar. My father, upon hearing the beggar's assertion, was evidently taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Master, how do you know of this?" The grim reality surrounding the untimely deaths of numerous children in the vicinity of Shungzitan at the time of my birth had long troubled both my father and mother, casting a shadow of ill repute upon me within the community. However, the old beggar was not a native of Shungzitan and had only recently arrived there, which left my parents astounded by his knowledge of this matter. When my father pressed him for the source of his information, the beggar leisurely sipped his drink and took a bite of rabbit meat before pompously declaring, "It is all a matter of fate preordained." At that moment, upon hearing the old beggar's claim that the death of another child at my birth was my destiny, my father fell into a deep melancholy. He took a solitary sip of wine and sighed, reflecting, indeed, the year of that child's birth was peculiar. It seemed as if families within a 10-mile radius were gathering to welcome new lives. Yet, on the day of my arrival, it was only the black child who survived, while the others perished shortly after birth. Moreover, I was born an icy lump, which led to whispers in the village. Some deemed me an ill omen, while others believed my life was exchanged for those of the other children. Even now, as I walk the streets, I can feel the stares and murmurs directed at me. Hearing this, I was taken aback. To have been born as an ice lump and to have survived amidst the demise of so many children. How extraordinary. And the old beggar had the audacity to declare it was fate. What kind of destiny is this? With his mouth smeared with grease from the rabbit meat he had devoured, the old beggar smiled at me once more, his oily grin turning my stomach. Yet, my curiosity surged, compelling me to inquire, "Hey, old beggar, if you say I am destined, then what kind of destiny is it? Is it that of a celestial being?" Upon hearing my question, the old beggar burst into laughter, then replied, "Indeed, you possess the fate of a celestial being. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall make you a deity." Naturally intrigued, I pressed on, "If I become a deity, can I then exorcise spirits?" The old beggar assured me, "Of course. What is beyond the capabilities of a deity? Isn't it rather simple to catch a few spirits?" Just as I was about to pursue the conversation further, my mother hastily slapped me and shot me a fierce glare before addressing the old beggar, saying, "Master, I understand your remarkable abilities. However, this is my only son, and I cannot bear the thought of him, like you, spending his days dealing with ghosts." The old beggar, seemingly undeterred by my mother's refusal, continued to savor his rabbit meat and sip the wine poured by my father, merely shaking his head gently without uttering a word. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Observing this, my father quickly raised his glass in a toast to the old beggar and inquired, "Master, may I ask why my son, this black boy, is destined for such a fate?" The old beggar, having finished his drink, suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. He glanced at me and then remarked, "This child was conceived on the day of the utmost Yin and born on the day of the utmost Yang, representing a rare unity of yin and yang that may only manifest once in hundreds or even thousands of years. He is naturally endowed with the ability to perceive the spiritual realm, destined to be a practitioner of the mystical arts, and his future will inevitably be intertwined with matters of yin and yang. This is the decree of fate." Chapter 5. The innate sorcerer. The ramblings of the old beggar were utterly incomprehensible to me. However, I discerned a cloud of worry etched upon the faces of my father and mother. After a moment of silence, my mother inquired of the beggar, "Is it true that the deaths of the other children are somehow linked to the birth of the black child?" The old beggar responded with a cold smile, merely nodding in affirmation. He then lifted a cup of wine to his lips and drained it, rising from his seat to announce, "Having eaten and drunk well today, I shall take my leave. After I depart, you must pour the sheep tallow from those 7 oil lamps into the pig feed, and then bury the 7 wicks in the main room of the 7 old woman's house." He added reassuringly, "Do not worry, with the 7 old women deceased, no one will pursue your actions." At this juncture, the old beggar let out a hearty belch and flashed a grin, revealing his large yellow teeth. "Be good, black child. Your master resides at the Guanyin Temple on the mountain. Should you wish to visit, remember to bring some delicious food for me." With that, he pinched my cheeks roughly with his greasy, grimy hands before taking his leave. My father and mother rose to escort him out, and I attempted to follow, only to be roughly pushed back onto the sofa by my mother, who sternly admonished, "Stay put and behave." Once the old beggar had departed, my father proceeded to follow the instructions given by him, tending to the 7 sheep oil lamps. When he went to the main room of the 7 old woman's house to bury the wicks, he indeed discovered nothing but his skeletal remains, which appeared to have been dead for many years, its bones darkened with age. The original furnishings of the room, tables, chairs, cabinets, and the like, seemed as though they had never existed. The entire space appeared as if it had languished in decay for many years, devoid of human presence. Following this incident, no one inquired into the demise of the old woman, known as Granny Chi. It was then that I learned she had mysteriously arrived in Shengzi Tun 12 years prior, with no one aware of her origins. That autumn, I had just entered the world, during the festive days of the new year. Life in our home returned to a semblance of tranquility. Familial visits and neighborhood gatherings infused the air with joy, dissipating much of the shadow that had loomed over us. I played with the village children, leading a simple yet joyful existence, swiftly forgetting the old beggar and the matters concerning the apprenticeship. However, this peace endured for merely half a year before it was shattered by news from a relative. That autumn, on the very day of my 12th birthday, 7 infants, all under the age of 1, perished in the neighboring villages surrounding Shengzitan. My father remarked that on the day of my birth, precisely 7 infants had also met the same fate in the vicinity. Following this occurrence, rumors began to circulate in Shengzitan, labeling me a harbinger of misfortune. The eerie coincidences surrounding my birth and the alarming repetition during my zodiac year swiftly linked me to these tragic events in the minds of the villagers. Initially, I remained oblivious to the implications, merely sensing the clouds of worry that darkened my parents' faces whenever they gazed at me, their silent sighs echoing in the air. Yet, I cannot fathom the reasons behind their disquiet. Later, I discovered that many of my classmates began to distance themselves from me. Initially, it was just 2 or 3 students from my village, but soon it escalated to the entire class, and eventually all the students in the school started to ignore me. It seemed as though they were terrified of me. Wherever I approached, they would immediately retreat to a safe distance. This filled me with anguish. Nothing is more disheartening than the absence of companions to joyfully play with during childhood. I once seized my closest friend, Chun Fong, and inquired why even he had stopped associating with me. At that moment, despite being held by me, he struggled to articulate a response, his chubby little face turning even paler, as if I were not merely grasping him, but a specter instead. Little did I know in their eyes, I was indeed more fearsome than a ghost. The one who revealed this to me was my elder sister. She was 3 years my senior. By the time I turned 12, she was already a second-year student at the town school. Typically residing at the school, she timidly asked our mother during lunch one Sunday, "Mom, many people in town say that Haiwa is a harbinger of misfortune and that our family attracts spirits. Many of my classmates are hesitant to speak with me." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Sitting across from her, listening to her words, and witnessing her distress ignited a fire within me. In an instant, I comprehended the reason behind my classmates' avoidance. I was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Poor sister, she had to endure the consequences alongside me. Upon hearing the words of my elder sister, my mother, who had just lifted her bowl of rice, set it down once more without uttering a single word. Instead, she bowed her head and wiped away her tears with her sleeve. My father, too, remained silent, finishing a bowl of hot, dry noodles with a heavy heart before rising and leaving the house. The atmosphere within the home was suffocatingly bleak. I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and grasped my mother's hand, exclaiming, "Mother, I am not a harbinger of misfortune. Why must they claim that I am?" My mother tenderly wiped my tears, reassuring me, "You are not a harbinger of misfortune, my dear. You are destined for greatness, as even the old beggar has proclaimed." Yet, her own face was streaked with tears, her voice choked and trembling. To this day, the memory of that scene fills my heart with a lingering ache. This incident transpired during midday. By afternoon, another misfortune befell our household, this time concerning my father. He had departed after consuming only a single bowl of noodles, leaving without a word, and we assumed he had gone to work in the fields. However, as evening approached, he had yet to return. My mother instructed my elder sister to call him back for dinner. When she returned, she reported that he was not in the fields at all. Confused, my mother reheated the meal on the stove and set out to search for him. She scoured the entire village, yet my father remained elusive. As darkness began to descend, our concern for him grew, prompting the 3 of us to search every possible location he might have gone. Ultimately, it was I who discovered him, found upon the desolate expanse of the Gobi. After departing from my home, I first traversed the fields, only to find myself inexplicably drawn to the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. In my hometown, the Gobi stretches endlessly, primarily composed of rocky terrain, rendering it unsuitable for agriculture. Consequently, it is a place that most individuals would avoid unless compelled by necessity. Yet, I felt an unseen force guiding me, leading me directly into the heart of the Gobi. As I ventured approximately 100 meters inward, illuminated by the fading light of dusk, I discerned a circle of figures moving rhythmically deeper within the desert. Among those silhouettes, I recognized my father's form. Elated, I called out to him, quickening my pace towards his direction. Upon hearing my voice, the circle of figures abruptly halted. My father turned to face me, but his gaze appeared bewildered, as though he could not perceive my presence. In that moment, I comprehended the unsettling truth. The figures encircling my father were not human, but specters. Chapter 6. Father encounters a ghostly barrier. Ever since that day, when I listened to the words of the old beggar, I've been intensely curious about the notion of possessing a heavenly eye. In the past, I had boldly gazed from a distance into Ding Family Tomb Cliff Bay, yet I saw nothing terrifying. I merely sensed the faint outlines of figures, which I dismissed as mere illusions. However, that day, upon witnessing my father's bewildered expression as I called for him, I realized he was unable to see me or the phantoms swirling around him. In that moment, I comprehended that these apparitions were indeed present. My father could not perceive them, but I could. The specters were clad in long, loose-fitting black garments. Garments I recognized from my grandmother's funeral when my mother dressed her in such attire. At that moment, the ghosts stood silently with their heads bowed, completely motionless. My father was encircled by them, yet I was able to pass through their forms to observe every movement he made. A sense of dread began to creep into my heart. The fear of ghosts had been deeply ingrained in my mind since childhood. Nevertheless, my father stood before me, and in my eyes, he was always the epitome of strength. No matter the circumstance, whenever I felt frightened or bullied, my courage would swell simply by being near him. Thus, despite my overwhelming fear, I summoned the audacity to approach my father. It was only when I grasped his hand that he seemed to notice my presence. He inquired, "Hey, why have you come here?" I was taken aback. Originally, I intended to inquire of him, yet he unexpectedly turned the question upon me. I replied, "Mother has asked you to return home for dinner." My father's gaze remained bewildered as he glanced around, finally uttering an acknowledgement before grasping my hand and leading us in the direction of home. At that moment, I noticed that the circle of figures that had once surrounded him had vanished without a trace. I dared not mention this occurrence, for I perceived that my father was trembling, as if gripped by fear. Moreover, the rumor that I was a harbinger of misfortune filled me with disdain for my peculiar ability to see spirits. Upon our arrival home, my father entered and immediately complained of dizziness, retiring to bed without partaking in dinner. When my mother inquired about his whereabouts, urging him to eat a little before resting, he merely responded in a feeble tone, "I encountered a ghostly barrier. You should fetch the old beggar to come and take a look." With that, he fell into slumber. My mother, upon hearing this, stood momentarily at the edge of the bed, then hurriedly donned a thick coat and took a flashlight to seek out the old beggar. As she stepped outside, her pace appeared hesitant, yet ultimately, she ventured up the mountain alone. Later, I reflected that my mother must have been profoundly frightened, yet her concern for my father propelled her forward with unwavering resolve. By the time the old beggar and my mother returned home, it was already the late hours of the night. At that time, a second elder sister and I had already retired for the night. I was attempting to burrow into her bedding, as I had done in my early childhood when playing hide and seek. However, inexplicably, she repelled me each time, not permitting me to touch her in the slightest. I was puzzled as to why she no longer engaged in play with me, as she had in the past, a reason I would later come to understand. It was during this period of vexation that I overheard my mother and the old beggar entering. Consequently, my sister and I donned our garments. Upon catching sight of me, the old beggar extended his grimy hands and pinched my cheek with considerable force. Subsequently, he grinned, revealing his stained teeth, and inquired, "Blackie, have you missed your master?" I was exceedingly irritated and forcefully shook him off, declaring vehemently, "I have no desire to be your disciple." Upon hearing my proclamation, the old beggar's countenance abruptly darkened. He reached out and hoisted me from the bed, cradling my face in his hands as he scrutinized me intently for an extended duration. This action on the part of the old beggar instilled a sense of trepidation within me, as I surmised that my act of shaking off his hand and refusing to be his disciple had provoked his ire. Therefore, as he examined me with such scrutiny, his malodorous breath assailing my face, I dared not utter a sound. Instead, I cast a timorous gaze towards my mother, imploring her for assistance. My mother was evidently taken aback by the old beggar's sudden behavior, yet uncertain of his intentions. Thus, she inquired cautiously, "Master, is there something amiss with Blackie?" The old beggar remained silent, yet his gaze remained fixed upon me. Then, with his filthy hands, he began to caress my body, which was exposed due to my habit of sleeping in the nude. His touch rendered me restless, igniting an inexplicable discomfort and a slight irritation in my heart. Summoning my courage, I exclaimed, "You old beggar! You filthy wretch! Release me! Your hands are soiled, and your breath reeks." My outburst seemed to rouse him from a stupor. He stared at me blankly for a moment before suddenly scratching my nose with his grimy fingers. Chuckling, "You've quite the temper. Have you seen a ghost?" Although he wore a smile, his countenance remained unsettling, exuding an air of peculiarity. It was only later that I realized the tumult within the old beggar's heart must have been tumultuous. Without waiting for my response, he turned to my mother, instructing her, "Fetch a rooster that is over 3 years old, slaughter it, and bring me its blood in a porcelain bowl. Also, gather a handful of glutinous rice to present to me. Furthermore, ensure that we have some angelica and peach skin at home, every 1st and 15th day of the month. Boil them in hot water for bathing the boy. This must not be delayed." Upon hearing this, my mother was taken aback, her expression fraught with urgency as she queried, "Master, is something wrong with the boy?" The old beggar shook his head, replying, "There are some issues, but for now, they are not pressing. Just prepare as I instructed." Upon hearing this, my mother seemed poised to utter something further, yet after parting her lips, she remained silent and rose to prepare for something. At that moment, the old beggar turned his gaze towards me, a smile playing upon his lips as he inquired, "Do you know what has happened to your father?" I shook my head, both to convey my ignorance and to express my desire to disregard him. The old beggar continued, "What your father encountered is known as a ghost wall. If it were not for your ability to perceive spirits and guide your father back, he might have perished on a desolate wasteland. Yet, in saving him, you have brought misfortune upon yourself. Now, numerous spirits dwell within you. Some are feasting upon your innermost organs. Are you not afraid?" This old scoundrel was truly insufferable. Upon hearing his words, my second sister was instantly startled, her eyes wide and fixed upon me. A chill ran down my spine, yet I stubbornly retorted, "You are speaking nonsense. I have not seen any ghosts. I truly have not. I bear no spirits within me." The old beggar chuckled softly, remarking, "Lying is unbecoming of a good child." With that, he once again poked my nose with his filthy finger, causing a sharp pang of discomfort. Silently, I directed every possible curse I could conceive towards the old beggar in my thoughts. Chapter 7. I am a menace. The old beggar seemed to have discerned my thoughts, his shifty eyes gleaming as he remarked, "Cursing is not the mark of a good child." As he spoke, he reached up and removed an object from around his neck, placing it around mine. Upon inspection, I discovered it to be a small yellow pendant, resembling an enlarged cat's claw, curved with a pointed backward hook on one end and a small hole drilled through the thicker end, threaded with a red string. It felt cool to the touch. I surmised that this was his way of apologizing for earlier, when he had playfully flicked my nose. I genuinely found the trinket charming, and with a hint of arrogance, I declared, "I forgive you," before quickly burrowing back into my blankets. The old beggar said nothing further, merely standing there with a beaming smile directed at me. My mother acted swiftly, shortly returning with a bowl of chicken blood and a bowl of glutinous rice. The old beggar instructed her, "Go wash and stew the rooster," adding plenty of chili. "Warm a pot of wine as well. Take this little girl with you, and let the black child remain here." My mother, upon hearing this, remained silent, only nodding gently before taking my second sister and stepping outside. As she left, she cast a worried glance in my direction. I longed to accompany them, to escape the old beggar's presence, yet my curiosity about his intentions for the chicken blood and glutinous rice held me captive. After my mother and second sister left, the old beggar dipped a finger in chicken blood and drew a winding pattern on my father's forehead. He then took a handful of glutinous rice from the bowl, squeezed it in his hand, and said to me, "Watch closely. The master will begin to exorcise the spirits shortly." Without waiting for my response, he formed a two-finger gesture, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and threw the glutinous rice onto my father's body. To my astonishment, I saw dark figures begin to emerge from my father's form, reminiscent of the peculiar silhouettes I had encountered on the desert. They were clad in loose, black garments, seemingly fleeing, and in an instant, they leapt off the bed and scattered throughout the room. The old beggar then dipped his finger in chicken blood once more and grabbed another handful of glutinous rice, addressing the apparitions. If you wish to avoid your souls being scattered, return to your origins at once. Should I see you wreaking havoc again, I shall show no mercy. With that, he sprinkled the chicken blood over the dark figures and prepared to cast the glutinous rice. Those shadows appeared to be particularly fearful, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from our home. Witnessing this, I felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Without even putting on my shoes, I dashed outside, bare-skinned, to pursue them. I observed as the dark figures fled from my home, all heading towards the desert. At that moment, the old beggar stood behind me, his grimy hands resting lightly on my shoulder as he patted me gently and said, "Do you understand how these spirits arrived?" I was indeed intrigued by this, and I turned to the old beggar, asking, "How did this happen?" Upon seeing my curiosity, the old beggar revealed a crooked grin, his yellow teeth gleaming as he laughed in a most disreputable manner. Just as a chill ran down my spine, he replied, "There are unclean spirits out on the Gobi Desert. They must have died unjustly." At that time, being young, I had little understanding of spirits and the concept of wrongful death, so that was not my primary concern. Hearing the beggar's words, my initial reaction was simply, if there are ghosts, so be it. Why must they trouble my father? I voiced this confusion to the old beggar. He beckoned me to sit on the sofa and, squinting his beady eyes, said to me, "Isn't it all because of you?" Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within me. I haven't wronged anyone. Why do these spirits always seem to be connected to me? Even my classmates say I'm a harbinger of misfortune and refuse to play with me. I spoke these words aloud, yet in my heart, I felt a tinge of grievance. As the tears began to flow, the old beggar burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. 7 children died at your birth, and on your birthday, during your zodiac year, another 7 perished. What else could you be? But I haven't done anything," I protested. The old beggar, hearing my retort, seemed to adopt a more solemn demeanor. After a brief pause, he said, "Your fate is predetermined by the heavens. Doing nothing will only lead to such outcomes. Not only will many children perish during your next zodiac year, but eventually, even your father, mother, elder sister, and younger sister will all meet their demise because of you." Upon hearing the beggar's ominous words, I felt a mix of fear and injustice swell within me, and tears instantly welled up in my eyes. Choking back sobs, I implored the beggar, "What should I do? I don't want them to die. I would never harm them." Observing my tears, the beggar gently patted my head in a gesture of consolation, then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "If you wish to prevent their deaths, you must learn sorcery from me. Perhaps there is still hope." "What kind of sorcery? Is it for ghost catching? If I learn it, will my father and mother be safe? Will my classmates still ignore me? Is it difficult to learn? Will you teach me now? Rest assured, as long as you become my apprentice, none of your relatives will perish, and your classmates will certainly play with you as they did before." At that moment, the beggar's expression transformed back to one of mischief, and he smugly declared. Then, feigning a sense of mystery, he leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "If you learn sorcery from me, a life of comfort awaits you in the future." Listening to the beggar's words filled my heart with joy, and disregarding the dirt on his hands, I eagerly grabbed him and implored, "Then please teach me sorcery, right now." Alas, I was but a child, naive and unsuspecting, and thus fell prey to the beggar's deception. Upon hearing that by learning sorcery from him, I could ensure the safety of my loved ones and foster harmonious relations with my classmates, I felt an overwhelming joy and readily agreed to become his disciple. In my innocence, I even made a solemn vow, promising to remain loyal for a century. The old beggar, with his yellowed teeth bared in a grin, hurriedly advised me, "One must not take a master lightly. First, kneel and bow 3 times, calling me master before we proceed. Having watched countless martial arts films, I was well acquainted with the rituals of apprenticeship. Without hesitation, I knelt down and, with 3 resounding bows, called out master with vigor. Thus, amidst the old beggar's gleeful laughter, I embarked on my arduous journey as a sorcerer. Reflecting on that moment in subsequent days, I couldn't help but silently curse the old beggar 1,000 times. It was a blatant case of the carrot and the stick. First, he terrified me, only to then elate me. In this back and forth, I was easily ensnared. How young I was then, utterly unable to withstand the cunning of that old trickster. Chapter 8. The uncorrupted corpse of a woman. However, at that moment, my spirits were remarkably high. The old beggar had taken me on as his apprentice, and the first lesson he imparted was not a magical incantation, but rather the art of deception. The nefarious old beggar remarked, "Your father and mother do not entirely approve of you becoming my disciple, so this matter shall remain between us. In the presence of others, do not refer to me as your master. You shall visit the Guanyin temple each week, and I shall teach you the mystical arts. Until I give my consent, you must not declare me your master." At that tender age, I was too naive to comprehend the intricacies of such matters, and I inquired, "Why?" The malevolent old beggar elucidated, "Have you ever re-journeyed to the West? You see, Sun Wukong's first master forbade him from disclosing his identity as a disciple to others. Ah, Sun Wukong, my idol. If even he could not reveal the name of his master, how could I dare to do so?" The old beggar employed a truly cunning tactic, and in a state of profound delight and mystery, I was thoroughly ensnared by his ruse. While I was being led astray by the old beggar, my mother had dutifully followed his instructions and prepared a 3-year-old rooster in a stew. She approached the old beggar and inquired, "The rooster is ready, and the wine is warmed. May I ask what you intend to do with it?" The old beggar replied, "What else could it be for? Bring it over for us to eat. Oh, and do save a portion for your husband. He likely will not awaken until tomorrow afternoon." Ah, such is the shameless and unscrupulous master I have. His words left even my mother momentarily speechless. She likely believed that the old beggar requested the rooster to be stewed and the wine warmed for some ritual purpose. Little did she know, he meant to consume it. Observing my mother's baffled expression, the old beggar seemed to sense the awkwardness and quickly added, "Moreover, your husband must rest for at least 7 days, and ensure he basks in the sunlight. Also, you two must not share a room. For heaven's sake, I was still a minor at that time. Could he not consider my feelings when discussing such matters in my presence? Well, I was merely 12 years old then, and entirely oblivious to the implications. Thus, I failed to grasp any impropriety and was instead secretly reveling in the excitement of having taken on an apprenticeship. Yet, I was perplexed as to why my mother's face turned crimson upon hearing the old beggar's words. After the old beggar had satisfied his hunger and thirst at our home, he let out a hearty belch and returned to the mountains. That night, silence enveloped us. The following day at noon, my unscrupulous master reappeared in the residential area of Shengzitan. I had just finished school when I spotted him from a distance and hurried towards him, filled with joy. I eagerly anticipated his teaching me spells and longed for the delightful camaraderie of my classmates once more. The old beggar, noticing my approach, greeted me with a broad smile, his yellowed teeth gleaming. As I reached his side, I whispered his title, Master, in a hushed tone. He raised an eyebrow and responded with a knowing glance. A clandestine joy welled within me, as I perceived an unmistakable scent of conspiracy in the air. The old beggar, however, exhibited little enthusiasm towards me. His soiled hands bore witness to his plight, and he slung a tattered yellow cloth bag over his shoulder. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he interjected himself among a group of elderly individuals seeking respite from the heat, murmuring ominously, "Is there a burial on the eastern Gobi? There are malevolent entities lurking there." Upon hearing his words, the elderly folk erupted into a cacophony of speculation, fervently discussing the identity of the deceased buried on the Gobi and the potential calamities that could ensue from these sinister forces. Yet, the old beggar remained unfazed by their chatter. With an authoritative tone, he commanded, "Summon the strongest young man in the village at once. Bring shovels and picks, gather firewood. And do not forget 3 liters of glutinous rice and a sturdy hemp rope. We must banish this vile presence. He continued, undeterred by whether they heeded his words or not, striding purposefully towards the goby, exuding an aura of a hermit of the world. In that moment, as his disciple, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet, in retrospect, the old beggar, dressed in tattered rags and feigning profundity, seemed utterly ridiculous. Behind him, an ephemeral silence enveloped the elderly before they erupted into animated discussion about the beggar's proclamation, hastily dispersing in all directions. I, along with many classmates, was present at that moment, having heard the old beggar's words with my own ears, naturally filled with curiosity. We scarcely thought of returning home for dinner, each of us calling out to one another, eager to follow the old beggar and uncover the truth. When we, a group of elementary school students, arrived at the spot where the old man had encountered the supernatural barrier, we found that the sturdy young men summoned from the village had also arrived, equipped with various tools. The old beggar once again assumed an air of mystique, retrieving a chalk line from his tattered yellow cloth pouch. He requested glutinous rice from the villagers to fill the chalk line's container, and then produced a small vial, pouring a crimson liquid into it. Subsequently, he called over a young man, instructing him to hold the end of the line while he grasped the chalk line himself, murmuring incantations as he occasionally flicked the line against the ground. After traversing the area in circles, a large red octagon materialized on the ground. Thereafter, the old beggar stood proudly in the midst, commanding with an air of authority, "Dig, following these lines." Upon hearing his words, the village's young men sprang into action, and soon a deep pit emerged on the stony expanse. Suddenly, one of the young men digging let out a piercing scream, exclaiming in terror, "A ghost! A ghost!" At his cry, those in the pit scrambled frantically to escape, while a crowd gathered at the edge, drawn by the commotion, resulting in a chaotic scene. From that moment on, I remained steadfastly by the old beggar's side. At this moment, I could see quite clearly that there was indeed a corpse in the pit. Lying face down, the upper body was clad in a tattered red jacket, while the lower half was adorned with a pair of blue cotton trousers. The garments in utter disarray, merely hinting at their former shape. Through the ragged fabric, one could distinctly discern the ghastly pallor of the deceased's skin. Reflecting upon it now, this female specter was, in fact, rather beautiful. Despite her ashen complexion, which bore witness to poor health, her figure, if judged by the standards of my adulthood, was undeniably exquisite. Her bosom was supple and prominent, while her posterior was rounded and voluptuous, exuding a delightful sensuality. Years later, I encountered a woman with a similarly alluring figure, and the experience was a bittersweet torment of happiness. Chapter 9. The corpse wants to devour me. The individuals who had been digging the pit had now emerged, engaging in fervent discussions. The general consensus was that, judging by the tattered clothing of the woman and the originally flat expanse of the Gobi Desert, she must have been buried here for quite some time. Yet, astonishingly, her body bore no signs of decay. In my hometown, it is widely acknowledged that if a corpse remains uncorrupted for an extended period, it signifies a vengeful spirit, a formidable ghost. Furthermore, this woman was clad in a striking red garment. As fear enveloped the crowd, the old beggar suddenly interjected, vociferously admonishing, "What is there to fear? It is broad daylight, and with so many living souls, can the dead truly instill terror?" His exclamation momentarily quieted the throng. The old beggar continued, "Women, children, and the elderly stepped back beyond this measuring line. Those who were digging, return to the pit at once, lest you invite the vengeful spirit home." Having uttered these words, the old beggar was the first to leap into the pit. Upon hearing his command, the trembling diggers hurriedly followed suit, jumping back into the hole. In that instant, however, I noticed the corpse that had been face down in the pit begin to stir. First, it bent its knees, then it straightened its torso. Her long hair shrouded her face, obscuring my view, yet I could distinctly see her hands, her nails extending an unnerving 2 to 3 decimeters in length. At that moment, she reached forward, aiming to grasp the old beggar by the neck. The reanimated corpse extended its sharp, claw-like hands, seemingly intending to grasp the old beggar. Yet, the beggar appeared oblivious to the impending danger. A surge of panic gripped me, and I shouted, "Master, be careful. The female ghost is about to seize you." At my exclamation, both the corpse and the beggar turned their heads toward me in unison. It was then that I discerned the ghastly visage of the corpse. Its face was deathly pale, marred by a long crimson streak at the corners of its mouth. Its eyes bulged outward, revealing only the white sclera, devoid of any hint of pupils, rendering it utterly horrifying. Had it not been for the creature's alluring figure and the unsettling aura it exuded, I would have struggled to recall the sheer terror of that moment. The beggar regarded me with a look of profound confusion, while the female corpse trembled violently at the sight of me, then rushed toward me with what appeared to be an expression of exhilaration. A chill of dread coursed through me, and I instinctively retreated into the crowd. Observing my terror-stricken retreat, the old beggar seemed to have an epiphany. He began to gesticulate fervently before his chest, and then, forming a peculiar gesture with his right hand, he bit into his fingertip. With a powerful shout directed at the ghost, he exclaimed, "Begone!" as he pressed the bloody gesture against the creature's back. The female ghost let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. I witnessed the scene unfold clearly, yet an unsettling disquiet stirred within me. She was entirely different from the innocent, bare-skinned little girls I had encountered before. Well, I admit my thoughts were impure, and I acknowledge my guilt, but at that moment, such was truly my contemplation. From my vantage point, she remained face down, her body trembling as if she yearned to rise. In her struggle, she turned her head to gaze at me, baring her teeth and calling out. At that moment, the old beggar stood with one foot upon the back of the female ghost, urging those above to hasten and throw down the hemp rope. Complying immediately, the individuals above obeyed, and the old beggar seized the rope, instructing several young men to clear some of the loose earth beside the corpse. Only then did he personally bind the corpse securely with the rope. He then clapped his hands and advised the young men in the pit to remain still, while he himself was the first to leap out of the deep hole. Upon reaching the edge, the old beggar requested glutinous rice, walking around the pit with 2 fingers forming a gesture, while the other hand intermittently tossed a handful of rice into the pit, chanting incantations. Each grain of glutinous rice rained down upon the young men and the corpse until the entire basket was emptied. Finally, he halted his steps and called to the young men in the pit, urging them to ascend. He then instructed those outside the pit to prepare a pile of firewood, for he intended to perform a rite to expel the vengeful spirit. In a short while, the firewood was assembled, and the old beggar commanded the young men to gently pull the corpse from the pit with a hemp rope. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, all holding their breath, as if the slightest movement might provoke the corpse to transform into a vengeful spirit and leap upon them. Through the collective efforts of the crowd, the lifeless body of a woman was gradually hoisted from the pit, revealing her true visage to all present. A wave of commotion surged through the assembled onlookers, with some exclaiming in disbelief. "Isn't this Wong Kai? Didn't she disappear 5 or 6 years ago?" I was unfamiliar with Wong Kai, and her identity held no significance for me. What astonished me was the sight of a completely naked woman, thrashing and screaming in desperation. Her hair was extraordinarily long, cascading down to the ground. Her eyes glinted with a crimson hue, her face contorted in rage as she bellowed at the gathering. Yet she was helplessly bound by ropes, unable to break free in the slightest. In that moment, I comprehended that I was indeed different from others. A classmate timidly voiced a concern. "Do you think she might suddenly come back to life as a ghost?" They perceived a motionless corpse, while I beheld a living, wailing specter. My classmate's words ignited a seething resentment within me. Mere moments ago, this entity had nearly lunged at me, and yet he wondered if she would revive. Nonetheless, I merely grumbled internally, too fearful to reveal the truth, as dread washed over me once more. At this juncture, the old beggar approached my side, gently patting my shoulder. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Do not fear ghosts. You will encounter them frequently, and you must, like me, learn to subdue them. Remember, you must not only conquer your fear of ghosts, but strive to become the one they dread the most." The old beggar later recited this phrase to me numerous times, and it imbued me with strength when confronting various apparitions. Particularly, I felt an extraordinary vigor in the presence of those seductive female spirits. Cough, cough, you understand. But that is a tale for another time. On that day, however, I did not feel much. The lingering sense of dread remained within me, so that even now, recollecting, it stirs a twinge of trepidation. After much effort, Wang K's corpse was finally hoisted onto the woodpile. The old beggar offered me a few words of consolation, then retrieved a stack of yellow paper and a short sword from his satchel. He then sat cross-legged before the woodpile, his left hand forming a gesture with 2 fingers while his right hand wielded the sword, gracefully slicing through the air before suddenly pivoting the blade, impaling the stack of yellow paper. Chapter 10. There is a ghost within me. Subsequently, he pointed his index finger from his left hand towards the yellow paper, and in an instant, that stack of yellow paper ignited. The old beggar then used this as a catalyst, employing the burning red paper to set the pile of firewood ablaze. Upon witnessing the flames erupt, the bound female ghost, Wang K, began to struggle violently, her piercing screams reverberating painfully against my eardrums, prompting me to hastily cover my ears with my hands. However, when I glanced at the others nearby, I discovered that they seemed utterly oblivious to her cries. Seeing the fierce resistance of Wang K, the old beggar shouted, "I know you were wronged in death. Yet, you have avenged your grievances. Do not harm others any further. This is not your rightful place. Cease your struggles, wretched being. Depart peacefully and never return." As if understanding the beggaress words, the female ghost struggled a few more times, casting a look of deep resentment in my direction before falling silent. At this moment, the firewood pile blazed higher, with thick black smoke rising skyward before gradually dispersing with the gentle breeze. As this event unfolded, various rumors began to circulate. For a time, the residents surrounding Shengzi village were engrossed in discussions about the old beggar and the vengeful ghost, Wang K. They vividly recounted the horror of her uncorrupted corpse and spoke with profound reverence of the beggar's remarkable powers. Many recalled the beggaress warnings. Should Wang K not be sent away, not only would more children perish, but even adults would face dire consequences. Thus, the notion of me being a harbinger of misfortune swiftly dissipated overnight. Not only did I cease to be regarded as the so-called calamity, but I transformed into a child of divine fortune. Even the vengeful spirit King Kai could not bring about my demise, for I was able to rescue my father from the grips of a ghostly wall. Even eminent figures, such as the old beggar, greeted me with smiles. In short, within a matter of days, I metamorphosed from a despised scourge into a hero adorned with a halo. Naturally, I was elated. My classmates resumed their joyful camaraderie with me, and even the teachers at school treated me with newfound kindness. My second sister shared in this happiness. Not long ago, she had suffered due to having a harbinger of misfortune as a brother. Yet now she basked in the admiration generated by having a brother of divine fortune. The only ones who remained discontent were my parents. Since the incident with the ghostly wall, although my father had invited the old beggar to exorcise the spirits and had since regained his health, he often found himself sighing in silence. My mother exhibited a similar demeanor. At times, while I was absorbed in my homework at home, she would gaze at me with a distant look, and though she remained silent, I could sense the deep sorrow within her heart. Through these events, my parents had come to firmly believe in my ability to see spirits. This realization, however, implied that they also accepted the old beggar's words. My future life would inevitably involve dealings with the supernatural. They were reluctant to accept this, as I was their only son, bearing the weight of the family's expectations. They did not wish for me to lead a life akin to that of a beggar, wandering aimlessly in tattered clothes. At that time, I was too young to fully grasp the burdens my parents bore. I sensed their distress, but did not contemplate it deeply. Instead, I remained enraptured by the excitement of having just taken on a mentor, having mysteriously become an apprentice, and witnessed the beggar's remarkable ability to exorcise spirits. I was filled with anticipation and fanciful thoughts about ascending the mountain to learn sorcery from my master in the days that followed. After much waiting, Saturday finally arrived, and I rose early in the morning. Having hastily consumed a few bites of food, I seized the opportunity to flee my home under the pretense of visiting a classmate. I was intimately familiar with the path to Guaning Temple. Without looking back, I raced up the mountain, and from a distance, I spotted the beggar standing before the pagoda, as if he had foreseen my arrival. Upon seeing me, his signature grin, revealing his prominent yellowed teeth, broke across his face. He then playfully pinched my cheek with his grimy hand. In the past, I had found this gesture quite distasteful, yet on that day, I felt a surge of joy, calling out Master with eagerness as I implored him to teach me sorcery. However, the beggar shook his head and said, "I cannot teach you today. You arrived with a tale." Naturally, I did not comprehend his words, and upon feeling my backside, I turned back to him and replied, "But I have no tale." The beggar merely smiled in silence, then turned and approached a spot behind the pagoda where he retrieved a neatly wrapped wild rabbit and a wild chicken. He then called to me, saying, "Come, today we shall feast at your home." With that, he took my hand and led me down the mountain. I am deeply disappointed. I came here with the intent of learning magic from him, not to invite him to my home for a meal. In my frustration, I wrenched my arm away from his filthy grasp and followed him, exclaiming, "You are not keeping your word." The old beggar, without even glancing back, continued his monologue, stating, "It is not that I do not keep my word. Rather, the issue lies with you. When you left this morning, your family followed you. If I were to teach you magic here, your parents would surely come seeking me for answers." Upon hearing the beggar's words, I found it hard to believe and retorted, "That is not true." I told them I was going to visit a classmate, without mentioning anything about coming to the mountain. The beggar responded, "You may not have said anything, but your behavior is too peculiar for adults not to notice. Usually on Sunday mornings, you would surely be sleeping in. Why then? Did you rise so early today? Do you think your parents are not suspicious?" His words began to resonate within me, planting seeds of doubt. However, as I surveyed the path down the mountain, I could see no sign of anyone else. Thus, I stubbornly argued, even if they're suspicious, they have no way of knowing I came to the mountain. Look around, there is no one following me. Upon hearing my words, the old beggar's expression suddenly turned solemn. He said, "You must remember that sometimes what you witness with your own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. There are many things invisible to your sight, yet they exist in undeniable reality. Often, it is these unseen entities that may claim your life when you least expect it." While I cannot recall the exact phrasing of his words, the essence of his message remains vivid in my mind. It was only after I endured numerous hardships that I truly grasped the profundity of the old beggar's statement. However, at that time, I was unable to comprehend his wisdom. I thought he was merely spouting nonsense, incredulous that something I could see could possibly be false. Though I felt a twinge of defiance, I recognized him as my mentor and refrained from voicing my dissent. The old beggar seemed to perceive my thoughts with uncanny clarity and continued, "Are you feeling defiant? Let me enlighten you. At this very moment, you carry a ghost upon your back. Do you know that?" The moment he uttered that I was burdened by a ghost, a wave of fear washed over me. I hastily implored the old beggar, "Where is this ghost? Is it truly on me? Did you not say that I possess the heavenly eye to perceive spirits? Why can I not see it? Oh, wise mentor, I beseech you, help me banish it." Chapter 11. The old beggar's ghost catching upon seeing my anxiety. The old beggar chuckled once more, teasingly regarding me for a while before stating, "Do not fear. Even a master is unable to extract this ghost for you at present. However, I trust you still possess the tiger claw talisman I bestowed upon you last time. It is specifically designed to counter this ghost, and you shall not be in peril." As he spoke, I hastily reached for the small amulet hanging from my chest, which had consistently exuded a cool sensation against my skin. At that moment, I realized that this object was indeed the tiger claw talisman, and its significant purpose offered me some reassurance. Nevertheless, the weight of carrying a ghost upon my back still left me with a chilling apprehension. Perhaps the old beggar intended to divert my attention, or perhaps he was relishing his newfound role as a mentor. He ceased discussing the ghost I bore and solemnly imparted another lesson. "You are my disciple. Today, I shall bestow upon you your first lesson. You may not comprehend my earlier words just yet, but this next statement is one you must firmly engrave in your memory. Henceforth, in whatever endeavors you undertake or challenges you encounter, you must never allow others to discern your thoughts at a mere glance. It is imperative to remain inscrutable, whether dealing with humans or spirits. Do you understand? Mysteriousness? How does one maintain that? I inquired. Simply answer me. Do you remember my words? He pressed. Repeat it again. Unworthy disciple. This time, ensure you remember. The old beggar reiterated, inquiring whether I had committed it to memory. This time, I assured him that I had remembered. Yet the old beggar was relentless. Good. Now repeat it back to me. His tone was grave, an unusual seriousness that struck me profoundly. It was the first time I had witnessed such earnestness in him, and the gravity of his demeanor instilled in me an overwhelming sense of fear and obedience. This scenario unfolded many times thereafter, each instance evoking the same intense emotion. Even now, with my skills far surpassing his, I believe that if he were to speak to me with such solemnity, the feeling would remain unchanged. Thus, I must concede that this old fellow is truly deserving of the title of my master. The old beggar insisted that I repeat after him, and naturally, I dared not defy him. I promptly recited with the same seriousness. Regardless of what challenges may arise in the future, one must not allow others to discern one's thoughts at a glance. Whether dealing with humans or spirits, one must always maintain an air of mystery. Upon hearing my words, the old beggar interjected, "You have omitted a crucial phrase. It is the hearts of men and spirits are inscrutable. You must engrave this deeply in your mind. It is the foundation of learning my craft." "I will remember. The hearts of men and spirits are inscrutable," I replied. "Good. Now let us go and enjoy some fine food," he said, reverting to his usual self, which momentarily took me by surprise. On our way home, the old beggar instructed me, "When we arrive, if your parents inquire, tell them you saw a ghost and came to summon me to capture it." I asked in confusion, but I did not see a ghost. "Even if you haven't seen it, you must profess to have done so. Otherwise, your parents may no longer permit you to be my apprentice. As for the matter of exorcising spirits, you need not concern yourself with it. Once we arrive at your home, we shall present the wild hare and pheasant to your mother, allowing her to stew them in the meantime. Accompany me on this outing, and by the time we have dealt with the spirits, your mother will likely have prepared a delightful meal." Upon hearing the old beggar's words, a surge of excitement welled up within me. I wondered what kind of specter we might encounter this time. Upon returning home, my mother indeed inquired about my whereabouts. I recounted the old beggar's instructions, and although she appeared puzzled, her unwavering belief in my ability to see spirits and the beggar's prowess in exorcism quelled her doubts. She took the hare and pheasant to the kitchen to prepare. The old beggar then led me towards the northern outskirts of the village. I asked him, "Where are the spirits? How do you know they will appear?" The old beggar, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Your master possesses remarkable talents. This trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning." Satisfied with the admiration evident on my face, he continued, "In truth, it is that wronged spirit, Wang Qi, from that day. We merely burned her vengeful soul that had taken refuge in her corpse, transforming her into a mere ghost. However, due to the intensity of her grievances in life, her spirit remains tethered to this realm by her own resentment, preventing her from entering the afterlife to reincarnate. If we do not intervene, the intertwining of her grievances and ghostly essence will strengthen over time, ultimately leading to calamity for the living." Speaking of the tale of the vengeful spirit Wang Qi, I was suddenly reminded of certain rumors circulating among the villagers these past few days. As I walked, I shared these whispers with the old beggar. The village has been abuzz with talk of Wang Qi. It is said that in her youth, she was exceptionally beautiful, and the second son of the Li family courted her for quite some time before she finally agreed to marry him. However, after several years of marriage, she failed to bear children. Consequently, the second son lost interest and the couple sought a divorce in town, although Wang Qi intended to leave. The third son of the Li family insisted on marrying her, declaring that he did not mind her inability to conceive. Wang Qi acquiesced, thus marrying her brother-in-law while still residing with the Li family. Unexpectedly, shortly after their union, Wang Qi became pregnant. The villagers murmured that her prior infertility was, in fact, due to the second son's issues. Once these rumors spread, the second son's prospects of finding a new bride were dashed. This predicament left the Leaf family in dismay, as it seemed unjust for one son to be married while the other remained single. In an attempt to salvage their reputation, the Leaf family claimed that the child was, in truth, the second son's, conceived before Wang Qi married the third son, but simply undetected at the time. In light of this, the second son sought to persuade Wang Qi to return as his wife. However, she vehemently resisted, expressing her discontent for several days, until she ultimately fled, her pregnancy evident. The Li family searched far and wide for her, yet she remained elusive. Subsequently, calamities began to befall the Li family in quick succession. First, the second son of the Li family met his demise in a car accident. Next, the third son tragically fell from a mountain to his death. Last year, the eldest son and his family perished when their vehicle plunged off a cliff during a trip to the county town. None survived. Now, only the elderly patriarch of the Li family remains, confined to a bed, relying on the villagers who bring him meals to sustain his frail existence. Without their aid, it is likely he would have long since departed from this world. However, given his current state, he appears merely to be awaiting death. Ever since you apprehended the vengeful spirit of Wang Qi, the villagers have whispered that the Li family is responsible for her demise, and that her ghost has returned to exact retribution. Thus, one by one, the members of the Li family have met with untimely fates. At the time, some claimed that Wang Qi possessed formidable powers. The second son, being more rational, feared that excessive entanglement might lead to dire consequences, hence his reluctance towards her. In contrast, the third son, being quite indulgent, sought her company night after night, insisting on keeping her close. However, I did not comprehend these nuances when I first heard them, so I omitted them from my conversation with the old beggar. Chapter 12. The Weasel as a Guardian. Having recounted these events in one breath, the old beggar led me to the Li family. Upon finishing my tale, he gently ruffled my hair with his grimy hand and said, "Since you have heard this story, remember, one must never engage in actions that betray one's conscience, for such deeds will inevitably lead to retribution." I nodded in agreement, replying, "I understand. My mother has told me the same." The old beggar smiled faintly and instructed me, "Go summon a few villagers and have them bring some firewood." He then pointed to a household behind me and added, "Visit that family and ask them to bring me a brazier, an offering table, an incense burner, and 2 plates of offerings, and simply state that it is my request." I acknowledged his orders and set off to gather the people. Since the last incident, the old beggar's standing in the eyes of the villagers of Shengzi Tun had undoubtedly soared. Consequently, when I mentioned that the old beggar had come to exorcise ghosts, the villagers would immediately abandon their tasks and hastily arrive with the requested items. The family from whom the old beggar requested the offering table and fruits bore the surname Chun, known as a wealthy household in the Shengzi Tun area. It was in the late 1970s that the elder Chun Gongheng, began his clandestine ventures in trade. Eventually, he ventured south alone and, after a few years, returned to acquire property and a wife, rumored to have amassed considerable wealth, with even a large company operating in the provincial capital. When I visited his home, Mr. Chun was not present. Only his elderly mother, who was in her 70s, and a strikingly beautiful young maid were at home. The maid, possibly around 17 or 18 years of age, has slipped my memory in terms of her appearance. Yet she exuded an exquisitely fragrant aroma that was quite enchanting at the time. Subsequently, I encountered this maid again, though by then she had reached adulthood, and I shared a few rather absurd days with her. Details I shall recount later, but I find myself torn, pondering whether I might pen something unworthy of reading. Nevertheless, let us continue with the events as they unfolded. I conveyed to the elderly lady the items requested by the old beggar. Upon hearing this, she immediately hopped down from her bed, her small feet barely touching the ground. The maid attempted to prepare the necessary items, but the lady insisted on personally overseeing the arrangements. Observing her frail form as she endeavored to lift the heavy offering table, I felt a pang of sympathy and suggested that the maid and I could carry it for her. However, the old lady refused, insisting that sincerity in heart was paramount to success. Thus, she sought out a cart and personally loaded the offering table, the brazier, and the incense burner onto it, selecting the offerings herself before gingerly pushing the cart towards the Lee residence. Of course, while she pushed the cart, the maid and I assisted her, so she did not exert herself excessively. The elderly lady moved slowly, and by the time we delivered the items, a crowd had gathered in the Lee family's courtyard. The old beggar sat in a grand chair at the center of the yard, holding a cup of tea and appearing to be in a state of deep contemplation. The villagers encircled him, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes towards the old beggar filled with profound reverence. Upon arriving at the Lee family residence, I hurried to the old beggar's side, informing him that the offering table had been brought in and inquiring where he wished to place it. However, the old beggar appeared oblivious to my words, remaining seated in the grand chair without so much as a movement. At that moment, the matriarch of the Chun family approached, her small feet shuffling as she knelt before the old beggar. With utmost sincerity, she addressed him, saying, "Master, the offering table, brazier, incense burner, and offering fruits have all been prepared. We beseech you to commence the ritual." I was taken aback, pondering why the matriarch of Chun also considered herself a disciple of the old beggar. Should I then refer to her as my senior? Her actions stirred a sense of confusion within me. Turning my gaze back to the old beggar, I noticed him slowly opening his eyes, affectation evident as he replied to the matriarch, "I am aware of your family's affairs. Once I have concluded the matters here, I shall find the time to visit you in the provincial city." After this pronouncement, he disregarded her expressions of gratitude and instead instructed the villagers, "Lift the offering table and place it in the center of the main hall. Arrange the incense burner and offering fruits and ignite the brazier. Once everything is set, call for me." With that, he closed his eyes once more, resuming his meditation. Upon hearing his commands, the villagers wasted no time, swiftly preparing everything. Shortly thereafter, someone reported, "All is ready. Please, master, proceed with the ritual." Only then did the old beggar rise, making his way into the main hall, where he settled cross-legged before the offering table. Thereafter, he formed a hand gesture and began to chant sutras in a mystical manner. In the midst of the old beggar reciting his incantations, the villagers in the courtyard remained remarkably silent, not a word uttered among them. After a brief period of chanting, a distinctive meow resonated, and almost immediately, a large black cat sauntered out from the main hall. Upon emerging, it nimbly ascended to the rooftop. The old beggar continued his recitation, and soon another cat's cry was heard, followed by yet another hefty feline making its way from the hall to the rooftop. This sequence repeated itself, and over the course of the old beggar's chanting, no fewer than 12 robust cats had made their exit from the hall. The tiny village of Shengzitan was such that even the most trivial occurrences could not escape the keen eyes and ears of its inhabitants. Yet astonishingly, none were aware that the Lee family harbored such a plethora of plump cats. The villagers were filled with wonder, and once the beggar concluded his recitation, he rose and stood at the threshold of the hall, addressing the villagers. "The spirits that should depart have indeed left, and those who are meant to live shall continue to do so. You may disperse now." Without awaiting a response, he cast a glance in my direction and departed alone. In stark contrast to the previous harrowing exorcism, this encounter with the spirits was rather straightforward. The villagers, seemingly unsatisfied with the spectacle, lingered in the courtyard, engaged in animated discussions about the recent events. With the old beggar gone, my interest waned, and I hastily followed him outside, knowing he was bound for my home to partake in wild rabbit and chicken. I had many questions I yearned to pose to him. As I took a few steps forward, the old beggar, without my prompting, inquired if I found it perplexing that I had not encountered any ghosts today. I nodded in affirmation. The old beggar continued, stating that the spirit and resentment of Wang Ke lingered outside the hall, for a civet cat was guarding the premises, preventing her from entering, which explained her absence. I had already recited prayers to guide her spirit away. Curious, I asked the old beggar what it meant for a civet cat to guard the house. He explained that civet cats are attuned to the spiritual realm and possess the ability to dispel malevolent forces, much like myself, who is naturally gifted in perceiving spirits. It is likely that when Wang Ke's vengeful spirit wreaked havoc upon the Lee family, they too had sought assistance from medium. However, Due to their prior transgression of murdering Wang Kai, the medium offered them little aid. Instead, he dispatched 12 civet cats to safeguard their courtyard, thereby preventing Wang Kai's vengeful spirit from drawing near, which ultimately spared their life. Nevertheless, even with such protection, the individual remained bedridden, suggesting that Wang Kai's death was indeed a profound injustice. Chapter 13. The quest to capture spirits in the provincial city, those raccoon-like creatures. I have never encountered them before. Do they not venture out during the day? These are no ordinary raccoons. They are beings enlightened by humans. By day, they remain hidden in the realm of the living, and at night, they forage in the underworld, thus eluding the gaze of ordinary folks. Having departed from the Lee household, they must have returned to the individuals who enlighten them. In future encounters, should you find a household with an abundance of cats, you will discern that they are likely practitioners of spirit capturing, akin to ourselves, albeit not as formidable. As for the distinction between fellow practitioners and others, I find myself utterly indifferent, and thus did not delve deeper into the matter. At that moment, I was suddenly reminded of the incident involving the elderly Mrs. Chun, prompting me to inquire of the old beggar, "When did you take her as your disciple? Does she qualify as my senior apprentice?" Upon my question, the old beggar burst into hearty laughter. He remarked, "Your imagination knows no bounds. Given her advanced age, what difference would it make if I accepted her as a disciple?" I countered, "Yet she bows before you and addresses you as master." He retorted, "Many address me as master. Does that imply they are all my disciples? Such titles are merely expressions of respect. Unlike you, who clandestinely refers to me as old beggar, showing no regard for the reverence of the teacher." His words left me somewhat embarrassed, and I hastily laughed, saying, "Then why does she bow to you? You even mentioned finding time to visit her. Could it be her household attracts spirits as well?" The old beggar seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter of respecting one's elders. When I posed my question, he responded with an air of mystery, asking me, "Do you wish to see the provincial city? To reside in a grand house, sleep on a comfortable mattress, and indulge in exquisite food and drink?" I replied eagerly, "Indeed. But what does this have to do with bowing to you?" At that moment, the old beggar merely teased, "As long as you desire it. You will understand in due time." I yearned to inquire further, yet we had already arrived at my doorstep, where my father and mother awaited us. I had to swallow my questions. My mother had prepared wild rabbit and pheasant, while my father had made a special trip to the town to procure 2 bottles of fine wine, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the old beggar like a distinguished guest. The old beggar, well aware of his own audacity, entered without hesitation, demanding food and drink, a behavior my family and I had grown accustomed to. While my parents entertained him, my own thoughts began to drift, filled with anticipation for a tour of the provincial city with the old beggar. That afternoon, as he enjoyed his drink, an unexpected visitor burst into our home, immediately kneeling before the old beggar, bowing and expressing profound gratitude. This visitor was none other than the elderly man from the Lee family, who had once been bedridden and awaiting death. Remarkably, within just half a day under the old beggar's influence, this man had risen from his years of paralysis and was able to walk. This extraordinary tale continues to circulate in Shenzhen to this day. Yet at that moment, the old beggar seemed unfazed, nonchalantly remarking to the elderly man, "Once the ghost is sent away, the illness naturally dissipates. Henceforth, let us refrain from inciting mischief or summoning spirits." After the incident involving the vengeful ghost Wang Kai and the guardian cat, the image of the old beggar in the hearts of the people of Shengzi village has grown increasingly formidable with each passing day. Tales of the old beggar capturing ghosts have spread throughout the surrounding villages, prompting many who have experienced inexplicable events to seek him out for his assistance. However, the usually affable old beggar has now adopted an air of superiority, remaining impervious to all requests for his services. It is said that even when offered a sum of 10,000 yuan, he would not relent. 10,000 yuan, in those times, was an extraordinary amount. I once inquired about the veracity of this matter, and he responded with conviction, "We capture ghosts to perform good deeds, not to aid the wicked. Do not think that even if someone offered me 100,000 yuan, I would accept." At that moment, I grasped the essence of performing good deeds. Yet I was perplexed by his reference to aiding the wicked. However, his statement extinguished my curiosity to delve deeper, as I was inclined to believe that the old beggar was either boasting or perhaps not in his right mind. Who could possibly possess 100,000 yuan? And even if someone did, who would be willing to spend such a fortune to hire him? To refuse such a sum seemed to me a folly of the highest order. Please excuse my naivety at that time. In truth, I later found myself in a similar situation. There were those who offered me 100 million yuan to return to the fray, yet I too declined. I made it clear to that individual, even if you were to offer me 100 billion, do not expect to sway me. I was even more resolute than the old beggar. Except for exceptionally beautiful women, well, I shall first seek my principles. Cough. Let it be known that our pursuit of spirits is not driven by greed. On the contrary, any act we perform in the realm of exorcism necessitates a form of compensation. In this world, every action has its consequence. The seeds we sow will determine the fruits we reap. While the notion of paying to avert calamity may seem commonplace, it is indeed the most straightforward and fundamental approach. To put it simply, if I were to assist you in banishing a spirit at the cost of your loved one's life, would you be amenable? Of course not. Hence the necessity of offering a fee for my services. You might inquire why I cannot perform my duty altruistically, without risking your kin or demanding payment. In response, I must admonish you. If I were to confront a spirit on your behalf without compensation and subsequently sacrifice my own life, would that be acceptable to you? Certainly not. Nevertheless, our services are not solely dictated by monetary gain. There are instances where I must confront spirits independently of any request, while there are occasions when, despite your appeal, I may be unable to assist you. Indeed, for certain individuals, a modicum of spiritual disturbance may be required to set things right. Having spent years engaging with the supernatural, we have encountered a myriad of experiences. Engaging in unjust acts and acquiring ill-gotten gains remains the gravest taboo within our profession, the very foundation upon which we stand. Now, returning to the matter at hand, let me recount my experience accompanying the old beggar to the provincial capital for the purpose of exorcising spirits for profit. On that day, whilst performing a ritual at the Li residence, the esteemed matriarch of the affluent Chen family, Lady Li, personally prepared the necessary implements for the old beggar's rite and even knelt to beseech him for assistance. At that moment, the old beggar graciously agreed to visit her when time permitted. Later, I came to realize that prior to this, Mrs. Chun had already made several visits to Guaning Temple, seeking the counsel of the old beggar. This occurred shortly after the old beggar had cremated the body of Wang Ke on the Gobi Desert. The reason behind this was that Mrs. Chen's son, Chun Gongheng, had fallen victim to a peculiar affliction, emanating an unbearable stench that rendered him unable to venture outside, confining him to their home in the provincial capital. Given Chun Gongheng's financial means, he had summoned renowned physicians and sorcerers from various locales to examine him. Yet after 6 months, there had been no improvement whatsoever. On the day the old beggar cremated Wang Ke's remains, Mrs. Chen became convinced that he was indeed a person of great wisdom. Despite her advanced age, she prepared offerings and, with the assistance of her nurse, made her way to Guaning Temple to implore the old beggar for help. At that time, the old beggar did not acquiesce to her request. He later confided in me that, based on Mrs. Chen's description, he deduced that the foul odor emanating from Chun Gongheng was, in fact, the stench of decay. The presence of such a scent on a living person indicated that he was possessed by a malevolent spirit. The fact that this spirit did not kill him outright, but instead tormented him with the stench suggested that the malevolent entity was simultaneously a vengeful ghost. Chapter 14. Arrival in the provincial capital. The emergence of vengeful spirits is not without reason. Those who linger in the world for an extended period must have experienced profound injustices during their lifetime. Thus, he firmly believed that Chun Gongheng's plight was a consequence of his own misdeeds, and therefore, he had no intention of assisting him in dispelling the ghost. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, a wave of confusion washed over me. If it was indeed his own fault, why then did he later agree to help? The old beggar elucidated that while Chun Gongheng had invited the wrath of a spirit upon himself, The venerable Madame Chun had devoted her life to reciting Buddhist scriptures and performing good deeds, thereby cultivating numerous virtuous connections. Such individuals, upon a mere glance, exude an aura of benevolence and are deserving of divine favor. That day, despite her advanced age, she personally arranged the offerings, including the altar and the fire basin, and humbly knelt in supplication, demonstrating her sincere devotion. Madame Chun, who kneels before the Buddha and the deities, has now knelt before me, thereby establishing a bond of virtue. Hence, I acquiesced to assist her. My endeavor to capture the ghost would be in service of Madame Chun, not Chun Gongong. Although I grasped only fragments of the old beggar's discourse, the prospect of visiting the provincial capital filled me with delight, and I began to eagerly anticipate our ghost-hunting expedition. At that moment, neither the old beggar nor I could foresee that this journey to the provincial capital would nearly cost me my life. Ever since the old beggar consented to take me to the provincial capital to capture ghosts, I had been yearning for that day to arrive. However, another troubling concern quickly arose. Would my parents permit me to accompany the old beggar to the provincial capital? The old beggar confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, your father will consent." Indeed, that Saturday evening, after dinner, as I prepared to venture out to meet my friends, my mother summoned me. She said, "Haiwa, you must not go out tonight. Take a bath at home. Tomorrow, you will journey far." An unsettling feeling enveloped me, prompting me to inquire where I was to go and with whom. Only then did my mother reveal, "Tomorrow, you are to accompany the master from Guaning Temple to the provincial city. Remember, you must heed the master's words and avoid causing any disturbance. If he questions you, do not utter a falsehood. Answer truthfully and directly." Upon hearing this, I instantly realized that the old beggar must have employed some trickery. However, bound by our agreement, I dared not expose him and feigned an extreme reluctance. Surprisingly, my mother offered numerous comforting words, and I reluctantly acquiesced. Collaborating with the old beggar to deceive my parents filled me with shame. It was all the wicked old beggar's doing. Yet, I remained oblivious to how he had deceived my father and mother at that time. I later asked the old beggar numerous times, but he never divulged a word. It wasn't until my father's passing that the truth was revealed. The following morning, my mother roused me early, meticulously washing my hair, applying oil, and dressing me up, insisting that I present myself well in the big city, so as not to be looked down upon by others. I found myself increasingly anxious due to the prolonged absence of the old beggar. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the sound of a car horn echoed at my doorstep. In those days, automobiles were a rarity in the countryside, especially in a remote village like mine, where one might only encounter a few cars in an entire year. Weddings in the village typically involved the use of a jeep from town, while the best mode of transportation for ordinary families was the hand-pulled tractor, colloquially known as the sheep-eight fork. Occasionally, a group of us children would chase after a large truck, elated by the sight. Thus, upon hearing the car horn, I hurriedly rushed outside to see what was happening. Upon stepping out, I noticed a black car parked right at my home. In my hometown, such small vehicles were referred to as woya car, and their worth in the eyes of the locals was comparable to that of a Boeing airplane today. The gossip about someone taking A to a certain destination would linger in the village for quite some time. My initial curiosity led me outside, yet I was completely unprepared for the fact that this car was there specifically to fetch me. As I emerged, a tall man stepped out of the vehicle and inquired, "Are you Heiwazi?" I affirmed that I was. Upon hearing my response, he opened the rear door of the car, bent slightly, and gestured for me to enter, saying, "Please get in. Master Jiang has sent me to pick you up." Taken aback, I was astonished not only by the prospect of riding in this, but also by the mention of Master Jiang, leaving me utterly bewildered. Cautiously, I asked, "Who is Master Jiang?" At that moment, my mother emerged from our home, leaning in to whisper in my ear, "Master Jiang is merely an old beggar." Then, raising her voice, she proclaimed, "Hurry up and get in the car. It has come specifically to fetch you." I can still vividly sense the pride she felt when she uttered those words aloud, as many villagers had gathered to witness the arrival of the vehicle. In those days, being able to ride in that car was an immense honor. Reflecting on it now, that vehicle was merely a hongqi, Yet I have since driven enough cars to purchase 100 of them, and I can no longer experience the exhilaration and joy of that moment. However, I foolishly remarked, "So the old beggar's surname is Jiang?" With that, I swiftly hopped into the car. The vehicle took me first to Chishan to collect the old beggar, and then we set off toward the provincial capital. Throughout the journey, I could not quell my excitement and exhilaration, incessantly expressing my astonishment at the myriad of new sights to the old beggar. "Wow, master, look at how tall that building is. What do people do when they need to relieve themselves on the upper floors? What? They do it inside? How foul that must be. City dwellers are truly filthy. Wow, master, look, that woman in the painting is so shameless." It was merely a billboard with a scantily clad figure. "Wow, master, look." Initially, the old beggar attempted to explain things to me, but eventually he must have grown utterly exasperated, and he barked, "Shut your mouth." After that, I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. By the time we reached the provincial capital, the sky had completely darkened. For the first time, I beheld the dazzling and vibrant neon lights, their brilliance filling me with a sense of wonder that chased away all traces of fatigue. Meanwhile, the old beggar had indulged in a delightful slumber in the car. It was only when the vehicle halted in front of a modest 3-story building that the driver awakened him. At that moment, a crowd had already gathered before the little building. As I stepped out of the car, I spotted the elderly Mrs. Chun, supported by her caregiver, standing amidst the throng. Upon seeing me and the old beggar, she immediately approached the car, attempting once more to kneel, but the old beggar was quicker, catching her before she could lower herself. At that moment, he uttered a particularly eloquent phrase, the exact words escaping my memory. But the essence was clear. He would not allow her to bow down in reverence for her son's transgressions. I found myself somewhat dazed, sensing that the old beggar seemed transformed into a different person entirely. Chapter 15. Almost committed murder under the guidance of the venerable Mrs. Chun. We entered the small building, where a lavish feast was laid out in the center of the living room, brimming with an assortment of fish and chicken. Having traversed this path with an insatiable hunger, my appetite surged at the sight of the bountiful spread before me. Just as I was reveling in my delight, the old beggar, known for his shamelessness when it came to food, suddenly altered his demeanor. Frowning, he declared, "Let us eat later. I wish to observe the people first." My frustration towards him reached a boiling point. Noticing my dismay, Mrs. Chun hastily led me and the old beggar upstairs. My thoughts remained fixated on the tantalizing array of dishes, leaving little room for other concerns. As we ascended, the old beggar inquired, "Black boy, have you seen anything unusual?" Caught off guard by his question, I momentarily contemplated mentioning the roasted chicken, but upon reflection, I sensed the inappropriateness of my response. It dawned on me that the entire house was adorned with yellow talismanic papers, plastered across the windows, doors, and the banisters of the staircase. However, what truly piqued my curiosity was the sight that greeted me at the top of the stairs. A thick, ominous darkness enveloped the second floor, akin to a shroud of black mist or a veil of white cloth, emanating an unsettling aura. I turned to the old beggar and remarked, "Why is there such a dense fog on the second floor? I can see nothing at all." While my observation elicited little reaction from the old beggar, Mrs. Chun and the maid, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, gazing at me with expressions of disbelief. At this moment, the old beggar said, "Remove this talisman array. While it may appear to safeguard your son, in reality, it endangers him. The esteemed individual you have invited possesses inadequate skill and has caused significant harm." Pausing to gather his thoughts, the old beggar continued, addressing Madame Chun, "Do not be startled. I recognize the talisman array due to the charms affixed within your home. The shadowy veil remains invisible to me. However, my disciple possesses an innate sight which allows him to perceive everything with clarity." Madame Chun, taken aback by the old beggar's words, respectfully bowed and replied, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I shall have it dismantled at once. Yet, this place is considered a sacred ground. The individual who set it up claimed it must remain undisturbed for 49 days, lest my son's life be at stake. What do you suggest, master?" Before she could finish, the old beggar let out a disdainful snort, reached out, and tore down several yellow talisman papers affixed to the stair railing, tossing them to the ground with irritation. Is this truly a sacred ground? To harbor spirits without driving them away? After 49 days, do you believe your son will still be your son? Remove this chaotic nonsense and burn it all, without exception. Madame Chen's face paled at the old beggar's admonition, and she quickly turned to the group in the living room below, urging, "Hurry, take down all the yellow talisman papers and dispose of them." The Chen family began to bustle about, but my mind was too preoccupied to concern myself with their actions. As the master tore down those yellow talismans, I caught sight of a portion on the second floor that seemed shrouded in a black veil. Initially, it flickered chaotically for a moment before gradually fading away. As that dark curtain diminished, I began to discern the scene on the second floor and was soon met with an unbearable stench. This odor was particularly pungent, reminiscent of decay. In my childhood, I often encountered the nauseating scent of dead foxes in the mountains, and the odor emanating from the Chun family's second floor was strikingly similar, perhaps even more intense, drilling straight into my nostrils. I quickly covered my mouth and nose with my hands, though it seemed futile. Observing others, I noted they too were shielding their noses, save for the master, who furrowed his brow in concentration. He then called out, "Everyone else, go outside. Heiwa, come with me upstairs." Without waiting for me, he bounded up the stairs. The stench was overwhelming, and I had little desire to ascend. However, considering the old beggar's likely intention of confronting a spirit, curiosity once again seized my reason. After a brief hesitation, I stifled my breath and hurried up to the second floor. The Chun residence was expansive, with 7 or 8 rooms scattered across the second floor. Upon my arrival, I noticed that the doors and walls of these rooms were plastered with numerous talismans. Yet, unlike those I had seen on the first floor and the staircase, these talismans depicted fierce and menacing images, each distinct and formidable in appearance. Moreover, beneath each portrait, there lay an offering table adorned with incense burners and offerings. At a glance, these tables filled the entire corridor. I counted 36 in total. I observed the old beggar entering a room at the center of the second floor, and after standing in the corridor for a moment, I promptly followed him inside. The scene that unfolded before me left me utterly astonished. A particularly corpulent man was viciously throttling the old beggar. The beggar's eyes were rolling back, the whites glaring while the pupils were scarcely visible, indicating that he was on the brink of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the old beggar's dire predicament, my heart raced with anxiety. I scanned the room for something suitable to rescue him and spotted a rather large incense burner on the central offering table. Without a second thought, I seized it and rushed over, bringing it down upon the man's head. Instantly, the room was engulfed in a cloud of incense ash. I shattered the man's skull, but the ashes cascaded onto the old beggar's face and head. Stunned by my sudden assault and blinded by the incense ash, the rotund man loosened his grip on the old beggar's neck. At that moment, the beggar finally found the opportunity to speak, coughing as he uttered, "Black rascal, tiger claw." Cough, cough. Just as the old beggar managed to utter those words, he was choked into silence by the ash filling his mouth and nostrils. Meanwhile, the corpulent man released the old beggar, lifted his head to gaze at me, his eyes glinting with avarice, and in a few strides he stood before me, his plump hand reaching out towards me. Having comprehended the old mendicant's words, I had already produced the tiger claw hook that hung around my neck. Uncertain of its proper application, but noting the pointed tip, I acted without deliberation, slashing the corpulent man's hand with considerable force. The portly fellow, thus assaulted by the tiger claw hook, emitted a ghastly shriek and recoiled in abject terror. Witnessing the efficacy of my attack, and emboldened by an inexplicable surge of courage, I surged forward, brandishing the tiger claw hook and assailing the man with a flurry of wild, undirected strikes. The corpulent man, seemingly overcome with dread, endeavored to evade my onslaught, yet suffered several lacerations. Each successful strike elicited a cacophonous shriek, a sound of remarkable unpleasantness. As I pressed my vigorous assault, I was abruptly restrained. Turning, I beheld the old mendicant, his visage and personage liberally coated in ghostly white ash, which in concert with his tattered raiment, rendered him an emblem of utter destitution. Chapter 16. Living with grief. It was at this moment that I realized, unbeknownst to me, old Lady Chun had already knelt on the floor of the room, her voice incessantly pleading, "Master, spare my life, spare my son's life." The old beggar grasped my arm and implored, "Do not strike him any further. If you do, he may truly perish." I turned to glance at the corpulent man, who was now curled up in a corner, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on the claw-like weapon in my hand, trembling uncontrollably. I retorted to the old beggar, "If he dies, he dies. He nearly strangled you just moments ago." The old beggar replied, "The true malevolence lies not within him, but within that wretched spirit." His words stirred a sense of doubt within me, prompting me to inquire, could it be that this room harbors a ghost? However, I had seen no such apparition. The old beggar, brushing off the incense ash from his garments, explained, "He is possessed. At this moment, he embodies both a human and a ghost. The figure you see before you is simultaneously a man and a spirit." After uttering this, he turned to old Lady Chun and said, "You may rise. Rest assured. I am here to save, not to harm." It was merely a moment of carelessness that led me to be ensnared by this malevolent force. Only then did old Lady Chun, trembling, rise to her feet, her eyes filled with trepidation as she stood hunched in silence. At that moment, the old beggar shouted at the corpulent man, "Why are you not retreating to the bed? Do you wish to experience the power of the claw once more?" The stout man first cast a wary glance in my direction before rising to his feet. However, he did not comply with the beggar's request to roll onto the bed. Instead, he straightened his ample waist, as if to bolster his own courage, and then spoke, "My ancestral grave has been leveled by his family, leaving me with nowhere to go. Eventually, my soul will be scattered. Even if you accept me today, he must die. At least I would have someone to accompany me in death." The man's voice resonated like a cracked gong, a disconcerting hum that sent chills down the spine of those who listened. I was uncertain of the meaning behind their exchange, yet I instinctively understood that it was not the stout man speaking, but rather a spirit that had possessed him. The beggar replied, "I am aware that you harbor grievances and injustices. Ordinarily, I would not involve myself in such matters, but his mother, having devoted her life to piety and reverence, has cultivated numerous benevolent connections. She should not endure the anguish of losing her child. If you have a grievance, I shall assist you in voicing it. Though you may not reclaim your ancestral position, I can ensure you receive a proper spiritual elevation. What do you think of that?" Upon hearing the beggar's words, the stout man appeared contemplative, occasionally glancing at me, seemingly filled with reluctance. Observing his demeanor, the beggar snorted disdainfully, stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of me, declaring resolutely, "He is my disciple, one of us. Do you dare covet him?" Ultimately, the stout man relented, sighing as he said, "First and foremost, my descendants must ensure my proper resting place. Our ancestral grave was once a site of profound blessings, yet now its feng shui has been disturbed." At this juncture, the corpulent man appeared particularly irate. After a brief pause, he remarked, "If it is to be broken, then let it be broken. I shall not make things difficult for him. As for future generations, I can no longer concern myself. I merely wish for my offspring to have a prosperous and fulfilling future. Furthermore, if I tarnish the legacy of my ancestors, I would have no face to meet them in the afterlife. If you possess the prowess, then liberate me from the cycle of rebirth. Should you fail to fulfill these two conditions, I shall not depart from him." Upon hearing this, the old beggar sneered and replied, "Your demands are quite numerous. The first is indeed reasonable, but the second is beyond my capabilities. The cycle of rebirth is a matter for the judges of the underworld, and it is a consequence of your deeds in this mortal realm. While I can offer you solace in the afterlife, I cannot dictate the path you will tread in your next incarnation." At that moment, the stooped figure of old Lady Chun, who had been quietly observing, interjected. She addressed the corpulent man, saying, "You need not worry about your children. As you are aware, we have already compensated them handsomely. If you can part ways with my son, I will ensure they receive double the amount." Upon hearing the words of the old beggar and old Lady Chun, the corpulent man pondered for a moment before stating, "I have lived my life with integrity. I cannot believe there will be no favorable rebirth for me. And to you, old Lady Chun, since you have devoted your life to piety and virtue, I trust you will not deceive me. Very well. With that, the corpulent man reclined onto the bed. Observing this, both the old beggar and old Lady Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Once the rotund man settled himself upon the bed, the old beggar turned to the venerable Mrs. Chun and instructed her to procure a fine coffin, to establish a wake within the home, and to arrange the mourning rites, allowing the children and grandchildren to don their mourning garb and inviting friends and relatives to grieve. He insisted that, in the event of her son's demise, the funeral proceedings should be executed accordingly. For in 3 days he intended to organize a proper farewell for her son. Having delivered his message, the old beggar disregarded Mrs. Chun. Settling himself cross-legged in the center of the room, he retrieved a brass bell and a wooden fish from his yellow cloth pouch, handing the brass bell to me with the instruction, "When I chant the sutras to guide him, each time I strike the wooden fish, you shall ring the bell." I accepted the bell, noting its lustrous sheen, glimmering like gold. As I held it in my hand, it felt substantial, and with a gentle shake, the sound resonated crisply, echoing far and wide. Mimicking the old beggar's posture, I sat cross-legged on the floor while he began to chant. With each segment of his recitation, he struck the wooden fish, and I remained attentive to his hands, ringing the bell promptly upon each strike. Before long, a gust of wind swept through the room, transforming the atmosphere to feel more akin to the outdoors than an enclosed space. Stealing a glance at the rotund man upon the bed, I observed him lying still, yet an overwhelming stench emanated from his body. After approximately half an hour of chanting, I beheld an ethereal figure gradually rise from the corpulent man's form. At that moment, the old beggar stood, wooden fish in hand, continuing his incantation as he made his way toward the exit. Upon witnessing this, I hastily shook the copper bell and followed closely behind him. In that moment, I surreptitiously cast a glance back, and there, not too far behind me, and the old beggar, was the ethereal figure that had risen from the corpulent man. I surmised that this apparition was undoubtedly the spirit that had possessed the rotund individual. The old beggar led me and the ghost in a circular journey around the 3-story Chun residence, making 3 complete turns before reversing the course for another 3. Eventually, we emerged onto the bustling street and came to a halt at a crossroads. At this juncture, the old beggar ceased his incantations, turned to me, and said, "Let us proceed." Initially, I assumed he was addressing the spirit, but when I turned to glance behind, I was startled to find that there was no trace of the ghost. I quickly hurried a few steps to catch up with the old beggar and inquire, "Master, can we eat now? I feel as though I might perish from hunger." I perceived a slight tremor in the old beggar's form upon hearing my words, and when I reached his side, I heard him muttering to himself, one hand pressed against his forehead, "What a transgression! What sort of disciple have I taken on?" Upon our return to the Chun residence, a throng of over 20 individuals, both large and small, stood before the 3-story building. Upon seeing the old beggar and me approach, they promptly knelt to the ground. It was then that I recognized the person kneeling at the forefront, none other than the corpulent man who had previously lain in bed. Chapter 17. The 36 hungry ghosts. The corpulent man remained ashen, despite his burly appearance, his whole being exuding a sense of frailty. He knelt before the old beggar, bowing his head in reverence, and in a feeble voice expressed, "Master, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I shall repay you well." The old beggar appeared remarkably composed, stepping forward to stand before the gathering. After scrutinizing the stout man for a moment, he lifted his gaze and addressed everyone, "Rise, all of you." Upon uttering his command, the old beggar disregarded the stout man and ambled into the dwelling. I pondered why he had yet to mention the matter of food. Just then the old beggar turned back and said, "Fetch some food. Bring me whatever is good. The provisions in your abode are no longer fit for consumption." After making his request, he cast a sidelong glance in my direction, as if he had discerned my earlier unspoken thoughts. A flush of embarrassment washed over my face, and I hurriedly approached him, eager to flatter, "Master, I fear not the stench. I shall stay here with you tonight." The old beggar raised an eyebrow. "Stay? Do you not realize there are 36 hungry ghosts within? Do you truly believe you will find peace in slumber?" Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, The thought of 36 hungry ghosts was indeed terrifying. I couldn't help but feel regret for my earlier sycophancy. Yet, the old beggar seemed unconcerned with my trepidation, uttering a statement that sent shivers down my spine. "Be cautious tonight. Have you not noticed how particularly appealing you are to the spirits? All 36 hungry ghosts have their eyes on you. Should you neglect this warning, do not blame your master for not forewarning you." Observing the solemn expression on the old beggar's face, I realized that he spoke the truth, and an unsettling fear began to creep into my heart. The events that unfolded later confirmed the old beggar's words. That night, I came perilously close to meeting my end. After the old beggar instructed the Chun family to prepare a feast, I indulged in a meal that remains etched in my memory. In hindsight, the fare was not particularly extravagant, consisting merely of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. However, during those hard times, a meal featuring meat felt akin to a festival. Thus, when a plethora of delectable dishes graced the table, I felt an overwhelming joy that nearly overwhelmed me. As I partook in this feast, I adhered to the customs imparted by my master, specifically the 4 prohibitions that we sorcerers observe: celestial geese, terrestrial fish, plowing oxen, and war horses. On that occasion, 3 of those items were present on the table: goose legs, sweet and sour carp, and braised beef. The other dishes were tolerable, but as a child with a particular fondness for sweets, I was irresistibly drawn to the sweet and sour carp. However, the old beggar swiftly knocked my chopsticks away and proceeded to explain the rules of the 4 prohibitions. Helpless, I could only watch as the Chun family maid whisked the sweet and sour carp away, leaving me to ponder its absence for an extended period. I shall refrain from recounting the series of amusing incidents that transpired during the meal, which took place in the Chun family's 3-story residence. I vaguely recall that the room might have harbored an unpleasant odor, which, by all accounts, should have been present. Yet perhaps due to the allure of the sumptuous dishes before me, I cannot distinctly remember whether it truly existed or not. The usually gluttonous old beggar, on that particular day, consumed only a meager amount of food, subsequently remaining seated with a grave expression as he imbibed copious amounts of wine. After the meal, he summoned me to his side and cautioned, "This evening is bound to be extraordinary. You must exercise utmost vigilance, keeping your eyes wide open. Should anything approach you, use the tiger claw to scratch it mercilessly. And above all, remember, no matter how weary you feel, under no circumstances should you succumb to sleep." At the mention of this, a wave of trepidation washed over me once more. In those days, I was still quite young, easily forgetting my fear of ghosts in the presence of delectable treats, yet the thought of spirits would quickly overshadow the taste of any culinary delight. Subsequently, the old beggar instructed the Leaf family to prepare glutinous rice, vermilion, poria, and angelica, and then sent them all away, urging them to keep their distance, warning that none should return until dawn. Once the Leaf family departed, the expansive 3-story building was left with only the 2 of us, master and disciple. By then, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and an unsettling silence fell over the room, causing a shiver to creep down my spine. The old beggar guided me throughout the entire building, making various arrangements in each room, before returning to the chamber occupied by the rotund man on the 2nd floor. Thereafter, the old beggar donned a long yellow robe he retrieved from his pouch and seated himself cross-legged before an altar. He instructed me to stand vigil at the door, emphasizing the importance of alertness, insisting that I must call out immediately should anything intrude. From a moment, I became acquainted with the old beggar. He always exuded an air of nonchalance. However, that day, he appeared profoundly grave throughout our encounter. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon me. In recalling his ominous words about attracting spirits, my sense of dread gradually intensified, causing my heart to pound incessantly. Yet, the old beggar seemed to think my fear was insufficient. He insisted that I extinguish all the lights in the room, claiming that with my celestial vision, I would see more clearly in darkness, and that the illumination would only serve to confuse me. Once the lights were extinguished, the room was enveloped in an impenetrable blackness. I stood beside the old beggar, my gaze fixated intently on the doorway, too apprehensive to even blink. The old beggar remained silent, and in the still, dark room, The only sounds were the breaths of the two of us. This continued for approximately 10 minutes, when suddenly, a clattering noise echoed from the hallway, reminiscent of a metal object crashing to the floor. In the stillness of the night, this unexpected sound sent a shiver down my spine, compelling me to inch closer to the old beggar. At that moment, he cautioned, "Be careful. It is coming." The unknown and the unpredictable are often the most terrifying. His words sent my already heightened anxiety soaring to my throat, and I felt my legs weaken. Trembling, I confessed to him, "Master, I am afraid." The old beggar replied, "Fear must be endured. What is destined for you will come to pass, sooner or later." As I was about to express further thoughts, a figure suddenly flashed at the door. Strangely enough, in the depths of that dark room, I distinctly perceived his appearance the moment he entered. My initial impression was that a performer had arrived, for he wore a black hat atop his head and donned a vibrant red robe. He resembled the painted faces of those in traditional Chin opera, with large, round eyes, a wide mouth, and a chaotic, unkempt beard that gave him a rugged appearance. The instant he stepped into the room, I was so startled that I let out a piercing scream, exclaiming loudly, "Someone has entered." Chapter 18. The 36 pure food ghosts. As soon as I finished speaking, the old beggar swiftly drew a peachwood sword from his yellow cloth pouch. With the sword in his left hand and his right hand gripping the blade, he made a swift motion, and a spray of blood instantly stained the sword's surface. Following this, the old beggar bellowed, "Delicious offerings for the deities of the mortal realm, and the fruits of the underworld to nourish the spirits. From whence do you come? Return there at once." With his words hanging in the air, the bloodied peachwood sword emitted a beam of light as it sliced toward the figure that had just entered. The moment that figure crossed the threshold, I noted the avarice in his gaze directed at me, while he seemed to disregard the old beggar entirely. He lunged toward my direction, yet it was precisely this movement that brought him within the reach of the old beggar's sword. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the figure collapsed against the doorframe, finally casting a wary glance at the old beggar. By this time, the old beggar had sheathed the peachwood sword in his left hand, while his right hand had formed a two-finger gesture. With an expression of righteous indignation, he addressed the figure, "Which path do you, the 36 pure food ghosts, hail from?" The figure, upon hearing the old beggar's inquiry, shifted his body slightly toward the outside before responding, "I'm a pure food ghost on the road home. Since you are aware of our renown, how dare you obstruct us here?" As he spoke, the self-proclaimed pure food ghost's eyes darted back and forth, glancing at the old beggar and then at me, as if pondering something within. His voice was more grating than the cawing of a crow, akin to the dissonant sound produced when rubber grinds against rubber, a noise that could set one's teeth on edge. The old beggar let out a cold grunt from his nose and remarked, "There is sustenance for you along the path of the underworld. This family is ignorant. Having harbored you for so many days, it is time for your departure. This is not a place for your kind. Do you not fear the judge of the underworld, holding you accountable for your transgressions?" Upon hearing the old beggar's words, the ghost of the glutton on the road home appeared visibly apprehensive, with an expression of great reluctance. He cast a sidelong glance at me before swiftly retreating through the door. As he exited, I exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired of the old beggar, "Why does that ghost seem like an actor? What is this 36 paths of gluttonous spirits?" The old beggar, however, chose not to address my query. "Do not dwell on idle thoughts," he cautioned. "This is merely the beginning. They will not relent easily. Keep a vigilant eye on the 36 paths." No sooner had the old beggar's words left his lips than I beheld 3 or 4 figures surge through the doorway. I instinctively drew in a sharp breath. These new arrivals were clad in ancient garb, resembling the menacing visage of the prior ghost. They entered the room without pause, some lunging towards the old beggar, while a couple made directly for me. I shouted, "They're back. Several of them have come." As I cried out, I hastily retreated, clutching my tiger claw hook, though my heart was beset by fear and trepidation. As 2 specters lunged toward me, fear gripped my heart, rendering me oblivious to my surroundings. I screamed in terror, instinctively flailing my claw-like hands before my eyes. I am uncertain whether my cries frightened them or if my frantic gestures deterred them. But when I finally opened my eyes, I found that both apparitions had mysteriously vanished. Glancing over at the old beggar, I saw him still sitting cross-legged, his right hand forming a gesture of two fingers, blood dripping steadily from his palm. I rushed to his side, my voice trembling as I confessed, "Master, I am afraid." The old beggar scolded me with palpable anger. "I have told you before, you must not fear the ghosts. Rather, it is they who should fear you. Steady yourself. There are at most 36 of them. If you endure this night, you may yet safeguard your parents." His tone was stern, and it marked the first time he had reprimanded me so harshly. His mention of my parents ignited a profound longing for their safety, allowing me to regain my composure amidst my fear of him. As his chastisement subsided, he bellowed toward the entrance. "The only reason I refrain from using lethal force is that you have duties in the underworld. I do not wish to sever ties with the netherrealm. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" My gaze fixated on the doorway, where I discerned numerous shadowy figures moving in the distance. As I scrutinized their forms, I recalled the images affixed to the walls and doors when I had arrived on the second floor of the Chen residence. They were unmistakably the very same figures. At that time, I was already aware that those outside the door were the 36 pure food spirits spoken of by the old beggar. After the incident concluded, the old beggar specifically recounted the matter to me. It turns out that in the underworld, there are 4 halls of Yama and 10 judges, each subdivided into various professions, all fulfilling their respective duties in managing the affairs of the underworld. The 36 pure food spirits are exclusively responsible for consuming the offerings brought by the deceased family. These offerings must not pass into the mouths of the spirits themselves. Instead, the 36 pure food spirits partake in these offerings to prevent the spirits from becoming fixated on their past lives. However, this consumption follows a certain protocol, as the allocation of pure food spirits is determined by the last fixation of each spirit during their lifetime. Regardless of whether a person experiences wealth or poverty, their existence merely represents a journey through life. Thus, the so-called fixations are categorized based on the paths traversed during that life. Hence the title of the 36 pure food spirits. For instance, if a person dies while attempting to return home, their fixation lies in the inability to reach their abode, and therefore, the food offerings provided by the deceased family are consumed by the pure food spirits associated with the journey home. Additionally, there are spirits for various other fixations, such as those related to scholarly success, warmth of home, property acquisition, parental affection, and filial piety, amounting to a total of 36 paths. On that fateful day, our adversaries were none other than the 36 gluttonous spirits. Following the incident involving Chun Gongheng, the Chun family sought the assistance of an adept, purportedly capable, yet ultimately ineffectual in exorcising the malevolent entity afflicting Chun Gongheng. Instead, this individual resorted to summoning the 36 gluttonous spirits to form a shroud of darkness, nourishing them lavishly in an attempt to contain the noxious stench emanating from Chun Gongheng's corpse. Though this shroud may not have obstructed human passage, it effectively hindered the detection of spirits, preventing the underworld from discovering the ghost clinging to Chun Gongheng and suppressing the foul odor. While this appeared to resolve the immediate dilemma, such a strategy only served to nurture both the 36 gluttonous spirits and the entity tormenting Chun Gongheng. This misguided approach, akin to quenching thirst with poison, would inevitably lead to Chun Gongheng's demise, depleting his life force in a most tragic manner. These matters may seem overly arcane, as they primarily concern practitioners like us, rendering them inconsequential to the average person. Nonetheless, I feel compelled to elucidate a few points here. Please do not take them too seriously while reading. Merely acknowledge their existence. There is much more to discuss regarding the underworld, and articulating it all would likely become rather tedious. Moreover, being overly informed may not necessarily be advantageous, so I shall strive to keep my explanation succinct. Chapter 19. The Celestial Formation on that day. The old beggar issued a stern warning to the 36 gluttonous spirits lingering outside the door, threatening that anyone who dared to enter would face dire consequences. Yet, not a single specter retreated. Instead, one of the gluttonous spirits outside remarked, "We do not wish to be your adversaries, but that child beside you is simply too tempting. If we can capture him, promotions and wealth will be mere trifles, and the entire underworld would be at our command. Therefore, we must make an attempt, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, a chill gripped my heart. The old beggar was indeed correct. I was remarkably favored by these spirits. Yet, was I truly of such value? What purpose could they have in taking me to the underworld? The intentions of the gluttonous spirits were unmistakably sinister. While I trembled in fear, the old beggar remained unperturbed, boldly shouting at the spirits outside. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Feel free to try your luck. Do you truly believe that the Tianxian sect is a pushover? Cackling laughter echoed from outside, as one of the gluttonous spirits taunted. Is there even a Tianxian sect left? Just you, an old man. What storms can you stir? Today, we shall take you along with him. No sooner had the words left their lips than I felt the temperature within the room plummet, enveloping us in an even more oppressive and chilling atmosphere. I could not help but shudder. Although fear still gripped my heart, the sharp reprimand from the old beggar had ignited within me a heightened sense of vigilance. Clutching the tiger claw hook tightly in my hand, I stood ready to confront the impending threat of the voracious ghost. At that moment, I was unaware of the origins of this tiger claw hook, yet I understood it was the sole object in my possession that could potentially contend with the ghost. A sudden chill swept through the room, and the old beggar's countenance transformed into one of extreme coldness. He cautioned me not to stray too far from him. With a swift motion, he drew a peachwood sword, piercing through a string of yellow talismans laid upon the altar before us. Simultaneously, he formed a hand gesture and recited a few incantations, culminating in a powerful exclamation. I summoned the breaking dark sword to sever spirits and vanquish demons. No sooner had the old beggar's words echoed through the air than a loud, crackling sound erupted, and the yellow talismans adorning the peachwood sword ignited in flames. As the talismans burned, a slight warmth began to permeate the frigid atmosphere of the room. I then beheld the astonishing transformation. Once the talismans were consumed, the peachwood sword in the old beggar's grasp radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a sword forged of pure gold. At that very moment, 36 voracious ghosts had already infiltrated the room, encircling both the old beggar and me, leaving no avenue of escape. Yet, they merely surrounded us without launching an attack, each assuming a stance as if to form a formation. Upon witnessing the old beggar summon the breaking dark sword, one of the ghosts exclaimed, "Brothers, aside from this old Taoist, capture the yin-yang child and take him to the underworld. From this day forth, we shall roam freely in the nether realm. Activate the 36 celestial formation." As the voice of the glutton echoed, a chorus of similar souls erupted in unison. In that instant, I felt a wave of disorientation wash over me. The room, which had once seemed crowded with the influx of these gluttons, now appeared to have transformed into a vast expanse. Upon glancing around, I realized we were no longer within the confines of the room. Instead, we stood on an open plain, devoid of any trace of the 36 gluttons. A surge of anxiety gripped my heart, prompting me to inquire of the old beggar, "Master, where are we?" The old beggar, with a footfall imbued with arcane grace, wielded his tattered, ghostly sword, slicing through the inky night sky with deft precision. He called out to me, "Stay focused, keep your eyes peeled. If something approaches, use the tiger claw to ensnare it." I trailed closely behind him, struggling to match his enigmatic strides and swift pace, panting heavily. Yet, I dared not relax. My grip on the tiger claw trembled, palms slick with perspiration. The old beggar unleashed a flurry of strikes against the seemingly empty night, then suddenly retracted his ghostly sword, positioning it behind him. His right hand formed a peculiar gesture before his chest, as he chanted a few verses of incantation and pointed toward a specific point in the night sky, exclaiming, "If you do not reveal yourself now, when will you?" At the moment his finger extended, the darkened sky quivered, and in an instant, a cacophony erupted around us, reverberating with a series of thuds. Suddenly, the figures of the 36 gluttons reappeared in our midst. They appeared as though they had plummeted from the heavens, disheveled and grimy, with several of them clad in tattered robes. It was only later that I learned the recent flurry of the old beggar's sword had expelled all the gluttonous specters concealed within the formation. The specters, evidently taken aback by the old beggar's swift dismantling of their 36 celestial formation, wore expressions of extreme discontent. One of the specters, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation, remarked to the old beggar, "You are indeed no ordinary Taoist. To have breached the 36 celestial formation is no small feat." The old beggar remained steadfast, sword in hand, and with a cold smirk, retorted, "Do you believe your malevolent tricks deserve the title of celestial? If you recognize the prowess of this Taoist, why do you not flee?" The specter cast a glance in my direction, exchanging glances with his fellow specters, and in an instant, an expression of hatred surfaced in their eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Brothers, let us fight to the end." Before he could finish, he lunged towards me. The other specters followed suit, shrieking as they charged at both me and the old beggar. The old beggar shouted, "Watch out, boy," and swiftly positioned himself beside me, engaging the advancing specters in combat. Strangely, despite my initial fear of these phantoms, the moment the old beggar defended me, while striking down the gluttonous specters, a surge of courage ignited within me. Unfazed by the grotesque visages of the specters lunging towards me, I gripped my clawed weapon and slashed at those who approached. The tiger claw hook is indeed a sacred relic of tyrannical malevolence. The old beggar later revealed to me that this tiger claw hook is one of the divine artifacts left behind by the founder of the Tianqian sect. Extracted from the claw of a tiger that lived for over 50 years, directly corresponding to the white tiger among the four symbols. It was refined with the founder's own blood, becoming a haunting nightmare for the myriad of malevolent spirits. The Tianqian sect also possessed another sacred artifact known as the fire spirit fan. In bygone days, the founder wielded these two relics as he traversed both the mortal realm and the netherworld, instilling terror in all unruly entities. However, after a millennium, the Tianqian sect gradually fell into decline, ultimately leaving only the old beggar behind, while the whereabouts of the fire spirit fan became a mystery. Fortunately, the tiger claw hook remained intact. This, however, is a tale for another time. Chapter 20. Almost captured by a ghost on that fateful day, I found myself entangled with those gluttonous spirits, wielding my tiger claw hook with determination. I focused intently on any approaching entity, slicing through the air with precision. Each strike elicited a piercing scream from the specter I encountered. After several encounters, the gluttonous spirits grew increasingly wary, especially with the old beggar steadfastly by my side. Thus, although the situation appeared perilous, I emerged unscathed. Reflecting on that day, I realized it was my inaugural battle against ghosts, and at the tender age of 12, I managed to hold my own against such a multitude. It is, without a doubt, a testament to an inherent talent. As the old beggar proclaimed, I was destined to be a sorcerer. However, as the saying goes, a good dog cannot withstand a pack of wolves. How foolish of me to tempt fate. It is also said that one person cannot fend off two dogs. What chance did I have against 36 spirits? Initially, buoyed by the might of my tiger claw hook and the old beggar's protection, I fought with ease. Yet, as the struggle persisted, the gluttonous spirits resorted to a relentless war of attrition, overwhelming both me and the old beggar. Soon, I felt my strength waning. My body no longer moved with the agility it once had. Finally, in a moment of misstep while dodging, I fell to the ground. As I hit the earth, 4 or 5 gluttonous spirits pounced upon me with ferocity. Some pressed down upon me, while others seized my arms, and I was unable to muster any resistance before they lifted me away. The old beggar, upon witnessing this, erupted into a frenzy, shouting, "Who dares to lay a finger on him? I shall ensure they are forever denied the chance of rebirth." With a sudden cry, he thrust the broken sword into his heart, and I, held captive by the gluttonous specters, was taken aback by the shocking spectacle, pondering whether the old beggar had lost his senses and resorted to self-destruction. Yet in the next moment, the old beggar forcefully withdrew the sword from his chest, its blade now drenched in crimson. The once golden sword shimmered with a vivid scarlet glow. With a fierce swing, he aimed the weapon at the 2 specters blocking his path, and with a resounding thud, he cleaved them in 2. Witnessing this, the specters gripping me visibly trembled, fear evident in their demeanor. One of them exclaimed, This old fool dares to sacrifice his lifeblood for the sword. He is determined to fight to the death. Forget everything else. We must return to the underworld with the yin-yang child. With that, they lifted me into the air. Hearing their words sent a chill down my spine. This was the second time the specters had mentioned the yin-yang child, and I understood they referred to me. They intended to take me to the underworld, and I was left to wonder what awaited me there. Overcome with fear, I cried out, "Master, save me. The old beggar has gone mad." The beggar, in his frenzy, had driven the broken sword into his heart, amplifying its power, but inflicting grave injury upon himself, his chest bleeding profusely. It was only later that I learned such a secret technique was a last resort for sorcerers, a desperate measure employed, but once in a lifetime, accompanied by dire repercussions. In a valiant attempt to save me, he fought with unwavering resolve, disregarding all concerns for his own safety. This is also the reason why, despite my deep-seated disdain for my profession, I dare not exhibit the slightest negligence. The old beggar has placed immense expectations upon me and has sacrificed too much. For his sake, I must persevere. At that moment, the old beggar brandished a tattered sword glinting with crimson, charging towards my direction with fervent cries. Any gluttonous specter that dared to obstruct his path was cleaved into oblivion, blood gushing from his chest, staining him entirely, rendering him akin to a demon from the abyss. Yet, despite his ferocity, he could not catch up to the gluttonous specters who carried me away. Those specters soared into the sky, taking me further from him, while the figures of the old beggar and the other specters dwindled in size on the ground. I screamed hoarsely, struggling desperately. The tiger claw pendant hanging from my chest grew increasingly hot. I yearned to use it against the specter that grasped me, but my hands were firmly held, rendering me powerless to retrieve it. Just as the old beggar's form became increasingly indistinct, I faintly heard a cry. "Please, the two young ones, reveal yourselves." As the cry faded, the tiger claw pendant on my chest trembled, emanating a blinding radiance. The brilliance overwhelmed my vision, leaving me in darkness. The anguished cries of the gluttonous specters echoed around me, and I suddenly felt my body loosen, plummeting towards the ground. As I plummeted, I faintly perceived two familiar figures drifting towards me from the heavens. Straining to discern their forms more clearly, I ultimately failed. The moment my body struck the ground, darkness enveloped me, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. I awoke, assailed by a foul odor. When my senses returned, I found myself on the bed in the home of Chen Gongheng. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the pallid visage of the old beggar, who loomed close, nearly pressing his face against mine, his exhalations wafting a rancid stench my way. The instant I stirred, his signature yellowed grin emerged, and he chuckled, "Thank heavens, you have finally awakened." Seeing his wan complexion stirred a pang of sorrow within me, and the events of the previous night rushed back into vivid clarity. I recalled the old beggar's frantic state as I was taken away, his bloodied form still vivid in my mind's eye. At that moment, an unexpected compassion welled up for this old man, whom I had often disparaged in my thoughts. I reached out to touch his face and inquired, "Master, are you well? I remember you lost a great deal of blood." Before I could finish, tears began to stream down my cheeks. The old beggar seemed taken aback by my gesture. His smile faltered for an instant before he revealed his yellowed teeth again, chuckling in a deliberately pompous tone. "I'm fine. I am your master. What could possibly be wrong with me? It is you, little rascal, who nearly lost your life, causing me no small amount of worry. It is of no concern. Your awakening brings me great relief, and soon you'll be a lively little rascal once more." The old beggar rambled on with countless trivialities, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears, a veil to conceal his true feelings. In that moment, I secretly vowed to learn the old man's craft, so that when I next encountered a ghost, I could protect him. In retrospect, that scene still envelopes me in an extraordinary warmth. However, this warmth was soon shattered. It seemed as though the old beggar was particularly unaccustomed to his own peculiarities, just as I had begun to construct an elevated image of him as my master. He swiftly dismantled it. Chapter 21. Chen Gongheng and a mouse. After the old beggar had rambled on with a plethora of words, he abruptly turned his attention to the outside, shouting, "Hurry! Bring my obedient disciple, some delectable food, a portion of that sweet and sour carp from yesterday, some braised beef, and a leg of goose. I was momentarily taken aback. Just the night before, the old beggar had regaled me with notions of celestial geese, terrestrial fish, plowing oxen, and war horses being off limits. How could he so swiftly abandon his vows? When I inquired about this contradiction, he replied, "I noticed your mouth watering yesterday, and having just survived a harrowing ordeal, what do such restrictions matter? Eat freely, indulge as you desire." I placed my hand upon my forehead, mimicking the old beggar's previous soliloquy, exclaiming, "Heaven above, what sort of master have I taken on? You wretched disciple." The old beggar continued to expound upon various notions, mentioning phrases akin to meat and wine passing through the intestines, yet remaining in the Buddha's heart. Though I could hardly retain them all, nevertheless, it was evident that despite his grievous injuries and a complexion that was somewhat alarmingly pale, his spirits soared. Later, the old beggar confided that day was the happiest of his life, for I had successfully navigated a critical trial the previous evening. Prior to that, he had wrestled with the decision of whether to allow me to partake in the battle against the 36 ghostly gluttons, ultimately conceding to my involvement. This was a gamble on his part, intending to instill in me a clearer understanding of the spectral entities, to make me acutely aware of my precarious position that attracted their attention. Thus, he thrust me into an immense challenge, while my comprehension of such phantoms remained shrouded in ambiguity. He expressed his desire for me to mature swiftly, for time was of the essence. After enduring various experiences, I have come to comprehend the profound intentions behind the old beggar's words, which has deepened my respect for him. That period in my life may have seemed merely a phase of curiosity and experimentation, yet for the old beggar and the celestial sect he spoke of, it was a time fraught with unprecedented peril. I must acknowledge that the old beggar's arrangements were indeed successful, although recounting this experience now feels akin to crafting a novel. At that time, it profoundly shook my spirit. I was merely 12 years old, still a child, yet that encounter forced my innocent heart to confront the realities of the crisis I faced, planting the seeds for my future dedication to mastering the arcane arts and enhancing my abilities. My apologies for digressing. That day, I relished the sweet and sour carp, and I vividly recall the look exchanged between the Chun family members when they brought back the dishes that the old beggar had previously requested to be removed. I surmise they must have doubted that we were merely two charlatans indulging in food and drink. However, the principal party, Chun Gonghung, would not entertain such thoughts. The previous day, the old beggar had arranged for the Chun family to prepare a coffin, a wake, and all necessary funeral items. And the Chun family's response was remarkably prompt. By dawn the following day, everything was in place. Upon hearing the old beggar's account, it became evident that prior to this moment, when Madame Chun and Chun Gonghung returned home to find me, unconscious and bloodied, alongside the old beggar, they were taken aback. The entire family expressed their profound gratitude to the old beggar, nearly prostrating themselves in reverence. The old beggar endeavored to provide Chun Gonghung with a proper farewell. He revealed to me that the malevolent spirit tormenting Chun Gonghung could no longer be classified solely as a ghost. After its demise, its deep-seated resentment led it to possess Chun Gonghung. In a strict sense, its existence intertwines with Chun Gonghung's life in an alternate form. The previous night, the old beggar had chanted scriptures, liberating this spirit from Chun Gonghung. Yet it merely transformed into a lingering essence rather than transitioning into a true ghost bound for the underworld, remaining instead to haunt the mortal realm. To ensure this spirit's peaceful passage to the afterlife, free from causing turmoil in the human world, it was imperative to conduct a living funeral according to earthly rites. The spirit had already undergone one funeral, and since its essence was now linked to Chun Gonghung, it was necessary to perform a living farewell for Chun Gonghung to facilitate the spirit's departure. The concept of a living funeral has persisted through the ages. Many individuals, after experiencing profound events, feel as though they have died and thus seek to hold a living funeral to signify their rebirth, which is not inherently ominous. At that time, the foul odor of decay emanating from Chun Gonghung had completely vanished, and the affliction that had tormented him for a year or two was miraculously cured by the old beggar's intervention. Naturally, Chun Gonghung held the old beggar in the highest regard and complied wholeheartedly with his directives. On that day, as we emerged from the dining hall, Chun Gonghung had already reclined within his coffin. The Chun family, in a manner befitting a genuine funeral, had adorned the mourning hall with filial banners, and the presence of dutiful sons and virtuous grandsons was unmistakable. Although it resembled a funeral, the rites observed were indistinguishable from those of an authentic burial. The old beggar, despite his frail condition, presided over the funeral rituals, including the preparation of the body, the lamentation, the offering of paper money, the procession of the coffin, and the interment. Naturally, Chun Gonghung would not truly be laid to rest. He was merely carried over a slope, across a bridge, through a fire pit, and past a crossroads, before being returned to the starting point. Subsequently, Chun Gonghung emerged from the coffin, and the assembled family incinerated the coffin before the mourning hall, thereby concluding the entire ceremony. It was only then that both the departed and the living could be deemed to have reached their destined places. Once all was said and done, evening had descended, and Chun Gonghung hosted a thank-you banquet at his own hotel, insisting that the old beggar and I attend as a gesture of gratitude. Although the stench of death had dissipated from Chun Gonghung, he still appeared remarkably frail, dressed in heavy garments despite the warm August weather, and his body emanated a chill. After lying in the coffin for an entire day and undergoing such exertion, he seemed utterly enervated, despite his robust build. It felt as though a mere breath could lift him away. Given his condition, the old beggar resolutely refused to allow him to exert himself further, suggesting that he should focus on recuperating and forego the banquet. Chun Gonghung, feeling particularly indebted, insisted on offering a substantial sum of money to the old beggar as a token of appreciation. The old beggar took a stack of bills from the top and directly tossed it in my arms, instructing me to take it home to my parents. I had been present during the conversation between Chun Gonghung and the old beggar. Observing Chun Gonghung's demeanor, I always sensed an underlying incongruity, yet upon closer inspection, I could discern no apparent anomaly, leaving me in a state of perplexity. I shared my feelings with the old beggar, who furrowed his brow in agreement, expressing that he too found Chun Gonghung's demeanor to be unusually insubstantial. Since I had also perceived something amiss, there must indeed be further complications. He then summoned Chun Gonghung back, instructing him to lie down on the bed for a thorough examination. It was once again my keen insight that revealed the issue with Chun Gonghung. As he reclined on the bed, the old beggar, resembling a physician, meticulously inspected Chun Gonghung from head to toe and calculated for a considerable time. Yet he failed to uncover any definitive clues, merely stating that he sensed something was amiss without being able to articulate what it was. However, when Chun Gonghung bent down to don his shoes, I caught sight of a segment of flesh on his waist, revealing a peculiar black tattoo. At that moment, I was unaware of the existence of tattoos and simply found it odd that Chun Gonghung would choose to adorn his body with the image of a rat. Moreover, the rat appeared almost lifelike. As I gazed upon it, it seemed to me that its eyes flickered with movement. In astonishment, I inquired of Chun Gonghung, "Why is there a rat on your waist?" Chapter 22. The Flower Gate. Upon hearing my words, Chun Gonghung suddenly began to tremble violently, panic-stricken as he patted his waist, as if in a state of sheer terror. His body shook uncontrollably, resembling a sieve, and his already pale complexion grew even more ashen. Grasping the arm of the old beggar with desperation, he cried out, as if on the verge of tears, "Master, save me. I'm afraid of mice." His reaction left me momentarily astonished. How could such a robust man be so frightened by a mere rodent? Yet the old beggar remained remarkably composed, muttering to himself, "So that is the case." He then performed a gesture with his fingers, reciting a few incantations before lightly tapping Chun Gonghung's forehead. At that instant, Chun Gonghung fell silent, his eyes rolling back, and his corpulent form collapsed onto the bed. Observing this, I inquired in astonishment, "What has happened to him?" The old beggar did not respond to my question, but instead asked, "You mentioned seeing a mouse on his waist? What color was it?" I replied it was black, as if drawn on, yet seemed alive. The old beggar pondered for a moment, and then said, "He has fallen victim to a fright from a mouse. It appears we must remain here for another couple of days." Curious, I asked, "What is a fright from mouse?" The old beggar explained, "Just a trivial matter of some dubious practices." With that, he turned to glance at the unconscious Chun Gonghung, snorted disdainfully, and remarked, "He must have committed some nefarious deed." I could not comprehend, so I inquired further, "Are you suggesting that this frightened mouse is also a ghost? Is it more formidable than the 36 varieties of the gluttonous specters?" The old beggar replied, "It can be described as a ghost, yet it is not a true ghost. However, this time we shall not contend with spirits, but with humans." His assertion that the frightened mouse is both ghostly and not left me perplexed, yet the notion of not battling phantoms eased my mind considerably. I would not dare encounter any of those 36 gluttonous specters. Who knows what might transpire if one were to inadvertently be ensnared in the realm of the afterlife? Yet, at that moment, I did not anticipate that the perils of confronting humans could be equally, if not more, treacherous than engaging with ghosts. Particularly in recent years, I have found that contending with the supernatural often seems simpler than grappling with mankind. Knowing that the frightened mouse is not a genuine ghost only heightened my curiosity, especially regarding how it was depicted upon Chun Gongheng's waist, rendered with such lifelike precision. The mouse's eyes were particularly captivating. At first glance, they appeared to dart about mischievously, exuding an aura of slyness. However, when I attempted to focus and discern its true nature, it became utterly still. I questioned the old beggar about this peculiar phenomenon, and his response left me utterly exasperated. "I do not know. I cannot even see if there is a mouse on his waist. All I can perceive is a dark blotch, a blotch, a blotch." His description left me in disarray, yet what followed was even more repulsive. It looks as though he has finished his business without wiping. At that moment, I was rather disinclined to engage with him, for I was savoring a piece of candy, and his nauseating words rendered even the sweetness of the confection tasteless. Yet, my insatiable curiosity compelled me to inquire, "Since you cannot discern that it is a rat, how do you know it is a startled rodent?" The old beggar retorted, "Isn't it you who mentioned it was a rat?" A surge of exasperation welled within me. "Very well, it seems the fault lies with me and my titanium alloy." I truly wished to roll my eyes in exasperation at this old man. Fortunately, the beggar, in a rather self-satisfied manner, elucidated black spots on the waist, with an overpowering yawn. The beggar's way is to rectify the disloyal. This was an old trick of the beggar's sect, and having traversed many a difficulty in the north, I could hardly be deceived. However, I was perplexed. It had been years since I had heard of this beggar's sect, and now it seemed to have resurfaced. The old beggar's explanation shed light on why he had failed to notice the rat on Chun Gongheng, yet recognized it as a startled rodent. Nevertheless, I had never encountered the beggar's sect before, and my interest was piqued. I promptly found a comfortable spot to settle in and implored the old beggar to regale me with tales of the past. Meanwhile, Chun Gongheng lay there like a lifeless pig, his body occasionally twitching, leaving me uncertain whether he was awake or still in slumber. Observing my eagerness for a story, the old beggar seized the opportunity to flaunt his narrative prowess. At that moment, after sipping a cup of tea and clearing my throat, I began to speak with a rather self-important air. The Huazi sect is in essence a lineage of Taoism, albeit a rather obscure one. They adhere to a principle known as aid one, not two, promising lifelong prosperity to their patrons. However, they're also committed to eradicating evil. This means that if someone seeks their assistance, they will undertake only one task for that individual, but expect a lifetime of incense offerings in return. Moreover, anyone they confront must be guilty of wrongdoing, and once they accept a job, they are determined to eliminate the target completely. In my youth, my understanding of right and wrong was not yet profound. Upon hearing that the Huazi practitioners targeted evildoers, I naively assumed they must be virtuous themselves. Thus, when the old beggar articulated this notion, I innocently praised the Huazi sect for their role in confronting malevolence. The old beggar, upon hearing my remarks, sharply pinched my nose and admonished me. Such thoughts are misguided. Although the Huazi sect seeks to eliminate evil, they simultaneously perpetuate violence. Some individuals, despite their misdeeds, do not deserve death, yet they disregard this distinction. Once they take on a task, they are certain to ensure the demise of the individual. Furthermore, their methods of execution are not direct killings, but rather torturous, drawn-out processes leading to death. A cruel practice indeed. Thus, the Huazi sect is consistently classified as a nefarious faction, and you have the audacity to commend them. At that time, I struggled to grasp his perspective fully. I believe that wicked individuals deserve to be punished, and the more severe the punishment, the better. However, fearing another reprimand from the old beggar, I refrained from voicing my dissent. Turning to glance at Chun Gonghung, who lay on the bed, I lowered my voice and inquired of the old beggar, "What wicked deeds has this fellow committed? Will the master intervene on his behalf?" The old beggar cast a sidelong glance at Chun Gonghung and snorted disdainfully. "Undoubtedly, it is of a lascivious nature." I asked, "What do you mean?" The old beggar replied, "You young rascal, some truths are best left undiscovered. Allow me to impart the principles governing the ways of the beggar's sect. They wield 3 primary forms of sorcery, each designed to confront individuals guilty of 3 heinous acts. First, there is the 5 bats punishment for filial disobedience, wherein 5 bats are nurtured within the body of those who are unfilial to their parents, until their hearts and livers are completely devoured and their lifeblood drained. Secondly, long worms to eradicate tyranny addresses those who, emboldened by strength or martial prowess, perpetrate acts of bullying and oppression, terrorizing others without cause. The remedy is to implant within them a species of elongated worm that replaces their sinews and bones, compelling them to inflict torment upon themselves in various gruesome manners, until they ultimately perish by their own hand, all while remaining fully aware of their actions. Lastly, there is startling the mouse to conquer lust, which afflicts those who fall prey to such vices by introducing a mouse into their bodies, trading its courage for theirs, thereby subjecting them to a life of perpetual terror, ultimately leading to their demise from sheer fright. Chapter 23. The Frightened Mouse, the Old Beggar. Pausing to cast a sidelong glance at the figure of Chun Gonghung reclining upon the bed, raised his voice to continue, just like the one lying there at first. He merely heard the scurrying of mice and felt a fleeting fear upon seeing them dart about. Eventually, however, the mere mention of the word mouse would invoke a profound terror within him. When the creature upon his waist finally revealed itself in all its ghastly form, even the softest breath directed his way would send him into a paroxysm of dread, ultimately leading to his very demise from sheer fright. As the old beggar recounted this tale, I observed Chun Gonghung's body twitching uncontrollably, particularly exacerbated with each utterance of the word mouse by the beggar. Before the old man's words had fully dissipated into the air, Chun Gonghung abruptly sprang from the bed, his corpulent form collapsing to his knees before the beggar, trembling all over as he implored, "Master, I beseech you, save me. You recognize me, Fali, truly do." The old beggar regarded him with a cold, unwavering gaze, allowing him a moment to weep and wail before he languidly replied, to dispel the fright of the mouse. "One must first locate the person who sought out the beggar. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. If she forgives you, then I may assist you in banishing this fright. If she chooses not to forgive, then you may await your fate with resignation." Upon hearing this, Chun Gonghung crumpled to the ground, taking a considerable time to respond. "She has departed. I know not where she has gone." The old beggar, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "Finding her is not the challenge. The real question lies in how you intend to confront her upon her return. Should I succeed in dispelling the fright of the mouse, I would comply with any demand you have of me. I shall earn her forgiveness. I swear it." The old beggar said, "Then please elucidate the matters contained herein with utmost clarity, leaving no detail concealed." At that moment, Chun Gonghung exhibited a peculiar expression, casting a furtive glance in my direction, seemingly in a state of considerable discomfort. The old beggar chuckled oddly and remarked, "Speak freely, it matters not. Let him hear as well, lest he remain ignorant of the nuances between the fragrant allure of sustenance and the foulness of excrement." Chun Gonghung's face flushed, summoning his courage to declare, "I shall refrain from delving into specifics. Such lascivious matters are best left unspoken, particularly to impressionable youth. However, during that time, I did experience a certain reaction. You understand. Allow me to convey the general essence. It was during the nascent phase of reform and opening up, when the pernicious ideologies from Hong Kong and Taiwan began to infiltrate the mainland. As a businessman traversing the breadth of the country, Chun Gongheng encountered these influences earlier and more profoundly. After watching several films at home and under the encouragement of friends, he ventured to experience it personally. This term, now commonplace, refers to the exchange of partners, you know what I mean. Yet, in that era, women held a different perspective. The woman he had taken for this exchange had harbored genuine affection for him, but upon being deceived into such an act, her heart turned to loathing. After hurling the compensation Chun Gongheng had given her back in his face, she vanished from his life, never to return. Following this, Chun Gongheng recounted, "One day, while en route to my company, my vehicle broke down midway. As I alighted to investigate, suddenly, from a nearby drain, a black rat leaped forth. At this juncture, Chun Gongheng began to tremble visibly, his complexion turning ghastly pale. After a prolonged pause, he continued, that creature lunged directly at my face. I was utterly terrified, collapsing onto the ground in sheer fright. A sudden chill coursed through my lower back, and when I turned to look again, there was nothing to be seen. Subsequently, as the master had foretold, I first felt fear upon witnessing the apparition, then dread upon hearing its call, and now, the mere mention of it fills me with an overwhelming terror." As Chun Gongheng recounted these events, beads of perspiration coated his forehead and face, leaving me unable to fathom the depth of his fear. Conversely, I felt an unsettling discomfort enveloping my entire being. I couldn't comprehend why Chun Gongheng chose to elaborate on those details so vividly, shattering my composure in the process. The old beggar, upon hearing this, inquired of Chun Gongheng, "Do you know her birth date and time?" Chun Gongheng eagerly nodded, saying, "Yes, I know where she lives and her birthday." The old beggar replied, "That simplifies matters. Provide me with her birth details and procure 3 raccoon cats, confine them together, and refrain from feeding them for 3 days. Remember, you must not come into contact with these raccoon cats, lest your life be forfeit. Additionally, seek 3 medicinal herbs, Sanjiu Sanslok grass, the root of the cluster lily harvested before the white dew, and ginseng aged over 3 years. Hurry." Chun Gongheng knelt before the old beggar, bowing his head multiple times in fervent reverence before tremblingly rising to depart. Once he left, I lowered my voice to ask the old beggar, "What is a video?" The old beggar grinned slyly. "Show me what you've got down there and I'll tell you." I shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him, feeling a burning flush upon my cheeks. Everyone fears death, particularly the wealthy. Chun Gongheng's efficiency in handling matters was nothing short of extraordinary. The old beggar requested certain items from him. Most were relatively easy to acquire, such as the Lokyang and the Tsongrong ginseng from the old mountains. However, finding Lokyang in the depths of winter and Tsongrong around the time of the white dew is quite a rarity. To speak solely of Lokyang, it thrives in the arid desert terrain, with the finest specimens unearthed on the 3rd day of the harshest winter. It possesses a perfect balance, not too hard nor too soft, neither decaying nor perishing, with potent medicinal properties. Yet, it is precisely on that day, amidst frigid temperatures, that the desert is most susceptible to malevolent occurrences, rendering the harvest of Lokyang exceptionally challenging. Remarkably, within a single afternoon, Chun Gongheng managed to procure all these items. The old beggar sighed in astonishment, proclaiming that wealth indeed has the power to summon even the most elusive of treasures. I inquired, if money is so advantageous, why did Chun Gongheng only give you a small stack? The old beggar replied, "Money is indeed valuable, yet it is a worldly possession, bound by the laws of cause and effect. The more you sow, the more you shall reap. If one becomes overly entangled with it, it can corrupt one's character and cloud one's vision. You must remember not to be blinded by wealth." At that time, I found his words perplexing. Yet now I comprehend that worldly possessions, like money, can provide a sense of security that is cherished by both humans and spirits alike. However, I'm not particularly fond of the notion of cause and effect he described, as it can be quite a hindrance. There are moments when a substantial amount of money is laid before me, and despite others urging me to take more, I hesitate, which is indeed a source of considerable distress. After waiting 3 days at Chun Gongheng's residence, the old beggar finally fulfilled his promise of indulging me in delightful feasts, allowing me to relish my cravings for those 3 days. For the first time, I watched a video, not a disc but a tape. I distinctly recall viewing Southern and Northern Shaolin, The Hero of the Yellow River, and Golden Dagger Huang Tianba, all of which were martial arts films that captivated me immensely. However, the 3 raccoon cats summoned by Chun Gongheng endured a wretched fate, suffering from hunger for a full 3 days. When the old beggar presented the cage containing the cats, their eyes were a vivid green, and their cries were utterly pitiful. Nevertheless, the old beggar informed me that the cat's distress was not solely due to hunger. Another significant reason was that Chun Gongheng stood beside the cage. Although a black cloth concealed the cage from view, preventing the cats from seeing him, it was evident that his courage had noticeably increased compared to previous days. At that moment, I was convinced that the cat's cries must have startled the timid mouse. Later, I realized that it was merely a fleeting resurgence of Chun Gongheng's former bravado. Chapter 24. The ghostly old woman. Subsequently, the old beggar revealed to me that from the moment he had the raccoon accompany Chun Gongheng, a countdown on Chun Gongheng's life had commenced. If the alarming creature within him was not eradicated during this period, it would ultimately lead to his demise. To eliminate this creature, one must first locate the woman whom Chun Gongheng had exchanged. Both Chun Gongheng and I found ourselves enveloped in a haze of confusion. The old beggar merely requested the woman's birth date and had not ventured outside, nor had he inquired about her whereabouts from anyone. Even when Chun Gongheng attempted to disclose the woman's residence, the old beggar listened with an air of disinterest, further deepening our bewilderment regarding his ability to swiftly find her. However, the old beggar remained remarkably composed, boasting with an air of superiority, claiming, "I possess my own ingenious schemes." His nonchalance towards my pressing inquiries ignited a sense of irritation within me, compelling me to scrutinize his every action in search of clarity. When Chun Gongheng insisted on driving to seek her out, the old beggar forbade him, asserting that the gasoline odor was too overpowering for him to detect. Finding someone requires a keen sense of smell, he proclaimed, leaving me in awe of his peculiarity, wondering if he was perhaps of a canine disposition. Yet at that moment, I felt a sense of wonder, utterly captivated by the old beggar's abilities. Indeed, he relied on his sense of smell. After departing from Chun Gongheng's residence, he would periodically pause to inhale deeply, navigating through the winding streets until we arrived at a residential area reminiscent of a shanty town. The old beggar led Chun Gongheng and me into an alley, declaring, "Here we are. This is the place." I hastily glanced into the alley, finding it devoid of any human presence. Just as I was about to inquire with the old beggar about the situation, I suddenly noticed something amiss with Chun Gongheng. Upon turning my gaze towards him, I was struck by the sight of his eyes gleaming with a furtive light, darting about restlessly, reminiscent of the eyes of the startled mouse tethered to his waist. Furthermore, his body writhed incessantly, as if attempting to escape an unseen restraint or perhaps suffering from an insatiable itch. He twisted and turned in a most comical manner, akin to a corpulent figure contorting his waist and protruding his rear. At that moment, the old beggar motioned for silence and abruptly yanked away the dark cloth covering the cat cage. As the fabric fell away, 3 raccoon cats erupted into a frenzied cacophony, clawing and stretching their heads towards the outside, eager to pounce upon Chun Gongheng. The sudden eruption of their yowls startled Chun Gongheng, who immediately dropped to the ground and scurried about in a panic, ultimately discovering a rather small hole in the wall into which he fervently thrust his head. It dawned on me that he had mistaken himself for a mouse. Upon hearing the cat's cries, he sought refuge in a burrow. Yet, I was puzzled by the contrast in his demeanor. Only moments before, when the cats had been brought near him, he had exhibited an audacity far greater than usual. But now he was reduced to this state of terror. Before I could voice my bewilderment to the old beggar, he had already unlatched the cage. In an instant, Three shadowy figures shot forth like arrows into the night. What reaction would a famished raccoon have upon sighting its desired food after 3 days of hunger? It would swiftly dash out of its cage, targeting Li Gongheng, and within a breath, it would pounce upon him. I previously mentioned that Li Gongheng, due to his encounter with the frightened mouse, was clad in heavy garments. At that moment, this thick attire provided him with substantial protection. As I observed the fabric of his clothing being torn and bitten into tatters by the three raccoons, it was not difficult to imagine the ghastly scene that would ensue had their claws made contact with his flesh. Watching from a distance, I was filled with both awe and dread, hastily moving closer to the old beggar, inquiring, "What shall we do now? Has Li Gongheng transformed into a mouse?" The old beggar replied, "He is still himself. He merely believes he has become a mouse. This place is the lair of the frightened mouse, and upon arriving here, the frightened mouse within him feels at home, thus seizing control of Li Gongheng's consciousness." Despite the old beggar's explanation, I found myself puzzled and asked, if Li Gongheng believes he is a mouse, why did he fear them before? Not only did he tremble at the sight of them, but even the mere mention of the word mouse instilled fear. Would a mouse truly fear another mouse? He should be afraid of cats, just as he is now. Upon hearing my inquiry, the old beggar suddenly laughed. "Ah, my clever disciple has grown wise. That is an excellent question. Let me enlighten you. The frightened mouse is not a mouse at all, but rather a spirit haunted by the terror of mice, which is why you can perceive its form. It is precisely this fear that makes the frightened mouse wary of ordinary mice. Consider how timid mice truly are. The startled mouse, even the most timid of creatures, trembles in fear. How could it possibly not dread the cat? Did I not mention this to you the other day? Once the black mark on Li Gongheng's waist fully transforms into that of a mouse, even the slightest breath could send him into a state of terror. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, I suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder I could perceive the terrified mouse, while the old beggar could only see a lump of filth. Observing the three raccoon cats relentlessly gnawing at Li Gongheng, a flicker of concern arose within me, fearing that he might succumb to their bites. The old beggar reassured me. They cannot bite him. As soon as the startled mouse reveals itself, someone will come to deal with these raccoon cats. Raccoon cats are both adept at warding off evil and mitigating rodent infestations, should the startled mouse be killed by them. The one who implanted the mouse within Li Gongheng would also face dire repercussions. After considering the old beggar's words, I surveyed the alley once more. Yet, the alley remained devoid of any figures, save for the cacophony of the three raccoon cats. Not a single soul was in sight. Just as I was about to inquire of the old beggar, I noticed his previously placid expression abruptly shift. He swiftly formed a gesture with his fingers and began to murmur an incantation. Once he concluded the recitation, he pointed towards the desolate alley and called out, "Where is that beggar? Why do you not reveal yourself?" Following the direction of the old beggar's gesture, a sudden whirlwind began to swirl through the alley, lifting paper scraps and leaves from the ground, growing larger and drawing nearer with astonishing speed towards me and the old beggar. In my hometown, it is commonly said that the wind from a whirlwind is conjured by spirits, swirling with debris. The remedy for a whirlwind, according to local lore, is to spit at it. While this is merely a superstition, the children in our area instinctively spit towards a whirlwind upon sighting one. Therefore, when the whirlwind approached me and the old beggar, I acted on impulse and spat twice at it, a reflex born from childhood games. To my astonishment, my saliva actually summoned a spirit. At the moment my spit made contact with the whirlwind, it abruptly ceased, and the leaves and scraps that had been swept up began to descend gently to the ground. As these detritus settled, a ghost materialized. It was an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, her lips drawn tight, clearly devoid of teeth. Her skin had a sallow hue, rendering her visage eerily ghostly, even more so than that of the most frightful crone. Chapter 25. The old beggar's confrontation with the old, which I could not ascertain whether she had been expelled from the whirlwind by my actions, but the moment she manifested. Her astonished gaze was fixated upon me, her thin, quivering lips seemingly attempting to utter something. The old beggar, however, was erupting in laughter beside me, exclaiming, "Old witch, after all these years, is this the extent of your prowess? You cannot even withstand a couple of my apprentice's spits." It was only then that the elderly woman, referred to as the old witch by the beggar, turned her attention towards him and inquired, "Have you found it?" The old beggar merely smiled without responding. The old witch then shifted her gaze back to me, and after a moment's contemplation, she approached me on her petite feet, scrutinizing me as if I were some peculiar object. Her terrifying appearance sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to retreat to the beggar's side. He subtly shifted his body, shielding me from her view, and admonished her, "Keep your distance. Do not frighten my dear apprentice." The old witch continued to regard me for a spell before exclaiming, "I never expected you to truly appear." At that moment, a flicker of brilliance ignited in her otherwise murky old eyes, her demeanor resembling that of a startled mouse. Observing her expression, the old beggar once again positioned himself in front of me, warning, "I caution you, do not harbor any nefarious intentions. Remember, although you tread a divergent path, you are still a practitioner of the Tao. Do not engage in tasks that serve as instruments for malevolent beings." Upon hearing these words, the old crone suddenly erupted into a ghastly laugh, exclaiming, "The Taoist sect? Does the Taoist sect recognize who I am? Did the Taoist sect ever afford me a path to survival?" The old beggar, with a strained neck, retorted, "How could they not have granted you a path? If not, I would have claimed you over 20 years ago." Despite his words, his expression betrayed a profound discomfort. The old crone scoffed coldly, "Do you think you weren't eager to claim me? You must possess the requisite skill to do so." At this moment, the old beggar cast a glance my way, and upon noticing my gaze upon him, his face seemed to flush momentarily. Yet, he quickly puffed out his chest, boasting, "Who says I cannot claim you? I was merely showing restraint." The old crone erupted into another bout of eerie laughter, continuing for quite some time before stating, "Jiang Yugan, are you afraid of losing face before your disciple? Then today, spare no mercy. Let's see if you can claim me." With that, she assumed a stance, poised for combat. In that instant, I comprehended 3 revelations. First, the old beggar's full name was Jiang Yugan. Second, he and the old crone were previously acquainted and had clashed. Third, it was evident that Jiang Yugan had suffered defeat in their past encounter, for otherwise, the old crone would not have had the audacity to provoke him. Upon witnessing the old crone's readiness for a fight, the expression on Jiang Yugan's face shifted to one of seriousness. He turned to me and instructed, "You should step outside the alley and take cover. If a fight breaks out, you must not be harmed. Go quickly." I stood there momentarily stunned, thinking to myself that I had already spat her out of the whirlwind with mere saliva. Why should I fear her? With an air of bravado, I boldly declared to the old beggar, "Fear not, master. Let us confront her together. I wield the tiger claw and can spit at her as well." The old beggar's face fluctuated between crimson and pale as he sternly admonished me, "You wretched disciple, hasten outside the alley and do not approach." I retorted, "I shall not leave. I fear her not." With that, I brandished the tiger claw in my hand, gesturing defiantly towards the old witch. Upon sighting the weapon, the old hag seemed to lose her sanity, shrieking, "Jiang Yugan, our conflict is far from over." No sooner had she uttered her threat than she sprang forth, her bony hands curling like chicken claws, aiming to grasp the old beggar's throat. The old beggar's eyes widened in alarm. He promptly stomped his right foot and leaped backwards several paces, narrowly evading her grasping hands. Undeterred by her failed attempt, the old witch suddenly crouched down, supporting herself with her hands, and executed a swift spin, her feet, wrapped in white cloth, swept through the air with a whistling sound towards the still unsteady figure of the old beggar. Noticing the imminent danger, the old beggar hurriedly leapt away. But having been off balance from the previous encounter, he stumbled backward, barely managing to regain his footing after a considerable distance. I stood by utterly astonished. This frail old woman, with her tiny feet, displayed such ferocity in combat. Meanwhile, my master, who always put on a show of bravado in my presence, was rendered powerless. This spectacle utterly shattered the illustrious image I had of him in my mind. Regardless, he is my master, is he not? If the master falters, How can the disciple merely stand by idly? Coupled with the recent experience of spitting the old hag out of the whirlwind with just a couple of my saliva, I felt an overwhelming surge of bravado. Clutching the tiger claw hook in my hand, I spat defiantly and called out to my master, "Do not fear, master. Watch as I claw her to death, spit her out." At that moment, I heard my master's ghostly cry, "No." That day, witnessing the old beggar being bested by the old hag, I hastened to offer my assistance. Before my master's ominous plea had even faded, I had already dashed to the old hag's side, spitting twice at her. No reaction. I spat again, yet still nothing. Perhaps I had overdone it and rendered my efforts futile. Fortunately, I still possessed the tiger claw hook, which I brandished and aimed at her. Had I not squandered time attempting to spit the old hag to death, that tiger claw hook would surely have struck her. Alas, my delay resulted in a miss. Nonetheless, the hook did make contact with someone. It struck the old beggar. The moment the tiger claw hook met the beggar's side, he seized my arm with surprising strength, and with a forceful tug, he hurled me away. I was utterly bewildered by the situation. It was as if a sudden crash resounded, and I found myself tumbling to the ground, landing squarely on my backside, the pain eliciting tears from my eyes. More than anything, I felt a sense of injustice. I had been the one attempting to rescue the old beggar, yet he had flung me away with such force. The old crone, however, avenged me with remarkable swiftness. Almost at the very moment I hit the ground, her small feet, elegantly wrapped in white cloth, struck the beggar's abdomen with a flourish. Immediately, I witnessed him soaring into the air, landing in a manner quite akin to my own, baring his teeth in a grimace. Unlike me, however, he shed no tears. Instead, his face was contorted with a mixture of shame and anger. In a sudden burst, he sprang to his feet, disregarding the old crone advancing towards him, and turned to me with a fierce glare, barking, "Get lost." His expression was grave and severe, instilling a deep sense of fear within me. Overcome by trepidation, I obediently complied. Though I still felt wronged and perplexed, I dared not linger, swiftly rising to my feet and fleeing to the alleyway. Upon glancing back at the alley's entrance, I observed that the old crone and the beggar had ceased their conflict, each assuming a stance poised for battle, yet remaining in their respective positions. Chapter 26. Do these two old-timers have an affair? They were engaged in conversation, yet the specifics eluded my comprehension. Regardless, the two of them maintained their stance for an extended period, as if frozen in time. Within the lengthy alley, an elderly woman, weathered by age, faced off against a filthy old man, both locked in a peculiar standoff that one can only describe as surreal. Curiosity, as they say, is a perilous trait. I am invariably forgetful of past reprimands when driven by intrigue, unable to decipher their exchange. My eagerness to uncover the truth overshadowed my recollection of the old beggar's earlier commanding declaration to leave. Stealthily, I approached their vicinity. However, wisdom often accompanies age, and ultimately, I failed to grasp their conversation. I did manage to catch snippets of their dialogue. The old beggar asserted, "If you truly intend to assist him, we shall inevitably become sworn enemies, destined for a relentless conflict." The old crone retorted, "Humph, I had every intention of settling scores with you." With that, their discourse concluded. In the next moment, the old beggar's posture shifted, and suddenly, the crone turned her attention toward me. A wave of terror washed over me as I watched her gnarled, claw-like hands magnify in my vision. Before I could utter a sound, those hands clasped around my neck, rendering me utterly voiceless. The old crone then glanced back at the beggar, threateningly proclaiming, "Do you believe I will not strangle him?" At that moment, the old beggar's face turned ashen, yet he remained rooted to the spot, trembling as he implored, "Old witch, do not act impulsively. You must understand the consequences of your actions." The old witch fixed her gaze upon me, her eyes shimmering with a rodent-like gleam that filled me with dread. My heart raced uncontrollably, tears eluding me as I could only gaze at her in terror. However, the old witch released me. As I collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, she seized the tiger claw pendant from around my neck with her claw-like hands. I felt no sorrow. The exchange of tiger claw for my life seemed a fair trade. Yet, the old beggar was not content. Perhaps sensing my escape from peril or perhaps because that tiger claw held significant value for him, or for reasons unknown. In any case, he acted with lightning speed once more. He suddenly crouched low, assuming a forward stance, and with a bent elbow, he charged toward the old witch. She deftly sidestepped his elbow strike, but at that moment he swiftly extended his forearm, leaving her no chance to evade. She took the blow squarely to her chest. But the old witch was not one to be trifled with. Having suffered this unexpected setback, she erupted into a frenzy, shrieking, "Jiangyu, you scoundrel!" With that, her petite feet began to stomp furiously, and her body lunged towards the old beggar like a sharpened spear, intent on delivering a fierce assault. The old beggar smoothed his right foot against the ground, simultaneously leaning back to evade the full-bodied assault of the old witch. With his left hand raised high and his right hand lowered, he deftly interposed his hands to halt her advance. Gripping her left shoulder with one hand and her right arm with the other, his face etched with concern, he implored her, "Is it truly necessary? You are well aware of the peril that this child faces. The fire spirit fan has been lost, and this is the only thing that can offer him some protection. Return it to him." The old witch seemed to have calmed somewhat, shaking her body vigorously to dislodge the beggar's grip. With a huff of indignation, she flung the tiger claw hook from her hand, casting a lingering glance at me before turning to depart. The old beggar watched her retreating figure, initially exhaling a gentle sigh, but then suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he called after her, "Old witch, summon your startled mice away. I have accepted payment." I observed the old witch's body jolt as if she were about to lose her balance, likely taken aback by the beggar's words. She did not turn back, but steadied herself before emitting a peculiar sound from her lips. The moment her voice pierced the air, I heard a piercing scream from behind, and upon turning, I beheld the 3 black raccoons lying lifeless, their necks arched in a final, tragic pose. As I gazed upon Chun Gonghong, he appeared disheveled, his body adorned with tattered rags, and several wounds on his back oozing blood. He initially lifted his head to glance in our direction, his eyes vacant and bewildered, but soon after, he collapsed to the ground. The old hag had vanished without a trace, and I timidly stole a glance at the old beggar. In his gaze, I discerned a depth of emotion that eluded my understanding. I inquired of the beggar, "What shall we do now? The raccoon is dead. Does this mean the mouse is no longer a threat?" Li Gongheng lies motionless. The beggar cast a complex look my way, instilling a sense of trepidation within me. He responded, "Let us wait a moment longer. There is still someone yet to arrive." It dawned on me that our purpose was to seek out that woman, yet she had not appeared thus far. I asked the beggar, "Is it her? Is she here?" The beggar remained silent, his eyes fixed on the direction where the old hag had disappeared. Observing his demeanor, I dared not utter another word, and together we continued to watch intently. Moments later, a woman emerged from a doorway in the alley, appearing youthful and clad in a gray round-neck suit, exuding an air of grace and elegance, an ensemble that, by contemporary standards, will be deemed avant-garde for that era. She kept her head bowed as she walked past me and the old beggar, never once lifting her gaze. It was only when she reached Li Gongheng's side that her steps faltered. She stood in silence, gazing down at the fallen figure before her. Strangely enough, from a moment he had fallen to the ground, Li Gongheng lay motionless, caught in a limbo between life and death. However, as soon as the woman approached him, his body stirred with sudden vitality. After a brief pause, Li Gongheng lifted his head to gaze at the woman before him, and an expression of fervent emotion washed over his face. His lips trembled as he addressed her. "Shaolin, I am truly sorry. I promise to cherish you from now on and will never engage in those sordid acts again." Before he could finish his sentence, he was overcome with tears. The woman, too, was moved to tears, standing there for an extended moment, weeping silently, before she gently crouched beside him and tenderly touched the wound on his back. Inquiring softly, "Does it hurt?" It was then that the old beggar turned to me and said, "Let us go. It is time to return home." To the readers, I sincerely thank all those who have discovered this book through various platforms, including forums and communities, and have followed it to this point. Your support serves as my greatest motivation for writing. I humbly ask that while you enjoy this narrative, you consider logging into Kujiang with your QQ or Baidu accounts and click to follow my story. Kujiang is an excellent platform, unlike other novel websites that require payment for reading. Here, even if one later finds themselves in a position to pay, they can choose to purchase access to specific chapters, while others can read those chapters for free. There is no obligation for everyone to subscribe. So, what significance is there in logging in, following the story, and engaging with it? As is well known, I rely on my writing for sustenance to support my family. Your engagement in reading and following the stories significantly influences Lao An's income. The greater the support, the faster and better Lao An writes, resulting in more captivating tales. It requires no monetary contribution from you, merely a few seconds to log in and a brief moment to follow the stories daily. It is a mutually beneficial endeavor that brings joy to all. Once again, Lao An humbly requests your support and promises to repay it with the most enchanting narratives. Chapter 27. The peculiar ailment of my second sister. After emerging from the alley with the old beggar, we did not return to the home of Li Gonghong, but instead boarded a large public bus that took us directly to the train station. While we waited for our transport, Madame Li, supported by her maid, arrived at the station, expressing her profound gratitude and insisting that we take the sleeper train back. The old beggar remarked that the lad had never traveled by train and suggested that he should experience it. Only then did Madame Li relent and hand a large bundle to the old beggar. Without opening it, he casually passed it to me. He then instructed Madame Li to prepare a nourishing concoction upon our return, utilizing 39 lok yang, the roots of the white dew flower gathered before the autumn equinox, and ginseng aged over 3 years, simmered into a broth. For the first 7 days, Li Gonghong was only to inhale the fragrant steam from the pot, after which he could begin to sip the broth in small quantities, continuing this ritual for a total of 49 days to thoroughly replenish his yang energy. He also provided a number of other precautions, which I shall refrain from detailing. It was my first encounter with a train, and boarding it felt as exhilarating as my inaugural journey on a sleeper car. Once the novelty wore off, a multitude of questions regarding the old beggar, the old witch, and the tiger claw hook began to surface in my mind. I inquired of the old beggar, "Master, were you previously acquainted with the old witch?" He nodded slightly. I pressed on, "You seem rather fearful of her." His weathered face flushed momentarily, yet he remained silent. I further probed, "Do you owe her something? Is that tiger claw hook hers?" The old beggar suddenly erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You wretched apprentice." Consequently, I found myself on the train receiving an inexplicable slap. Much to the astonishment of many onlookers, it was truly embarrassing. From that moment on, I dare not inquire further, and these incidents became enigmatic riddles that lingered in my mind for an extended period. It wasn't until much later that I gradually began to comprehend the situation and came to realize the true nature of the old beggar. In short, I was left speechless. The train was swifter than the small sleeper cars, yet not as convenient. After alighting at the modest station in Shenzhen, we trudged for an additional 2 hours before finally returning to the village. As soon as I entered the village, I caught sight of my mother standing beneath the ancient apricot tree at the village entrance, peering anxiously. I called out to her, "Mother," and hurried towards her. Upon reaching her, I noticed her face was streaked with tears. She embraced me tightly before releasing me and approaching the old beggar, where she suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, you have finally returned. Please save us." The sight of my tearful mother at the village entrance astonished both the old beggar and myself. I inquired about the matter, to which my mother replied, "Your second sister has been frightened by ghost." Her words startled me. I quickly grasped the old beggar's sleeve and pleaded, "Master, please help my sister and drive away the ghost." However, the old beggar's expression was grave as he responded, "Let us return home first. Your sister has lost her senses." Upon returning home and encountering my elder sister, I found her draped in a bedsheet, brandishing a broom, leaping about the Kong, sofa, and table, emitting sounds reminiscent of huffing and puffing, akin to the heroines in martial arts films. In our younger years, we often engaged in such playful antics, with a bedsheet serving as a cape and a wooden stick as a sword. We would take turns playing the villain, emulating scenes we had gleaned from martial arts cinema. Back then, our village lacked a television, and every fortnight, a traveling film crew would visit to screen a movie, leaving us with some of our most indelible childhood memories. However, ever since my sister entered junior high, she ceased to partake in such games with me. Being 3 years my senior, she was now in her 3rd year of junior high, essentially a young lady, no longer inclined to engage in our previous playful skirmishes. She began to exhibit shyness and quietude, offering me only care. Thus, witnessing her in such a state that day struck me with astonishment and a tinge of laughter. Yet, upon seeing the pallor of her face, my heart sank. A significant gash marred her forehead, with blood seeping forth, and her complexion appeared ghostly pale. In just a few days, she seemed to have withered into a mere wisp. My father sat morosely on the sofa, smoking in silence, and merely nodded slightly upon our entrance, offering no words. My mother and elder sister, returned from high school in the county, were both in tears, weeping uncontrollably. My mother recounted that on the very night I departed with the old beggar to the provincial city, my second sister, while rising in the middle of the night to relieve herself, cried out loudly several times in the courtyard. Upon hearing her, both my father and mother hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed outside, only to find my sister sitting on the toilet floor, her eyes wide open like brass bells, curled up in a corner, wailing heart-wrenchingly, repeatedly exclaiming, "Ghost! Ghost!" My parents were utterly terrified when they managed to carry my sister back to the warmth of the calm. She had already fainted. Given the bizarre occurrences that had transpired previously, they dared not sleep, vigilantly watching over her. Less than half an hour later, my sister abruptly sat up, barefoot, and frantically leaped off the Kong, bolting out the door. In that moment, she possessed an extraordinary strength, and my father struggled immensely to restrain her as she attempted to dash towards the entrance. My mother, in a state of urgency, quickly locked the door. However, my sister suddenly dropped to her knees, forcefully banging her head against the ground, causing her forehead to bleed. No matter how hard they tried, my parents could not hold her back. In a state of distress, my mother implored, "Second girl, what has happened to you?" At that moment, my sister spoke, addressing my father, "If you do not allow me to go out, I will kill her." The tone of her voice was peculiar, instilling fear in my mother, who had heard tales of possession. It was evident that another entity had taken control of my sister's body, and the implication was clear. If my mother did not open the door, this being would resort to such drastic measures as causing my sister to harm herself. Father and mother were engulfed in worry, yet felt utterly helpless, so they reluctantly opened the door. As soon as the second sister saw the door ajar, she dashed out like a whirlwind. Father and mother followed closely behind her as she ran all the way to the Ding family grave at the western edge of the village, where she finally halted. There, she collapsed onto the ground, fervently bowing before a tombstone, repeatedly uttering phrases of regret, such as, "I've come too late, I am so sorry, I will surely find someone to rescue you," and similar sentiments, which she recited over and over until dawn broke. Chapter 28. The young boy Yang. Subsequent to this, my second sister would return home each day, draped in a tattered cloth, leaping about with fervor, neglecting sustenance, and uttering not a single word to anyone. As nightfall descended, she would make her way to Ding's family at Wenyai Bay, at times kneeling there, bowing her head in despair, and at other moments remaining motionless, sitting in desolation for the entire night, only returning home with the break of dawn. My mother spoke in a fragmented manner, alternating between tears and sorrowful narratives, conveying an indescribable sense of desolation. Listening to her, my heart ached profoundly, and witnessing my sister's erratic movements only intensified a complex blend of guilt and injustice within me. I recalled the old beggar's ominous words, warning that if I failed to master the arts, my family would inevitably fall prey to malevolent spirits. I felt responsible for the calamities that had befallen us. First, my father encountered the wall of spirits, and now my sister was ensnared in this predicament. Yet, I could not fathom why, for I had done nothing to provoke these entities. Why were they so intent on tormenting me and harming my loved ones? I knelt before the old beggar, tears streaming down my face as I implored, "Master, please teach me the craft swiftly. I must vanquish these spirits." I refused to let them harm my sister or my family. The old beggar helped me to my feet, gently patting my head in a soothing manner, reassuring me. Do not fear. Our return was timely. It is not as dire as it seems. With that, he led me aside and, in a few strides, approached my sister, grasping her arm firmly. Upon being seized by the old beggar, the second sister turned her gaze fiercely upon him, writhing in an attempt to break free. The old beggar retorted, I care not whence you hail, be off with you. Suddenly, the second sister let out a cold laugh. Raising the other arm to her mouth and biting down hard, blood immediately oozing from her arm. Only then did she declare, Release me, or I shall end her. Yet the old beggar remained unyielding, holding her firmly while forming a peculiar gesture with his fingers, addressing her. Do you recognize this? Upon witnessing the beggar's gesture, the second sister's eyes flickered with emotion, first a visage of terror, then one of astonishment. Swiftly, she discarded the broom and knelt before him. With her head raised, she implored the old beggar, I beseech you, save him. If you can rescue him, I would willingly forsake my very soul. At this moment, the old beggar loosened his grip and replied, Let us converse calmly. You must not damage the child's body, for she cannot withstand such torment. In broad daylight, return the child's body to her, and we shall discuss matters further come nightfall. Upon hearing his words, the second sister bowed deeply several times, pleading, I implore you. You must save him. After my second sister uttered those words, she slowly lifted her head, yet the brilliance that once shone in her eyes had faded, leaving them dull and devoid of life. She appeared particularly frail, gazing vacantly at the old beggar before her eyes fell upon our mother standing behind him. With trembling lips, she managed to utter, Mama, before collapsing entirely. Upon hearing her call, our mother hurried over and lifted her in her arms. The old beggar then remarked, First, let us take her into the sunlight for a while and prepare some thin rice porridge to nourish her. This child is on the verge of starvation. Having accompanied the old beggar for such an extended period, I had come to understand these matters. It dawned on me that my sister was undoubtedly possessed by a spirit, which, at that moment, lay dormant within her body due to its dependence on the old beggar, allowing her own consciousness to regain control. However, a perplexing thought lingered in my mind. My heavenly sight had always enabled me to perceive spirits, even the one attached to Chun Gong Hong. Yet I could not discern the spirit within my sister. I voiced my confusion to the old beggar, who explained, The spirit within your sister is unlike the others. It has been deliberately cultivated by someone and through methods of the Taoist school. I, unable to comprehend, inquired, Isn't the Taoist school meant for capturing and exorcising spirits? How then could they cultivate one? The old beggar replied, Have you forgotten about the Huazi sect? That startled mouse was also nurtured using Taoist methods. It too is a form of spirit. At this juncture, the old beggar's expression grew serious as he continued, The Taoist sect possesses methods to subdue and capture spirits. However, it is imperative to remember that our aim is not to annihilate these entities. Heaven embodies the virtue of compassion. Although ghosts are considered lifeless, they too possess a form of existence. Those spirits that do not wreak havoc must never be unjustly slaughtered. The gravity of the old beggar's tone left no room for dissent, and I acknowledged his words with a simple, Oh, yet my inner confusion deepened. Could it be that there are benevolent spirits among the malevolent? While the old beggar articulated his thoughts, my family was present, and I sat quietly, absorbing his words, unaware that my father's countenance had morphed into one of great displeasure. He sat in a corner of the sofa, his expression dark and brooding. Ever since the old beggar and I had entered, he had remained silent, but after hearing the beggar's remarks, he appeared visibly agitated. Rising from his seat, he spoke in a trembling voice, interrogating the old beggar with evident dissatisfaction. Master Jiang, he began, I am at a loss regarding your origins. Ever since that day, I encountered you on the road and invited you into our home. We have been beset by one misfortune after another. You claim this is linked to my son, yet our family was thriving prior to your arrival. Just days ago, you took my son to the provincial city, purporting to shield him from calamity. How is it that immediately upon your departure, my daughter finds herself in such distress? Are you truly engaged in capturing spirits? As you have said, these spirits are indeed nurtured by you. To frighten my family and then take away my black child? My father expressed a torrent of words, his countenance filled with indignation. My mother, standing beside him, repeatedly called out to him, urging him to cease his unfounded accusations. Yet, her gaze upon the old beggar mirrored my father's sentiments, leading me to surmise that her thoughts were aligned with his. The old beggar, however, remained unperturbed as he listened to my father's fervent claims. Once my father finished speaking, the old beggar calmly admitted, "I must confess, I employed certain means to ensure that the black child would become my disciple." Upon uttering this admission, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of eerie tension. My father's earlier fury seemed to dissipate. Although his expression remained grim, he trembled, unable to utter a word. The old beggar maintained his composure, stating, "It is true that the black child possesses an innate talent for sorcery, a fact I have previously conveyed to you. His ability to attract malevolent spirits is genuine, for individuals of his kind are exceedingly rare, with not a single one emerging in hundreds of years. Within our sect, we refer to such individuals as yin-yang children." Chapter 29. The Grand Conspiracy. The old beggar paused at this juncture, as if he were carefully organizing his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he continued, "There are certain matters regarding the Taoist sect and the realm of the dead that I shall refrain from sharing with you, for knowing too much will bring you no benefit. However, it is imperative for you to understand that the yin-yang child, possessing the ability to subdue all malevolent spirits, is targeted by the wicked entities of the underworld, who will stop at nothing to eliminate him before he reaches maturity. Currently, the malevolent spirits remain largely unaware of the existence of the yin-yang child, Black Boy. Had they been privy to this knowledge sooner, his life would have already been extinguished. When Black Boy was born, 7 infants perished in your vicinity, and upon reaching his zodiac year, another 7 met the same fate. In truth, these children were not victims of Black Boy. Rather, they sought to take his life. When infants are born, their souls have only just been expelled from the underworld, retaining echoes of their memories from that realm. Thus, upon sensing the aura of the yin-yang child, they hastily abandon their reincarnation to converge upon him, intent on his destruction. Fortunately, this impulse is merely an instinct carried over from their time in the underworld, and their power is feeble. Hence, the news of the yin-yang child's emergence has not yet reached the realm of the dead. However, the situation has now changed. With the passing of Black Boy's zodiac birthday, the celestial eye has been fully unveiled, and the aura of the yin-yang child has been thoroughly released. Consequently, the various spirits from the underworld will soon emerge to seek him out. In the realm of the underworld, there exists an unwritten rule. Whichever spirit manages to capture or slay the yin-yang child will see their status ascend dramatically. Such a bounty subjects the young lad, Heiwa, to considerable peril, a notion that one can easily comprehend. As for the methods I employed, they were merely to impart certain truths to Heiwa, to instill fear in him, and to entice him. My intention was to make him my disciple, to learn the arts of the Taoist way, and ultimately to become a true yin-yang child, capable of eradicating all malevolent forces in the world. Unbeknownst to you, although the underworld and the mortal realm may appear tranquil, they conceal a perilous and immense conspiracy. Without the yin-yang child, the very heavens may be altered. Our time is indeed fleeting. On this occasion, I took Heiwa to the provincial capital, allowing him to witness things he should not have seen and to endure experiences he ought not to have encountered, all in hopes of urging him to shoulder this burden sooner rather than later. As for the strange occurrences in your household, they bear no connection to me whatsoever. These are merely the consequences of Heiwa being the yin-yang child. As his relatives, you inevitably carry a trace of the yin-yang child's essence. Yet with my protection over Heiwa, those malevolent forces cannot exert their strength, thus redirecting their focus onto you. If Heiwa fails to swiftly master the abilities to vanquish spirits and dispel evil, your family will inevitably fall victim to those sinister forces. I have conveyed this same sentiment to Heiwa. It is no idle threat. The lengthy discourse from the old beggar is no longer a mystery to me. Yet my family listens with astonishment etched upon their faces, especially my elder sister. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, wearing an expression of disbelief. In our household, she was the most skeptical of supernatural matters. As she approached her college entrance examinations, she often scoffed at tales of the mystical. Yet, the words of the old beggar seemed to profoundly impact her, particularly in light of the recent events concerning our second sister. Her understanding was utterly transformed. Later, my elder sister confided in me that had it not been for the situation with our second sister, she would have vehemently opposed my decision to become the old beggar's disciple. However, on that day, she unexpectedly became the first to support the idea. After the old beggar finished speaking, he took a few sips of tea, rose to his feet, and approached our father and mother, ensuring they were comfortably seated on the sofa. He then addressed them directly, saying, "Since this matter has been made clear today, I shall speak plainly. Not long ago, I deceived Haiwa into becoming my disciple, but that was not legitimate. In the Taoist tradition, taking on a disciple is akin to traditional rites of marriage and funerals, requiring proper protocol, especially parental consent. Today, as the master of the heavenly Xian sect, I formally wish to discuss Haiwa's apprenticeship with you both. I, Jiang Yugan, offer my respects to you." Upon concluding his statement, he pressed his palms together at his chest, bowing solemnly to my parents. Rising, he called out his title, declaring, "I, the impoverished Taoist Jiang Yugan, the 14th-generation master of the heavenly Xian sect, earnestly request your consent to accept Li Liang as my disciple. I seek a disciple to carry forth the teachings and to cleanse the impurities of the world, with descendants succeeding the three purities." The courtyard is filled with the sound of lingering bells. Though my connection with my parents may be shallow, the teachings of the Tao have long celebrated the virtuous. In a time of peace throughout the realm, a worthy son kneels before me. Amitabha. Upon finishing, he bowed thrice. This was the first time I witnessed the old beggar presenting himself as a disciple of the Tao, and it was also the first time I learned that he was, in fact, the leader of the heavenly Xian sect. His face was etched with sincerity, igniting within me a fervent passion. Having seen numerous scenes in martial arts films depicting the apprenticeship process, I found myself profoundly captivated when the old beggar performed this act and uttered those words. Allow me to elucidate the essence of the old beggar's verses, focusing solely on the poetry. The initial couplet is straightforward, as it implores my parents to permit me to become his disciple, to learn the arts, and to eventually eradicate the malevolent forces in the world. With descendants succeeding the three purities, the courtyard is filled with the sound of lingering bells serves as flattery, suggesting that with a son to inherit the teachings of the three purities, wealth and prosperity will surely follow the family. The term lingering bells can also be interpreted as lingering blessings, derived from the adage, "A family that accumulates good deeds will surely enjoy lingering blessings, while a family that harbors evil will inevitably face lingering misfortunes." This conveys a similar sentiment. In the context of the Tao, bells also represent a sacred artifact, hence the reference to lingering bells in this instance. The final four lines signify a promise. Once I enter the Tao, I must embrace its mission. It is said that loyalty and filial piety are difficult to balance, which implies a severance from my parents. Nonetheless, the Tao pledges that although I may part from my familial ties, the entire sect shall eternally extol the virtues of my parents. In a time of peace, the phrase "the virtuous son at the knees" implies that if there are no more malevolent forces in the future, your son will remain your son, and he will eventually return to fulfill his filial duties. The father and mother were clearly unprepared for the beggar's unexpected actions, sitting on the sofa, exchanging perplexed glances, unsure of how to respond. However, the eldest daughter spoke up. "Father, mother, let Heiwa become a disciple of Master Jiang. Although he will engage in dealings with spirits in the future, the Taoist tradition has always upheld righteousness and vanquished evil, representing a noble and legitimate path. By joining the Taoist sect, Heiwa will be engaging in virtuous deeds." The eldest daughter, well-educated and articulate, commanded respect among the rural folk for her knowledge. Coupled with the beggar's earlier compelling words and deeds, the parents were indeed taken aback. The father, who had recently shown anger towards the beggar, softened his stance. "Master Jiang, we are unworthy of such a grand gesture. Let Heiwa be your disciple." Chapter 30. Ding family grave Cliff Bay upon receiving his parents' consent. The old beggar's face instantly brightened with a smile, the ethereal aura he had possessed moments before dissipating entirely. His yellow teeth gleamed as he grinned mischievously at his father and mother, saying, "Once we settle the matter of the second girl, we can proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony. However, we need to procure some supplies for the ceremony, and I find myself lacking in funds. I must trouble you to assist me," as if it were a loan. Was there ever a more brazen master, so audaciously demanding alms? Very well, I accompanied the old beggar to the provincial city, and indeed, we managed to earn some money, which was not too much of a burden for my father and mother. I hastily produced the stack of cash that the old beggar had tossed to me during our time at Chen Gongheng's residence and handed it to my father. Once again, the family was left in astonishment. In that era, a worker's monthly salary amounted to a mere 20-odd yuan, merely 2 large banknotes. Yet the stack I presented was a substantial pile of large banknotes, presumably around 1,000 yuan. One can only imagine the expressions on my father's, mother's, and elder sister's faces at that moment. My father, wide-eyed in disbelief, asked, "Where did you acquire such a sum?" Before I could respond, my second sister, who had been lying on the kong, stirred and let out a faint groan. Upon hearing this, we hurried to her side. She slowly opened her eyes, only to suddenly scream, "A ghost!" Her startled cry sent shockwaves through the room, and I quickly turned to survey my surroundings, searching for any sign of a ghostly presence. I possess a keen insight that allows me to perceive malevolent spirits. Therefore, if I declare that no ghost is present, one can be assured of its absence. I quickly reassured my second sister, saying, "Fear not, dear sister, there are no spirits in this abode. Father, mother, elder sister, and master are all here. Any ghost that dares to show itself shall be driven away." Yet my second sister, seemingly oblivious to my words, trembled incessantly, repeating, "Ghost! The ghost will devour me." Observing her distress, father sighed deeply, while mother and my second sister shed tears. The old beggar, however, maintained his arrogant demeanor. He placed his hand gently on my second sister's forehead, muttering a few incantations, declaring, "This child has been startled, afflicted by a ghost, resulting in a weakened constitution. Hence her heightened sensitivity. It is of no great concern. A bit of plain kanji will suffice. Once I have dealt with the ghostly matter, I shall recite soothing verses for several days, and all shall be well." The old beggar's words somewhat eased father's and mother's worries. Elder sister had already ventured out to fetch some kanji. Father sighed and remarked, "Thank you, Master Jiang." The old beggar waved his hand dismissively and returned to the sofa. I approached him and inquired, "Master, when shall we capture that ghost? My sister cannot be left to suffer from this torment." The old beggar shook his head, replying, "This ghost is under human manipulation. From what it revealed to me today, there seems to be a deeper story. Tonight, we shall venture to Ding's family graveyard." After the old beggar recited a passage for my second sister, she gradually regained her composure. Elder sister fed her a small bowl of kanji, but when she expressed a desire for more, the old beggar refused. It is said that the ethereal cannot be nourished, yet after enduring hunger for so many days, it is suggested to take one's time, allowing an hour or two to pass before offering her a bowl of food. Gradually, the second sister's condition stabilized, and the entire family breathed a sigh of relief. In this moment, my father pulled me outside to interrogate me for quite some time, inquiring about the origins of that money. I briefly recounted the events that transpired during my trip to the provincial capital, and only then did he come to believe that the money was a reward from Chen Gongheng. However, I refrained from detailing the matter of the 30 road gluttons, fearing it might alarm him. I cannot quite recall when it began, but I have learned to conceal many matters within my heart, especially those of darker nature. I seldom share such burdens with my family, not only out of fear that they might be frightened, but more so because I do not wish to cause them anxiety. The habit of sharing only good news while withholding the bad has become ingrained in me, which is why, over the years of my travels, my family remains unaware of the numerous dangers, grievances, and sufferings I have encountered. As dusk gradually descended, a heaviness settled over the hearts of my family. For the old beggar had warned that when night fell, the spirit that had possessed the second sister would reappear, and that I would have to accompany him to Ding's family graveyard to seek the truth. Around 9 o'clock, after having consumed 2 bowls of plain porridge and lying down, the second sister suddenly sat up, descended from the bed, donned her shoes, and walked straight to the old beggar, kneeling before him with a sorrowful expression, pleading, "Please, master, save him." The old beggar regarded her and replied coolly, "You possess a measure of compassion. Ordinarily, you could have emerged at sunset, yet you have endured until now. For this reason, I feel compelled to assist you. Our family, with the exception of my second sister, is acutely aware that she is no longer herself. Her body is now dominated by that entity." The old beggar rose to his feet and addressed the kneeling specter with a simple, "Let us go." He then guided me outside. I carried the yellow cloth pouch that the old beggar had with him, closely following his side. Once my sister stood up, she walked ahead of us, leading the way. I scrutinized her from behind, yet I could not perceive even a trace of the ghostly presence. She simply appeared to be my sister. Ding family Gravecliff Bay lies to the west of Shengzi village, nestled within a hollow at the foot of Qishan Mountain. The Ding family was a prominent household in Shengzi village. According to the elders, the ancestors of the Ding family were quite prosperous. It is said that one of them held the position of Deputy Minister of War in some bygone dynasty, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. However, prior to the liberation, the Ding family was indeed renowned as a significant landholding family in their hometown, only to meet tragic ends during the Cultural Revolution, when they were brutally killed and even their ancestral graves were desecrated. The ancestral graves of the Ding family are located at Ding Family Gravecliff Bay, a name that may sound somewhat awkward, in Shengzi village. Irrespective of whose ancestral grave it may be, whether situated on a slope or a flatland, any site containing more than 2 graves is referred to as a Gravecliff Bay, not because there are actual cliffs or bays present. In the past, the residents of Shengzi village claimed that Ding Family Gravecliff Bay was the most auspicious burial site in the area. However, such talk has since faded. This is due to the Ding family's misfortunes in recent years, with many meeting untimely deaths or suffering from madness, leaving few who have achieved prominence. Some claim that the troubles stem from the desecration of the Ding family's ancestral grave. However, such sentiments are often expressed without genuine concern, even among the Dings themselves. These ancient tales were recounted to me as I accompanied the old beggar to the Ding family's burial site. The old beggar listened intently, nodding thoughtfully at intervals. Once I had finished my narrative, he remarked, "Feng Shui is a profoundly intricate discipline, and it would be beneficial for you to acquire some knowledge of it. Although our pursuits do not directly involve this, many principles of Feng Shui resonate with the practices of our Taoist traditions. Gaining a deeper understanding can only serve you well." Chapter 31. The first encounter with zombies. I nodded, my understanding of Feng Shui utterly non-existent. My agreement was merely a perfunctory gesture. Having spent some time with the old beggar, I had grown somewhat accustomed to his temperament. When he was in high spirits, he would playfully pinch my nose and tug at my ear, yet when displeased, he would deliver a painful smack to my backside. Either way, I was the one who suffered. Thus, I learned to acquiesce to his whims, which spare me some discomfort. The distance from Dingjia Gravecliff Bay to my home was not particularly far. A brisk half-hour walk would suffice. As the old beggar and I conversed, we soon arrived at our destination. My elder sister walked ahead and paused just a few steps from the grave bay. The old beggar and I hastened our pace to catch up, and he said to her, "You may enter first. We will remain here for a moment." I surmised that the person you aim to rescue is likely similar to you, having been nurtured by someone else. Since he resides within this grave bay, it suggests that his remains are still present here, which should not be overly challenging to locate. However, if I manage to bring him back, you must lead me to your lair. Can you promise me that? At this juncture, the old beggar's tone shifted to one of sternness, causing my sister to tremble slightly, her expression darkening, as if she were caught in a dilemma. The old beggar continued, "There is no need for fear. The one who raised you is also a member of the Taoist sect. Among the current crop of ineffectual practitioners, I must admit, very few command my respect." The old beggar appeared quite arrogant as he spoke, yet inwardly I thought, what a boastful display. Can he not see that he is no match for the old witch? Of course, such words remained unuttered, for to voice them would only serve to wound my pride. Upon hearing the beggar's words, my second sister cast a glance towards the grave cliff bay before finally responding, "I shall grant your request." The old beggar paid her no further heed and turned to me, stating, "Let us depart. We shall explore the surroundings first." With that, he turned abruptly and began to navigate down a sloping cliff. I cast a worried glance at my sister before cautiously following the beggar. Regardless of whether she was human or specter at that moment, her form and visage were undeniably those of my sister. The thought of such a frail girl remaining alone in the grave cliff bay at midnight was indeed heart-wrenching. My sister ventured into the depths of the grave cliff bay, while the old beggar led me around the periphery of the entire area. It must be noted that the ancestral burial site of the Ding family was vast. I could only speculate how many generations had found their rest here. There were easily 4 to 5 dozen grave mounds of various sizes, with a prominent large grave at the southeastern corner standing alone in a row. Each subsequent row contained several graves, with some rows housing as many as 10 and others as few as 5 or 6, all aligned in a neat formation. I must interject here that in television shows or novels discussing geomancy, it is often depicted that at the center of a burial site lies the largest grave, known as the ancestral grave, surrounded by smaller graves arranged in a circular fashion around it. I can assert with certainty that such a graveyard, if not the creation of a whimsical geomancer, must undoubtedly have been brought into existence during a moment of whimsy by said geomancer. The art of feng shui in ancestral tombs is replete with intricate principles. Although I am not particularly well versed in them, I possess a rudimentary understanding of the underlying concepts. The simplest of these is the reverence for one's ancestors, whose esteemed positions remain unassailable. Consequently, an ancestor's grave must occupy its own designated row, following the directional flow of the land. Whether from east to west or from south to north, the graves of their descendants are arranged according to age hierarchy. However, this arrangement does not adhere to a straightforward numerical order of eldest to youngest. For instance, in a family of 5 brothers, the grave of the eldest must not be positioned at one end, but rather in the center, with the second eldest to the left and the third to the right, while the fourth lies to the left of the second and the fifth to the right of the third. Pardon my digression. I hope I have conveyed this clearly. Now, to return to the matter at hand. After the old beggar led me in a circuit around the Ding family's ancestral tomb, his expression grew solemn as he said, "This matter may prove to be quite troublesome." Upon hearing his words, a wave of fear washed over me, prompting me to inquire about the reason behind his apprehension. The old beggar explained, this place was originally an exceptional site for burial. However, the feng shui has been compromised. Look over there. He pointed to a specific area and remarked that should have been a high ground, yet it has now become a depression, which has ruptured the once concentrated blessings of this land, allowing the gathered fortune to flow away. More perilous is the fact that the opening of this hollow is directed towards your Shengzi Tun, threatening to siphon the blessings of the living from Shengzi Tun into this graveyard. Over time, the inhabitants of Shengzi Tun may find themselves in dire straits. Although I did not comprehend the meaning of blessings at that moment, I grasped the underlying principle and, filled with concern, inquired of the old beggar, who is responsible for this? Is it the Ding family? Do they intend to seize all the blessings of the people from Shengzi Tun and bring them to this graveyard? The old beggar shook his head and replied, the descendants of the Ding family also reside in Shengzi Tun. They are victims as well. If my intuition serves me correctly, something malevolent resides here. I asked the old beggar, something malevolent? Is it a ghost? He responded, more terrifying than a ghost. It is a zombie. It was the first time I had heard the old beggar speak of zombies, and a shiver ran down my spine. For it was during the height of Lin Zhengying's zombie films, in which those Qing dynasty-clad zombies would leap about, perhaps due to their vividly tangible appearance. I always felt a sense of dread after watching them. Little did I anticipate that I would find myself so close to the realm of zombies. And the visage of those Qing dynasty zombies suddenly materialized in my mind, arms outstretched, bouncing forth from the Ding family-esque grave cliff. leaving me with an overwhelming urge to flee. It has become evident that the appearance of zombies is far more terrifying than those depicted in films featuring lamb chinging. Compared to a true zombie, the ones portrayed on television can only be regarded as the jesters among their kind, the clowns of the undead. Fools, may decorum be preserved. However, on that day, I did not encounter any zombies. The old beggar, noticing my fear, ceased his attempts to frighten me, instead delivering a light blow to my head and muttering that I was truly lacking in ambition, before firmly grasping my hand and leading me away from that spot. At that moment, the mournful voice of my second sister echoed once more from the cliffs of the Ding family graveyard, repeating the sorrowful phrase, "I am sorry for being late. I have already summoned a Taoist master, and he has promised to help you escape." Her voice was filled with desolation, and as the old beggar and I approached, I caught sight of a towering figure seated upon the grave where my sister knelt. Without a moment's hesitation, I knew it was undoubtedly a ghost. Chapter 32. The Malevolent Spirit. Why am I so certain that it was a ghost? Because it appeared ethereal and elusive, resembling a wisp of smoke, as if it could dissipate with the slightest breeze. Yet, its presence was undeniably sinister. A mere glance evoked profound discomfort within me. Perhaps it was the peculiar shift in my body or gaze upon encountering that silhouette that prompted the old beggar to halt and inquire, "Did you see something?" I remained perplexed as to why the old beggar could sometimes perceive spirits and at other times remain oblivious. In that moment, I did not delve into the matter, but simply responded, "There is a ghost, exceptionally tall, and its appearance is unsettling." The old beggar furrowed his brow and pressed further. "What does it look like?" To this question, I found myself at a loss, for I could only discern that it was a shadowy figure. Its features indistinguishable. Was it shaped like a pig's kidney or a shoehorn? I could not ascertain. As I previously mentioned, its form was nebulous and flickering. Thus, I candidly admitted, I cannot clearly discern its appearance. It is too elusive, akin to a vapor. Perhaps it is simply too distant. Before I could finish my sentence, the old beggar abruptly exclaimed, "This is not good." He then seized my arm and urgently led me toward the grave where his second sister lay. I was bewildered by the old beggar's sudden urgency, and as we ran, I questioned, "What is it, master? Is something amiss?" The old beggar, with a grave expression, replied to me, "The spirit that possesses your second sister has revealed our matter. The shadow you witnessed is malevolent, more formidable than an ordinary ghost. I fear it may harm your second sister." Upon hearing that my sister might be in danger, a wave of anxiety surged within me. Without waiting for the old beggar to guide me, I swiftly took off running. In the midst of our conversation, we hastened to the grave, our speed undeniably swift. Yet, we arrived just a moment too late. As we approached, the old beggar was about to grasp my sister when we suddenly heard her piercing scream, a sound of extreme anguish. At that moment, I beheld the very shadow that had haunted us rise into the air, a massive hand descending upon my sister in an instant. Though that hand appeared nearly transparent to my eyes, it struck her with a tangible force. Before her scream could fully escape her lips, my sister was violently flung away, landing several meters from the point of impact. Witnessing this horrifying scene, I hastily drew my clawed weapon, calling out to my sister as I lunged forward. The old beggar, too, sprang into action, before I had covered much ground. He swiftly removed his yellow cloth pouch from my shoulder and, in a flash, produced a short sword made of peach wood. With one hand forming a decisive gesture and the other wielding the sword, he shouted fiercely, "Evil spirit, behold the wrath of the master." As he spoke, the old beggar leaped into the air, thrusting the peach wood sword towards the malevolent entity. The malevolent spirit appeared to harbor a profound fear of the peach wood sword, refraining from direct confrontation. Instead, it suddenly materialized before me, raising its translucent hand to strike. The spirit's speed was astonishing. I had not anticipated its abrupt presence, which left me momentarily startled. Just moments ago, I had witnessed that very hand send my second sister flying, and I was acutely aware of its formidable power. Thus, I dare not be complacent. I swiftly halted my advance, my claw-like weapon swiping aimlessly as I attempted to evade to the side. I must confess, The claw truly proves to be an unparalleled weapon against all malevolent entities. As I wielded it with a haphazard motion, the spirit exhibited unmistakable trepidation, retracting its hand that had been poised to strike me. Observing this, I felt a slight sense of relief. However, the malevolent spirit was far from deterred. Realizing that both the old beggar and I possessed means to counter it, it swiftly redirected its assault towards my second sister, soaring with remarkable speed. This time, its intent shifted from a strike to a grasp, as if it aimed to capture her. At that moment, the old beggar had caught up to me. After all, he was an adult and considerably faster than I. In the blink of an eye, he leaped ahead, and, as our bodies crossed paths, I caught sight of his peachwood sword. To my astonishment, it bore a yellow talisman, which had been affixed at some point unbeknownst to me. The intricately curved red symbols appeared almost alive, protruding from the yellow paper, pulsating and dancing like a flame in the darkness of the night. The sinister, ethereal hand suddenly lunged towards my second sister, seizing her with a vice-like grip. Her already frail body was lifted effortlessly, akin to a defenseless chick. In that moment, she emitted a piercing scream. The malevolent entity, clutching her tightly, appeared intent on fleeing, fixating on the very grave from earlier as it prepared to glide away. Yet, the old beggar acted with remarkable swiftness. He shouted, "Heavenly Shin Fate Talisman, inscribe my doctrine, annihilate." No sooner had the words left his lips than the yellow talisman, impaled upon a peachwood sword, ignited into a fiery blaze, cascading down upon the sinister figure. Clearly caught off guard by the old beggar's maneuver, the malevolent being writhed as the talisman flames struck it, distorting its ethereal form. Wherever the flames touched, it appeared as if a hole had been torn open, with the fire spreading ominously. Simultaneously, a foul stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of burning rubber, provoking an overwhelming sense of revulsion. The entity howled in agony, its cries reminiscent of stones scraping against glass, a sound that burrowed deep into the spine. I stifled my disgust at the noxious odor and the horrendous noise, swiftly moving to shield my second sister, brandishing the tiger claw hook to protect her from further harm. As the malevolent entity was struck by the talismanic flames, it was compelled to release my second sister, who fell heavily to the ground, her body becoming encrusted with the surrounding debris. I positioned myself protectively in front of her, raising my clawed weapon high, while retreating cautiously with her, ever vigilant of the wailing specter behind us. To my dismay, my sister, gripped by terror at the sight of the claw, cowered behind me, trembling with fear, her face a canvas of dread. Observing this, I instinctively distanced myself slightly, yet I was apprehensive of leaving her too vulnerable, caught in a moment of indecision. At that juncture, the old beggar, having successfully struck the malevolent being with the talismanic flames, approached wielding a sword. Seizing the opportunity while the entity writhed in agony, he thrust his blade into its ethereal form. The entity appeared almost translucent, as I distinctly observed the mark of the peachwood sword penetrating its body. Simultaneously, a muffled thud resonated in the air. As I looked on, the malevolent being seemed to grow increasingly insubstantial. The old beggar, like a relentless storm, repeatedly thrust the peachwood sword in and out, each penetration accompanied by a series of muffled sounds. Ultimately, the malevolent entity was reduced to a mere wisp, first resembling a thin sheet of paper, and then dissipating into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Chapter 33. The dark path of raising spirits. The old beggar dispersed the malevolent aura with his talismanic flames, allowing my second sister to narrowly escape disaster. Yet, she remained visibly terrified, trembling in place. I removed my outer garment and draped it over her, but it was far too small to provide any real comfort. I turned to the old beggar with a pitiful glance. He seemed to understand my intention to borrow his clothing, and with a sharp glare, I could almost hear him muttering, "You ungrateful apprentice." Nevertheless, he willingly removed his own garment and handed it to me. As I accepted the old beggar's attire, pity for my sister surged once more, for his clothing bore an unbearable stench. I was uncertain whether it harbored lice, an odd species that is seldom seen in contemporary times. Yet during my childhood, they were the inseparable companions of us rural children, incessantly causing our skin to itch. Those of a certain age would surely remember, while the young ones may conveniently overlook such details. Despite my inner conflict, at least it would provide some warmth, wouldn't it? I draped the old beggar's garment over my sister, finally finding the moment to inquire, what exactly is this malevolent aura? Is it a type of ghost? The old beggar replied, indeed, people often speak of ghosts and specters. While they all appear to refer to spirits, ghosts are categorized by hierarchy. Recently deceased individuals are merely souls, restless spirits that do not yet qualify as ghosts. Just like the spirit you witnessed in the provincial city possessing Chun Gonghong, that was merely a spirit. Upon entering the realm of the underworld, the deceased transform into spirits. A portion of these spirits later reincarnate. Yet some remain eternally within the shadows, gradually gaining strength, evolving from mere phantoms to more formidable entities known as wraiths and specters. Above these spectral beings exist even more powerful entities, namely the ghost kings and the ghost emperors. When the old beggar inquired whether I understood what a ghost emperor was, I pondered for a moment before responding, is it the king of hell? The old beggar beamed with delight, affectionately ruffling my hair and praising me. My clever disciple. Filled with pride, I yearned to ask more, but the old beggar turned to my second sister and remarked, the malevolent spirit can shape-shift. Your earlier words were misdirected. Is not the person you seek to save merely an illusion of his form? Had we not intervened in time, it would have claimed you. My second sister had remained silent, and in my daze, I had almost believed her to be my true sister. The old beggar's words revealed that the sister before me was indeed still possessed by the spirit. Upon hearing his statement, my sister suddenly fell to her knees, fervently bowing her head to the old beggar, pleading, Master, please devise a way to save him. I know your powers are formidable. You can surely help him. Watching her strike her forehead against the ground with such fervor, nearly bruising herself, anger surged within me, and I exclaimed, Stop that. How can you treat a body that is not yours with such disregard? Upon hearing my words, my second sister hesitated momentarily, but the old beggar, undeterred, delivered a sharp rap to my head, chastising me with, You ungrateful disciple, how dare you speak thus? How could I allow you to disgrace me with such insolence? Realizing that the old beggar was genuinely angered, I quickly forced a contrite smile, though inwardly I mused, this old fellow is indeed petty, as narrow-minded as a needle's eye. I could not ascertain whether he was aware of my insincerity. Nevertheless, he glared at me fiercely before turning to the grave, where he kicked the tombstone over with a contemptuous thrust. He then bent down to brush off the dirt from the stone and, with a casual air, perched himself atop it, beckoning me over, Come, sit here for a spell. The old beggar's audacity was remarkable. He had audaciously transformed a tombstone into a makeshift seat. Such a man, if not detested, surely would not be favored by the heavens. Of course, sitting on the tombstone was far more comfortable than on the ground. It was cleaner and not as chilly. Seeing my master seated, I, as a mere child, thought it permissible to join him. Surely, the heavens would not hold it against me. Without hesitation, I settled down beside him. It was then that the old beggar addressed my second sister. Now, enlighten me about your affairs. What brings forth such malevolence? My second sister remained kneeling, her voice trembling as she began to recount her tale. It turned out that the female ghost who had taken possession of her was named Jasomia. As the old beggar remarked, she is not an authentic specter, but rather a spirit nurtured by a nefarious sect of Taoists. While the Taoists possess the ability to exorcise spirits, they can also cultivate them. However, the legitimate Taoist tradition disdains such practices. The foundation of spirit cultivation lies in capturing souls that have recently departed, souls that have not yet traversed to the underworld, and fostering them through the esoteric methods of the Taoist sect, ultimately allowing them to manifest as ghosts in the mortal realm, where they can gradually gain strength and evolve into entities such as charmers, wraiths, and phantoms. Certainly, it is inconceivable to cultivate beings of the caliber of ghost kings or emperors. Even the lesser spirits like the Qi are rarely successfully cultivated, with perhaps only one wraith emerging every few millennia. This method of spirit cultivation is scorned by the orthodox Taoist sect because, in the absence of judgment from the underworld, many souls that could have entered the cycle of reincarnation are instead captured by practitioners of this sect, thus usurping their fate and contravening the fundamental tenet of the legitimate tradition, which advocates the punishment of malevolence and the promotion of virtue. Furthermore, it is worth noting that these unscrupulous practitioners, who nurture spirits, do so either to amass wealth or to bring about death, engaging in actions that are both immoral and unjust. This behavior is vehemently condemned by the orthodox Taoist community. The female ghost named Jia Sumia, during her lifetime, was in a romantic relationship with a man named Yin Baojia. However, due to the opposition from both families and various other circumstances, their love was thwarted, preventing them from being together. In an unwavering bond of love, two souls, destined to be together, chose to leap off a cliff on a stormy night, vowing that in life they would not part, and in death they would share the same grave. However, to their dismay, upon their demise, their vengeful spirits were captured by a malevolent sorcerer who happened to be passing by. Enduring countless torments, the two spirits were transformed into vengeful specters, compelled to roam the earth committing misdeeds, suffering immensely. Yet, despite their anguish, they found solace in their eternal companionship. Fate took a cruel turn months later when the sorcerer forcefully separated them, keeping Jia Suxiao by his side while sending Yin Baojia to another practitioner. Jia Suxiao, upon learning that the new master was notorious for crafting zombies, was filled with urgent dread. Undeterred by the peril of losing her own spirit, she relentlessly followed the trace of Yin Baoyang. Generally, spirits nurtured by practitioners remain under their control, and though the sorcerer had pursued her, inexplicably, it was only upon reaching Shangzidin and confirming Yin Baoyang's whereabouts that the sorcerer ceased his pursuit. It was during this moment that my second sister became a victim. I inquired of Jia Suxiao why she had chosen my sister to possess. Her astonishing reply left me speechless. It was not I who chose her. It was she who chose me. Chapter 34. My second sister's strange illness is caused by me, the words of Jia Sumi, astonished not only me, but also the old beggar. Before I could inquire further, he reprimanded Jia Sumi, my second sister, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Who would seek possession by a ghost? Do you think the Taoist is easily deceived?" Jia Sumi, hastily prostrated herself once more, trembling as she fervently declared, "Every word I speak is the absolute truth. I would never dare to deceive the Taoist." Upon witnessing Jia Sumio's earnestness, the old beggar realized she was indeed speaking sincerely and promptly asked, "Then elucidate the matter. What exactly transpired?" Jia Sumio hiccupped. "That day, I caught a whiff of the protective essence and followed it all the way to this graveyard. Just as I was about to enter, she appeared as if out of nowhere, blocking my path and warning me that entering would not only fail to rescue the person, but would also result in my being transformed into a zombie." At this revelation, I felt a surge of astonishment and absent-mindedly questioned, "Did my second sister communicate this to you? Could she see you?" The old beggar, growing impatient, delivered a light slap to my head and scolded, "Do not interrupt. Stop your startled inquiries." He then turned back to Jia Sumi, instructing, "Ignore him and continue with your account." My second sister cast a glance in my direction, her expression seemingly apologetic, and continued. I do not know how she was able to see me, but her words instilled fear within me, so I refrained from stepping into the graveyard. Later, she urged me to allow her to possess me, assuring me that this would ensure my safety in entering. Subsequently, she gathered her spirit and relinquished her body to me. I understand that ordinary individuals would likely lack such abilities, and I suspected she might belong to the realm of the Tao. Thus, I did not question her possession. However, upon entering her body, I soon realized this was not by her own volition, for her spirit was remarkably frail, and upon encountering my ghostly form, she trembled in fear, starkly contrasting with her previous demeanor upon seeing me. My mind was filled with perplexity, yet I tested the waters and indeed found myself able to traverse the graveyard, even encountering my guardian daily, which prompted me to remain with her. Hearing this, my confusion deepened. I longed to inquire why she persistently directed my second sister to leap about, yet I hesitated, fearing the old beggar would strike me again. Thus, I cast a pitiful glance towards him. The old beggar, seemingly lost in thought, ignored me for a considerable time before finally sighing and stating, "Black brat, it's once again your mischief that has stirred this trouble." I was taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. After all, I had accompanied him to the provincial city to capture ghosts. How could this possibly be my fault? I retorted, demanding an explanation. Only then did the old beggar reveal. From the words of this female ghost, it appears that not only have the vile entities from the underworld set their sights on you, but even the nefarious individuals from our world have taken notice. I was baffled and inquired, "Who are these nefarious individuals?" The old beggar pointed at my second sister and said, "Those who keep her." I remained bewildered, yet it seemed that Sumia comprehended. As my poor second sister's body quivered violently once more, manifesting profound fear, the old beggar, upon observing her, abruptly rose to his feet, his expression resolute as he declared, "Fear not, for this matter no longer concerns you. It has become a matter of our Taoist sect. As for your beloved, I cannot ascertain whether he has been transformed into a zombie. If he has not, I shall escort you both to the underworld. Though you will no longer be able to reincarnate, you may yet become a pair of ghostly lovers." Sumia, upon hearing this, expressed her gratitude profusely, bowing deeply with my sister's body in her grasp. Conflicted with both confusion and indignation, I thought to myself, if I am afraid of the old beggar, why should I fear you, a mere female ghost? I then rebuked her fiercely. "I told you to stop bowing. This body belongs to my sister." Upon hearing my words, Sumia immediately ceased her actions, her eyes reflecting both hope and a hint of trepidation. The old beggar waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rise now. Those two wretched beings will not be coming tonight. Tomorrow, I shall summon them to cleanse our Taoist abode." After he spoke, he stood hunched over, lifting the gravestone he had kicked down. Steadying it with one hand, he shouted into the pitch-black night, "Tonight, I shall spare you filthy creatures. Come tomorrow, when I deal with those two, should you dare to commit further misdeeds. I assure you, I will take each of you one by one." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If any of the Ding family spirits are still lurking here, return and properly align your ancestors' tablets. Without proper decorum and righteousness, have you become as beasts in death? Have you forgotten to honor your forebears?" The old beggar exuded an air of arrogance that I found somewhat admirable, yet I could not comprehend the words he uttered. I was utterly oblivious to the mysterious intentions behind his cryptic speech. He regarded me as his disciple, yet throughout that evening, he did not divulge any of the knowledge I yearned for. In my heart, I berated him countless times. It was only after we had departed from Dingjijiu Bay with my second sister that the old beggar, with a displeased expression, revealed the truth. "It is not that I refuse to teach you, but rather that many unsavory entities beneath our feet were eavesdropping. If I spoke, they would hear as well, and dealing with them later would be quite troublesome." I understood his reasoning, yet I felt no remorse for my earlier silent criticisms. I hastily inquired, "Master, please enlighten me. Why did my second sister willingly allow a spirit to possess her? And you mentioned it was due to my presence. What does that mean?" Silence. The old beggar retorted sharply, scolding me further. "Your tongue wags like beans in a bamboo tube, rattling incessantly. What needs to be taught will be conveyed in due time." I promptly fell silent, for I had noticed his foul hand rising once more. A single misstep on my part would undoubtedly lead to further torment at his hands. The old beggar observed my silent demeanor, seemingly satisfied, and lowered his filthy hand. As he walked, he arrogantly proclaimed, "It is not your second sister who has invited the spirit, but rather the malevolent practitioner who nurtures the ghost. He first employed secretive methods to ensnare your sister's soul, then deliberately lured Sumia to possess her." I inquired, "But why would he do that? My sister has done nothing to provoke him. Moreover, was he not here to capture Sumia? Why does he assist her instead?" The old beggar halted, sharply pinching my nose before replying, "I have already informed you. It is all due to your cursed presence." I remained silent, as the sharp pain in my nose made me wary of provoking him further. Perhaps, sensing my plight, The old beggar ceased his torment and began to recount the events that had transpired. Chapter 35. Incurring the master's anger, the reason the old beggar claimed that my second sister was possessed by a ghost was due to me. It stemmed from my unique, innate destiny as a sorcerer. I possess an exceedingly rare constitution that embodies both yin and yang, and after my first birthday in the year of my birth, my aura began to emanate. Not only could those newly reincarnated infants in the mortal realm sense my presence, but all spirits, specters, and practitioners of the Tao could feel it as well. Due to my exceptional constitution, which inherently restrains ghosts, those from the Taoist sect sought me out, while the spirits of the underworld feared my potential rise to power and thus desired to eliminate me. Consequently, I became the focal point of all contradictions. The malevolent practitioner who pursued the female ghost, Jasomia, ceased his chase upon sensing my essence through my second sister. However, I followed the old beggar to the provincial city, eluding him. Thus, he resorted to suppressing my sister's soul, luring Jasomia to inhabit her body first, and subsequently attempting to draw me out by tormenting my sister. Moreover, at Ding's family grave in Yuan, there exists another sinister practitioner engaged in the creation of zombies, who undoubtedly is aware of my existence. Otherwise, the peculiar incident during my hide-and-seek with Erguzi would not have occurred, and I would not have inexplicably fallen ill on New Year's Eve. The old beggar surmised that the practitioner crafting zombies must have been lurking around Shangzidin, having discovered my yin-yang constitution long before I turned 12. Yet at that time, seeking me would have served no purpose. When you reached the age of 12, he sought to capture you. However, you, in a state of sheer fright, summoned the old beggar to your aid, which instilled in him a fear of my formidable reputation, rendering him hesitant to approach you. The old beggar, while analyzing the situation, indulged in a bit of self-congratulation. Yet, he was not merely boasting. The evidence substantiated his assertions. The nefarious practitioner of zombie creation indeed reconsidered his intentions to claim me as his disciple upon my association with the old beggar. However, with the arrival of the ghostly practitioner, guided unwittingly by the female specter Jia Suxiao, both practitioners soon became aware of my existence, rekindling their ambitions. While one might have feared the old beggar, two united could pose a significant threat, for my worth to them was undeniably compelling. I inquired of the old beggar, "What do these two vile beings desire in capturing me? Do they wish for me to acknowledge them as my masters?" The old beggar nodded, acknowledging the plausibility of this notion, yet he scoffed at their abilities, deeming them unworthy of such a position. I pondered, considering that we all belong to the same sect. If one wished to take me as a disciple, what error lay in the aspirations of the other two? The old beggar dismissed them as rogue practitioners, questioning whether he himself was not a rogue as well. In that moment, I couldn't resist uttering a rather cheeky remark. "Master, what level of skill do you possess? Is a mere novice truly fit to be my master?" The face of the old beggar was slightly flushed, grimy, with his scraggly white beard quivering in disarray. Yet he remained silent, his gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. I could discern his anger. He refrained from uttering the words, "You wretched disciple," and had no intention of raising his filthy hands to strike me. Thus, emboldened by my perception of the situation, I foolishly remarked, "Isn't the old witch akin to a cat with an abundance of feet? Even you cannot best her." At last, the old beggar's fury erupted. He forewent the customary tirade of "You wretched disciple," and raised his dirty hand, striking me without a moment's hesitation upon my posterior. A strange, grunting sound escaped his throat, as though something lodged therein obstructed him. Initially, I stood my ground, but soon found myself crawling, all the while wailing, as my backside endured the merciless blows of the old beggar's palm, tears streaming down my face in a torrent of anguish. His strikes were truly vicious. In comparison to the severity of this thrashing, I recalled with a sense of nostalgia how he had previously pinched my nose and tugged at me, which now seemed a rather pleasant form of punishment. That day I was subjected to a relentless beating, tears and snot flowing freely. Yet I could not fathom the reason behind his ire. It was only later that I comprehended the gravity of my transgressions. My words had unwittingly breached two of his cardinal taboos, Firstly, I had dared to question his rightful standing in the authentic lineage, comparing him to the two charlatans he referred to as dogs. Secondly, to insinuate that he was inferior to the old, which was even more infuriating than the first offense. In retrospect, I realized that the punishment I received was, in fact, rather lenient. Of course, this is a later reflection. At that time, I was utterly bewildered, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. The old beggar struck me repeatedly, and I suspected he only ceased when his hand grew sore. He offered no explanation, simply dragging me towards my home. My backside throbbed painfully, and I dared not rebel, trailing behind him, my face streaked with tears and mucus. Throughout this ordeal, my second sister observed silently, her eyes betraying a mix of terror and sympathy. Yet, being a spirit, she was certainly too fearful to confront the old beggar. Had she truly been my sister, she would have intervened without hesitation. Upon returning home, my father and mother were taken aback by my tear-streaked visage and inquired about the cause of my distress. I promptly reported the incident, accusing the old beggar of striking me. My mother, filled with concern, examined my swollen backside, then turned her gaze upon the beggar's weathered face, her expression transforming into one of anger. However, she reproached me, asserting that I must have misbehaved and provoked Master Jiang's ire. My father, on the other hand, displayed a more unsympathetic demeanor. He ignored my tears and grievances, instead encouraging the beggar, saying, "This little rascal is always stirring up trouble. Feel free to discipline him." I harbored a deep resentment towards my father. Yet the most despicable was the old beggar, who, devoid of any shame, audaciously demanded food and drink. In the dead of night, he insisted that my mother procure a large rooster, brazenly instructing her, "Save the chicken blood and stew the meat." He even had the gall to add, "The last rooster you stewed was so delectable that I can't stop thinking about it." This shameless old wretch became the object of my imitation, though I could never surpass his audacity. Certainly, the shameless old beggar possesses his own rationale for his audacity. For when my mother brought the rooster's blood, the female spirit, Jiasumin, that had been attached to my second sister finally departed from her body. In that moment, I experienced for the very first time the peculiar reaction between myself and a mature woman. Chapter 36. Learning to paint talismans in the dead of night. My mother, adhering to the requests of the old beggar, procured a rooster and slaughtered it. After collecting the blood, she delivered it to him and subsequently prepared a chicken stew at his insistence for additional spices. I had received a beating for my loose tongue and harbored a deep resentment towards the old beggar. Thus, despite my curiosity regarding his intentions, I refrained from inquiring further. My elder sister, sharing my curiosity, posed a question to the old beggar. "Master Jiang, what purpose does the rooster's blood serve?" As he rummaged through his yellow cloth pouch, extracting red strings, a measuring tool, and spirit money, he responded to her inquiry. "The second girl is frail and cannot endure much disturbance. Her body must not be continually occupied by spirits. I will first expel the ghost from within her." While the old beggar spoke, my father listened attentively from the sofa, smoking his cigarette. He appeared calm and seemingly placed his trust in the old beggar. Yet it was evident that he was deeply concerned for my second sister's well-being, which made his demeanor particularly serious as he absorbed the old beggar's words. My sister, having received an answer, found her confusion deepening and asked, "Master Jiang, since the female ghost within my sister has a request of you, why not simply let her emerge on her own? Is she unwilling to comply?" The old beggar remarked, "Niz soul is not merely suppressed by the female ghost herself. Rather, it was first subdued by that vile creature, which subsequently lured the female ghost to possess her. Thus, even if she yearns to emerge, she is unable to do so. If we were to forcefully attempt to expel the ghost, it would not only shatter Niz soul, but could also lead to her own disintegration by the spells of the Taoist practitioners." Upon hearing that Jia was at risk of having her soul scattered, the old man, who had been feigning calmness, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What peril does allowing the ghost to depart pose to Niz? Would it not be wiser to vanquish those two nefarious practitioners first?" The old beggar replied, "That is not feasible. While it may be somewhat perilous to allow the ghost to vacate Niz's body at this moment, if we delay, those two vile creatures may claim her life at any moment. The revelation left us all in stunned silence. We had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Unable to restrain myself, I hastily questioned the old beggar. Isn't rooster blood used to ward off evil? What if you use it on that female ghost and she retaliates against Ergia? Having accompanied the old beggar for some time, my inquiries naturally bore a more professional tone than those of Ergia and the old man. Upon hearing my question, a malevolent grin finally crept across the old beggar's grotesque face. Has your stubbornness finally been stirred? I shot him a glare, choosing to ignore him. Undeterred, the old beggar set aside his task, approached me, tugged at me, and with a glint of approval in his eyes, said, "Well done. That is indeed a pertinent question. The specter residing within your second sister's corporeal form harbors a profound dread of the rooster's blood I wield. Furthermore, your apprehension is justified. In a moment of desperation, it might indeed inflict harm upon her. Do you harbor fear?" I tilted my chin upward, exuding an air of audaciousness, and declared, "I do not." Yet, my concern for my second sister lingered, prompting me to inquire, "But what shall become of her?" The aged mendicant appeared to derive considerable satisfaction from my actions. He desisted from tormenting me, opting instead for an alternate expression of commendation. The antiquated scoundrel then bestowed a gentle pat upon my posterior, uttering, "Then you must safeguard your second sister, lest the female apparition bring about her demise." Although the mendicant's touch was gentle, my tender nether regions, having endured his prolonged torment, still registered a sharp pang. However, at that juncture, such discomfort paled in significance. For the mendicant's charge to protect my second sister from the malevolent spirit weighed heavily upon me. My father's anxieties surpassed my own, for my tutelage under the mendicant had spanned a mere handful of days, and I was but a callow youth of 12. Entrusting my second sister's well-being to my care could scarcely assuage his concerns. He promptly addressed the mendicant, saying, "Master Jiang, Heiwu has only been under your instruction for a few days. Is he truly capable?" The mendicant pivoted to face my father, retorting, "If he does not encounter trials now, not only will he be slain by a specter, but each and every one of you shall meet a similar fate." As the mendicant spoke these words to my father, his back was turned towards me, preventing me from discerning his countenance. Nonetheless, I surmised that his expression was one of solemnity, akin to the gravity he displayed when imparting matters of import. The old man seemed either stunned by the words or intimidated by the beggar's expression. In any case, he refrained from uttering any further rebuttals. At that moment, the beggar produced a stack of talisman paper from his yellow cloth pouch and approached me directly. Seizing my hand, he pressed it against his lips. Just as I was pondering his intentions, a sharp, piercing pain shot through my fingertip. This old rascal, no, this old cur, had bitten into my finger, drawing blood. I bore no animosity towards his bite. Rather, I resented his failure to forewarn me, leaving me unprepared for the unexpected pain. As he clamped down with his mouth, I couldn't help but wonder if he feared the possibility of infection with those yellowed teeth that had likely never seen a toothbrush. Blood flowed from my index finger, yet the beggar paid no heed to my cries. He grasped my finger and began to draw symbols on the stack of yellow paper, instructing me, "Today, I shall teach you to draw talismans. You must commit each one to memory." He continued, explaining that there were 108 talismans, divided into 36 celestial talismans and 72 terrestrial talismans, which further fell under the categories of 8 primordial talismans and 10 types of zodiac talismans. The 10 talismans I teach you today belong to the A category, comprising 2 celestial talismans and 8 terrestrial talismans. Once he finished his explanation, the 10 talismans, imbued with my blood, sprang to life on the paper. At that moment, I scarcely absorbed his words, let alone grasp the intricacies of the drawing. Then, the old scoundrel uttered a statement that nearly drove me to madness. "From now on, each time I teach you, I shall use your blood to draw the symbols. If you fear pain, you must study diligently. If you are unafraid, I shall drink your blood daily." The old beggar's words struck me with a chilling intensity. rendering me speechless and bereft of tears. After completing the incantation, the old beggar turned to my father and elder sister, instructing them to leave, as he and the black-haired child were about to confront the female, ghost-haunting Ernie. My father cast a worried glance in my direction before departing with my sister. While the old beggar uttered those ominous words and enacted his rituals, my second sister had been huddled on the Kong, her eyes wide with fear as she observed the unfolding events. Upon hearing the old beggar announce the commencement of the ritual, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The old beggar regarded her with a sigh, advising her to endure, for while she would indeed suffer, it would not be without purpose. He cautioned her to remember not to harm the girl's body or spirit. Despite her evident terror, my second sister nodded, her voice quivering as she assured him, "Rest assured, master, I can endure." Realizing that the old beggar was about to begin in earnest, I found myself engulfed in confusion, momentarily forgetting the pain in my fingers, and urgently inquired, "Master, what is my role in this?" The old beggar replied, "You shall affix the talisman. Remember, speed is of the essence, and do not allow your focus to waver." Chapter 37. The Beautiful Ghost, How Does One Apply the Talismans? I inquired, having never before encountered the term. The old beggar handed me the stack of talismans he had inscribed with my blood, instructing, "You must remain by her side. As soon as you see the ghost, affix these 10 talismans onto your second sister, following the order I've arranged for you. Apply them from head to toe. Remember, you must act swiftly." I nodded in acknowledgement, though anxiety gripped my heart. After imparting his counsel, the old beggar turned to retrieve a length of red cord. Just as he began to wrap it around my sister, he hesitated for a moment, then turned back to emphasize, above all, do not allow yourself to be distracted, regardless of what you may witness. I nodded again, somewhat impatiently affirming my understanding. Yet inwardly, I mused on how the old beggar had become so overly cautious today. Soon, however, I would grasp the necessity of his admonitions. Once he had finished his instructions, the old beggar solemnly wound the red cord around my sister. His method was peculiar. With each loop, he tied a knot reminiscent of a Chinese knot. Upon completing the 7th knot, the cord was nearly exhausted, leaving only a short length dangling. He then secured a piece of spirit silver to the end of the cord, allowing it to hang just above my sister's lower abdomen. Throughout this process, my sister's body trembled incessantly, her visage marked by palpable fear. I recognized that it is the tremor of the female ghost, Jiasomiya. Once the red string was secured, the old beggar turned back to retrieve the ink line and poured the blood of the rooster into the bowl. Following this, he instructed me to hold one end of the ink line while he circled around my second sister, drawing a ring of red thread. After completing this task, the old beggar took a towel to wipe the chicken blood from his hands and said to me, "Stand outside this circle of red thread. When something emerges, swiftly step inside the line to begin affixing the talismans. Once finished, exit immediately. I shall remind you again, do not lose focus and act swiftly." I acknowledged with an "oh" and positioned myself outside the red line, holding the yellow talisman at the ready. At that moment, the old beggar declared the start and assumed a stance with his fingers, reciting a passage of scripture. Throughout his chanting, my gaze remained fixed on my second sister. Her body quivered in response to the old beggar's incantation, her complexion pale, teeth clenched tightly, as if enduring great torment. Although I was aware that she was possessed by a spirit at this moment, her expression was profoundly genuine, and witnessing her state caused a dull ache within my heart. Once the old beggar concluded his recitation, he suddenly pointed his fingers towards my second sister and bellowed, "If not now, then when? Omit Paul." His voice resonated powerfully, and the instant the words "omit bha" left his lips, my second sister let out a piercing scream, her voice chillingly shrill, and her body abruptly leaped into the air. At that moment, the piece of dark silver suddenly radiated a dazzling silver light. As the brilliance flickered, my second sister's body, which had leaped, swiftly descended and stood still once more. The glow of the dark silver simultaneously diminished, and the entire scene appeared as though my sister's form had been immobilized by the silver. Just then, the old beggar shouted once more, "Ready?" I understood this was directed at me, causing my body to tense momentarily as I held my breath, poised to leap into the red line to affix the talisman. As I prepared, I observed my sister's body convulsing violently again, the red thread entwined around her tightening noticeably, and then, from the lowest knot, the red cord began to constrict inward in spirals, as if it intended to bind itself within my sister's being. At that moment, she cried out with a mournful wail, and as the red knot continued to contract, I beheld another woman, draped in black, gradually rising from above her head, first revealing her face, then her shoulders and chest, as if squeezing toothpaste. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle left me utterly astonished. It was not the emergence of another woman from my sister's body that rendered me speechless, but rather the woman. No, to be precise, the female ghost, who captivated me. For she was utterly bare and breathtakingly beautiful. Can you envision the scene of a noble consort emerging from her bath? It was the first time in my life I beheld the form of a mature woman. I am uncertain how long others have felt this way, but I distinctly recall that day as the inception of my enlightenment. I was somewhat dumbfounded, entranced, and perhaps even a touch melancholic. In any case, I stood there, transfixed by her presence, completely oblivious to the admonitions of the old beggar about the necessity of focus and swiftness. Fortunately, while I was lost in my reverie, the old beggar remained alert. Just as I was ensnared in my thoughts, he suddenly bellowed, "Hurry, apply the talisman." This exclamation jolted me back to reality, and I recalled the task at hand. I swiftly leaped into the red lines drawn by the old beggar, hastily grasping the talisman to affix it to my second sister. Thankfully, despite my frantic movements, I managed to adhere the talismans correctly, following the precise order the old beggar had arranged. Had I made an error, my sister would have faced dire consequences. The events of that day exceeded the old beggar's expectations. Even the slightest misstep could have led to failure, with the grave outcome being my sister's demise. Reflecting on that day still sends shivers down my spine. I have never mentioned this incident to my sister, and thus she remains unaware of how perilously close she once was to death. All the blame lies with the ghost named Jiasumia. She was simply too exquisite. Chapter 38. The manifestation of the malevolent Taoist as I inscribed the final talisman upon my second sister, the unclad specter, Jiasumnio, had fully extricated herself from my sister's form. She hovered above, drifting aimlessly, yet remained ensconced within the circle meticulously drawn by the beggar with rooster's blood ink. Like a wind chime stirred by gentle breeze, her long, ebony hair occasionally billowed, her pallid visage illuminated by an eerie, bluish glow. I could not suppress the urge to glance upwards, my heart racing with palpable intensity. Raised in a rural setting devoid of the internet, where television was as innocent as could be, I had never received any form of sexual enlightenment. Consequently, my response was entirely instinctual. Confusion enveloped me. Why did she appear thus? Is this the typical visage of a female ghost? I had previously noted the cleanliness of her subtly curved form between her legs. She floated above my second sister, effectively above me, when I dared to look up. Can you imagine that overwhelming sensation? Must I elucidate further? Writing these words brings me discomfort. You know, Jiasumnio is not mine. She has always belonged to that male specter, Yin Baojia. Although I have encountered many female ghosts, the absence of intimacy with Jiasumnio leaves me perturbed and helpless, do you understand? Refraining from further nonsense, I shall return to the matter at hand. The old beggar seemed to anticipate my reaction, raising his voice to admonish, "Do not lose focus. Keep a close watch on your second sister, and be cautious." Heeding the old beggar's words, I endeavored to concentrate, daring not to gaze at the ghostly figure of Jia Sumao hovering above me. Instead, I extended my hand to support my second sister's frail form. At that moment, she gradually opened her eyes, gazing at me with a look of profound confusion. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to articulate something. Yet no words escaped her as her body weakened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. I gently laid my second sister down upon the Kong, ensuring that not a single part of her body encroached beyond the protective boundary of the blood-red ink line. As she reclined, the ghost, Jiasu Mao, descended simultaneously, standing beside me. I placed the word standing in quotation marks, for her presence was ethereal. Her feet never truly touched the ground. They dangled like green onions, imparting a sense of delicate motion. A chilling aura enveloped her, an eerie sensation that seemed to summon an icy breeze to dance around her. It was this very chill that served as a reminder of her spectral nature. Jia Simao appeared tethered to my second sister, yet simultaneously exhibited a profound fear of me. Her large eyes, glimmering with trepidation, darted towards me, filled with apprehension. Each time she floated slightly closer, she would hastily retreat to the side. She seemed to struggle with controlling her own body. Despite her earnest attempts to evade me, she would occasionally brush against me, and with each contact, a look of sheer terror would immediately etch itself across her face. I, too, was frightened, hardly daring to meet her gaze, nor to linger my eyes upon her for too long. Although I harbored a lingering fear of ghosts, I was acutely aware that my apprehension towards her was of a different nature. However, a multitude of questions swirled in my mind. According to the old beggar's words, my peculiar constitution attracted the attention of spirits, and any ghost that encountered me would seek to take my life. Yet why did this enchanting specter, Jasomia, appear so terrified of me? Reflecting upon my experiences, I recalled that thus far, only two spirits had exhibited fear towards me. One was the long-dead crone who had transformed into a pile of bones, and the other was the striking ghost, Jasomia. When I had previously clashed with the 36 ravenous spirits, they had shown me no semblance of fear. Their only apprehension lay in the tiger claw hook I wielded. The thought of the tiger claw hook struck me, and I pondered whether she feared it. With that notion, I removed the hook from around my neck and, raising it towards her, inquired, "Are you afraid of this?" Indeed, upon seeing the tiger claw hook, Jasomia let out a piercing scream, vehemently shouting no, as she hastily attempted to flee. In her frantic effort to escape, her movements became exaggerated, and she inadvertently collided with the blood ink line drawn by the old beggar. This unfortunate incident elicited another heart-wrenching cry from the distressed Jasomia. Upon witnessing the scene, I hastily cast the tiger claw hook beyond the confines of the blood chicken ink line. In that instant, the old beggar's anguished cry erupted, "No!" startled by his exclamation. I quickly turned to look. At that moment, I heard two swift whooshes, and two dark figures materialized abruptly within my home. As soon as they appeared, I recognized them. They were not apparitions, but living beings. Although they exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of ghosts, I could discern their humanity. It dawned on me that these two individuals were indeed the malevolent practitioners the old beggar had mentioned. The old beggar, likely taken aback by my action of discarding the tiger claw hook outside the blood chicken ink line, called out and lunged toward me, positioning himself in front of me. Almost simultaneously with the old beggar's arrival, the two dark figures surged toward my direction with remarkable speed. I then discerned their appearances, both donned in Taoist garb, one slightly plumper and the other leaner, yet both tall and with darkened faces. Each wielded a peachwood sword, their movements synchronized with uncanny precision. The leaner one aimed the tip of his sword directly at the old beggar's chest, while the plump Taoist targeted the tiger claw hook I had carelessly thrown beyond the blood chicken ink line. Realizing my inadvertent mistake, I instinctively attempted to leap beyond the blood chicken ink line to reclaim the tiger claw hook as the plump Taoist made his move. However, I remained motionless, while the specter, Jasamayo, who had instilled fear within me, suddenly moved. As I was facing away from her, I could not discern how she had glided behind me. In an instant, as I lifted my foot, a chilling pain pierced my shoulder, and I found myself drawn back into the confines of the blood-stained ink line, stumbling and falling. When I reached to touch my shoulder, I discovered 5 deep nail marks from which blood was oozing profusely. I never anticipated that Jasamayo would launch such a sudden assault. Panic surged within me as I attempted to rise. Yet, she did not afford me the opportunity to get back on my feet. At the moment I collapsed, her entire form descended upon me, pinning me firmly beneath her weight. Regarding the update, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers from various platforms, such as Tieba, Tribes, and Kujiang, as well as other channels, for their support of this work. I assure you that I, Laoan, have been striving earnestly to keep up with updates. Recently, My schedule has been so hectic that I scarcely find a moment's respite. I dedicate my evenings, often sacrificing sleep, to crafting the narrative, to ensure the story unfolds beautifully. The pace of writing inevitably slows. I believe that those who come to support me on Kujang do so because they find merit in my storytelling and wish to continue following the tale. I am acutely aware that this update frequency may not meet your expectations. Yet in my pursuit to maintain the story's brilliance, I must temper my speed, pouring immense thought into each chapter, lest I falter and fail to honor the affection and hopes of my esteemed readers. Once old and has completed the myriad of tedious tasks he is currently occupied with, approximately by the 22nd of this month, he will undoubtedly devote himself wholeheartedly to recounting captivating tales, ensuring they are not only engaging but also plentiful, to provide the utmost enjoyment for his fellow readers. To those who have yet to follow this book, please take a moment to log into Kujang Network using your QQ, Baidu, or Weibo accounts and click to follow the book. If it is not too much trouble, Old and humbly request that you spare a few seconds each day to show your support for this book. Your encouragement serves as Old Anne's motivation. After he has wrapped up his current obligations, he will diligently continue to write with fervor as a gesture of gratitude. With a bow, he expresses his thanks. Written by Old and while on a business trip, March 11th, 2015. Chapter 39. Confrontation. The ethereal specter, Jasomia, pressed me beneath her, a vision of breathtaking beauty, utterly unclothed. Imagine, if you will, the surreal sensation of being subdued by such a stunning apparition. Yet in that moment, my thoughts were consumed by an intense loathing for her. Initially, I had cast aside the Claude Talon to spare her any fright, only to discover that she had orchestrated a cunning trap against me. Her strength was formidable. She pinned my hands firmly to the ground, rendering me utterly immobile. With one leg bent beneath her and the other pressing down mercilessly upon mine, I found myself completely restrained. As I lay there in this particularly disconcerting position, the old beggar who had come to my aid was struck by the gaunt Taoist. Despite his attempt to parry the blow with a peachwood sword, he staggered back several paces, retreating into the confines of the blood-stained boundary. Meanwhile, the stout Taoist hurried over, retrieving the Claude Talon I had thrown away. A broad grin spread across his plump face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, such a divine artifact exists. It appears even the heavens are aiding this humble Taoist." Hearing his words, a wave of regret washed over me, deepening my animosity towards the ghostly Jasomia. I shouted for her to release me while I struggled with all my might. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her lips brushing against my ear as she whispered, "Do not move, do not go out. It is perilous." Taken aback by her words, I found myself bewildered. What could this mean? Was she, in fact, trying to save me with her oppressive embrace? What peril do I face? Is there anything more treacherous than being pressed by a beautiful ghost, devoid of clothing? As I pondered this, I heard the voice of the old beggar. Where do these sinister forces arise from? Do you not fear the wrath of the three pure ones for such misdeeds? The old beggar had his back to me, and with Jia Su Miao shielding me, I could only hear his voice, unable to discern his expression. I grew concerned about whether he was injured after being struck by the thin Taoist peachwood sword, and thus I called out, "Master, are you all right? Please help me lift this ghost." Before I could receive a response from the old beggar, the thin Taoist spoke. "What do you mean by sinister forces? As long as one can attain immortality and ascend, our path is the righteous one." Do you think that you scoundrels are worthy of immortality? If you enter the underworld, the best reward you might receive is to experience the skinning hell. Consider that a stroke of fortune for your accumulated virtues. As for ascension, do you not fear the disgrace of that term? This was the voice of the old beggar. At that moment, I was unaware of what immortality, ascension, or skinning hell entailed, yet I comprehended his implication. The stout Taoist then interjected, "You accuse us of straying from the righteous path. Yet what of your own actions? If you had not engaged in thievery and robbery, how would you possess such a divine artifact as the tiger claw hook? Do not deceive me. I am no fool." He claimed that the tiger claw hook did not belong to the old beggar. What could this mean? This brings to mind the day when the old beggar clashed with that old witch from the beggar's den. Upon seeing the tiger claw hook, The witch was visibly agitated and snatched it from my grasp. It was only after the old beggar pleaded, as if begging for mercy, that she returned the tiger claw hook to me. Could it be that the tiger claw hook harbors some profound secret? Is it truly not the old beggar's own possession? The rotund Taoist referred to the tiger claw hook as a divine artifact. What does that imply? If it is indeed recognized as a divine object, then it ought to be returned to the Taoist master without delay, lest I make you both unaware of your imminent demise. This was the voice of the old beggar. In the realm of the Taoist, which sacred object is not bestowed upon those of fate, to be wielded by those with a destiny? Your young disciple has yet to mature, and his lifespan is uncertain. Granting it to him would be a waste. It would be better for this humble Taoist to possess it for practical use, the rotund Taoist remarked. If you acknowledge your identities as Taoists, then you must also recognize the significance of the tiger claw hook. Are you truly prepared to oppose the entire Taoist sect? The old beggar continued to speak, seemingly oblivious to my plight as I was pressed down by the female ghost. At that moment, the slender Taoist interjected, Yes, yes. The tiger claw hook is indeed a divine object, and the yin-yang child is a celestial being. Since the esteemed Jin Zai has acquired the tiger claw hook, I shall take the yin-yang child with me. Excellent. The suggestion from my fellow Taoist, Zhou Simu, is most commendable. Now that I possess this tiger claw hook, I shall assist you by escorting the yin-yang child away. The rotund Taoist concurred with the slender Taoist. I am indeed aware that they are referring to me, and the issue of my belonging has been settled without so much as a query regarding my consent, neither from the old beggar nor, I dare say, from my father and mother. From this alone, I instantly discerned the distinction between the authentic lineage espoused by the old beggar and the wayward practices of the heretics. How audacious of you, two insignificant wretches, to covet the disciple of the Tao Master. Do you not value your lives? The old beggar disdainfully uttered these words, pausing momentarily before continuing. Release him. Let him cease his futile struggles. As soon as the old beggar's words fell, the female specter pressing upon me, Jia Somia, responded with an acknowledgement and casually released her grip. It was then that I realized, indeed, Jia Somia was rescuing me. Later, the old beggar informed me that had it not been for Jia Somia, I might have been ensnared by that portly Taoist named Jin Zai and his elaborate traps that day. Once Jia Somia relinquished her hold, I sprang to my feet, pointing at the malevolent Taoist Jin Zai, and shouted, You rotund fool, return my tiger claw talisman. Jin Zai chuckled, his jowls quivering, casting a greedy glance in my direction before turning to the lean Taoist, known as Zhou Simu, and saying, Simu, it seems the temper of the yin-yang child is quite formidable. You must take him under your wing and train him properly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Simu burst into laughter, only to abruptly stifle it, bellowing, Friend, lend me your assistance. In an instant, his body sprang into action, and the peachwood sword in his hand danced through the air, creating a flurry of sword flowers aimed directly at the old beggar. Simultaneously, Jin Zai also sprang into motion. He clutched my tiger claw hook, his corpulent body lunging forward, and as his hand holding the hook made contact with a line drawn in chicken blood by the old beggar, he deftly swept it aside, creating a breach in the line. As soon as the breach appeared, the female ghost, Jia Somia, let out a startled cry, her body seemingly propelled towards the opening against her will. Chapter 40. The command of the Taoist sect, I am uncertain why, upon the opening of that gap, the female specter, Jia Somiang, would suddenly soar toward it. Yet, instinctively, I sensed imminent danger and interposed myself before her. My instinct proved correct. Jia Somiang appeared unable to exert control over her own body, as if some powerful force beyond the boundary of the ink line was compelling her to escape. When I stood in her path, she collided with me, causing me to stagger. Fortunately, I had braced myself, preventing a complete fall. Do you recall that Jia Somiang was unclad? Do you remember her exquisite beauty? As I blocked her advance, our bodies made an intimate contact upon her impact. The pivotal issue arose when, in my effort to prevent her from breaching the protective boundary, I instinctively thrust my hands forward. In that moment, my innocent 12-year-old hands inadvertently grasped something exceedingly soft. It was cool to the touch, and a small elevation nestled perfectly in my palm, resting within the innocence of my youthful grasp. A tremor coursed through my body, and I felt a peculiar stir. Yet, I dared not linger on such thoughts. Nor could I afford to be careless, for she was still being drawn outward by that invisible force, one only she could perceive. I had to exert tremendous effort to restrain her. It was truly a torment one could comprehend. Fortunately, the old beggar stirred. With a peachwood sword in one hand and a two-finger technique in the other, he slid his fingers along the blade spine while intoning heavenly mysterious spirit sword. The Taoist Lord has arrived, hush. As the last syllable echoed, a faint yellow light surged forth from the sword's tip, resonating with a metallic clang as it repelled the approaching attack aimed at the old beggar. Simultaneously, his two-finger technique directed toward the recent gap created by Jean Zay on the chicken blood ink line, and in an instant, a stream of crimson liquid swiftly filled the void, following the preordained path laid out before. Initially, I assumed this stream of red liquid was the blood drawn from his own fingers upon the sword, only to later realize it was, in fact, the rooster's blood he had prepared in advance. This blood had been imbued with Taoist incantations, rendering it far mightier than the mere blood contained within the ink line. Once the gap was sealed, Jia Sumao's body, which had been surging outward, came to a sudden halt, alleviating the need for me to push her away with force. I swiftly withdrew my hand, yet an inexplicable sense of reluctance washed over me. Why was that? I released my grip and hastened toward the old beggar, inquiring, Master, with the tiger claw hook on, how may I assist? The old beggar, engrossed in a fierce battle with Zhou Simu and Jean Zay, continued to wield the peachwood sword without pause. Hearing my question, he hurriedly commanded, drop your blood onto the chicken blood ink line, and keep a watchful eye on your second sister and this female ghost. Though I was perplexed as to why the old beggar urged me to act in such a manner, I hesitated not for a moment. I brought my wounded index finger, bitten by the old beggar, to my mouth and sank my teeth into it once more. Blood oozed from the tip of my finger, and I hurriedly ran to let a drop fall onto the chicken blood ink line. However, I felt the droplet was far too meager, so I squeezed my injured finger with my other hand, desperate to release more blood. At that moment, the female ghost, Jia Sumu, approached me again, gently patting my shoulder and saying, there is no need for so much. A single drop suffices. Just as I was about to inquire why, I heard the old beggar exclaim, Yin Yang Tongzi blood, cleanse the world's evil, Taishang Lao Jun, hasten as the law commands. As his words echoed, I was astounded to witness my blood suddenly radiating a brilliant red light, swiftly enveloping the chicken blood ink line. The two nefarious Taoists, Jean Zay and Zhou Simu, who were engaged in combat with the old beggar, seemed to have anticipated this moment. As the crimson glow surged forth from my blood, they both recoiled in unison, as if fearing the touch of that luminous red. Seizing the opportunity, the old beggar took a decisive step forward, stomping his foot firmly on the ground while proclaiming, borrowing the law. In an instant, his body sprang upward, and with a swift flourish of his peachwood sword, he unleashed a flurry of sword blooms, directed forcefully towards the two Taoists, Jean Zay and Zhou Simu, clearly startled by the old beggar's sudden maneuver. The two nefarious Taoists simultaneously uttered their incantation and shouted in unison, heavenly net and earthly web, manifest. It was only later that I realized the two malevolent sorcerers had long since laid this intricate web within my home, specifically to deal with the old beggar today. When the old beggar arrived at my house that day, he had already sensed it, yet he remained composed and chose not to disclose this to me. As the incantations of the two sorcerers came to an end, a large, pale yellow net suddenly manifested within the room, precisely obstructing the path of the two men. Almost simultaneously, the circle of sword flowers unleashed by the old beggar collided with the net, known as the celestial web. A resounding clash of metal echoed, causing several strands of the net to snap, as it appeared on the verge of unraveling entirely. However, the circle of sword flowers had also diminished to a mere flicker of its former might, posing no threat to the two sorcerers. Despite this, the expressions of the two men soured considerably. They exchanged wary glances, gripping their swords in a defensive stance, now hesitant to attack the old beggar as they had before. As the old beggar landed, he did not pause for even a moment. He swiftly dashed to the table, seized his yellow cloth pouch, and tossed it towards me from distance. While maintaining his defensive posture against the two sorcerers, he urged me, "Take out the talisman paper and draw the zodiac talisman I taught you." Yet, how was I to illustrate the zodiac talisman? When he had bitten my fingertip to instruct me earlier, I had been too preoccupied with the pain to remember the intricate curves of the symbols. Now, he expected me to draw it. Was he not placing an undue burden upon me? I was about to declare that I was incapable of drawing, but upon raising my gaze, I noticed the old beggar winking at me, and in that instant, I comprehended his intent to deceive. This rascal always adopts that very expression whenever he tries to sway me. It was the same when he offered to become my mentor and teach me how to call my father and mother. Thus, I understood instantly and promptly retrieved the talisman paper, biting my finger to draw blood, feigning the act of inscribing a spell. The old beggar's knack for trickery is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing him request that I draw the Jiazi talisman, both the sinister Taoists, Zhou Simu and Jin Zhe, were taken aback, evidently struck by fear. They exchanged a glance of understanding before, in a synchronized manner, charging towards me with their swords, presumably intent on halting my incantation. At that moment, the old beggar suddenly bellowed, "By the decree of the Taoist sect, cease." Upon hearing this command, the two initially advancing Taoists abruptly halted, their faces a mask of terror as they turned to look at the beggar. Chapter 41. The fierce battle with the malevolent sorcerers. It became evident that the old beggar's request for me to draw the Jiazi talisman was a strategic ruse intended to catch the two malevolent sorcerers off guard, enabling us to strike them unexpectedly. This ploy proved effective. At the moment the old beggar invoked the command of the Taoist sect, the two sorcerers were seized by terror, momentarily frozen in place, clearly both astonished and fearful of the four words that constituted the command. At that instant, the room was suddenly illuminated with a brilliant radiance. Despite it being the darkest hour of the night, it transformed into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. The source of this luminous phenomenon was none other than the old beggar himself, who held a seemingly dilapidated candlestick in his hands. A half-burned white candle atop, it emitted a dazzling glow, flickering and dancing with life. Above the candle's flame, a projection resembling a film screen materialized, displaying ethereal and elusive images. Upon a cursory glance, I recognized the scene depicted within. It was the tombs of the Guanyin Temple on Shishan Mountain. However, within that projection, the tombs appeared faint and insubstantial. Had I not grown up at the foot of Shishan and been intimately familiar with every detail of the Guanyin Temple, I surely would not have discerned what that imagery represented. I remained unaware of the method the old beggar employed to conjure such a cinematic portrayal of the tombs, but I was filled with astonishment. Yet, for the two malevolent sorcerers, Jin Zhe and Zhou Simu, the situation was far from simple. As the ethereal shadow of the pagoda manifested, the two malevolent Taoist priests simultaneously emitted a ghastly shriek, their bodies trembling uncontrollably and their peachwood swords clattering to the ground. In unison, they knelt before the pagoda, fervently pleading, "Master, spare us, Master, spare us." The old beggar stood beneath the luminous shadow, his countenance solemn and dignified. Were it not for his tattered attire, which served as a stark reminder of his humble station, one might have easily mistaken him for a celestial sage radiating divine light, sacred and formidable. In the midst of the illumination, he proclaimed, "I, Zhang Yugan, as the 14th generation master of the Tianxin sect, earnestly beseech our revered ancestor to descend and rectify the Taoist lineage, preserving the integrity of our faith." Upon the conclusion of the old beggar's words, the room was suddenly swept by an unseen tempest, accompanied by a haunting howling. Following this, the illusory pagoda shadow quivered, unleashing a colossal beam of light that swiftly enveloped the two nefarious Taoists, Zhou Simu and Jin Zhe. The brilliance of the light was so overwhelming that it rendered my eyes unable to open, obscuring my view of the events unfolding within, though I could hear a piercing wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoing through the air. In an instant, the radiant beam vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the room shrouded in darkness once more, reverting to the dim illumination that had existed before the old beggar retrieved the candlestick. However, the enigmatic Taoist, named Zhou Simu, lay motionless on the ground, his mouth agape, eyes rolled back, and his face frozen in a mask of sheer terror. Yet, he had already breathed his last, undeniably beyond the realm of life. Strangely, the rotund Taoist known as Jin Zhe had vanished. In the spot where he had knelt moments ago, only my clawed hook lay quietly, devoid of his presence. I was taken aback and inquired of the old beggar, "Where has that plump fellow gone? Has he perished as well?" The old beggar appeared exceedingly weary, seated cross-legged on the ground, his head drooping in exhaustion. Upon hearing my question, he weakly replied, "The edicts of the Taoist sect have lost their potency over the ages, far diminished from their former might. Furthermore, he possessed some skill. First, he used your clawed hook for protection, and then made the lean man his shield, thus enabling his escape." Observing the old beggar's feeble demeanor stirred concern within me, prompting me to hasten to his side and ask, "Are you all right?" He shook his head and said, "Summoning the edicts of the Taoist sect severely depletes one's vitality. I am merely fatigued. It is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice." Reassured by his words, I felt a sense of relief. At that moment, I had completely forgotten the incident where he had struck me, as my prolonged interactions with him had fostered a bond akin to that of a father and son. Regardless of my underlying fears, resentment, or anger towards him, I found myself genuinely concerned whenever he faced misfortune. I glanced once more at the candlestick situated beside the old beggar. At this moment, the flame had long since extinguished, and the once tall white candle had diminished considerably, now standing at approximately 5 centimeters in height. I picked it up to examine it. The candlestick was crafted from brass, feeling heavy in my hand, adorned with mottled green patina. Beneath the layers of rust, I could faintly discern intricate patterns reminiscent of the talismanic shapes the old beggar had instructed me to draw. Beyond this, I found nothing particularly extraordinary about the candlestick, so I inquired of the old beggar, "Master, what purpose does this candlestick serve? And what is this Taoist command you mentioned? It seems so formidable. Just now, I witnessed those two malevolent Taoists kneeling in supplication." The old beggar, still lacking vigor, replied, "That is a magical artifact bequeathed by our ancestral master. In times past, any master capable of establishing a sect possessed a unique lineage of teachings. Once a sect was founded, its teachings would coalesce into a command of the Tao. Any heretical entities that oppose the great Tao, particularly those of sinister practices, would be vanquished by this command. This candlestick embodies the Taoist command forged by our Tianxian sect's first patriarch, Tundatsi, through his own lineage. However, each usage of the command diminishes its potency. It was only employed in times of sect crises, and the more frequently it is used, the less effective it becomes. Today, you were in great peril, and with the tiger claw in their possession, I had no choice but to resort to it. Upon listening to the old beggar's tale, a wave of guilt washed over me for my impulsive decision to discard the tiger claw hook. I lowered my head and murmured an apology to him. This time, the old beggar did not express any resentment. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Master is weary. I entrust the remaining tasks to you for today." I nodded and replied, "Master, you should rest. I will handle whatever needs to be done. However, what exactly should I do next?" The old beggar glanced at me, and I perceived a fleeting spark of brilliance in his eyes. Nay, it seemed more like a glimmer of mischief that vanished almost instantaneously. Yet at that moment, I did not ponder it further and waited earnestly for his instructions. The old beggar spoke with a weary tone. "First, you must deal with this deceased priest." I inquired, "How should I proceed?" He answered, "Search him thoroughly for any items of use. We shall keep them for ourselves." After a brief pause, he added, "Dismember his corpse. I require his skeletal remains." Chapter 42. What use is a skeleton? The old beggar insisted that I dismember that peculiar sorcerer named Zhou Simu, demanding his skeletal remains. A request so outrageous that, as a mere 12-year-old child, I found it utterly impossible to fulfill. Before I encountered the old beggar, I was terrified of ghosts, yet now, he expected me to wield a blade against a corpse. How could I possibly summon the courage? With a mournful countenance, I exclaimed, "Master, I cannot do it." Yet my curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired, "What purpose do you have for the skeleton?" The old beggar replied, "To brew a nourishing soup, a complete restorative broth." I was taken aback. Could he be any more revolting? To use human bones for broth? A complete restorative? Upon hearing his words, I momentarily believed the old fool must have been dazed from the earlier commotion, for how else could he utter such nonsense? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I approached him and gently touched his forehead, asking, "Are you all right, master?" The old beggar glanced up at me and chuckled. "Do you think I am unwell?" "Indeed, you appear to be ill," I replied. He acknowledged, "Yes, I am unwell, and quite severely so. I am in dire need of that complete restorative broth to rejuvenate my health. My obedient disciple, please retrieve that frail sorcerer's skeleton and prepare a nourishing soup for me." Upon hearing this, I felt tears welling in my eyes. A sense of fear began to creep in. What manner of person was this master I had chosen? A sorcerer who would resort to using human bones for soup. Could he truly be considered a legitimate practitioner of the mystical arts? This was far more horrifying than any malevolent sorcerer summoning spirits to nurture ghosts. I remained stationary, silently observing the old mendicant, attempting to discern his intentions from his gaze. Regardless, I would never dare to wield a blade against that deceased Taoist. The old beggar also scrutinized me, his gaze gradually turning frigid, eventually causing a prickling sensation on my scalp, as though he were contemplating assaulting or even killing me. Fear gripped me, and I tremulously inquired, "Master, what ails you? Are you still my master?" As I spoke, I surreptitiously retreated until I grasped the tiger claw hook, which bolstered my courage slightly. The old mendicant then proclaimed, "Yes, employ the tiger claw hook to dismember him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, I shall claim your skeletal frame. Moreover, I shall extract it from your living body. Make haste." As the old mendicant continued, his voice escalated into a veritable roar, causing me to nearly collapse onto the ground. At that moment, I detected the sound of sobbing emanating from behind me. Turning around, I observed the female ghost, Jia Su Miao, embracing her legs with her arms, cowering beside my second sister, who was entirely covered in talismans, her head lowered, and her face displaying abject terror as she gazed upon me. A sense of warmth welled up within me. The old mendicant's harshness towards me seemed to have elicited pity from the female ghost. However, her pity was of no avail. Observing the old mendicant's demeanor, I recognized that his words were not mere threats. The old scoundrel had struck my posterior with such force that I was certain he would not hesitate to dismember me while I was still alive and extract my skeletal frame. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down my spine. There was no alternative. Clutching the tiger claw hook, I slowly approached the corpse of the deceased Taoist priest. This priest, known as Josimu, was naturally slender, and now, lying there, he appeared even more gaunt. His face, with its parched skin, lacked any semblance of luster, resembling the dark, smoked chickens sold in Liaoqing, Shandong. His eyes were wide open in terror, and his mouth hung agape, revealing a set of teeth that, while orderly, were also tarnished. His forehead was pronounced, cheekbones protruded sharply, and his sunken cheeks framed a pointed chin. If it were not for the layer of darkened skin along with his nose, eyes, and mouth, he would have resembled a ready-made black skull. I first reached out to remove the Taoist robe from his body, unfastening the front to discover that his abdomen was wrapped in a circle of yellow cloth, appearing bulging, as if concealing something within. With the tiger claw hook, I tore through the yellow fabric, and a cacophony of sounds ensued as numerous items tumbled forth. Copper bells, a bronze mirror, a compass, several green jade pieces, a few small bottles containing unknown contents, and several books inscribed with seals I could not decipher. Additionally, there were various other trinkets, presumably his talismans, akin to the yellow cloth pouch of an old beggar. I was merely puzzled as to why he had wrapped these items around his waist and concealed them within his robe. It seemed exceedingly impractical for use. I did not disturb the contents of the yellow cloth, merely glancing at them before rewrapping it and tossing it at a distance to the old beggar. As I cast these items towards him, I noticed a fleeting glimmer of mischief in the old beggar's eyes. Though it was but a transient spark, it lingered in my mind, reminiscent of the last time his eyes gleamed with cunning. A sense of perplexity began to take root within me. Could it be that this old scoundrel was deliberately toying with me? I suddenly realized that the beggar seemed to regard me as more precious than his own life. This was evident when he had vanquished the 36 gluttonous specters and during his fierce battle with the old witch. Yet now he was so merciless towards me, even threatening to flay me alive. Surely there was more to this than met the eye. With this thought, my courage swelled slightly. However, confronted by the emaciated corpse of the deceased priest, a chill crept over me. I grasped the tiger claw hook once more and began to peel away the priest's garments. The priest's undergarment was a white silk tunic, akin to his Taoist robe, featuring a myriad of embroidered talismans upon its collar. The fabric was exquisite, yet the stark white against the dark, withered body evoked a sense of profound waste. As I unveiled the silk inner garment, the priest's chest was laid bare, resembling his face, encased in a layer of dark skin over brittle bones, devoid of any semblance of flesh. At that moment, the vile old beggar barked at me again. "Hurry up. Why are you dawdling?" I chose to ignore him. My suspicion towards this old rascal deepened. At the very least, I believe he posed no threat to me. Resolutely, I steeled myself, closed my eyes, and with the tiger claw hook, I drew a fierce line across the deceased priest's chest. What did I hear? As the tiger's claw grazed the chest of the deceased Taoist, I was astounded to hear a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal, as though the claw were raking across iron rather than flesh. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that the chest of the lifeless Taoist did not bear the gruesome sight of torn skin and gushing blood that I had anticipated. Instead, there was merely a white mark upon the dark skin. A sense of wonder filled me, and without waiting for the old beggar's prompting, I once again drew the claw across the Taoist's chest. The outcome was the same. The skin remained unbroken, leaving only a pale impression. I continued to make a dozen more strokes, each yielding the same result. I lifted my gaze to the old beggar and inquired, "Master, why is his flesh impervious to harm?" The old beggar responded with a sinister smile, "What nonsense! If it could be cut, would I allow you to do so?" Chapter 43. Tales of the Taoist Sect. I knew that old fellow was up to no good. He was fully aware that I had no means to deal with the corpse of the deceased Taoist, yet he deliberately frightened me with his words, claiming he would concoct soup from the bones of the dead priest. Just thinking about it made me furious, and in a fit of anger, I plopped down on the ground, rolling my eyes at the old beggar. "Can you not maintain some semblance of decorum? You nearly scared the Taoist to death." Upon hearing my words, the old beggar erupted into a fit of laughter, clutching his belly. "Taoist? You haven't even grown your first hair, and you dare call yourself a Taoist?" I saw no fault in referring to myself as a Taoist. If he could do it, why couldn't I? I possessed far more integrity and ideals than he did, after all. Ignoring the old beggar, who continued to chuckle like a fool, I pressed him. "What on earth is going on with this deceased Taoist? Why does his flesh feel like iron?" The old beggar finally ceased his laughter, though a smirk still lingered on his face. He replied, "He is not a human at all." "What? Not a human? Then what is he? A ghost?" I asked, bewildered. "Something akin to a ghost," the old man continued. "This ancient one has been alive for at least a century and has even cultivated a Taoist body." His words seemed to be directed at me, yet felt more like a ramble, leaving me increasingly perplexed. Growing impatient, I demanded, "What exactly is going on? Can you please clarify?" The old beggar cast a fleeting glance at me, propping himself up with his hands on the ground, brushing the dust off his trousers as he spoke. "This matter is far too intricate to be elucidated in just a few words. Allow me to tell you this. Do not be deceived into thinking that the Taoist known as Zhou Simu has perished. He has merely left his corporeal form behind, for his spirit has long since departed. Jin Zhe, that rotund fellow, despite his escape, is nothing but a mere wretch in the presence of Zhou Simu. Presently, this lifeless body is as solid as iron, impervious even to the sharpest claws of tiger. This phenomenon is referred to as the Tao body, a method of body refinement practiced within the Taoist sect. While I was not particularly invested in the concept of Tao bodies, The notion that Zhou Simu was still alive struck me as utterly astonishing. Initially, I had presumed that the portly Taoist, Jin Zhe, was indeed formidable enough to evade the onslaught commanded by the Taoist sect. However, upon hearing the old beggar's claim that he was nothing more than a trifling fool before Zhou Simu, my intrigue only deepened. Thus, I inquired further. Did you not say that Jin Zhe used Zhou Simu as a human shield to effectuate his escape? If Zhou Simu is so powerful, how could he possibly serve as a shield? The old beggar chuckled ominously, replying, that Jin Zhe is a fool. He has utterly failed to comprehend the might of Zhou Simu. In his desperate bid for escape, he inadvertently caused Zhou Simu to lose his Tao body. In due course, Zhou Simu will not spare him, and we need not lift a finger. As he spoke, a sinister expression adorned the old beggar's face, yet my confusion remained unresolved. Prompting another question, if Zhou Simu is not dead, then where has he gone? He's gone off with that dead fat man, the old beggar replied. I find myself teetering on the brink of exasperation. Why can't this old man simply divulge all the truths at once? It feels akin to coaxing sheep droppings, one pellet at a time. In my impatience, I stomped my foot and beseeched the old beggar, Master, please hasten your revelations. I can hardly bear the suspense. At that moment, the old beggar approached me, initially ignoring my plea. He nudged the corpse of Zhou Simu, which he referred to as the Tao body, with his foot, exclaiming in admiration how remarkably solid it was. He then crouched down, grasped Zhou Simu's chin, inspecting his features with a critical eye, muttering that he was indeed quite unattractive. Standing up, he remarked on how extraordinarily dark it was, before dusting off his hands and settling onto the edge of the con. I watched him intently, awaiting his response. The old beggar seemed to relish in prolonging my anticipation. Once comfortably seated, he glanced at me with a sardonic smile and began to speak slowly. It seems Zhou Simu has lived for over a century, and his ability to cultivate the Tao body to such an extent suggests he was remarkably diligent. However, in his pursuit of immortality, he strayed down a nefarious path. We imposed our Taoist commands upon him, resulting in the loss of his Tao body. Yet his soul managed to escape and attach itself to Zhou Simu. This was the second time I had encountered the term immortality. The first was from those two dubious Taoists. Now, hearing it from the venerable old beggar, I inquired, what do you mean by immortality and ascension? The old beggar's demeanor became notably more serious as he spoke slowly. The pursuit of immortality and ascension to become an immortal is the ultimate aspiration of all practitioners of the Tao. However, for countless generations, the Tao sect has taken it upon themselves to eradicate evil and promote righteousness, to prevent malevolent forces from wreaking havoc upon the world. Our ancestors have all engaged with the mortal realm. The majority of my fellow practitioners have had to relinquish their quest for longevity in order to combat these malevolent entities. A millennium ago, the founder of our heavenly Xian sect, just before his ascension, sacrificed his own cultivation to establish the grand formation of 72 heavenly circuits, aiming to permanently subdue the great evil spirit. Yet, after 1,000 years, the potency of this formation has significantly waned, while the malevolent spirit has remained hidden, biding its time in the underworld. It is likely that it will soon return with renewed vigor. At that time, humanity may face dire consequences. As the old beggar continued, the playful expression that had once adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by an air of melancholy and concern. Though I struggled to grasp the depth of his words, the gravity of his expression indicated that he had fully entered a serious mode once again. Therefore, I dared not act out of turn and respectfully inquired, Master, is that malevolent spirit truly formidable? The old beggar nodded gravely and looked at me with utmost seriousness, stating, indeed, it is formidable. Only you possess the ability to subdue it. You are of the unique yin-yang integrated constitution, a rarity that appears only once in a millennium. Only through your rightful cultivation can you restrain it once more. Otherwise, not only will your family perish, but all of humanity shall suffer as well. Do you understand now? I did not comprehend why it had to be me. At that time, I did not fully comprehend the nature of this responsibility, Yet I was certain that the old beggar spoke the truth. Furthermore, I understood that I must diligently study the arts, for it would empower me to protect my family from death. However, I was apprehensive and stammered, "But I am too young." Upon hearing my words, the old beggar sighed deeply, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are quite young. Yet, fortuitously, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence, and now that you are here, it signifies that hope still exists. However, our time is undeniably limited. Although you are young, I must inevitably introduce you to these matters prematurely, so that you may grow swiftly." Once the old beggar concluded his remarks, a heavy silence enveloped us, creating a palpable tension in the room. My heart felt burdened, for I disliked this atmosphere, yet I found no words to express my feelings. At that moment, the female ghost, Jia Somia, disrupted the oppressive silence from her corner. Trembling as she inquired, "Master, may I have his Tao body?" I cannot help but wonder why Jia Somia desired the Tao body of this deceased priest. Chapter 44. Cleansing the battlefield. Upon hearing the female ghost, Jia Somiang, express her desire for the Taoist physical form, I found myself perplexed and was about to inquire about her intentions when the old beggar interjected with a firm refusal. "You should remain where you belong. Once I rescue your little paramour, you may accompany him to the underworld. The realm of the living is not your abode." The old beggar's demeanor was grave, and while Jia Somiang's eyes glimmered with a hint of avarice, they were predominantly filled with fear. From her gaze and the beggar's words, I gleaned that Jia Somiang desired the Taoist form to linger in the world of the living. Later, the old beggar enlightened me that some nefarious Taoists, in their pursuit to cultivate formidable specters, initially instruct certain mortals in body refinement. Subsequently, they allow these spirits to usurp their physical vessels. This enables the spirits to traverse the world in daylight, akin to ordinary mortals, while simultaneously enhancing their power exponentially. Although Jia Somiang retained some vestiges of goodness, she had ultimately been nurtured by wicked Taoists for many years. Thus, it was not surprising that she gazed upon the robust physical form of Zhou Simu with an expression tinged with desire. Having refused Jia Somiang's request, the old beggar rendered her speechless, compelling her to bury her head once more, sitting silently beside second sister. I inquired of the old beggar, "What shall become of this physical form? You cannot possibly intend to prepare a nourishing broth from it?" The old beggar replied, "I merely wish to test your courage. If you tremble before a corpse, how will you muster the resolve to confront even more sinister beings and formidable spirits in the future?" After a brief pause, he continued, "While your father and the others remain unaware, seek out a discreet location within your home where we can conceal this body for future utility." I acquiesced, though the purpose of this body eluded me, and I held little concern for it. Nonetheless, I found the old beggar's suggestion rather prudent. If my parents were to discover a corpse lying in our abode, I could only imagine their horror. They would be entirely oblivious to the fact that these two malevolent sorcerers had been lurking in my home for quite some time, stealthily weaving an intricate web of traps. I recalled an unused granary on our property, typically filled with various odds and ends, which presented itself as an ideal hiding spot for the sorcerer's body. Together with the old beggar, I discreetly placed the corpse within. During the process of transporting the body, several puzzling thoughts crossed my mind, prompting me to inquire the old beggar. "You mentioned that these two sinister sorcerers have been guarding my home for quite a while. Why did you not discover them on the day we returned? Did you not breach their intricate web?" The old beggar replied, "On that day, they had yet to establish their traps. They were likely testing my abilities in secrecy. As for my failure to detect them, it is not unusual. Many nefarious sorcerers, often oppressed by orthodox practitioners, have mastered numerous concealment techniques. Furthermore, my master did not consider this angle at the time, which contributed to my oversight." I pressed further. "And what of their intricate web? It seems you were aware of it long before." The old beggar, now puffed up with pride, retorted, "Such tricks are hardly a challenge for one of my caliber. Last night, upon our return from Dingjia, Funcliffe Bay, I discerned that all the preparations made were deliberately displayed for their benefit. Had it not been for your reckless toss of the tiger claw hook, those two wretches would hardly merit my invoking the commands of the Taoist sect." I chose to disregard the old beggar's bluster and inquired further, what consequences would ensue from their possession of the tiger claw hook. After all, it was due to you, was it not? The old beggar shot me a glare before continuing. You must have seen how he could sever my blood ink line with that tiger claw hook, thus allowing Zhou Simu to summon his female ghost, Jia Sumnio. In that case, we would be confronted by 3 adversaries. Moreover, your second sister's health remains frail, and you, essentially a liability, render me hesitant to act. One cannot contend with 3 curs alone. It was then that I comprehended the reason behind the old beggar's anguished cry after I had flung the tiger claw hook away, and a sense of shame washed over me. In a bid to justify my actions, I retorted, "It is all Jia Sumnio's fault." I perceived her fear of the tiger claw hook, which prompted me to cast it aside. My words, meant to clarify, only incited the old beggar's ire. He kicked me sharply on the backside and exclaimed, "At such a tender age, how could you possess such lascivious intent? A mere female ghost frightens you, and you relinquish your most vital means of defense. Should someone employ a femme fatale against you in the future, would you not betray me as well?" I remained oblivious to the concept of a femme fatale and knew not what lascivious intent entailed. All I felt was the sting of the old beggar's kick and the understanding that, under no circumstances should the tiger claw hook be cast aside. I, along with the old beggar, concealed the deceased Taoist's corporeal form within the granary of my home. The old beggar then retrieved 7 oil lamps from his yellow cloth pouch, meticulously arranging and igniting them around the body. Furthermore, he delineated a circle with a special ink composed of chicken blood beyond the perimeter of the lamps, which allowed him to finally breathe easy. I inquired about the purpose of these oil lamps. The old beggar explained that they constituted the 7 glazed lamps' soul restraining formation, specifically designed to confine wandering souls, ensuring that they remained trapped within the array. By enclosing the Taoist's corporeal form within this formation, he alleviated the fear of the souls from the surrounding woods returning to reclaim it. The additional circle of chicken blood ink served as a double precaution. After all, that vile creature had existed for far too long. Who could ascertain whether he possessed any extraordinary abilities? It was wise to exercise caution. This was the old beggar's explanation, which I regarded merely as a manifestation of his lack of confidence. Having dealt with the deceased Taoist's corporeal form, the situation was not yet resolved. For 2 others remained in the room. One was my second sister, her body adorned with talismans, still in a state of unconsciousness. The other was the female ghost, Jia Sumia, who had been lingering by my sister's side, pitiably huddled with her arms wrapped around her shoulders, still without clothing, exposed to the gaze of the 3 men present. I was intrigued to see how the old beggar would address the matter of the ghost, Jia Sumia. Since she was not possessing anyone at that moment, and with dawn approaching, what would a ghost do in the daylight? I voiced my concerns to the old beggar, who responded, "I shall now teach you how to capture a ghost." "Capture a ghost? What does that entail?" I asked. The old beggar said, "It is akin to keeping a ghost by your side, allowing you to wander freely during the day, and you can even enlist her aid in your endeavors." After a brief pause, the old beggar continued, "The methods of collecting spirits are quite similar to those employed by nefarious sorcerers. But remember this, you must never use the spirits you gather for malevolent purposes. As a righteous young boy, how could I ever contemplate such wrongdoing?" Thus, I scoffed at the old beggar's admonition. However, I regret to admit that I betrayed my master. Subsequently, I amassed a multitude of spirits, particularly female ones, and committed numerous misdeeds. This cannot solely be attributed to my actions. I can only blame my irresistible charm to the female spirits and the undeniable beauty of those very specters. Chapter 45. Capturing Ghosts. The old beggar's intention to teach me the art of ghost capture piqued my curiosity, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. After securing the barn door, I hurriedly followed the old beggar into the house. The female ghost, Jia Sumin, huddled beside my second sister, quietly embodying the essence of a beautiful specter. Upon our entrance, she merely glanced up at us before falling silent once more. I was about to inquire how the old beggar intended to capture ghosts when, suddenly, a rooster crowed from outside, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Jia Sumin jolted at the sound, her face transforming into a mask of terror. No longer sitting with her knees drawn up, She knelt instead, repeatedly bowing her head towards the old beggar, pleading, "Master, save me." The old beggar remained impassive. Observing Jasumin's desperate reverence, he appeared almost indifferent, not sparing her a glance. In a monotone voice, he remarked, "Do not be afraid. I shall first teach my apprentice to capture you. Once your beloved is rescued, you shall be free." Reflecting on this moment, I realized that whenever the old beggar conversed with a ghost, he invariably wore this stern and detached demeanor. It was only after experiencing certain events that I came to understand his perspective. In his eyes, all ghosts were malevolent entities, and within his worldview, such beings were utterly unworthy of existence in the mortal realm. Thus, he never bestowed a kind expression upon them. This is a tale for another time. At that moment, the female ghost Jasumiya, upon hearing that the old beggar intended to capture her, exhibited a look of terror on her face that surpassed even her earlier reaction to the crowing of a rooster. She knelt there, nodding her head with an urgency that was palpable, pleading fervently, "Please, master, spare me. Do not capture me." Could it be that for a ghost, being captured is an agonizing ordeal? I found myself pondering this question. The old beggar maintained his indifferent demeanor, stating, "The talisman that once controlled you has dissipated with the death of the Taoist who nurtured you. Without the talisman, you are but a wild spirit, unable to survive in the realm of the living during the day." Jasumiya, in a state of desperation, implored, "Might you find me a shadowy refuge? I truly do not wish to be captured again. I'm terrified." Though her pleas were sincere enough to stir my emotions, the old beggar appeared utterly devoid of compassion. He continued to rummage through his yellow cloth pouch, retrieving talismans and vermilion, while speaking in a detached tone, "I am a legitimate practitioner of the Tao. Capturing you will not lead you to malevolent deeds. Furthermore, you are aware of my disciple's status. Allowing him to capture you would not be to your detriment." Having concluded his statement, the old beggar disregarded Jasumiya's ongoing pleas and summoned me to his side. He handed me a talisman, explaining, "There are 7 types of ghost-capturing talismans: warm spirit, control ghost, attract charm, exterminate wraiths, harm spirits, nurture ghosts, and drive away ghosts. The first 5 are primarily for capturing spirits, corresponding to the 5 types of malevolent entities: spirits, charms, wraiths, and so forth. Use what you need for what you intend to capture. The Nurture Ghost Talisman is for controlling and nurturing the malevolent entities you capture, while the Drive Away Ghost Talisman serves as a protective measure. Should you encounter a ghost that proves too formidable to capture, simply use the Drive Away Talisman to repel it." I nodded in acknowledgement, committing the information to memory. Turning back to the pleading ghost, Jasumiya, I inquired of the old beggar, "Master, she seems to be quite fearful of being captured. What is the reason for this?" The old beggar replied, "Once you successfully subdue any spirit, all of its actions will fall under your control. With but a single thought, you can decide whether to allow it to continue as a ghost or to disperse into nothingness. Naturally, it will fear you." At this juncture, the old beggar glanced at Jasumiya and continued, "She is a spirit, and I shall teach you the art of controlling ghosts. Pay close attention." With that, he took a brush dipped in red cinnabar and began to draw symbols on a piece of talisman paper, instructing me as he worked. In Taoist practice, each talisman is composed of 3 parts: the talisman seat, the talisman foot, and the talisman orifice. The talisman seat is at the top, also known as the talisman head. The talisman foot is at the bottom, while the talisman orifice, or talisman heart, occupies the center and is the most crucial component of the talisman. Upon concluding his explanation, he had successfully drawn the talismans. Subsequently, the old beggar instructed me to replicate them several times. After exhausting over 10 sheets of talisman paper, I finally produced a version of the ghost-controlling talisman that met his approval. However, the completion of the drawing was only the beginning, as the old beggar informed me. Once the talisman is drawn, it must be empowered with incantations to be considered truly finished. Some special talismans require additional external objects for empowerment. For instance, to enhance this ghost-controlling talisman, you must infuse it with your intention and the sole guide of the spirit you wish to command, thus ensuring its obedience to you. I am perplexed by the concept of the soul guiding formula. The old beggar explained to me that it is quite similar to an individual's birth chart. Each person's chart is unique, leading to distinct fates. Likewise, every spirit possesses its own soul guiding formula, which is derived from various factors such as their life circumstances, moral character during their human existence, and the time and place of their death. The esoteric practices, scriptures, and talismans of the Taoist tradition encompass intricate knowledge that, if penned here, would inevitably become tedious. Furthermore, due to the nature of Taoism, I must refrain from divulging too many details, so I shall limit my account to this. In summary, on that day, the old beggar imparted to me the technique for drawing the ghost-controlling talisman and the method for imbuing it with scripture. With my intention of controlling spirits, I ensnared the soul guiding formula of Jiasumin within the talisman. Thus, Jiasumin became the first spirit under my command. Should I wish to release her in the future, I need only to withdraw my controlling intent and incinerate the talisman. Her soul guiding formula will then automatically return to her spectral form, granting her freedom. Previously, the malevolent Taoist Josimu had employed a similar method to control her, albeit with sinister scriptures and talismans that deviated from orthodox Taoism. Consequently, as the Taoist authority suppressed him, it naturally obliterated his intent to dominate Jiasumin. Once I fully claimed Jiasumin, her form transformed into an ethereal shadow, no longer appearing as a formless entity, but rather adorned in attire reminiscent of an ordinary rural woman. It was only later that I realized that her choice of attire was entirely dictated by my subconscious. Thus, whenever I encountered a female spirit thereafter, I merely envisioned how I wished her to appear, and she would manifest accordingly. You understand, no further explanation is necessary. Moreover, upon my acquisition of her, she remained perpetually by my side. When I inquired of the old beggar about this phenomenon, he explained that the ghost-controlling talisman operated in such a manner. With my intention embedded within it, she could not wander far. Yet, I found myself perplexed. How had Jiasumin escaped from Josimu's grasp, fleeing all the way to Dingjia Grave Cliff Bay in search of her beloved? When I pressed the old beggar for answers, he regarded me with disdain, clearly irritated by my incessant questioning, and refused to divulge any information. At that moment, my second sister awoke, and, out of concern for her safety, I refrained from further inquiries. Upon awakening, she appeared exceedingly frail, as if even the slightest movement of her lips required an immense effort. I turned to the old beggar once more, asking if there was any remedy to restore my sister's health. He cast a fleeting glance my way, a smirk of mischief gracing his features, and replied, "You shall have to bleed a little." Chapter 46. Acquiring equipment. Observing the old beggar's expression of glee, I discerned that he was concocting yet another scheme. When he mentioned that I would have to shed some blood, my curiosity piqued. For what purpose would he require my blood? Would he intend it for my second sister? The old beggar remarked, "Your blood is a precious treasure. Your sister is afflicted by a malevolent spirit, her yang energy depleted, and her yin energy excessively potent. To restore her to health swiftly, we must achieve a balance between yin and yang. Your constitution embodies both, making your blood far more beneficial for her condition than ginseng." Upon hearing his words, I grasped the gravity of the situation. Since it was a matter of saving my sister, I harbored no fear at the prospect of giving blood. Her suffering was truly heart-wrenching. Moreover, the old beggar had never reneged on his words, especially regarding matters that concerned my well-being. Even if I were to refuse, he would undoubtedly compel me. Thus, I resolved not to be overly sentimental and extended my hand before him, saying, "Proceed, take as much as you need, as long as it hastens my sister's recovery." Though I spoke with bravado, the old beggar seemed entirely unfazed. Without granting me a glance, he retrieved a small, golden-hued knife from his tattered cloth bag. He then approached my sister and, with the knife poised, appeared ready to make an incision, but paused momentarily to address me. "Once I make the incision on your sister's arm, you simply need to press your bleeding wound against hers." I initially believed that he wielded the small knife with the intent to inflict harm upon me. To my surprise, he seemed utterly indifferent to my presence. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and a gash appeared on my sister's arm. Strangely, despite the wound, no blood immediately oozed forth. At that moment, The old beggar glanced back at me and urged, "Hurry." I dared not hesitate. I promptly bit down hard on my injured finger and blood began to flow. Following the beggar's instructions, I pressed my bleeding finger against my sister's injury. Remarkably, as I did so, blood began to seep from her wound. Yet, I noticed that her blood did not feel warm. Rather, it possessed a chilling quality. Bewildered, I inquired of the old beggar about this phenomenon. He replied nonchalantly, "It's quite normal. Her blood is bound to be cold given her heavy energy. If she were to die, her blood would be even colder." His words had a certain biting edge, and I couldn't help but disdainfully question his intentions. Both my sister and I were losing blood, yet none of it dripped elsewhere. It felt as though her blood was coursing into my body while mine flowed into hers. I sensed the coolness of her blood penetrating me, while my sister's blood gradually grew warmer. However, when I sought clarification from the old beggar, he insisted that the blood remained distinct. It could not interchange. I had merely forced the frigid energy from my sister's body through this peculiar method. Approximately after a span of 10 minutes, my elder sister's blood had completely regained its warmth, and her complexion visibly improved, regaining a hint of color. It was only then that the old beggar permitted me to cease my efforts, assuring me that my sister would soon awaken. Affixed to her body were 10 talismans known as jiazi fu. With the old beggar's consent, I carefully removed each one, folding them meticulously for safekeeping. The old beggar had informed me that these 10 talismans were crafted from my own blood, rendering them my life talismans. Retaining them would serve 2 purposes. First, it would allow me to replicate their designs and swiftly learn the art of creating jiazi fu. Second, should peril arise in the future, I could utilize them, potentially saving my life in critical moments. In addition to the 10 talismans, the old beggar bestowed upon me a peachwood sword and returned various items he had retrieved from the body of the wooden figure on Thursday, including a bronze bell called the Dingguan Ling, a bronze mirror known as the Pomingjing, and 2 green jade pieces. However, the old beggar was uncertain of the jade pieces' purpose, having examined them for an extended period without discerning their significance. He retained 2 pieces for further study, while entrusting me with the other 2. These items constituted my initial equipment, signifying the commencement of my journey into the realm of the Tao. Subsequently, my mother crafted a yellow cloth satchel akin to the one the old beggar carried for me to wear. Henceforth, the old beggar and I, 2 practitioners of the mysterious arts, frequently paraded with our yellow satchels, ostensibly to uphold justice, to uphold the celestial mandate. How should I utilize these things? The old beggar did not provide me with specific instructions, merely stating that it was quite complex and that he would gradually teach me in due course. However, there were 2 particularly urgent matters that required immediate attention. Upon hearing that they were of utmost importance, I straightened up and inquired about what they entailed. The old beggar replied, "First, my master is hungry. I am uncertain whether your mother has prepared the rooster meat. Second, do not rush to bandage your wound. Shortly I will drink, and you shall let 2 drops of your blood fall into my wine cup, for I wish to savor the blood of the yin-yang child paired with my drink." As I earnestly anticipated significant revelations, the beggar's first and second points ignited within me an overwhelming urge to explode with frustration, as if a multitude of expletives were trampling across his face. The rooster meat had long been stewed, and the fire in the kitchen was nearly extinguished. My mother, father, and elder sister remained oblivious in the living room, entirely unaware of the tumult that had transpired that evening. I found it perplexing that amidst such a commotion, they had heard nothing. I asked my sister if she had noticed any disturbances, to which she replied that she had heard nothing at all, assuming we were simply asleep in the room. I then pointed to the ghostly figure beside me, Jia Somia, and asked my sister, "Can you see her?" My sister glanced in the direction I indicated and asked, "Are you all right, black boy? Has your master played tricks on you?" Well, indeed, I had been quite thoroughly toyed with by that old rascal. The elder sister could not see Jia Somia, nor could our father and mother. They were all in the same predicament, having heard nothing throughout the night. Mother incessantly berated herself, lamenting that she was supposed to keep an eye on the stewing chicken, yet had inadvertently dozed off. I immediately sensed something was amiss and discreetly inquired with the old beggar. However, this scoundrel, indulging in rooster meat and sipping the wine tainted with my blood, exhibited a shifty glimmer in his eyes and stammered in response to my questions, not uttering a single coherent word. It was evident that he was up to no good. Yet, with his silence, I found myself powerless to act. Eventually, I learned the truth, and my fury towards the old beggar was such that I wished to strangle him. I consumed some rooster meat and lay on the Kong in a daze for a while. During this time, the second sister awoke, and mother prepared some rice porridge for her. After she drank it, she fell asleep again, her condition returning to normal. I was in a state of half-sleep, aware that the second sister had awakened, and thought to check on her, but I was simply too lethargic to move, feeling utterly exhausted. At that moment, neither the old beggar nor I could have anticipated that this fatigue would nearly cost me my life, a consequence entirely of the old beggar's momentary folly. Chapter 47. The old beggar faces humiliation that day. It felt as though I had barely closed my eyes when the dawn broke brightly. By the time my father roused me from my slumber, the sun had already ascended to a considerable height. The old beggar stood at the edge of the bed, peering down at me with a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, and mischievously inquired if I found comfort in sleeping with a female ghost. His irreverent demeanor was so outrageous that even my father, unable to tolerate it any longer, cleared his throat and turned to leave, likely harboring his own disdain for the old beggar. I turned my head to glance beside me, and indeed, the female ghost, Jia, was there seated cross-legged, her wide eyes fixed upon me. Although I felt a sense of shame at the sight of her form, I was still but a child, utterly ignorant of the matters between men and women. Therefore, when the old beggar jested about my slumbering beside a ghostly companion, I perceived nothing improper in it. After all, who among us had not been cradled by our mothers in our infancy? I simply rubbed my eyes and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, mumbled that I had not yet had my fill of sleep. The old beggar chuckled once more, playfully flicking my forehead with his grimy hand, and admonished me to rise before the sun scorched me. He urged me to wash my face quickly, for it was time to commence our work. I climbed out from under the covers, donning my clothes while inquiring what tasks awaited us that day. The female ghost, Jia, continued to gaze at me intently, which made me feel rather embarrassed. Thus, I deliberately turned my back to her, attempting to hunch my shoulders to avoid her gaze. The old beggar seemed to find amusement in my appearance, laughing heartily as he remarked, "Today we are assisting your ghostly sister in locating her beloved." I told him you have taken liberties with his wife. Just look at how he is ready to pounce on you. As he spoke, he flicked his dirty hand against me, causing me great discomfort. I harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that old rascal. Through it all, Jia observed attentively, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting light as she offered a gentle smile. In retrospect, that expression was akin to that of an elder sister beholding her younger brother, brimming with affection. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that she was, in truth, my very first dreamlike muse. Later, when I recounted this incident to a girl, she suggested that I harbored an Oedipal complex, a notion I reluctantly accepted. After rising from my slumber and hastily attending to my grooming, I discovered that my mother had prepared a yellow cloth pouch for me. I retrieved the peachwood sword from within, and with the pouch slung over my shoulder, I followed the old beggar with a sense of purpose as we made our way towards Dingjia Grave Cliff Bay. En route, I encountered numerous villagers from Shengzitan. Whenever someone inquired about my whereabouts, I would respond with an air of bravado, informing them that I was accompanying my master to capture ghosts. Jia remained steadfastly by my side, though she would occasionally retreat slightly when others approached. I took note that none of them seemed to perceive her presence. Yet, whenever they drew near to Jia, their bodies would tremble, as if succumbing to a sudden chill. Especially my childhood friend, upon seeing me carrying the yellow cloth bag with such a grand demeanor, was filled with envy, trailing closely behind me with a barrage of questions. He was also unnerved by the chilling aura emanating from Jia, shivering as he foolishly remarked that since I had learned sorcery, I must be exuding an icy presence, inquiring whether I had acquired the ability to conjure popsicles. Such a display of ignorance elicited a deep-seated disdain within me. Although he is 2 years my senior, he often behaves rather foolishly, to use contemporary vernacular, One might call him a jester. Nevertheless, our adventures together later unfolded into a myriad of tales. When the old beggar and I arrived at Dingjia Gravecliff Bay, we were already trailed by a throng of onlookers. News of our ghost hunting expedition had spread, and both adults and children alike were drawn to the scene, filling the area surrounding Dingjia Gravecliff Bay to capacity. The Ding family soon appeared, unwilling to permit our intrusion into their ancestral burial grounds. Several young men positioned themselves to block our entry. The old beggar remained unfazed, suggesting that since they barred our passage, we should simply stand our ground and wait until we were granted access. With a mischievous glimmer in his eye, he nudged me conspiratorially. I sensed that the old beggar was concocting some mischief, yet I could not decipher the meaning behind his gaze. Just as I contemplated asking him in hushed tones, the female ghost, Jiasumia, made her move. She drifted away from my side and glided towards the group of Ding family men obstructing our path, extending her hand to touch each of them upon their faces and necks. Each man she made contact with was instantly seized by uncontrollable shivers, their legs rendered incapable of steadying themselves against the sudden chill. Jiasumia touched this and that, neither striking nor harming them, simply caressing them back and forth twice. The men were so frightened that they trembled like leaves in the wind. One could not withstand the terror and wet himself on the spot. Who would dare to obstruct us then? At this moment, the old beggar finally spoke. Your ancestors' graves have been disturbed, and your forebears are suffering within. We have come to exorcise the spirits, yet you still dare to stop us. How foolish. Upon finishing, he pompously turned to me and said, "Disciple, come with me. Let them witness your prowess." If the master aimed to put on a show, how could the disciple falter? I immediately squared my shoulders and, with grandiosity, echoed the old beggar's words, addressing the onlookers. "Behold, observe closely the skills imparted to me by the old beggar." It was my first time performing before such a crowd, and understandably, I felt a twinge of nervousness. In my anxiety, my tongue slipped, and I inadvertently addressed my master as the old beggar before all. The instant the words escaped my lips, laughter erupted from the crowd. Realizing my blunder, I covertly glanced at the old beggar, only to find his once proud visage transformed into a shade akin to a purple eggplant, as if he were on the verge of internal injury. Fear gripped my heart. I dreaded that this old rascal would retaliate. Hastily, I corrected myself. No, it is the skill taught to me by my master, not the old beggar. This explanation, rather than alleviating the situation, only incited further laughter among the crowd. Momentarily dumbfounded, I was at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, the old beggar's face shifted from red to purple, then to a deep black, resembling that of a liver. However, in the presence of so many people, it was inappropriate to express my frustration. Therefore, I disregarded the laughter of the crowd and my own foolishness, and stepped forward to the grave from last night. I shouted into the depths, "Evil spirits, today I shall exorcise you." Before the old beggar could finish his words, a stack of yellow talismans appeared in his hand, and I could scarcely perceive how he produced them. He scattered the talismans into the air, and they seemed to come alive, swirling gracefully as they floated around the grave mound. I counted them. 8 talismans encircled the grave. As soon as they touched the ground, a chilling, nameless wind surged through the Ding family's graveyard, sending shivers down the spines of those who had ventured near. I knew then that something malevolent was about to emerge. Chapter 48. The Black Skull. As the chilling winds swept through the graveyard at Ding's family burial site, a sense of foreboding enveloped me, prompting me to rush to assist the old beggar. Suddenly, my companion, Lao Tai, seized my arm and whispered, "Hey Wa, may I enter?" In response, I adopted the tone my father often used when reprimanding me, retorting haughtily, "Get lost. You haven't mastered any spells. Keep your distance." With that, I disregarded him and plunged into the graveyard. In hindsight, I deeply regretted not bringing Lao Tai along that day. As I ventured deeper into the graveyard, I noticed that the female ghost, Jiasumia, was closely trailing behind me, her anxiety palpable as she bit her lip, and her face bore an expression of grave concern. Approaching the old beggar, I murmured an apology. "Master, I'm sorry," acknowledging my earlier display of bravado that had fallen flat. I then glanced around, eager to shift the conversation before the old beggar could respond, and asked, "Master, why do I feel such an eerie presence, as if something malevolent lurks nearby? Yet I see nothing." The old beggar, still miffed about my earlier outburst, retorted with a hint of bitterness. "What does an old beggar know of such matters? You wretched disciple." After delivering that scathing remark, he shot me a fierce glare, his gaze lingering momentarily on my rear. Instantly, I felt a phantom sting as if he had indeed struck me, and I quickly plastered a sheepish grin on my face, apologizing profusely. "I was wrong, master. I promise never to call you an old beggar again." The old beggar curled his lip, adopting an expression of playful disbelief. He then instructed me to prepare a Jyazafu talisman and retrieve my dilapidated mirror from the underworld. "This grave cliff bay has been ensnared by an illusion," he remarked. Following his directives, I grasped the Jyazafu talisman tightly in my hand and presented the small copper mirror, which I had pilfered from the deceased Taoist, to the old beggar. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease prompted me to also clutch the tiger claw hook in my hand before inquiring, "What precisely is an illusion?" The old beggar, without casting a glance in my direction, ambled around the grave, clutching the worn mirror as if measuring something invisible. He responded to my inquiry. "An illusion is a type of formation utilized by the Taoist sect. It can restrain spirits and alter the terrain of malevolent entities' haunts, primarily aimed at concealing one's presence. You shall learn this in due time." At this juncture, I interjected that the illusion the old beggar spoke of bore similarities to the common understanding of the term. Yet it possessed distinct nuances. The Taoist illusion can only be enacted in areas plagued by malevolent spirits. The alteration of the terrain does not imply transforming mountains into rivers or rivers into shallows. Rather, it involves subtle markers that are imperceptible to the untrained eye. For instance, individuals who lose their way in the mountains may find themselves disoriented, wandering for ages only to realize they have returned to their starting point. This is essentially the result of falling prey to a Taoist illusion. The intentions behind such deceptions vary. Some aim to conceal sacred entrances, while others involve unscrupulous Taoists engaging in unsavory dealings hidden from the public eye. I shall leave it at that. My writing may be lacking, and I am uncertain if I've conveyed my thoughts clearly. The old beggar. As the old beggar elucidated the concept of misdirection, he continued to meander around the grave. His movements were peculiar. At times he advanced, at others he retreated, occasionally shifting sideways, and even leaping as if he were a comical performer. His expression was grave, yet his actions were absurdly humorous, causing me to stifle a laugh, though I dared not let it escape. After a brief interlude, the old beggar abruptly halted and beckoned me to approach. Upon hearing his call, I hurried to his side, only to be startled by the realization that beneath his right foot lay a black skull. Strangely, within the eye sockets of this skull resided two tufts of green moss, reminiscent of the verdant algae found by riversides, yet alive, writhing as if possessing its own will. The skull, endowed with such eerie eyes, appeared almost sentient, and even in the light of day, I felt a chill creep down my spine under the gaze of this luminescent green skull. I instinctively took a step back, clutching a talisman in one hand and tightly gripping the tiger claw hook in the other, all the while keeping a wary eye on the green-eyed skull. I inquired the old beggar, "What is this creature? It looks quite unsettling." He replied, "This is the focal point of the formation. I am standing upon it. You must use the tiger claw hook to pierce the two green orbs within its eyes." Upon hearing the old beggar's request, a wave of trepidation washed over me, causing my hand to tremble slightly around the tiger claw hook. I hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. Sensing my fear, the old beggar reassured me, "Do not be afraid. I'm standing on it. It cannot harm you." Hearing his words, I felt a surge of courage. However, I momentarily forgot that this old scoundrel had always been devoid of integrity, and once again he deceived me. When I finally summoned the bravery to crouch down and resolutely thrust the tiger claw hook into one of the skeletal eyes, suddenly, the skull leaped up with a startling force. Simultaneously, a foul odor wafted through the air, and my entire arm became coated with a viscous, repulsive green liquid. The skull's sudden springing action was so powerful that it nearly caused the old beggar, who was standing on it, to stumble and risk falling to his demise. A fitting fate for this deceitful rascal. Like a rubber ball, the skull bounced several times before landing on the other side of the grave mound. When I approached to inspect, it had vanished without a trace. Were it not for the nauseating slime clinging to my arm, I would have doubted its existence. I turned to the old beggar in irritation and asked, "Did you not say it would not harm anyone?" He replied with a hint of indignation, "It doesn't harm, it merely disgusts. Such repulsive tasks are naturally for the apprentice." His justification left me momentarily speechless. I internally scoffed at the old beggar and vigorously shook off the filth from my arm, inquiring, "Where has the skull gone? And with the focal point lost, does that not break the illusion?" The old beggar nodded and said, "Every formation has a focal point. Once it is shattered, the formation inevitably collapses. Prepare yourself, for the foul entities are about to emerge." The old beggar's expression grew solemn as he spoke of the unclean entity that was to emerge. I instinctively understood that a critical moment was approaching, and I took a cautious step back, firmly clutching the talisman and the tiger claw hook, bracing myself for what lay ahead. In that tense atmosphere, I cast a glance at Jasomia, whose countenance reflected great agitation. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, fixated intently on a piece of azure stone slab situated before the grave. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the slab, and in a breath's time, a fissure appeared, from which a shadow of black and white abruptly surged forth, halting before me and the old beggar. He leaned in quietly and warned me, "This is an amorphous zombie. Exercise caution." Chapter 49. This zombie is a bit effeminate. Upon the sudden appearance of the zombie, a sense of trepidation washed over me. I had previously mentioned that, influenced by the realm of zombie cinema, I harbored a certain fear of the undead. However, the creature before me was far removed from my preconceived notions of a zombie clad in Qing dynasty garb, hopping about in a grotesque manner. This particular zombie, how shall I put it? To my astonishment, he possessed a certain charm, albeit solely in reference to his visage. He was a man with an oval face, thick brows framing a pair of almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. If viewed through the lens of contemporary aesthetics, one might label him a young heartthrob, exuding an almost delicate beauty. Yet, such a countenance was juxtaposed with a monstrous physique. His legs were robust, layered in folds reminiscent of the Michelin Man, and his waist was encircled by a tattered cloth, barely serving to preserve his modesty. The upper half of his body was rather repulsive, riddled with depressions and protrusions that made it resemble a dilapidated concrete post left over from a demolition. This was not the end of the grotesque. The most unsettling aspect was the multitude of festering sores adorning his form, oozing a viscous, yellowish substance that emitted an unbearable stench, assaulting my senses. I was not frightened, but rather revolted. However, the horror did not cease there, for the zombie spoke, addressing Jasomia with an unsettling familiarity. "Sumia, dear sister, I knew you would come to rescue me. Do you think I appear quite hideous now? Would you still care for me, dear Sumia?" What did I witness? A zombie, speaking with an exaggerated flair, flaunting delicate fingers and a rotund waist, casting flirtatious glances. His tone was effeminately flamboyant, his expression enchantingly coy, and his voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. In short, can you fathom the concept of a middle-aged man with a penchant for foot-scratching, speaking in a manner akin to that of a young girl? This zombie's manner of speaking evoked a chilling sensation, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, akin to the legion of infatuated suitors lurking behind every goddess, no matter how repugnant a man may be, there invariably exists a devoted woman enamored by him. I found that zombie repulsive, yet Jia Sumiang was undeterred. It seemed as though she was oblivious to the festering sores and the putrid slime that adorned him. Trembling, with quivering lips and tears streaming down her face, she rushed towards the zombie, calling out in a quavering voice, "Brother Baojia, do you still recognize me? As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." With those words, she flung herself into the embrace of the zombie. The meaning of wasting a precious life suddenly became clear to me. The sight of the exquisitely beautiful Jia Sumiang throwing herself into the arms of such a grotesque creature was bizarre beyond measure. leaving me momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. The old beggar, however, watched with an impassive expression and, after Jia Sumiang had embraced the zombie known as Yin Baojia for a spell, he finally barked sternly, "It is not yet time for your reunion." With that, he raised his right hand, fingers poised, and pointed decisively at the two. Upon hearing the beggar's call, Jia Sumia swiftly pushed open the door of Yin Baojia's abode and dashed outside, exclaiming a desperate no. Meanwhile, the zombie Yin Baojia was struck directly by the beggar's two-finger technique, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered back and fell heavily onto the grave mound. The appearance of the zombie Yin Baojia caused a stir among the onlookers from Shengzi village, gathered outside Ding's family grave, erupting into gasps of astonishment. Some, frightened, let out shrill screams, while others, unable to withstand the horror, doubled over and retched on the ground. Many fled in a panic, yet a few, including my childhood friend, Old Tai, stood their ground. Though I found the zombie Yin Baojia repulsive, I could not fathom why the beggar chose to confront him with his two-finger technique. Just as I contemplated questioning the beggar, Yin Baojia suddenly sprang into action. With a sinister chuckle, he leapt atop the grave, adopting a stance ready for attack, and proclaimed, "I never anticipated you would uncover this. You truly possess some skill." This time, Yin Baojia's voice bore no trace of its previous effeminacy. It was unmistakably that of Jin Zhe, the portly Taoist who had escaped using my tiger claw hook the previous night. "Oomph. The master of the zombies can utilize corpses for their own ends. Do you think such trivial tricks could deceive me?" The beggar regarded Yin Baojia, or rather, Jin Zhe, with an impassive expression. "I had underestimated you, not only for possessing the tiger claw hook, but also for wielding Taoist commands. However, although I faced some setbacks last night, do not presume that I am incapable of dealing with you. How dare you come here with the Yin Yang boy? You truly are overstepping your bounds. I assure you, even with your Taoist commands, you hold no sway here." Upon hearing Jin Zhuang's words, the old beggar let out a cold sneer and replied, "Since I have the audacity to arrive, rest assured I possess the means to deal with you. Had it not been for my disciples' peril last night, do you think your two wretched selves would be worthy of invoking the authority of the Taoist sect? Reflect upon who is truly overreaching. I command you to swiftly eliminate those zombies and obliterate this nest of corpse cultivation. Should you comply, I might grant you passage to the underworld without enduring the torment of each level of hell. I could expedite your journey to the very depths." After delivering this grandiloquent proclamation, the old beggar did not await any further retort. With one hand forming a mystical gesture and the other brandishing a peachwood sword, he charged towards the zombie. The sword's tip aimed directly at its heart. Concurrently, he bellowed, "Bring forth the talismans." Although the old beggar did not direct his gaze towards me, I understood that his words were intended for my ears. Without hesitation, I too rushed forward, grasping the talismans tightly in one hand while securely clutching the tiger claw hook in the other. Having learned from past experiences, I vowed never to part with the tiger claw hook again. The old beggar engaged the zombie first. The creature was of considerable size, and upon seeing the old beggar charge, it barreled forward like a small mountain, evidently intent on colliding with him head-on. This method is truly insidious. The sinister Taoist, named Jin Zawa, is not physically present. He has merely anchored his soul within the body of the zombie Yin Baojia, manipulating it to fiercely contend with the old beggar. As long as the old beggar suffers, he shows no compassion for the yet unformed body of the zombie. On our end, we must not only defeat him, but also honor our promise to rescue Yin Baojia. Although the body is somewhat repulsive, it can still harbor Yin Baojia's spirit. Consequently, the old beggar hesitates, choosing not to confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly sidesteps, continually adjusting the tip of his sword to strike at the zombie's heart. At that moment, I arrived at the heart of the battle, seizing an opportunity to fling the talisman I held, which adhered directly to the zombie's forehead. Upon contact, the zombie's body momentarily halted. However, a viscous yellow substance suddenly erupted from the zombie's body, forming a thin line that swiftly penetrated the wound on my finger, which I had bitten open the previous night. Chapter 50. The Duel of Magic. My finger had endured injury. First, the old beggar used my blood to create 10 talismans, and then he reinforced the chicken blood ink line, using my blood to save my second sister. Thus, I had suffered 3 wounds in one night. Now, a stream of yellow viscous liquid erupted from the zombie, directly infiltrating the wound on my finger. It felt as though a needle had pricked me, followed by a sensation of swelling in my finger, which soon extended to my entire arm, creating an unbearable pressure. However, this discomfort soon dissipated, leaving only the wound smeared with the yellowish liquid, while my body exhibited no further adverse reactions. The old beggar noticed this occurrence, but his focus was on confronting the zombie, leaving him no time to examine the matter closely. He merely glanced back and inquired, "Are you all right?" I shook my head in response, for I truly felt no significant sensation, only a sense of revulsion and filth as the viscous liquid emitted a foul stench, more offensive than excrement. Despite being assaulted by this inexplicable slime, the talisman I had pressed against the zombie's forehead still fulfilled its purpose. The creature momentarily halted, then staggered and collapsed as if it had suddenly perished. In the instant the zombie fell, a dark shadow swiftly erupted from its chest, coinciding with another shadow that emerged from the grave. Both shadows moved with remarkable speed. Before I could discern their nature, they converged, revealing the figure of the deceased, rotund man, the sinister sorcerer Jinze. Subsequently, the old beggar elucidated to me that the shadow emanating from the zombie was the essence of Jinja. He employed a technique known as borrowing a corpse to soothe the soul, whereby a minuscule fragment of his own spirit inhabited the zombie's body, akin to remotely controlling a puppet, thus allowing the zombie to engage in combat on his behalf without the concern of sustaining injuries. The primary reason for this method was that the zombie he had crafted was not yet fully formed. Had it been a complete entity, there would have been no necessity for such a means of control. For once a zombie reaches its full form, all consciousness is purged by the creator, transforming it into a mere automaton executing the will of its maker. The shadow that emerged from the grave was indeed the corpulent Taoist Jinja himself. When the two shadows merged into one, it signified the restoration of his soul. The zombie was immobilized by my innate Jiazi talisman, compelling Jinja to vacate the body against his will. The old beggar regarded Jinja with a cold stare and scoffed. "So, you are willing to emerge?" Jinja's countenance was grim. Upon his emergence, he initially regarded me with confusion before turning to respond to the old beggar. It was merely an unformed zombie, a mere trial of strength. Do not presume that this grants you victory over me. Moreover, be wary of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Upon uttering this remark, both Jinja and the old beggar's gazes converged upon me, the gravity etched upon Jinja's dark visage evident. In contrast, the old beggar appeared contemplative, suggesting that he did not fully grasp the implications of Jinja's words. If the old beggar was perplexed, I was even more so, utterly bewildered as to why they both regarded me in such a manner. Upon catching sight of Kanazawa, I instinctively tightened my grip on the tiger's claw, mindful of how he had stolen away last night. I could not afford to lose it again today. The beggar, contemplative, regarded me for a moment before turning back to Kanazawa, remarking, "It seems you are not foolish. You comprehend that harming others ultimately leads to one's own demise. If that is the case, beware of the lurking danger that may befall you." A fierce expression flickered across Kanazawa's face, as if he had pondered for a brief moment before declaring, "Whoever obstructs my path to immortality shall meet their end. It is the same for all." No sooner had he uttered these words than he stood firm, forming a 2-finger gesture, and shouted with fervor, "Pillars of heaven, realms of earth, Taishan Lao Jun, heed my command." As his voice echoed, he pointed decisively at the old beggar. With a disdainful snort, the old beggar retorted, "Do you dare to employ such arcane techniques?" Truly ignorant of the consequences. Upon finishing his words, he formed his own 2-finger gesture, positioning a peachwood sword across his chest, and proclaimed, "Daozuan, I beseech the sacred monument, activate." The moment the beggar's command resonated, his 2-finger gesture transformed into a palm, advancing to meet Kanazawa's attack. As their lethal strikes collided, a tremendous sound erupted, causing the very heavens to darken, the sun and moon to dim, dust and stones to whirl, and an array of dazzling lights to illuminate the surroundings. It was as if the clash had sent tremors through the cosmos, akin to an epic battle between a celestial pillar and a valiant saint, or a legendary monkey shattering the celestial emperor's orb. Yet, let's be clear, none of the aforementioned scenarios truly unfolded. In a fleeting moment when the old beggar's two-finger technique transformed into a palm strike, Jin Zhao's fingertips precisely met the old beggar's palm. There was no sound. I merely observed the two garments billow slightly, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Subsequently, they both withdrew simultaneously. The old beggar appeared unchanged, while Jin Zhao, with a braid slightly askew atop his head, bore a rather displeased expression. Allow me to elucidate. This confrontation between them is known as a duel of magic. Such contests among Taoists differ from mere brawls among ruffians, which are characterized by flashing blades and chaotic scuffles. Nor do they resemble the grandiose spectacles portrayed in fantastical novels, where one might witness cataclysmic upheavals. Instead, Taoist duels serve as a measure of each practitioner's comprehension of their respective mystical arts. For instance, Jin Zhao's recent maneuver, termed heaven-turning, earth-flipping technique, would indeed wreak havoc upon phantoms and specters, but against an ordinary individual, it merely amounts to a comedic incantation, devoid of any true efficacy. Nevertheless, when wielded against a fellow Taoist like the old beggar, it becomes a test of one's response, whether one possesses a countermeasure superior to or capable of nullifying Jin Zhao's technique. The old beggar's counter was known as the Taoist Sacred Tablet, a defensive maneuver steeped in the rich lore of Taoist teachings, formidable and potent. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, unlike Jin Zhao, the old beggar did not invoke the incantation Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands while executing his technique, yet he still managed to parry Jin Zhao's assault. This exemplifies the principle that in the realm of Taoism, skill can surpass mere invocation. Under ordinary circumstances, Taoists do not engage in lethal confrontations. However, the exception lies in the specialized arts aimed at eradicating treachery. Thus, for the layperson, there is no need to regard Taoists with undue mystique, for should one find themselves in a physical altercation, armed with nothing more than a brick or a kitchen knife, they would certainly have the upper hand. Nonetheless, it is true that a Taoist possesses magical abilities, capable of casting spells and summoning spirits for a bit of amusement, so it is prudent to avoid provoking them. Those who doubt this may certainly test their fortune. In the recent duel of magic, the old beggar evidently held a slight advantage. However, little did he anticipate that the golden figure's maneuver was a clever ruse. For at the very moment of apparent defeat, he executed an earth escape technique, vanishing in an instant. It was at that moment, while I stood by observing, that an overwhelming heat surged through my body, each part seemingly swelling with discomfort. Particularly, my stomach felt both taut and fiery, a source of excruciating pain. Chapter 51. The poison of Yang invades the body after Kanazawa's failed attempt to duel with the old beggar. He retreated several steps, his hairpins disheveled and his countenance grim, as if he had suffered a significant blow. Just when I thought he had been injured, he uttered a soft incantation, and in an instant, his form transformed into a conical shadow, spinning once before vanishing entirely. It became evident that his confrontation with the old beggar was merely a ruse to facilitate his escape. I was momentarily taken aback, considering aiding the old beggar, when I suddenly felt an intense explosion within my body. It was but a fleeting moment, yet a wave of pain surged through me, accompanied by a searing heat radiating from within, as though my very being was on the verge of bursting from this fiery sensation. My abdomen was particularly afflicted, swollen, and agonizing, as if it were a red-hot iron rod. The torment was so excruciating that I felt an overwhelming desire to succumb to despair. In my distress, I cried out, clutching my abdomen and imploring the old beggar, "Master, I am about to burst. My stomach cannot endure this any longer." The old beggar, taken aback by Kanazawa's sudden flight, was equally bewildered by the transformation occurring within me. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed to my side, enveloping me in his embrace. Yet, as soon as he held me, he quickly released his grip, his face paling further. With a look of terror in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon me, and, in a voice strained with desperation, shouted, "Yinling sect, this is not over between us." Ah! The old beggar, in a frenzy, pounded his chest and howled, his eyes bloodshot as if he had lost his wits. He rubbed his hands together, pacing anxiously, yet he dared not touch my person. Upon turning to see Jia Sumiyang, he rushed towards her as if he had discovered a lifeline, pulling her away from the side of the zombie Yin Baojia, where she had been kneeling in tears. Jia Sumiyang had approached the zombie when Yin Baojia was struck down by my talisman, kneeling there and pleading for Yin Baojia to awaken. Perhaps oblivious to the happenings around me, she bore a look of shock and confusion when the old beggar seized her arm. As she was drawn closer to me, her body trembled violently, her face etched with terror, and she instinctively prepared to kneel before the old beggar once more. However, the old beggar caught Jia Sumiyang, saying, "Do not kneel to me. Since you comprehend the situation, lend me your aid. Just endure for a single day, and I shall find another to replace you by nightfall." As he spoke to Jia Sumiyang, his tone was filled with sorrow, even hinting at a plea. Observing Jia Sumiyang's body, still quaking in hesitation, he urged, "First, save him. Save him. I would sacrifice 10 years of my life to ensure the souls of both of you are liberated." At that moment, the old beggar's expression and tone shifted, reverting to the cold and fierce demeanor he had towards spirits. Though his words implored Jia Sumiyang, the underlying tone carried an implicit threat. Jia Sumiyang was startled by the sight of the old beggar. She glanced at him and then turned to me, who was clutching my groin and howling in distress. It seemed as if she had made a tremendous resolution. She clenched her teeth resolutely and suddenly turned around, rapidly shedding her garments one by one before tightly embracing me. As Jia Sumiyang enveloped me in her embrace, I immediately felt a wave of relief wash over me, akin to returning to an air-conditioned room on a scorching summer day. The oppressive heat that had engulfed me diminished significantly, although I still felt feverish and a sensation of being on the brink of bursting. It was far more bearable than before. Consequently, as Jia Sumiyang held me close, I instinctively reciprocated her embrace. For nothing could evoke a sense of nostalgia quite like that moment. This also explains why I have harbored an unending fondness for Jia Sumiyang over the years. She was the first female ghost I had ever encountered. Despite my mind being devoid of any wicked thoughts at that time, the memory has lingered in my heart, impossible to erase. This yearning will likely accompany me throughout my life. As I began to feel better and my thoughts became clearer, I finally found the opportunity to speak and ask the old beggar, "Master, what has happened to me? Why do I feel so unwell?" The old beggar extended his hand, seemingly intending to pat my head in comfort, but his hand hovered in the air before halting. With a gaze filled with deep concern and compassion, he said, "It is all my fault for being careless, which has allowed you to fall victim to the heat poison. Do not worry, I will cure you. You need not be anxious. What is yang poison? I do not understand." I asked the old beggar, "What is yang poison? Why does it hurt so much?" The old beggar replied, "This is how yang poison is. In due time, I will enlighten you. For now, remain silent and obedient, as I shall escort you home." After uttering this, the old beggar glanced at Jia Sumnio and said, "Let us return home first." Jia Sumnio, still tightly embracing me, who was taller than I, upon hearing the old beggar's words, lifted me with a sudden motion and slowly made her way towards the edge of Ding Family Grave Cliff Bay, her countenance reflecting profound anguish. I could not comprehend why I felt such comfort while she appeared to be in torment. As she carried me a few steps forward, she would glance back. I knew she was looking at the motionless corpse of Yin Baojia lying on the ground. The old beggar followed closely behind us, aware of what Jia Sumnio was observing. He then reassured her, "His soul is merely out of place. The corpse is yet to fully manifest. I will take care of it, so do not worry." Having said this, the old beggar hurriedly turned around and jogged to Yin Baojia's side. He retrieved a measuring tool from his yellow cloth pouch, filled it with cinnabar, and traced a circle around Yin Baojia's body. Then he took out a piece of black Chilean jade, held it to his chest, recited a passage of scripture, and pressed the jade against Yin Baojia's forehead. Having completed all of this, the old beggar hurriedly followed, casting a concerned glance at me before stepping ahead to exit Dingja Cemetery Bay. He shouted at the onlookers, "Step aside, everyone, especially the men. Keep at least 3 meters away from my disciple. Anyone who dares to approach shall not blame me for my rudeness." At that moment, the spectators were utterly dumbfounded. From the moment Jasumia picked me up, they were left in a state of astonishment. Later, several individuals present recounted to me that what they witnessed was me floating serenely in mid-air. It is no wonder they were bewildered. They could not see the female ghost, Jasumia, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that I was being carried by her. To their eyes, I appeared to be gliding effortlessly through the air. This incident is still spoken of in Shenzhen, albeit embellished, with tales claiming I could perform magical flight at the tender age of 12, dubbing me a celestial child. There are countless variations of the story. Only one person remained remarkably composed, almost unnaturally so, and that was my childhood friend, the one known for his comedic antics. Old Tai. Chapter 52. The Ghostly Woman and the Antidote. Lao Tai, whose surname is Nyo, is 2 years my senior and insists on being addressed as Brother Nyo, a title I have never used, opting instead for Lao Tai or occasionally just Nyo. However, the latter moniker carries a strong connotation of disdain, which tends to irritate him, leading to a petty rift that results in him refusing to engage with me. Thus, I seldom resort to it. On that particular day, as the residents of Shengzitun gazed in astonishment at my levitating form, Lao Tai maintained an air of composure, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary spectacle before him. In the past, he would have undoubtedly erupted in exuberant cries, so his calm demeanor struck me as noteworthy. Though I was too preoccupied in the moment to scrutinize it closely, I called out to him in a state of alarm, "Lao Tai, I feel as though I am about to perish. You still owe me 12 marbles. Marbles were a game I often played in my youth, serving as a nascent introduction to gambling. Before I learned the art of sorcery from the old beggar, I would engage in wild games with Lao Tai, Dog Egg, and others, reveling in the chaos. Despite my frantic entreaty, Lao Tai merely observed me from a distance, his expression inscrutable yet indelibly etched in my memory. The old beggar forged ahead, vigilantly scanning the crowd for any man who dared to approach me. At the slightest indication of encroachment, he would unleash a torrent of frenzied shouts and curses, driving them away. Gradually, the onlookers seemed to regain their senses, trailing behind us with curiosity, yet none dared to draw near under the old beggar's manic admonitions. As we had yet to reach home, my father, mother, and 2 older sisters had already received the news and were approaching from distance. My father, wearing a look of urgency, hurried towards me. This sudden movement provoked the old beggar, who stepped in front of my father and, without a word, struck him in the chest with a punch, furiously shouting, "Step aside. Keep your distance from my disciple." My father was taken aback, clutching his chest as he stood there, staring blankly at the old beggar and saying, "Master Jiang, what is the matter?" "I am his father." The old beggar paid no heed to my father and continued to shout like a madman. "I don't care who you are. All men should keep their distance. Not even a father is exempt." Seeing the old beggar treat my father in such a manner stirred anger within me, and I could not help but retort, "Old beggar, what right do you have to strike my father?" Upon hearing my words, the old beggar hurried back, standing a meter away from me with a face full of contrition, saying, "My dear disciple, listen well. You have been afflicted by yang poison, and no man should approach. Endure a little longer. We shall soon be home. I will heal you tonight, but you must obey me." The old beggar continued to ramble on, and I began to feel somewhat impatient. However, my father understood the gravity of the situation and was not angered by the old beggar's assault on him. Instead, he anxiously inquired, "Master Jiang, is Haiwa all right? Is the yang poison particularly severe?" The old beggar continued on his path, responding to the elder's inquiries. "The sun poison is quite formidable, but fret not. I assure you he will be fine." He emphasized further, "He will certainly be all right." As he spoke, we had already returned to my home. My mother and 2 sisters, seeing me so composed, were filled with concern, the urgency of which need not be elaborated. The old beggar carried me into the bedroom and laid me down on the cot. Standing at a distance, he turned to Jasumia and said, "I implore you, please hold on for a moment. I shall seek others to relieve you by nightfall." After speaking, the old beggar unexpectedly bowed to Jia Sumia, practitioners of the Tao, who exorcise demons and confront spirits, never bow to ghosts. The old beggar, considering himself a legitimate figure of the Tao, usually spoke harshly to spirits. Yet he bent his knee to the female, ghost Jia Sumia, for my sake. At that moment, I did not feel the weight of this act, but now, as I reflect upon it, tears inevitably well up in my eyes. I can envision the old beggar's urgent heart at that time. Jia Sumia, still wearing a pained expression, was taken aback by the old beggar's gesture and slightly inclined her body before lying down beside me, holding me tightly once more. The old beggar turned to my mother and instructed, "You must remove Black Wa's clothing." Hearing that I had been afflicted by sun poison, my mother, already at a loss, hurriedly approached to undress me upon receiving the old beggar's command. As my mother undressed me, Jia Sumio's body momentarily separated from mine. The instant she withdrew, the heat that enveloped me intensified, and I perceived my mother's hands to be exceedingly warm. Even the slightest contact felt akin to being seared by a branding iron. I experienced discomfort, yet I stifled any cries. My mother, while removing my garments, wept profusely, and her tears, when they fell upon my face, felt as though boiling oil had splattered onto my skin. However, I understood that my mother was consumed with worry, compelling me to endure in silence. I was left entirely bare, and the old beggar insisted that my mother step away, dismissing everyone else from the room. Jia Sumio, too, was devoid of any clothing, just as when I had first encountered her. She held me tightly in her embrace, striving to maximize our physical contact in areas where her body could not reach. Her hands continually sought to caress me, as if attempting to cool my fervent skin. I felt as though I might lose my sanity. Although Jia Sumnio's coolness provided some relief, the heat within me surged even more violently. A profound restlessness gripped me, an internal tension I could not comprehend due to my inexperience. Yet, instinctively, I felt an urge to act. While she held me close, I reciprocated her embrace. As she stroked my body, I too began to explore her form with my hands. These actions were instinctive, driven purely by an innate need to release something within me, though I remained unaware of how to articulate it, relying solely on instinct. If it were today, children aged 12 or 13 would have been thoroughly immersed in the influences of the internet and television. I would undoubtedly have known how to act, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jia Sumia would have been the first female ghost I dealt with. Alas, I was naively oblivious, akin to a foolish child, entirely ignorant and incapable of taking action. While I lacked the knowledge, the old beggar possessed the wisdom. That very night, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the old beggar sought out another female ghost, and with his guidance, I experienced my inaugural release as a man. Chapter 53. Another female ghost that day seemed to stretch on interminably as I was tormented by an overwhelming heat coursing through my body. Each minute felt like an agonizing eternity. Yet, in retrospect, it appears to have passed swiftly, for the memory of that fleeting moment shared with the female specter, Jia Sumnio, remains etched in my mind, an indelible instant that has not been replicated since. I remain oblivious to the thoughts that plagued Jia Sumnio at that time. Her expression was one of profound anguish. At times, her gaze mirrored that of a mother's concern for her child, while at others, it turned ethereal, her pupils devoid of focus. There were moments when she would bite her lip tightly, as if enduring an indescribable pain, and at other times, she would exhale softly, akin to the fragrance of orchids. She appeared to be in a state of turmoil, and to this day, I am uncertain whether this struggle stemmed from a sense of fulfillment or if my presence truly inflicted suffering upon her. We remained entwined in each other's embrace from morning until afternoon, while the old beggar sat on the sofa, vigilantly observing my condition. Every so often, he would inquire, "Disciple, are you well? Hey Wa, how do you feel?" He would also pose questions to Jia Sumio, asking about my state. During this interval, the old beggar ignited a talisman within the room, lit a copper oil lamp, and recited a few incantations, though I was unaware of his intentions. Throughout this ordeal, the oppressive heat within me intensified, and despite Jia Sumnio's constant embrace, her coolness could not quell the growing fervor of my body. I felt as though my blood was boiling, on the verge of erupting at any moment. I could vividly perceive my skin becoming as delicate as gossamer, enveloping the crimson fluid within, reminiscent of a raw egg encased in a fragile membrane after the shell has been removed. Perhaps witnessing my torment was too much for her. At one point, Jasumin released me and then sat upon me. I was oblivious to her intentions, yet her gaze exuded a resolute determination. However, the old beggar intervened, addressing Jasumin with urgency, stating, "There is no need for that. Darkness will soon descend, and I shall seek another." He remained steadfast in his resolve. Upon hearing his words, Jasumin bowed her head and regarded me for a moment before descending from my form and once again embracing me tightly. At that moment, the old beggar unexpectedly knelt upon the ground, bowing his head towards the desolate room, his voice filled with despair as he implored, "Incompetent disciple, I beseech you, O spirits of the yin and yang." No sooner had his words left his lips than a chilling wind swept through the room, causing the windows to tremble ever so slightly. The makeshift ceiling, crafted from newspaper, fluttered in response to this eerie breeze. As the wind enveloped me, I felt an immediate lightness wash over my being, alleviating the searing heat that had consumed me. Turning my head, I caught a glimpse of two fleeting shadows, one red and the other green, momentarily shimmering beside me. However, as I lay there with my head cradled by Jia Sumiang, I was unable to fully see the two figures, known as Yin Sha and Yang Sha by the old beggar, standing beside me. I sensed their presence and felt that they were assisting me in some manner. A series of cool, soothing breaths flowed into me from above, calming the tumultuous heat within my heart. At the moment the two figures manifested, Jia Sumiang's body began to tremble violently. I could sense her fear, prompting me to hold her even tighter in an effort to provide comfort. The old beggar then uttered, "I kindly ask the esteemed Yin Sha and Yang Sha to lend their gaze for a moment. I shall seek out a wandering soul to alleviate the yang poison afflicting the yin-yang boy." No one responded to his words. His statement seemed to echo in solitude. Yet, I understood that he was addressing the two so-called dignitaries, and there was an unmistakable reverence in his demeanor towards them. This brought to mind the time when we battled the 36 paths of the cleansing spirits in the provincial city. The old beggar had also sought the aid of Yin Sha and Yang Sha to save me. Just before I lost consciousness, I had glimpsed the same red and green figures, knowing they were the ones who rescued me. I later inquired about them with the old beggar, but he never divulged any information. The old beggar had not been gone for long when he returned. Upon entering the room, the malevolent spirits that had been lingering beside me vanished without a trace. Their departure stirred a chilling breeze, causing the newspaper-covered ceiling to flicker ominously for a moment. I found myself perplexed by the nature of these two entities. Their cold aura was indistinguishable from that of a ghost. Yet why was Jia's surname so terrified? With the spirits gone, the old beggar stood firm and addressed Jia's surname, instructing her to assist me in getting up, assuring her that he would handle the subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Jia's surname tightly grasped my hands, prying them apart, and gently caressed my face for a moment before helping me to my feet. I assumed she would leave, but to my surprise, after a moment's hesitation, she knelt behind me, allowing me to lean back into her embrace, her arms encircling me securely, pressing my back against her chest. At that moment, I realized that the old beggar had not come alone. Following closely behind him was a female ghost, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. She had a frail physique, reminiscent of a malnourished child, dressed in tattered garments akin to those worn by maidens in ancient dramas. Her large eyes bore a timid expression, as she furtively glanced at me before hastily lowering her gaze, embodying a mixture of shyness and fear. In her mortal life, she must have been a beauty, yet now she was a specter, her form ethereal, gliding silently as if her feet barely touched the ground. The old beggar, upon seeing Jia Sumia helping me up, turned to the female ghost behind him and said, "I have already instructed you on what to do. Once this matter is concluded, I shall personally guide you to the underworld and assist you in your reincarnation." You shall no longer wander in such misery. Hearing the beggar's words, the female ghost placed her hands together, slightly bent her knees, and performed a deep bow, gratefully expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall know how to proceed." The old beggar paid her no further attention and addressed me, saying, "Hey War, whatever she intends to do shortly, you need only endure it. Follow your desires without questioning or being startled. I shall elucidate everything to you afterward." Curious, I inquired of the old beggar, "Who is she? What will she do to me?" The old beggar replied, "She too is a soul in suffering. Whatever transpires between you is your shared fate and connection. Do not ask so many questions. Remember my words and act as you wish." With that, the old beggar uttered a brief command to the female ghost, bidding her to proceed. He then turned away from me, his back facing me, lost in thought, his expression a mystery to me. Chapter 54. Detoxification. Upon hearing the old beggar's words, the female specter bestowed another respectful gesture towards his departing figure. She then timidly cast a glance in my direction before gracefully gliding towards me with delicate steps. Uncertain of her intentions, I recognized her desire to assist me, prompting me to return her gaze with a smile, a gesture of gratitude. Upon witnessing my smile, she quickly lowered her head, playfully sticking out her tongue, her eyes radiating an even greater shyness. She possessed an exquisite beauty, embodying what one might describe in contemporary terms as adorably enchanting. Although she had matured into a woman, in that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to care for her, as if I were her elder, longing to tease her playfully. Perhaps it was fate that led this seemingly grown specter to facilitate my transformation into a true man. Regrettably, I remain unaware of her name to this day. With a bashful gaze, the female specter approached and stood directly before me. I noticed her body tremble slightly as she neared, her teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, her hands clutching the tattered remnants of her clothing. It seemed she summoned immense courage as she hesitantly addressed me, saying, "Please, esteemed sir, do not take offense. I shall begin now." Having spoken, she lowered her head deeply once more. I was at a loss regarding her intentions. Her addressing me as esteemed sir struck me as refreshingly novel. Observing her unease, I encouraged her, saying, "Go on, it's all right, begin. I can endure this." Reflecting on that moment now, I realize how amusingly naive my words were, akin to that of an inexperienced youth. The female specter likely hadn't anticipated my response, and she lowered her head even further, emitting a barely perceptible murmur. Subsequently, she knelt and extended her hand, whereupon she seized. Her hand possessed a delicate softness, with an icy coolness reminiscent of Jia Sumiao's touch. A violent tremor coursed through my frame, and I cried out, hastily attempting to restrain her. Despite the undeniable comfort, even at the tender age of 12, I was overwhelmed with embarrassment, particularly with Jia Sumiao present behind me. Can you, as a person of integrity, fathom the mixture of shame and alarm I experienced in the presence of two specters? Therefore I cried out, "Don't, please don't," and reached out to stop her. However, Jia Sumiao restrained my hand, her lips close to my ear, whispering, "Hey War, be still. Heed your master's instructions. Allow her to proceed as she wishes." Jia Sumiao's words caused a tickling sensation in my ear. Nevertheless, she reminded me that the old beggar had indeed instructed me to comply with the specter's desires. Consequently, I suppressed the intense feelings of shame, curiosity, and the pleasurable sensations in my ears, back, and body, remaining motionless. Subsequently, the female specter took even greater liberties. The specifics shall remain unwritten, lest they corrupt the innocent. Let's merely state the outcome. The outcome, I suspect, is not unexpected. Reflecting on that moment, I was in a completely different state, utterly astonished and frightened. I am utterly bewildered by the affliction my body has encountered. I cannot shake the sensation that I am on the brink of death. Alongside the fear that envelopes me, a profound sense of shame overwhelms my being. I feel an immense guilt towards the benevolent spirit who has come to my aid, for I have acted in a manner so repulsive. The amalgamation of terror, shame, and ignorance of that inexplicable exhilaration rendered me momentarily paralyzed. leading me to engage in an act that now leaves me feeling utterly humiliated. I wept, and not just softly, but with a heart-wrenching wail, crying out, "Master, help me! I am dying." Upon hearing my cries, the old beggar turned swiftly, hastening towards me with an urgency apparent upon his face. Yet, as he drew near and cast a glance in my direction, a smile emerged upon his lips. However, it was a smile that struck a disquieting chord within me. For though his mouth smiled, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The old beggar trembled as he reassured me, "Do not fear, dear disciple. Your affliction is soon to be alleviated. You shall be well again." He then lowered his gaze to the female spirit and expressed, "You have endured much. I am grateful to you, but this alone is insufficient." It was while he uttered these words that I, through my tear-streaked vision, once again beheld the spirit, and I was taken aback, my sobs abruptly silenced. The once innocent and endearing visage of the spirit had transformed into one of grotesque ferocity. Once her large, expressive eyes were filled with shyness, but now they have been replaced by a blood-red hue, resembling two orbs radiating crimson light, embedded in her pallid, paper-like face, creating an unsettling and sinister visage. Her lips are marred by numerous grotesque fissures. Their color is neither the vibrant red of a living being nor the ghostly pallor of a specter, but rather an ominous black, as if scorched by some malevolent force. Moreover, on one side of her cheek, around her throat, several wounds appear, resembling burns inflicted by an unseen tormentor. Witnessing her condition fills me with an acute sense of anguish. I cannot comprehend how she has come to bear such wounds, yet my heart aches for her. It was only later that I realized her transformation was entirely my doing. Furthermore, the torment she endures is far from over. The harm I have caused her is still to reach its zenith. Although I am reluctant, I have nonetheless tarnished her existence. Chapter 55. The spectral flame destroyed my home as I gazed upon the apparition of the female ghost. My heartache intensified beyond measure. The feelings of shame and fear that had once consumed me had utterly vanished. With a choked voice, I implored the old beggar, "Master, how has she come to be in this state? Can you assist her?" The old beggar's eyes mirrored a profound sense of guilt and helplessness. He offered no response, but instead heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head, uttering to the ghost, "You have suffered greatly." At that moment, Jia Sumnio, who had been embracing me from behind, suddenly spoke up, "Taoist, perhaps I should take this on." The old beggar lifted his gaze to Jia Sumnio, but remained silent. Yet the female ghost abruptly rose to her feet, urgency in her voice as she pleaded, "No, I beseech you, dear sister, do not take this from me. I have wandered this world for countless years in utter solitude. I implore you and the Taoist to grant me this mercy." Upon finishing her plea, the ghost performed a deep bow to Jia Sumnio, and sensing it insufficient, she knelt before her, preparing to prostrate herself. Alarmed by her actions, Jia Sumnio quickly exclaimed, "No." She released her hold on me, reached out to support the ghost, and added, "I am moved by your suffering under the sun's torment. My intentions are not to obstruct your path to reincarnation." The ghost displayed immense gratitude. Although she did not bow her head, she honored Jia Sumnio with another deep gesture of thanks, expressing her heartfelt appreciation. I was unable to comprehend the exchange that transpired between them. Yet, I could vaguely sense that they were fervently vying to save me. It was upon this realization that I understood the ghastly wounds adorning the specter's face were inflicted in their desperate attempt to rescue me. At that moment, I became aware that the once overwhelming and feverish sensations within my body and heart had significantly subsided. Anxiety gripped my heart as I helplessly gazed at the old beggar and implored, "Master, why is she like this? Please enlighten me." The old beggar remained silent, letting out a long sigh as he cast a glance at the female ghost before turning away without a word. His demeanor incited a sense of irritation within me. And just as I was about to inquire further, Jia Sume settled back down beside me and whispered in my ear, "Do not ask so many questions. Be obedient and lie down." I queried why. Jia Sume responded, "It is of no concern to you. Just lie down." With that, she forcefully grasped my shoulder, pressing me down onto the bed. At that moment, the female ghost rose from the ground, ascended to the bed, turned her back, and began to undress with delicate, rustling sounds. Before long, she was as bare as Jiasume, her skin remarkably smooth, akin to an eggshell. However, it was evident that her skin was exceedingly dry, and she lacked the fullness that Jiasume possessed. Her collarbones, ribs, and hip bones were distinctly visible, creating a gaunt, almost sickly appearance. Yet it was a kind of beauty that was hauntingly exquisite, beyond the capabilities of my inadequate prose to articulate. In my dazed gaze, she clung to her charred lips, climbing atop me. The subsequent events are understood, yet I refrain from articulating them, not solely due to a fear of censorship or similar concerns, but also for a significant reason. I am reluctant to render this experience into a narrative that may evoke a sense of lewdness. Admittedly, it was a rather enchanting scene, and I acknowledge that I am not a paragon of virtue. Since that time, I have encountered numerous escapades, and should I enumerate them all, it would undoubtedly resemble a novel fit for publication only on obscure websites beyond the reach of even the most diligent searches. However, that particular moment remains an indelible memory, one I dare not desecrate. This sentiment arises not merely from it being my first experience, but also because I can never forget the visage of that specter. She initially appeared so charming, so delicate, yet afterwards, her body bore countless wounds. My sweat and other bodily fluids were akin to sulfuric acid for her. I shudder at the thought of that appearance, and even now, my heart aches at the recollection. Yet, I found salvation. After a night steeped in allure, I transitioned from initial confusion and shyness to a state of intoxication, fervor, and ultimately madness. The intense warmth within me gradually subsided with each collision, fading into oblivion, and I succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following evening. Jiasume remained, yet the specter was nowhere to be found. I opened my eyes and lay quietly on the Kong, reflecting on the events of the previous night. It dawned on me the uncontrollable state I had been in, as well as the wretched visage of the female specter. A wave of deep remorse washed over me. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having subjected her to such torment, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Yet, I had only sought to indulge in my own desires, mercilessly extracting a perverse pleasure from her suffering. Throughout the entire night, I was lost to reason. Jiasume sat beside me, watching intently. Upon noticing my awakening, a fleeting smile of joy illuminated her face, but as she uttered the words, "You have finally awakened," tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Her tears were a manifestation of overwhelming relief, akin to the joy my mother once displayed when I performed a touching deed in my childhood. Upon hearing that I was awake, the old beggar rushed over, his dirty hands cupping my face and rubbing it tenderly. He inspected me from head to toe before breaking into a jubilant smile, exclaiming, "At last, you are well, completely restored. You rascal, you nearly frightened me to death." Inquiring about her, I asked the old beggar, "What about her?" His smile faltered for a brief moment as he turned to point at a black ceramic jar perched on the Kong. "She is within there," he replied. The jar was simple and glossy, with a yellow talisman pressed beneath its lid. How could such a large person be contained within such a small vessel? I pressed further. "What has become of her?" "The jar serves as a vessel for nurturing spirits," the old beggar explained. "She is no longer a ghost. She has transformed into a spirit of the departed. Once matters here are resolved, I shall guide her to her next incarnation." A sense of melancholy washed over me. I realized I might never see her again. She saved me, yet I transformed her into a wraith, and I never uttered a single apology or expressed gratitude. The true culprits behind this calamity are those two malevolent Taoists, and my heart is filled with loathing for them. I inquired of the old beggar, "What exactly is yang poison? How did I become afflicted by it?" The old beggar elucidated that, in a strict sense, yang poison is not a poison at all. Rather, it is a catalyst or a form of incantation, capable of siphoning the yin energy from my being while amplifying the yang energy. If not treated promptly, the dire consequence would be self-immolation. The only remedy lies in my communion with a female ghost of profound yin energy, allowing my yang energy to dissipate, thus enabling a harmonious balance for healing. Confounded by this, I pressed further. "If this is yang poison, such a potent yang spell, why does it manifest upon a creature as profoundly een as a zombie? And why does it afflict me? Moreover, if a female ghost suffices, why not seek Jia Sumia instead of another? Are the ones who sought to harm me the zombie Yin Baojia, the rotund Taoist Jinzei, or that fleeing spirit Zhou Simu? Just as the old beggar was about to clarify, my second sister burst through the door, urgently exclaiming, "This is terrible. The house is ablaze with ghostly flames." Chapter 56. The mysterious will-o'-the-wisp. Upon hearing my sister's words, I was instantly jolted awake and hastily leaped from my bed, only to realize that I was clad in nothing. I hastily inquired about the situation before blushingly retreating back under the covers. I could only imagine the expression on my sister's face as she reiterated, "The will-o'-the-wisp has ignited our house. Father and the others are attempting to extinguish the flames. I came to inform Master Jiang that if Black Boy has not yet awakened, we should carry him to the neighbor's house." As I comprehended her words, I hurriedly dressed while exclaiming, "I am awake. I shall go help extinguish the fire." The old beggar assisted me with my clothing, his voice tinged with astonishment as he queried, "How do you know it is a will-o'-the-wisp?" His question struck me as peculiar. For in my hometown, such occurrences are commonplace, particularly during the summer and autumn months. Both adults and children in Shengzi village are accustomed to these phenomena, and it has never crossed anyone's mind to doubt their existence. I retorted with irritation, "How could you not know this? A will-o'-the-wisp setting fire to a house happens every year. Many have witnessed it, and I have seen it with my own eyes." The old beggar's incredulity intensified as he pressed further. "You have witnessed it too? What was it like?" While donning my clothes, I succinctly recounted my experience of encountering a will-o'-the-wisp. In truth, that experience was not particularly extraordinary. It transpired during a certain autumn. On those days when the autumn heat was particularly fierce, the fire occurred at the home of my classmate, Qi Jingze. It was around dusk when Qi Jingze and I were playing at his house after school. I witnessed a flickering blue flame, akin to a ghostly fire, drifting down onto the haystack in his yard, and before long, it erupted into a roaring blaze. Fortunately, the villagers swiftly extinguished the flames, although 2 sheep belonging to Qi Jingze's family perished in the fire. After the blaze was quelled, I enjoyed a meal of stewed lamb and grilled lamb skewers at his house. An old beggar, furrowing his brow in disbelief, inquired meticulously about the appearance of that ghostly flame. In my eagerness to aid in extinguishing the fire, I impatiently replied, "First, we must put out the fire. I will explain later." With that, I rushed out of the house. The fire had ignited in the backyard where my family kept livestock, a place cluttered with hay and straw. By the time we exited the house, the yard was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing upwards. Many villagers had already arrived upon hearing the news, some carrying buckets, others directing the efforts, and the scene of firefighting was remarkably orderly. Lao Tai and Qi Jingze also arrived at the scene. From a distance, Qi Jingze greeted me, exclaiming, "I saw you flying yesterday. Do tell me all about it later." With that, he joined the ranks of the firefighting team. Given that Qi Jingze's home was quite close to mine, he was able to arrive promptly as the fire broke out. However, I was somewhat surprised to see Lao Tai arrive before me, as his home was considerably farther away. However, in that moment of urgency, I did not inquire further. The old friend merely cast a glance my way, nodded, and proceeded to extinguish the flames, uttering not a single word. Observing this, I did not ponder too deeply, for such occurrences of ghost fires were not uncommon in my hometown, and thus the residents of Shengzi village were always prepared. Firstly, near the haystacks, one would typically dig a water well, consistently equipped with basins, buckets, and piles of sand, ready for immediate use. Secondly, in areas prone to ghost fires, a trench would generally be excavated to separate the dwelling from the potential threat, effectively curbing the spread of flames. Thirdly, the villagers of Shengzi displayed remarkable promptness in combating fires. Whenever a blaze broke out, they would spontaneously rally to offer assistance. Their roles clearly defined and their cooperation seamless. Consequently, although fires were frequent, significant damage was rare, mostly resulting in the loss of firewood and the unfortunate demise of a few livestock, with instances of homes being destroyed or lives lost being exceedingly scarce. Yet, None could have anticipated that the ghost fire that day would prove to be extraordinary. It not only claimed the lives of all our livestock, but also reduced our home to ashes. Initially, although the crowd was tense, they remained composed, and the fire was swiftly contained, leaving only a small pile of firewood near the cattle pen still ablaze, requiring minimal manpower for its extinguishment. Some of those who had come to aid had already taken a respite, while my mother distributed cigarettes to them as a token of gratitude. However, just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden explosion erupted from the pile of firewood, sending flames soaring and burning logs flying into my front yard. In an instant, the yard was engulfed in flames, with the kitchen, bedroom, and barn all ignited without exception, as if someone had doused them in oil. The onlookers, upon witnessing this alarming turn of events, were struck with terror, and without a moment's hesitation, they plunged back into the fray of firefighting. I, too, found myself momentarily stunned by the unexpected chaos, but quickly grabbed a bucket of water and rushed to help. Yet an old beggar seized my arm, his expression grave as he warned, "There is something amiss here. Stay close to me and do not wander off." He also instructed me, hold onto the tiger claw hook. I touched my chest and nodded in understanding. The tiger claw hook was something I had just dawned upon rising, after suffering from the yang poison. Both Jia Sumin and that female ghost had aided in my treatment, and the old beggar had only just returned it to me. Uncertain as to why what should have been an ordinary ghost fire had suddenly exploded or what mysteries lay hidden within, I felt compelled to heed the old beggar's serious demeanor and closely followed him as we hurried to the front yard to combat the flames. Accompanying us was Jia Sumin, who remained by my side, assisting in the firefighting efforts, occasionally helping me carry water, though no one else could see her. As we rushed into the front yard, Jia Sumin unexpectedly let out a gasp. Both the old beggar and I turned to her, inquiring about the cause of her alarm. Jia Sumin trembled slightly, her voice laced with trepidation as she uttered, "He has come." I asked, "Who has come?" Again, Jia Sumin shuddered, her expression betraying even greater fear. "Zhou Daoi. I can sense his presence." She was referring to Zhou Simu, the frail Taoist who, under the oppressive decree of the Taoist sect, had lost his corporeal form, yet evaded the grasp of his spirit. I understood why Jia Sumin was so terrified, for she and Yin Baojia had once been spirits nurtured by Zhou Simu. Although they were no longer under his control, the fear he instilled within her was deeply ingrained. The old beggar questioned Jia Sumin, "Where is he?" Trembling, she raised a finger to indicate a direction. Following her gesture, I was immediately struck dumb with disbelief. The person she pointed to was none other than my childhood friend, Old Tai. Today is March 20th, 2015. From the 20th to the 21st, I assure you of 3 updates each day. Beginning on the 22nd, I shall guarantee 4 to 5 updates daily, or even more. I eagerly anticipate your unwavering support. I, Lauan, shall endeavor to narrate the story in a manner that is more captivating, expeditious, and enthralling as a token of gratitude. In accordance with the website's requirements, we are about to initiate the excavator feature. Many of my dear readers may not comprehend the meaning of excavator, so allow me to clarify. The excavator has been activated. Let us commence the digging. As you await the updates, I have already made progress. The chapter shall be unveiled shortly. If there are updates to the chapter page that you cannot access, do not fret, as long as there is a sufficient number of excavators allocated to this chapter. The update shall occur instantaneously. The process of allocating excavators is as follows. 1. Automatic digging. I recommend this option for its convenience. Whenever a new chapter is released, it will automatically deduct 10 cool coins from your account to deploy 1 excavator for the chapter. This amounts to a mere 10 cents per chapter, with no deductions if there are no updates. If 3 chapters are updated in a day, that totals 90 chapters in a month, costing only $9. Each chapter comprises 2,000 words. 2. Manual digging. This option is for those who prefer a hands-on approach. It is the optimal choice for affluent supporters. Should you wish to allocate 100 or more excavators at once, this manual option is the way to go. Those who invest more excavators will find their rankings among fans elevated, visible to both myself and other readers. Notably, your generous contributions may allow other readers to enjoy the story without needing to invest, thus providing a splendid benefit to fellow book enthusiasts. 3. Free excavators. As for students facing financial constraints, the website acknowledges your circumstances and, in appreciation of your support, has made thoughtful arrangements. What might this arrangement entail? Indeed, it is the provision of complimentary excavators for you. Please take note. Each user of the platform, after engaging with the content and completing the daily check-in, will be entitled to receive one excavator free of charge. Simply log in and follow the prompts to claim it, after which you may utilize it as you wish. It is imperative to complete the daily check-in, as failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of the complimentary excavator. Should we collectively employ these free excavators, the chapters will be unearthed at a much swifter pace. The unlocking of chapters requires the support of all users. If there are insufficient excavators, the chapter content will remain inaccessible. For those who are able to contribute, I encourage you to prepare by adding funds, and I will now outline the methods for doing so. Begin by registering as a member using your QQ or Baidu account. When you opt for automatic excavation, you will see the option to recharge, offering various funding methods. Support for Alipay, Tenpay, online banking, mobile top-up cards, GamePoint cards, PayPal, and other channels make the process exceedingly convenient. Among these, Alipay, Tenpay, online banking, and mobile top-up cards adhere to a conversion rate of 100, meaning that 1 yuan equates to 100 cool coins. For those without Alipay or online banking, do not despair. The mobile top-up card is tailored for your needs and comes highly recommended, as it is incredibly convenient and supports recharge for Unicom, Telecom, and mobile, readily available for purchase everywhere. The recharge of GamePoint cards incurs a service fee from the gaming platform, resulting in a conversion ratio of 1:80, which means 1 unit of currency equals 80 gaming coins. Only the following types of GamePoint cards are supported for purchases: Junwang 1 card, Qingdao 1 card, NetEase 1 card, Sohu 1 card, Perfect 1 card, Ebao E card, Juyu 1 card, Tinsha 1 card, and Zonyo 1 card. It is imperative to ensure that you are purchasing one of the aforementioned GamePoint cards, as others will not be accepted for recharge. PayPal is available for our overseas friends for their recharge needs. Please refer to the recharge process for specific instructions. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to reach out to customer service via QQ for detailed consultation at QQ 111-312-4518. Chapter 57. Where has Dao Shun gone? Upon witnessing Jia Sumia pointing her finger at my childhood friend, Lao Tai, I was momentarily rendered speechless in astonishment. However, I soon recalled the peculiar expressions he had displayed during our last 2 encounters, leading me to suspect that something was amiss. Typically, he was a figure devoid of seriousness, his academic performance a perpetual source of distress for our teachers. 2 years my senior, Lao Tai had entered school 2 years before me, a time when repeating a grade was not uncommon for those struggling academically. Thus, he became a veteran at Shengziden Primary School while I was in the 1st grade. He was in the 3rd, and even as I progressed to the 3rd grade, he remained in the same. As I was poised to transition to junior high, he was still in the 4th grade, with new teachers often seeking his insights into the school's inner workings. Despite his lack of scholarly prowess, he was a veritable tyrant at Shengziden Primary, engaging in brawls with classmates, bantering with teachers, peeking at the principal and his wife in intimate moments, and even sneaking glances at female classmates in the restroom. In short, he had committed nearly every mischief conceivable for a primary school student. Nevertheless, our relationship had always been amicable. Should anyone suggest the notion of attracting I would summon a female ghost to deal with him. Especially after I had acquired the formidable master, Lao Qiaohua, his admiration for me intensified, and he would incessantly inquire about this and that whenever we crossed paths, even imploring me to have Lao Qiaohua accept him as a disciple or, at the very least, allow him to be my apprentice. Such antics were a hallmark of his character. Therefore, when one who is typically mischievous suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, it undoubtedly signals something extraordinary. I briefly shared my suspicions with the old beggar, who nodded thoughtfully and instructed me to refrain from alarming the snake in the grass. He wished to observe his intentions. He further cautioned me to stay close, emphasizing the importance of my proximity. I assured him and cast a glance at the old ironworker, who was also valiantly battling the flames. With a heart full of uncertainty, I joined the old beggar in the firefighting efforts. The old beggar was the first to notice the unusual nature of this fire. His methods of extinguishing the flames were unlike those of ordinary people. While others carried buckets of water or wielded shovels to cast sand onto the blaze, the old beggar stood before the inferno, fingers forming a gesture of incantation as he chanted. Remarkably, in the vicinity of his chanting, the flames indeed began to diminish. What was particularly perplexing was that on 2 occasions, the old beggar ventured into the heart of the fire, and the flames, as if possessing a form of sentience, parted a grand passage. The old beggar's extraordinary approach quickly captivated the attention of many onlookers, who were astonished and began to marvel at him, proclaiming him a celestial being while continuing their efforts to combat the fire. Nevertheless, the old beggar himself was taken aback by his own peculiar abilities. When I inquired why the flames seemed to evade him, he solemnly replied, "I did not anticipate that this malevolent fire would be so formidable. Your home is beyond saving." I was left in a state of bewilderment and asked him what he meant by that. Did it imply that the fire was irretrievable? The old beggar nodded and remarked, "We have all underestimated Zhou Simu. This ghostly fire is summoned by him. Without his will, this blaze cannot be quelled. Do not harbor hopes of rescue. Instead, focus on retrieving any valuable items that may be salvaged." From the old beggar's grave expression, I discerned the truth in his words. Thus, I did not linger, urgently calling out to my father amidst the inferno, relaying the beggar's warning. My father, upon hearing this, was filled with both astonishment and reluctance, yet ultimately resigned, his eyes bloodshot as he prepared to plunge into the flames. The old beggar intervened, offering him 2 talismans, advising, "Take what you can, but do not be greedy. Your safety is paramount. Do not allow material possessions to cost you your life." Clutching the talismans, my father fell silent and charged forward. At the moment he entered the fire, I observed the flames parting as if they recognized the old beggar, creating a pathway. Witnessing this, I felt a modicum of reassurance and inquired of the old beggar, "What are those talismans that can ward off fire?" He replied, "They're called fire-warding talismans. Effective solely against ghostly flames, they bear no influence over ordinary natural fire. Indeed, the fire at your home is ignited by ghostly forces, but it is predominantly natural fire. Thus your father remains in peril. For now, he can only rely on his own fortune." The beggar's words caused my previously eased mind to tighten once more with anxiety. Perhaps it was due to my youthful innocence and my lack of understanding regarding wealth that I deemed my father's reckless behavior as exceedingly unwise. Yet now, I fully comprehend the emotions that consumed him. This conflagration has incinerated a significant portion of his lifelong aspirations. I implored the old beggar, bestow upon me 2 talismans, so that I too may see some treasures. The old beggar, with a grave countenance, gazed intently at the roaring flames and replied, "We must refrain from pilfering your family's valuables. I have a hunch regarding the origin of this fire. There exists something far more vital for us to acquire." I inquired, "What is it?" He responded, "The Tao body." Instantly, I recalled that the Tao body belonging to Zhou Simu was still nestled within my family's granary, and I comprehended the true cause behind the blaze. Anxiously, I questioned, did Zhou Simu truly set this fire? As I posed this question, I involuntarily scanned the sea of flames for Lao Tai's silhouette, but after a thorough search, not a trace of him remained. Just as I was about to relay this concern to the old beggar, Jia Somyozan spoke up first. "He is inside the fire." Turning to Jia Somyozan, I noticed her finger pointing in a specific direction. Following her gaze, I realized it led directly to my family's granary. I immediately conveyed to the old beggar, "It seems he has already discovered it. What shall we do?" The old beggar replied, "It may be too late. We must first fetch the magical artifact." With that, he formed a hand gesture while reciting incantations, dragging me towards the inferno. It was only then that I recalled the presence of the yellow cloth pouch belonging to the old beggar and the spirit-rearing jar containing the female ghost's essence still within the abode. A wave of anxiety washed over me, fearing that these items might succumb to the malevolent flames. However, My concerns were unfounded. Both the talismans of the Taoist sect and the spirit-rearing jar were impervious to such ghostly fire. While the yellow cloth pouch and the jar remained intact, my pouch had been rendered useless, as it was crafted from yellow cloth by my mother and did not qualify as a Taoist artifact. Fortunately, all the items within remained unscathed. I quickly retrieved a cloth bag from the room to gather my belongings and the spirit-rearing jar before hastening after the old beggar towards the granary. Despite our swift pace, we ultimately arrived too late. Upon entering the granary, we discovered that the inferno had consumed not only our grain and farming implements, but had also obliterated the wooden Taoist effigy of Zhou Si, leaving no trace behind. The old beggar's countenance darkened, lost in thought. A sense of despondency enveloped me, and just as I was about to utter something, a figure suddenly leaped from the fiery chaos, lunging directly towards my face. Chapter 58. Is Lao Taya undead? Both the old beggar and I were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. Before I could react, the old beggar swiftly pulled me behind him, while Jia Sumnio, who had been closely following me, tightly enveloped me in her embrace. The figure moved with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a fiery dragon, exuding an intense heat as it lunged toward us. Just as the old beggar shielded me, he was struck by the dragon-like figure, and an acrid scent of burning filled the air. I glanced over to see that the old beggar's unruly gray hair had been singed into tight curls, and his already unkempt face was now smudged with patches of black soot, rendering him quite a comical sight. In that moment of urgency, I was far too anxious to find humor in the old beggar's predicament. It was only in retrospect that I found it amusing. My heart raced at the sight of him being hit, and I urgently called out, "Master, are you all right?" The old beggar ignored my concern, forcefully pushing me back against my chest to ensure my safety, while he swiftly brandished a peachwood sword, striking at the fiery figure with fierce determination. I nearly stumbled to the ground from his forceful shove, but fortunately, Jia Sumio steadied me, allowing me to regain my balance after a few unsteady steps. When I turned my gaze back to the old beggar, I saw that their struggle had reached a stalemate, both figures locked in a tense confrontation. As I focused intently, I realized that the figure was none other than my childhood friend, Lao Tai. At that moment, Lao Tai was clad in a vibrant red Taoist robe, which explained why he appeared so much like a fiery dragon. I am merely perplexed as to how he could have transformed into this state and at such an astonishing pace. The old beggar, sword in hand, stood resolutely, his head shrouded in black smoke, and with a grim countenance declared, "You repeatedly invade the realm of mortals, committing numerous vile deeds. Do you seek to extend your days in such a manner?" The stoic figure, old Tai, coldly retorted, "Do you presume I desire this? Were it not for the mischief wrought by you, old dog, would I be compelled to engage in these soul-diminishing acts?" His visage retained the youthful features of old Tai, yet his voice resonated with the maturity of a grown man. I discerned that this voice belonged to the nefarious sorcerer Josimu, who had previously employed his dark arts to suppress my second sister's soul, allowing Jiasumo to take over her body, and now he had seized old Tai's soul, manifesting through him. Both my sister and old Tai were mere mortals, and such actions would severely deplete their lifespans, a profound taboo among practitioners of both righteous and wicked paths. Yet, he audaciously flouted these prohibitions. The old beggar let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "You wish to lay claim to that which is not yours. This is the consequence of your own actions. How can you then blame others? I advise you to turn back swiftly, should you persist in your malevolence. You will inevitably face the fate of dissolution and demise." At this juncture, old Tai clenched his teeth and replied, "Do you think I possess a path of return? As long as I acquire the Yin-Yang child, all my sacrifices will be worth it. The years of lost vitality shall be compensated manifold." As the old acquaintance spoke, his gaze, as frigid as ice, remained fixed upon my face, leaving me in a state of bewilderment, reminiscent of the moment when Jiasumayo possessed my second sister. The individual before me was one I recognized, yet each word he uttered sent shivers down my spine. The old beggar, upon hearing his words, let out a cold chuckle and leisurely retrieved a series of talismans from his yellow cloth pouch. Subsequently, he brandished a peachwood sword, weaving intricate patterns in the air before him. When he halted, a talisman was delicately poised on the sword's tip, gently swaying as if emanating a soft, yellowish glow, exuding an air of mystique. Having completed this ritual, the old beggar inquired, "Do you truly believe your current state poses any threat to the yin-yang boy? After your earlier all-out ambush, your spirit must surely be in disarray." Upon hearing his words, the old acquaintance's body quivered slightly, prompting him to take a step back. Yet he maintained a stern expression as he retorted, "You possess quite an array of tricks, but though I may not best you, you shall not prevent my departure." My heart raced upon realizing his intent to leave. He was currently inhabiting the body of the old acquaintance, and if he departed, would he not take the old acquaintance with him? I immediately rebuked him. "Wretched Taoist, return the old acquaintance's body." The old acquaintance cast a glance my way and declared, "Yin-yang boy, you are in no position to issue commands to me." He continued, "This mere vessel is beneath my regard. Return my Taoist body to me, and I shall gladly relinquish his corporeal form." At his pronouncement, both the old beggar and I were taken aback. Could it be that his Taoist body had not been seized after all? The old beggar immediately inquired, "Do not feign ignorance here. Did you not seize that embodiment? Is this ghostly fire not your intention?" Old Iron snorted disdainfully. "Indeed, the ghostly fire is of my making, and I have traced the whereabouts of my embodiment. However, upon my entrance, I found no trace of it. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you deliberately deceiving me?" Upon hearing Old Iron's words, the old beggar's expression became somewhat rigid. Even I discerned that Old Iron spoke no falsehood. He may truly not have encountered his embodiment. Yet, where had it vanished? Observing the old beggar's countenance, Old Iron grasped our shared confusion. His face softened, and he turned to the old beggar, questioning, "Could it be that others are present here?" The old beggar remained silent, yet the suspicion etched upon his face betrayed his thoughts. He shared Old Iron's belief that there might indeed be others lurking here. Who could this individual be? Jinja? Another practitioner? Or perhaps a spirit? My mind was in disarray. Ever since my second sister was possessed by Jiasu Xiao, a relentless series of events had unfolded, each more enigmatic and perilous than the last. I was besieged by an abundance of unanswered questions, and now this new perplexity added to my turmoil, leaving my 12-year-old mind utterly overwhelmed. After much contemplation, I could only discern one connection. All of this revolved around me. Upon this realization, a surge of frustration welled within me as I confronted Old Iron. "Why are you all fixated on me? I am merely 12 years old. I have done nothing wrong. So why do you all resort to such malevolent actions against me?" My companion gazed at me, silent amidst my fervent inquiries. The old beggar gently placed a hand on my shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort, before turning to my companion and saying, "You should leave. The situation remains unclear, and neither of us can ascertain whether this individual is foe or friend. It would be unwise for us to engage in mutual destruction here. Treat the child's corporeal form with kindness. It would be best for you to spare his soul and refrain from further misdeeds." The beggar's mention of corporeal form naturally referred to my companion's body. The entity occupying his form, known as Zhou Simu, seemingly concurred with the beggar's counsel. After a brief contemplation, he uttered an agreement and retrieved a ceramic jar from within his fiery red robe, tossing it into the beggar's hands. I glanced at the jar, noting its resemblance to the one used by the beggar to nurture his ghostly daughter. It was similarly rudimentary, albeit in a striking crimson hue rather than black. I inquired of the beggar, "Is my companion inside? Is he also a spirit?" The beggar nodded, "In a sense, yes. Yet it cannot be said that he is fully a spirit. Should his soul remain detached for 7 days, he will indeed become a ghost." Chapter 59. The resurrection of the zombie Zhou Shuma departed, taking with him the corporeal form of Old Tai, while leaving behind a spirit. Consequently, both I and the old beggar found ourselves in possession of 2 spirit-raising jars, one belonging to the female ghost and the other to Old Tai. The old beggar pledged to assist the female ghost in her ascension, yet Old Tai's spirit was resolutely barred from such a fate. Otherwise, he would cease to be Old Tai and become merely a lifeless entity. Our home lay utterly in ruins. My father rushed into the flames. Salvaging nothing more than a stack of money, I had previously given him and the tablets of my grandparents. Everything else was consumed entirely by the inferno. Once the fire was extinguished, the villagers lent a hand in gathering whatever remnants were salvageable, yet our displacement was unequivocal. Initially, my uncle offered for our family to stay with him for a time. However, Mrs. Chun, the mother of Chun Gonghung, sent someone to convey her intentions. Not only did she offer 3 rooms in her home for our accommodation, but she also arranged for movers to assist us. Unable to refuse such generous hospitality, especially considering the spaciousness and quality of the Chun residence, my father gladly accepted. Little did he anticipate that his humble rural disposition would ultimately cost him his life within that very house. In retrospect, perhaps the machinations of fate began the day our home was engulfed by ghostly flames. As for the details of our relocation, I shall refrain from elaborating. That very night, our family took refuge in the Chun household. However, I could not find rest alongside the old beggar, for the events in Dingjia Gravecliff Bay were far from concluded. Having succumbed to the affliction of yang poison, my efforts to assist Jia Sumin in rescuing the Yin family were delayed. The old beggar had left the corpse of the zombie from the Yin household at Dingjia Gravecliff Bay. Although he had employed mystical arts and placed the Chilean jade on the zombie's forehead, he feared that failure to address the matter promptly could lead to dire consequences. When the old beggar, Jia Sumin, and I arrived at Dingjia Gravecliff Bay, it was approximately 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I had forgotten whether it was the 14th or 15th of the lunar month, but the moon hung large in the sky, casting a cold, silvery light that illuminated the graves in the bay with an ethereal glow. Despite the late hour, every detail of the surroundings was remarkably clear. From a distance, I noticed an array of ominous entities drifting above the graves. At that moment, I could not fully discern the distinctions among spirits, ghosts, or malevolent apparitions. So I alerted the old beggar, saying, "There are many ghosts in the grave bay." The old beggar nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I am aware. The graveyard at night is indeed like this. Ghosts seek to breathe freely. Ordinary spirits are of little concern. However, we must remain vigilant against malevolent entities." Suddenly, a question struck me. Why was it that the old beggar could sometimes see ghosts and at other times could not? During our initial endeavors in the provincial capital to capture spirits, he would first instruct me to use my heavenly eye to determine their presence. Yet, during our confrontation with the 36 paths of purifying spirits, he had been able to see them clearly. On that day, when I first arrived at Dingjia Cemetery Bay, the alluring presence was initially imperceptible to me. However, I soon found myself engaging in direct confrontation with this beguiling entity. How can this be elucidated? I shared my perplexity with the old beggar, who then revealed to me that I possessed the celestial eye, enabling me to perceive spirits at any moment. Thus, my master had refrained from instructing me in the conventional methods of revealing ghosts. I inquired, "What are the methods of revealing spirits?" The old beggar elucidated that these methods constitute a fundamental spell that every practitioner of the Tao must first learn, akin to artificially opening the celestial eye. This process is divided into 4 steps: illuminating the eye, clarifying the heart, connecting with the malevolent, and revealing the spirits. When supplemented with certain specialized incantations and Taoist techniques, one can discern all malevolent entities when necessary. However, each time one wishes to utilize this ability, they must recite the incantations for each of the 4 steps in succession, while also maintaining them regularly, which can be quite taxing on one's spirit. For the old beggar, who was rather indolent, having me with my celestial, I meant he would avoid using these methods whenever possible. As for the incantations for illuminating the eye, clarifying the heart, connecting with the malevolent, and revealing the spirits, I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest you learn to spy upon female ghosts during their baths, a most indecorous endeavor, which I shall keep to myself. The old beggar advised me to be wary of the alluring presence, prompting me to widen my eyes and carefully scrutinize the spirits atop the graves. Yet, I did not encounter the transparent, beguiling entity I had met that day. The spirits appeared somewhat startled upon our entrance, particularly at the sight of the tiger claw pendant I wore, which unmistakably instilled fear within their eyes. After enduring so many events, my fear of ghosts has nearly dissipated. However, surrounded by these ethereal specters, the chilling aura they emanate leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. The corpse of Yin Bao remains in the same position as when we departed, with the black Chilean jade pressed against his forehead by the old beggar, untouched and unmoved. Observing this, the old beggar visibly sighed in relief. Upon seeing Yin Bao's lifeless body, Jia Somia trembled violently, tears streaming down her face as she yearned to rush forward, only to be restrained by the old beggar. He cautioned her, saying, "You must not approach, lest I inadvertently harm you while performing my ritual. Fear not." He then turned to Duo Shu and instructed, "Watch closely from my side. I must restore this zombie's soul, a fundamental Taoist technique." The term restoring the soul refers to the act of returning the spirit of a person or ghost to its rightful place. In the realm of the living, we often speak of the term lost soul, which applies not only to humans but also to spirits. At times, due to external forces, both humans and ghosts may lose their souls. Thus, the Taoist practice of soul restoration exists and is commonly employed by practitioners, with the exception of charlatans masquerading as Taoist priests. The nefarious Taoists who create zombies engage in a process akin to soul alteration, similar to brainwashing. Employing unique Taoist methods, these unscrupulous practitioners manipulate the souls of the zombies, conditioning them to be solely loyal to their creator. The original spirit's inherent intelligence is often expunged during this process, subsequently cultivating a new form of consciousness belonging to the zombie. Some formidable zombies possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. However, this intellect comes with a caveat. Regardless of how astute they become, even if they ascend to the status of a zombie king, they will remain unwaveringly loyal to the one who created them. The spells of the Taoist tradition may sound rather tedious, and for various reasons. I'm unable to elaborate extensively, so I shall leave it at that. To redirect the discourse, Yin Baojia is merely an undeveloped zombie. His body has been partially transformed into that of a zombie, yet his intelligence has not vanished. However, his soul is misaligned, necessitating the intervention of the old beggar to perform a ritual to restore his spirit. Nevertheless, the transformation of his body into that of a zombie is irreversible. The old beggar led me to Yin Baojia's corpse, first retrieving several sheets of talisman paper from a yellow cloth pouch. He instructed me to draw 2 soul-retrieving talismans, which he affixed to Yin Baojia's chest and forehead. The piece of Chilean jade that had previously been placed on his brow was replaced with a talisman. Subsequently, the old beggar performed a hand gesture and recited, "Soul, spirit, return, good, evil, heed these words." Chapter 60. The disappearance of Jiasumnio, the soul retrieval technique, had originated in ancient times, rendering its incantations somewhat archaic in contemporary understanding. Whenever the old beggar recited these incantations, I would quietly listen, diligently committing them to memory. Once he completed the soul retrieval chant, I observed a slight movement in the corpse of Yin Baojia. The talismans affixed to his forehead and chest trembled gently, as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Almost simultaneously, the atmosphere thickened with a chilling presence, far more frigid than that of the spirits themselves. I glanced around, but saw nothing particularly unusual. Yet, I sensed an ominous force drawing nearer to me. At that moment, I felt a twinge of confusion. The old beggar had just mentioned that I possessed the heavenly eye, an innate ability to perceive all malevolent entities. This chilling aura was undoubtedly sinister, so why could I not see it? Just as I was about to inquire of the old beggar, Yin Baojia's corpse stirred abruptly. He opened his eyes, which appeared clouded with confusion, glancing at both me and the old beggar with a vacant expression. However, upon catching sight of Jia Sumnio behind me, his gaze evidently shifted, revealing a flicker of excitement. The old beggar, noticing this change, softly urged Yin Baojia, "Come back, return," as he softly called out. The old beggar's 2-finger technique was applied to Yin Baojia's body, beginning with a touch on the forehead, followed by the tip of the nose, and then proceeding downward to the 2 shoulder hollows, the heart, the lower abdomen, and finally pausing at the inner thigh. With each gentle press of the old beggar's fingers, it seemed as though Yin Baojia was gradually regaining his senses. Before long, he propped himself up with his hands and sat up, his gaze appearing much clearer. The technique employed by the old beggar, known as the 7 stars finger, serves as a method of soul pacification. Humans possess 3 souls and 6 spirits, inherently comprising 1 yang soul and 1 yin spirit within their bodies. Even in death, even as ashes scatter, the yang soul and yin spirit endure, which is why the notion of a soul scattering does not imply the complete loss of all 3 souls and 6 spirits. Whenever I encounter novels or television shows proclaiming that someone's soul has scattered, only for them to later boast about how to restore the 3 souls and gather the 7 spirits, I cannot help but smile at the absurdity. Such self-important fabrications leave me speechless. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys will leap with great fervor. In truth, those with a modicum of understanding regarding yin and yang are aware that they are eternally intertwined. Where there is yin, there is yang, and where there is yang, there is yin. Every tangible entity in the world, as long as it genuinely exists, must be composed of both yin and yang. Humans embody the duality of yin and yang. Man represents yang, woman yin. Within man himself exists this duality. The left hand is yang, the right hand yin. The hand, too, is divided. The back is yang, the palm yin. Even the fingers possess this duality. Consider the thumb, with its single joint, yang, bisecting the digit into 2 segments, yin. The joint itself is divided. 2 bones, yin, separated by a membrane, yang. Venturing into the indelicate, the phallus, singular, thus yang, contrasted with the testicles, paired, thus yin. A woman's vulva, a single cleft, yang, yet bifurcated into 2 passages, one for urine, one for pleasure, yin. The clitoris, a solitary point, yang, veiled by the labia, pair, thus yin. Upon the clitoris, a single protuberance, yang, enfolded by 2 layers of skin, yin. I dare not continue, lest all semblance of propriety be shed. Yin Baojia's body stirred, his consciousness returning, and with it his effeminate voice. Sweet Su Miao, you've arrived. I have yearned for you so. Turning to the old beggar and me, he added, Thank you, esteemed Taoists. Had you not rescued me, I would have become a ghastly zombie. Were it not for Jia Su Miao's presence, I would have struck him down. The old beggar, likely as repulsed as I, rebuked Yin Baojia. Silence. Answer truthfully the questions I pose. Oh, the Taoist is so fierce. Yin Baojia retorted. Be silent, or I shall bring ruin upon you. The old beggar barked fiercely. Yin Baojia fell silent, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the old beggar. His lips pressed tightly together as if he struggled to restrain himself. The old beggar inquired, How many corpses inhabit this necropolis? Only one, like myself, a mere half-finished product. However, it is rather grotesque, Yin Baojia's voice interjected. Silence. The old beggar scolded again. What are the malevolent spirits? What is their nature? There are quite a few, perhaps 5 or 6, but they do not seem to be nurtured by the esteemed Jin Jiao Dao, even though they assist him in guarding the nest. He treats them with a certain courtesy, Yin Baojia replied. Listening to him speak filled me with revulsion. Not only was his voice effeminate, but his mannerisms were equally distasteful. He spoke with an exaggerated flourish, his entire form riddled with unsightly blemishes, oozing a repulsive, viscous substance. His delicate gestures were particularly nauseating coming from someone so coarse. The old beggar, equally tormented by Yin Baojia, after posing these 2 inquiries, turned away in disgust and said to Jia Sumia, You converse with him. I shall attend to both of you shortly. He then pulled me aside, choosing silence over conversation. Lost in contemplation with a grave expression, I asked the old beggar, What troubles you, master? Is there something amiss? He sighed deeply and replied, I had presumed this place to be an ordinary necropolis, merely a creation of that rotund fool. It now appears that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. I inquired about the reasons behind this, and the old beggar remarked, A crypt for rearing zombies, containing merely 2 malformed corpses, is inexplicably guarded by 5 or 6 malevolent spirits. Furthermore, these spirits were not conjured by that corpulent wretch. There is undoubtedly something amiss. I pressed further, asking, Are these malevolent spirits formidable? From what I observed, you seem to handle one quite effortlessly the other day. The old beggar, never one to miss an opportunity to feign superiority, responded with an air of pretentiousness before adopting a more serious tone, stating, "While the spirits themselves may not be particularly powerful, the individual capable of nurturing 5 or 6 of them is indeed formidable." He then muttered thoughtfully, "Are these spirits summoned from the underworld, or are they the handiwork of that wretched individual?" The old beggar has always referred to the wayward Taoist as a wretched being. Thus I understood whom he was alluding to. This reminded me of the conversation between the old beggar and Zhou Simu in my barn, and I promptly connected the dots, asking the old beggar, could it be that Zhou Simu's Taoist body has been usurped by this wretched soul who nurtures malevolent spirits? The old beggar shook his head, merely stating, "It's hard to say," before retreating into his thoughts once more. I found myself at a loss as well, and we both lapsed into silence. At that moment, however, Yin Baojia suddenly let out a ghostly wail, shouting, "Sister Su Miao!" The old beggar, and I turned to look, only to be astonished to discover that Jia Su Miao had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 61. The ancestor is an old monster upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of Jia Su Miang. Both the old beggar and I were taken aback, hastily rising to rush over. Yin Baojia continued to wail at the top of his lungs, "Sumiang! Sumiang," his voice resembling the quack of a duck. The old beggar approached him and delivered a sharp rap to Yin Baojia's head, silencing his cacophonous cries. What transpired? Speak only of the essentials. With a sorrowful expression, Yin Baojia lamented, "I don't know what happened either. I was just about to kiss Sumiang when she suddenly vanished, leaving nothing behind." "Vanished suddenly? Did you not perceive anything?" the old beggar inquired. "Oh, I certainly felt something. How could I not?" Sumiang closed her eyes, and I followed suit. Yet, just as I was about to kiss her, I sensed someone forcefully pulling her away. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. Initially, I thought it might be the 2 Taoist priests, but who could have known silence? The old beggar barked once more, pressing for clarity. "Now, do you have any notion of who took Sumiang? Who could possibly know? Sumiang has vanished, and I am heartbroken. I cannot afford to ponder such matters. However, I sense that whoever took Sumiang must be a person of considerable vitality, as they possess a strong yang energy akin to yours, esteemed Taoist. I am truly distressed, and you must enough." I interjected. The situation was rather straightforward. Jia Sumiang had been abducted by an individual of robust yang energy, and Yin Baojia had not caught a glimpse of the assailant. Yet, such a simple statement has been elaborated upon in an excessively verbose and rather distasteful manner. I could endure it no longer. I halted Yin Baojia and inquired of the old beggar, could it be that enigmatic individual once more? The old beggar shook his head and replied, "It is difficult to ascertain. However, it matters not. Hand me the broken mirror of the netherworld, and I shall discern the truth through the art of luminous vision." Upon hearing his words, I hastily retrieved the small brass mirror from my yellow cloth pouch. As I handed it to him, I inquired, "What is this art of luminous vision? Is it challenging to master?" The old beggar explained, "It is a form of Taoist magic that reveals images, allowing one to witness all that has transpired in this place. With your innate celestial sight, mastering it is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, I mused that the old beggar was not only devoid of integrity, but also lacking in intellect. If such a formidable art exists, why had he engaged Yin Baojia in such superfluous discourse? Surely, he could have simply employed this so-called luminous vision to ascertain the matter at hand. Nevertheless, despite my internal thoughts, I refrained from voicing them aloud. The old beggar held the broken mirror in his hands, forming a gesture with 2 fingers at his chest, and closed his eyes as he intoned, "The heavens are round, the earth is square. From the origin, the light emerges. The Taoist sage manifests victory." Tracing the source back to the desolate. Upon completing the incantation, a golden radiance immediately enveloped the mirror, and as I gazed intently, I discerned a series of shadowy images within the glow, akin to watching a film. The scenes depicted Dingjia Cemetery, Yin Baojia, Jia Sumia, as well as myself and the old beggar, showcasing the very moment when I conversed with the old beggar while Yin Baojia was in the company of Jasomia. Yin Baojia was not mistaken. Just as this individual was about to lean in to kiss Jasomnio, a sudden flash of yellow emerged behind her. Grasping her shoulder, the figure yanked her away, and in an instant, both vanished from sight. The figure moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to the ancient deities depicted in Journey to the West, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, I managed to discern his appearance, clad in a yellow Taoist robe and adorned with a black Taoist hat. He bore a striking resemblance to the Taoist priest portrayed in Lin Zhengying's films, far more authentic than the likes of the old beggar, Jin Zhe, or Zhou Simu. The man exuded an aura of righteousness, with silvery hair and a slender, agile physique, embodying the essence of a true immortal. I found myself momentarily entranced, only regaining my senses when the light from the broken Ming mirror faded. I promptly inquired of the old beggar, "Do you recognize this Taoist? He hardly seems like a malevolent sorcerer." Upon hearing my question, I noticed the beggar's expression, his mouth agape and his countenance frozen in disbelief. After a moment, he vigorously rubbed his eyes and shook his head, as if trying to awaken from a dream. Eventually, he mumbled to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Witnessing his reaction heightened my anxiety, prompting me to ask again, "Who on earth is he? Why did he abduct Jia Sumniel?" The old beggar replied, "He resembles Taoist E." Having spoken, he vigorously shook his head again and muttered to himself, "It can't be. It shouldn't be possible." I inquired, "Who is Master E?" The old beggar replied, "An ancient oddity." Despite his words, his countenance bore an expression of deep reverence. This display stirred a sense of curiosity and urgency within me, prompting me to grasp his sleeve and implore, "Master, could you please clarify? Why must your words emerge like sheep excrement, clumped and reluctant?" And my remark, the air of veneration vanished from the old beggar's face. He turned away, muttering an insult, "You wretched disciple," and delivered a sharp kick to my backside. Winston pain, my curiosity about Master E overshadowed the discomfort, leading me to persist in my inquiry. "Please, just tell me." Finally, the old beggar relented, saying, "You and I are both disciples of the heavenly mysterious sect. Do you remember that?" I replied, "I do, but who is Master E?" He explained, "The heavenly mysterious sect was founded by Master E." Suddenly enlightened, I realized he was our revered ancestor. Yet, why did the old beggar refer to him as an ancient oddity? Thus, I remarked, "How could you, Master, refer to our ancestor as an ancient oddity?" The old beggar shrugged dismissively. "I've heard he has lived for over 1,000 years. What else could he be but an ancient oddity? Whatever happened to the respect for one's teacher? This old fellow bristles at being called an old beggar, yet he dares to label our ancestor an ancient oddity. Should I trust him or not?" I inquired once more, "Why did the revered ancestor seize Giacomo?" The old beggar replied, "If you ask me, to whom should I pose the question?" With that, he disregarded me and began to circle around a particular grave mound, examining this and that, the broken mirror of the underworld clasped tightly in his hand. However, he refrained from employing the technique of reflection and instead muttered an incantation unfamiliar to my ears, as if he were inspecting something. Yin Baojiao wept continuously by my side, his lament more feminine than that of a woman. The sound of his weeping made me feel uneasy, prompting me to follow the old beggar and ignore him. After several laps, the old beggar finally halted before a slab of azure stone, pointing to it and declaring, "This is the entrance to the zombie lair." Chapter 62. The spirit child of the ghostly eyes. The piece of blue stone slab pointed out by the old beggar was one I had encountered before. It was from which the zombie Yin Bao had emerged. At that time, the old beggar had taken away the black skull with green eyes, and upon breaking the illusion, I had discovered such a blue stone slab. However, due to my affliction with yang poison, I was unable to exterminate the zombie lair immediately. Now the old beggar, armed with a broken nether mirror, had searched thoroughly and uncovered that beneath this very stone slab lay the entrance to the zombie den. Standing beside the blue stone slab, the old beggar retrieved 4 talisman papers and vermilion powder from his yellow cloth pouch, along with a brush, and instructed me, "Come closer and observe." I I shall teach you how to draw a sealing talisman. I will draw one, and you shall complete the remaining three." Upon hearing his words, I hurriedly approached him, keenly observing his technique as he crafted the talisman. As he drew, he imparted to me the foundational knowledge of talisman crafting, such as the necessity for a smooth beginning stroke and a decisive ending stroke, as well as the importance of reciting different incantations while drawing the talisman heart. This marked the third occasion that the old beggar had instructed me in the art of talisman drawing, and I had gleaned some understanding, thus making my learning process somewhat swifter. Once he had completed his talisman, I had learned sufficiently to replicate the technique. After wasting 2 pieces of talisman paper, I was finally able to create a truly effective sealing talisman. The talisman the old beggar had instructed me to draw this time was known as the sealing talisman, imbued with the essence of confinement. This particular talisman is one of the most commonly encountered symbols in the community, utilized to pacify both the yin and yang residences, as well as to subdue weaker spirits. Some fraudulent practitioners, masquerading as Taoist priests, even employ this talisman to deceive individuals for monetary gain. I once witnessed an elderly woman who proclaimed herself a shaman, drawing a talisman for someone, claiming it to be a fertility charm. Additionally, I observed itinerant monks on a renowned Buddhist mountain utilizing this very talisman as a sacred seal, collecting offerings in return. It was disheartening to see them amass a thick stack of cash, which incited a profound sense of indignation within me. Due to the Taoist commitment to safeguarding the mortal realm, many of their spells, techniques, incantations, and talismans are closely intertwined with daily life, leading to frequent exploitation by charlatans. This is beyond our control. However, allow me to caution you, any so-called Taoist who demands exorbitant fees for rituals is undoubtedly a fraud. One must not be deceived. Authentic practitioners of Taoism regard material wealth with indifference, as it may compromise their spiritual integrity. Generally, they do not accept payment. Of course, exceptions exist for those who are foolishly insistent on offering money, as well as for individuals like myself who lack moral scruples. After all, in these times, without financial resources, one cannot even attract a partner. Once the 4 talismans were completed, the old beggar placed them, each held down with Chilean jade, at the 4 corners of the bluestone slab. He then instructed me, hold the tiger claw hook firmly. If any malevolent spirits emerge, use the hook to confront them. Should you encounter a zombie, do not concern yourself with me. Simply turn and flee. Do you understand? The old beggar's serious demeanor indicated the gravity of the situation, prompting me to adopt a more solemn attitude as I readied the tiger claw hook, prepared for whatever may come. The old beggar bent down, grasping the edge of the bluestone slab. With a shout, he exerted force and lifted the slab. I had initially assumed that beneath the bluestone there would be some sort of passage, but as it was raised, I discovered that the ground below was devoid of any hollow. Confusion washed over me. Where was the entrance to the zombie's lair? I contemplated voicing my perplexity, but soon recalled the concept of illusions. Thus, I inquired, "Master, is there an illusion at play here as well?" Upon hearing this, the old beggar glanced back at me and praised, "You're quite clever, young one. Now tell me, where is the focal point of this illusion?" I had not witnessed the last time he dispelled an illusion. By the time I approached, he had already pinned the black, green-eyed skull with his foot. Consequently, when the old beggar asked about the focal point, I could only shake my head in resignation, indicating my ignorance. The old beggar instructed, "Watch closely. I shall teach you how to break this illusion." He then brandished the mirror of the underworld, observing as he leaped about in various directions while elucidating the method to dismantle the illusion. The formation of an illusion employs a mixture of yin energy, yin objects, and certain items from reality arranged along a specific pathway. The mirror of the underworld is adept at revealing the yin. If we can displace or destroy these yin energies and objects, the focal point will become apparent, and the illusion will automatically dissipate. As soon as the old beggar finished speaking, I noticed a skull materializing on the ground, yet this skull appeared considerably smaller, evidently belonging to a child. Its color was not the ominous black typically associated with death, but rather the ordinary hue of white bone. What was unsettling, however, was that the eyes of this child's skull emitted a crimson glow. for reasons unbeknownst to me, despite my previous lack of fear toward spirits. The sight of this red-eyed child-esque skull instilled a flicker of trepidation within me. Those eerie red eyes seemed to follow me, regardless of my position, and that chilling aura felt as though it could penetrate deep into the very core of my being. The old beggar, upon encountering the red-eyed child's skull, was momentarily taken aback. He promptly crushed it beneath his foot, then with a hint of astonishment, exclaimed, "To think they have even summoned a ghostly-eyed spirit child." This was yet another term I had never encountered before, igniting my curiosity anew as I inquired of the old beggar, "What is a ghostly-eyed spirit child?" He replied, "It is a particularly malevolent artifact, concocted through nefarious means. The creation of a ghostly-eyed spirit child necessitates the use of a living boy, who must undergo a horrific process of having his brain extracted and his eyes replaced while still alive, thereby amassing a profound reservoir of resentment and hatred within the skull. It is a vile practice. Should a ghostly-eyed spirit child be buried in a family's ancestral grave, the descendants of that family will all meet untimely deaths, and upon dying, they will be condemned to wander as restless spirits, unable to enter the realm of the underworld." Listening to the old beggar's account sent a shiver down my spine. The thought of using a living child for such a gruesome purpose was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, I felt a pang of sympathy for the owner of the skull. I inquired of the old beggar, "Is the owner of this skull a child as well?" The old beggar replied, "He is a young boy, not merely a child. A young boy is one who has not yet lost his innocence. A child, however, refers to a person born with innate potential, irrespective of gender. And the notion of innocence lost does not apply." I was somewhat enlightened, yet another question lingered in my mind. "Master, what does it mean to lose one's innocence? Have you lost yours?" As soon as the words escaped my lips, the old beggar's face turned as red as a liver, perhaps contemplating a kick to my backside. However, with the spirit child beneath his feet, he could not extricate himself, and instead trembled with indignation, scolding me, "You insolent disciple. Speak such nonsense again, and witness how I shall deal with you." I was perplexed, thinking it was merely a straightforward question about innocence, but recognizing his ire, I refrained from further inquiry. Instead, I took up the tiger claw and asked the old beggar, should I still poke his eyes? The old beggar nodded in affirmation. Just as I was about to make my move with the tiger claw, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, the old beggar tumbled over, landing squarely on his back. Chapter 63. What on earth is Master Edao? Suddenly, the old beggar collapsed onto the ground, startling me significantly. As I rushed to assist him, an insufferably silent figure, Yin Baojia, unexpectedly darted forward, lifting a leg and forcefully stomping down onto the old beggar's chest. Poor old beggar, having just been knocked down by an unknown force, was about to rise when Yin Baojia's foot mercilessly pressed him back to the ground. A muffled groan escaped his throat, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. At that moment, I arrived just in time, disregarding whether Yin Baojia was indeed Su Miao's partner. I seized the tiger claw and viciously slashed at his oozing chest. My strike created a ghastly gash, but instead of crimson blood, a foul-smelling, yellowish slime oozed forth, causing an overwhelming wave of nausea. Fortunately, despite the repulsion, my attack caused Yin Baojia to stumble backwards with considerable force. This allowed me to finally, I was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. The ghostly-eyed spirit child had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing the old beggar demand my life talisman, I hastily retrieved all my life talismans from the depths of my yellow cloth pouch and presented them to him. My original yellow pouch had been consumed by ghostly flames, and the one I now possessed was crafted anew by my mother. It remained an ordinary piece of yellow cloth, devoid of any mystical properties. The old beggar laboriously rose to a sitting position and accepted the bundle of talismans. Selecting just one, he then produced his peach-wood sword, forming a two-finger seal and silently reciting an incantation. With a swift motion, he cast the talisman into the air while simultaneously thrusting the peach-wood sword, impaling the talisman upon its blade. Instantly, the talisman ignited in a brilliant blaze. Witnessing the talisman catch fire, the old beggar coughed up a mouthful of blood, directing it toward the fervent talisman. At that moment, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted from the Ding family's graveyard, rising and falling like a chorus of crows, creating a chilling atmosphere on that moonlit night. The sound sent shivers down my spine, and as I turned to look, I was struck by the sight of the spirits that had been aimlessly wandering the graves. One and all, they writhed on the ground in apparent agony. The old beggar coughed several more times before bellowing at the spirits rolling about on the ground. What foul deeds transpired here? Speak clearly to the Taoist. Otherwise, I shall incinerate each one of you. As the old beggar uttered these words, the tormented spirits instantly began to chatter incessantly. Some cried for mercy, while others insisted they had no connection to the matter at hand. In short, their voices created a cacophony. Yet not a single specter revealed the true nature of the situation. At this moment, the old beggar displayed his ruthless demeanor towards the ghosts. He remained silent, casually wielding the peach-wood sword in his hand. A streak of fiery sword light, adorned with talismans, sliced through the air, causing several nearby spirits to shriek in agony before they disintegrated into countless shimmering motes, scattering into the surroundings. The old beggar bellowed, "If you do not speak, you shall meet the same fate." Faced with the old beggar's decisive stance, the pleading spirits dared not conceal the truth any longer, and they began to speak in a chaotic chorus, fearful that the peach-wood sword might be turned upon them. From their disordered accounts, I gleaned that this corpse-rearing lair had been abandoned. Ever since that night, when Jean Joie took advantage of my affliction to escape, he had departed from Dingjia Cliff Bay with another half-finished zombie. The affliction I suffered was, in fact, the result of Zhou Si Mu's opportunistic attachment to Yin Bao during Jean Joie's moment of inattention. As for the ghostly pupil spirit child, it was not the focal point of an illusionary array concealing the entrance to the lair, but rather something brought by a Taoist priest they had never encountered before. Moreover, there was one crucial piece of information. This Taoist priest was accompanied by dozens of sinister beings. The old beggar captured a ghost and inquired about the appearance of a certain Taoist priest. The ghost described him as clad in a yellow robe, adorned with a black hat and possessing grizzled hair. The priest the ghost spoke of bore an uncanny resemblance to Master E, whom both the old beggar and I had glimpsed through a shattered mirror. Wasn't Master E the venerated ancestor of our heavenly mystic sect? Why had he manifested? Why did he wish harm upon the old beggar? Why was he in league with the malevolent entity? How could he have concocted the nefarious ghost, I spirit child? What exactly was Master E? Furthermore, why had Yin Baojia suddenly unleashed his power, injuring the old beggar? My mind was overwhelmed with questions, and I bombarded the old beggar with this relentless barrage, causing him to grow anxious. He coughed violently several times, spitting blood before feebly gesturing and saying, "These matters perplex me as well. Do not question me." If even the old beggar found the situation inscrutable, what purpose would my own confusion serve? Yet, a new thought struck me. The old beggar had previously mentioned that our sect's ancestor, in order to forever subdue the wicked demon, had sacrificed his own cultivation and established a grand formation of 72 celestial circuits before his ascension. Wasn't sacrificing one's cultivation tantamount to death? How then? Had he returned to life? Though I had already troubled the old beggar with my inquiries, I felt compelled to voice this pressing question, for the weight of it was unbearable. Upon asking, the old beggar grew agitated once more. "Do not ask. I have already told you, I do not know. When I glimpsed him earlier during the round light ceremony, I found it utterly improbable." All right, the old beggar could not provide any answers, leaving me to endure my discomfort alone. Observing the old beggar's feeble demeanor, I sensed that the events of this night would likely conclude in futility, the zombie's nest. The matters involving Yin Baojia and Jia Sumia all seemed beyond our reach. As I massaged the old beggar's back, I suggested, "Master, your injuries are severe. Perhaps we should return for now." The old beggar, though somewhat breathless, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No, there's an issue with the zombie. We must resolve this matter first." At his words, I turned my gaze back to Yin Baojia, who lay not far from us, contorted in pain and struggling incessantly. From the gash I had inflicted with my tiger claw, a yellowish, pus-like fluid continuously oozed forth, forming a substantial pool on the ground. I inquired of the old beggar, "Given your condition, can you manage? Teach me what to do. I shall handle it." The old beggar responded, "Only you can accomplish this. Go forth and douse it with urine." Urine on a zombie? What if it bites? Chapter 64. The old beggar's predicament. The old beggar instructed me to douse the zombie with my urine, an act that left me feeling quite embarrassed. While I had encountered zombies before, the name Yin Baojia was one that a child had insisted upon being included in the story. Was it truly appropriate for me to urinate on Yin Baojia? Nevertheless, I had no choice. Duty called, and as a practitioner of the mystical arts, my integrity compelled me to convey my experiences with utmost authenticity. Deception is the path to ruin. Thus, when the old beggar urged me to proceed with this peculiar task, I was taken aback yet resolute. That evening, under my mother's insistence, I had consumed a copious amount of water, and soon found myself overwhelmed by the urge to relieve myself. Standing beside Yin Baojia, I let loose, saturating him thoroughly. The sensation was one that only Yin Baojia could truly comprehend. I had never imagined that my urine could surpass even the most potent of magical artifacts. As it splashed upon the zombie's form, a cacophony of hissing and crackling erupted. Looking down, I beheld a frothy concoction of yellow and white bubbles forming wherever my liquid made contact, reminiscent of an acid being poured. Moreover, the foul, yellowish, viscous fluid that had been oozing from the zombie was further intensified by my urine, creating a stench that defies description, a scent so repulsive that one whiff would deter any appetite for weeks, an undeniable weight loss remedy. As my urine soaked Yin Baojia, he emitted an unending stream of wails, pleading for mercy, his voice shifting from a quacking sound to a desperate, pig-like howl. Although I initially harbored no fondness for him, I found myself compelled by the sound of his cries, leading me to return him to camp before I had finished urinating. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. The unsightly blemishes and the viscous, purulent discharge on Yin Baojia's body seemed to vanish as if disinfected by my urine, dissipating at an observable rate. Gradually, the true color of his skin became visible. Though he had appeared quite unattractive, I must admit that his complexion was rather fine, even possessing a certain paleness. Eventually, his body shed its scabs, shrinking considerably, revealing his original form. I was astounded by the notion that a mere stream of urine could serve as a beauty treatment for a zombie, a claim that few would believe. At that moment, I too was skeptical, prompting me to inquire with the old beggar about the phenomenon. The old beggar explained that zombies, being unclean entities, embody extreme Yin. The cultivation of zombies, known as nurturing Yin, requires a dual approach, continuously stimulating the entire Yin energy within the corpse while placing it in an environment saturated with extreme Yin. Thus, the unsightly afflictions on Yin Baojia's body were a result of this Yin nurturing process. However, this zombie was not yet fully formed, as it still contained Yang energy. My urine, achieving a balance of Yin and Yang, would induce a harmonious equilibrium within the corpse, hence the restoration of his appearance. The old beggar spoke at that time, and I was somewhat bewildered, feeling that the question was rather absurd. If the body of a ghost were to attain a balance of Yin and Yang, could it still be considered a ghost? Even now, this dilemma troubles my mind, for I am aware that only the living possess a body in which Yin and Yang are harmonized. Spirits and phantoms dwell in the underworld, inherently saturated with Yin. How could they possibly achieve such balance? I sincerely hope that a fellow practitioner can elucidate this matter for me. Regardless, it is evident that Yin Baojia has reverted to his ghostly form, resembling Jiasumu again, and he no longer appears so grotesque. In hindsight, he is rather handsome. However, despite the transformation of his body, his personality remains unchanged. He still presents himself in a rather effeminate manner, coupled with an incessant tendency to chatter, which I find rather off-putting. Upon regaining his ghostly appearance, the first thing he did was not to express gratitude to the old beggar and me for rescuing him. Rather, he complained, "You are so annoying. I'm not wearing any clothes, and everyone is staring." His demeanor was so petulant it provoked an urge to kick him. I turned away, ignoring him in a state of undress, and proceeded to assist the old beggar in returning home. By that time, the old beggar had regained some strength. Although he still coughed heavily, he was able to walk. I supported him as we moved forward, his arm resting lightly on my shoulder, exerting little weight, perhaps wary that I might struggle to bear him. On our way home, Yin Baojia trailed behind, unabashedly bare, incessantly rambling on about various topics, which both the old beggar and I chose to overlook. My family has perished, and I have returned to my new home, a house graciously offered by Madame Chun, mother of Chun Gongheng, alongside the old beggar. As I previously mentioned, Madame Chun has devoted her life to vegetarianism and Buddhism, embodying great compassion. The old beggar agreed to rescue Chun Gongheng solely due to Madame Chun's influence, which has instilled in me a profound respect for her. By the time the old beggar and I arrived home, it was already the fourth watch of the night, yet not a soul in the household had succumbed to slumber. Even Madame Chun and her maid remained awake, engaging in conversation within our dwelling, awaiting our return. Upon witnessing the old beggar's frail condition, astonishment overtook everyone present. My father was the first to support the old beggar, inquiring with genuine concern about his well-being. Meanwhile, my mother and two sisters directed their attention solely towards me, scrutinizing every detail to ascertain that I had not sustained any injuries. Only after confirming my safety did they shift their focus to the old beggar. Once inside, the old beggar reclined on the Kong, instructing me to prepare some glutinous rice water to cleanse his wounds. He requested that at dawn, I procure several herbal remedies for treating his injuries. Additionally, he turned to my mother, expressing a craving for a whole chick to satiate his appetite. True to his character, even in such a dire state, the old beggar refused to deprive himself of earthly delights. Throughout this exchange, Madame Chun listened attentively. As the old beggar concluded his requests, she did not wait for our acknowledgement. Instead, she promptly took charge, turning to her maid and commanding, "In Shi, proceed according to Master Zhang's instructions, ensuring everything is of the finest quality." The housekeeper, Mrs. Chun, is named Shui Inchi. At that time, she was merely 17, possessing a sweet and delicate appearance. Yet, it was her gaze that lingered in my memory. It was undeniably intelligent, her large eyes sparkling with vitality. My detailed description of her arises from the fact that, aside from the supernatural, she was my first encounter with a woman. Upon receiving Mrs. Chen's instructions, Shui Inchi obediently responded and went out to prepare. I remained seated beside the old beggar, observing him closely. Despite our long acquaintance, I had never witnessed him in such a fragile state, which stirred a wave of concern and compassion within me. The old beggar seemed to sense my sentiment, though he appeared to be in discomfort. He would occasionally utter some rather inappropriate remarks to tease me, assuring me that he was fine. However, misfortune struck. Before Shui Inchi could bring forth the prepared chicken, he collapsed, unresponsive to my calls. Chapter 65. Seeking a female ghost for the master, the old beggar appeared to be in a state of disorientation, struggling to maintain a conversation with me, his efforts clearly taxing. My heart ached at the sight. I urged him to rest and speak less. Yet he repeatedly insisted he was fine, truly fine. Mrs. Chen's caregiver, Shui Inchi, brought over a basin of prepared glutinous rice water. As I turned to accept it, intending to cleanse the beggar's wounds, I was taken aback to find him had fainted upon my return. His eyes were tightly shut, yet a faint smile lingered on his face, an expression from moments before when he had playfully teased me, mischievous and somewhat lewd. Initially, I mistook his state for slumber, puzzled by how quickly he had drifted off. However, after calling his name several times and shaking him gently, I realized he had indeed lost consciousness. The sight of him in such a condition left me in despair, unsure of how to proceed, and I found myself on the verge of tears. My father, mother, and Mrs. Chun were all present, their expressions reflecting shock at the scene. My father pulled me aside, placing his fingers beneath the beggar's nose to check for breath, before remarking that he was merely gasping for air. Yet, why was the air exhaled so scorching? My mother embraced me, offering solace. Upon hearing my father's observation, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she pondered aloud. Could it be that he, like Haiwa, has also succumbed to a heat stroke? Both my father and mother were aware of my affliction with the yang poison, yet none knew how it had been alleviated, nor did they truly comprehend the nature of this enigmatic ailment. Their ignorance of the supernatural was evident, and upon witnessing the old beggar in a state of faintness, it was hardly surprising that their thoughts ventured into such realms. What was rather astonishing, however, was that Mrs. Chun seemed knowledgeable about yang poison. Upon hearing my mother suspecting the old beggar of being afflicted, she approached him, tested his breath with her finger, and nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed possible. Your breath is exceedingly hot, indicative of excessive yang fire." Reflecting on this now, Mrs. Chen's words appear quite astute. Yang poison stems from an overabundance of yang fire within the body. At that moment, however, my mind was clouded with urgency. Upon hearing the old beggar might be suffering from yang poison, I immediately recalled the method by which a female ghost had once relieved me of my own affliction. Without a second thought, I declared, "That can be easily resolved. I shall seek out a female ghost to assist Master with the antidote." With that, I wriggled free from my mother's embrace, eager to venture forth in search of the spectral being. My father, however, seized me with concern, exclaiming, "You foolish child! We can scarcely evade ghosts, and yet you seek one out? Are you not afraid for your life?" I squared my shoulders defiantly, responding, "I am not afraid. Master has already taught me spells. I possess the heavenly eye and can locate the female ghost. The last time I was afflicted by yang poison, it was a female ghost who provided the cure." Upon hearing this, my father and mother were instantly taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer horror as they exclaimed, "What did you say? A female ghost cured you? How did that happen?" I nodded in response. Indeed, it was the female ghost who provided me with the antidote. Instantly, the image of that ghostly figure who had cured me resurfaced in my mind, causing my cheeks to flush and my heart to race. Suddenly, Nyo sprang to his feet, and it dawned on me that I was feeling embarrassed. I stammered, "Regardless, I know how to get the female ghost to cure Master. You all just need to wait patiently." After uttering this, I disregarded my father's and mother's protests, grabbed my yellow cloth pouch, and dashed out the door. My father pursued me, shouting, "Come back here, you little rascal. If you don't behave, I'll teach you a lesson." Fearful of my father's wrath, I ran even faster. After a while, he ceased his chase, and I refrained from looking back. At that moment, a singular thought occupied my mind. I needed to find a female ghost to remedy Master's affliction as swiftly as possible. I was uncertain about where the old beggar had found the ghost previously, so after leaving home, I contemplated where to search for one. If one were to speak of places abundant with spirits, the Gravecliff Bay would certainly be a prime location. However, I harbored trepidation about venturing to Dingjia Gravecliff Bay due to the numerous peculiar occurrences that had transpired there, fearing that I might not be able to handle them. Ultimately, I decided to seek the female ghost at the Dead Man's Ditch. The Dead Man's Ditch is a ravine located south of Shengzitan, near Chishan. Although referred to as the Dead Man's Ditch, it is said that no actual corpses reside there. The prevailing belief is that it was once the site of an ancient battlefield. In ancient times, there was a general named Yinja, who was the right-hand man of the renowned military commander Bai Qi. This individual was notorious for his merciless slaughter, having once incinerated over 100,000 people in the vicinity of Shengzitan during a campaign against the Xiongnu. The infamous Dead Man's Gully is the very location where Yinja meted out his gruesome deeds. This is a historical fact. However, my grasp of history is rather poor, and to this day, I remain ignorant of the dynasty to which the illustrious Bai Qi belonged. I am too indolent to consult Baidu for enlightenment, so I humbly request guidance from those well-versed in historical knowledge, though I confess I have no intention of learning. On the other hand, I am quite familiar with the aforementioned General Yinja, primarily due to the myriad of atrocities he committed, which have caused me considerable trouble. Although no one has perished in Dead Man's Gully, the place is shrouded in eerie tales, with many claiming to have encountered spirits there. The residents of Shengzitan would never venture to that site unless absolutely necessary. On occasions, when someone's sheep went astray, they would gather companions to search in Dead Man's Gully. Yet even then, many would still hesitate to enter. My eagerness to rescue the old beggar was fervent, and after the series of events I had experienced, I had lost my fear of ghosts. Consequently, As I embarked on my quest to find the female specter, I felt an exhilarating sense of valor coursing through me. For so long, the old beggar had provided me with protection, and today, I was determined to save him myself. This filled me with a profound sense of maturity and presence. However, I had overlooked one essential detail, the matter of timing. When the old beggar and I returned home, it was already past the fourth watch of the night. After lingering at home for a while, as I approached the grave ditch, the dawn began to paint the horizon with a pale hue, and the roosters crowed. To venture into the daylight to capture a ghost would surely invite laughter and derision if the tale were spread. Yet at that moment, such concerns did not cross my mind. My thoughts were solely occupied with the pursuit of a female ghost. Under the dim light of the early morning, the grave ditch appeared unusually tranquil, so silent that I could hear the rustling of the grass and trees as they swayed. As I walked along the path, the only sounds were the whispers of my footsteps and the rhythm of my breath echoing across the vast wilderness. Upon reaching the edge of the grave ditch, I glimpsed indistinct figures flitting about in the depths below. From a distance, I could not discern their forms, yet I knew they were spirits, an overwhelming mass, akin to ants scattered across the ground. I harbored no fear of crowded places, yet the sight sent a shiver down my spine. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Thus, I stood at the brink of the grave ditch, steeling myself. For the sake of the old beggar, I must capture a female ghost to take back. With determination, I gritted my teeth and slowly descended the slope along the ditch's edge. Not halfway down, a chilling gust swept up from the depths, causing me to shudder involuntarily. In that very instant, a dark shadow suddenly lunged towards me, swift as a flash. Chapter 66. The terrifying encounter at the dead man's ditch. The dark shadow emerged abruptly, its speed akin to that of a fleeting beam of light. By the time I discerned its presence, it was merely a few dozen centimeters away. A wave of panic surged within me, prompting me to swiftly wield the tiger claw hook, slicing through the air towards it. As the hook gleamed, the shadow recoiled instantaneously, retreating with astonishing swiftness, vanishing several meters away in the blink of an eye. It was only as it withdrew that I could discern its true form. It was not a person, but an animal, most likely a tiger or a lion. Its figure was shrouded in a thick black mist, rendering its appearance somewhat elusive. Furthermore, it seemed rather diminutive. If it were a tiger, it could only be a cub, scarcely larger than the small dog I once owned. Despite this revelation, I could not perceive it as a living creature. Its aura was chillingly sinister, far more so than that of a ghost. Notably, it exhibited a distinct aversion to the tiger claw hook. Such fear is a definitive trait of spectral entities. Though the creature was forced back a few meters by the hook, it had no intention of relinquishing its pursuit. It remained rooted in place, shaking its body vigorously, causing the surrounding black mist to expand ominously. Yet, this expansion rendered the mist less dense, allowing me to glimpse two fierce golden eyes flickering within. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a prominent golden character resembling a king emblazoned upon its forehead. A tiger. When I recognized it as a tiger, a chill swept through me, and my heart sank in trepidation. The fear that had long been dormant surged forth in an instant. It was common knowledge among the inhabitants of Shungzitan that there were indeed tigers in Chishan. This certainty stemmed from the frequent reports of tiger roars echoing through the night. My father, mother, elder sister, younger sister, and I had all heard these terrifying sounds. However, prior to my encounter, I had never heard of anyone actually laying eyes on a tiger. To my astonishment, I found myself face to face with one in the dead man's ditch, a creature shrouded in dark mist, unmistakably not of this world. The unknown and formidable always instill a profound sense of fear. Confronted by this legendary beast, my heart raced uncontrollably. The thought of seeking the female ghost to rescue the beggar had momentarily faded from my mind. My only focus was on how to extricate myself from the tiger's grasp. The tiger's claws were undoubtedly lethal, yet if it harbored such fear, there must be a way to subdue it. Recognizing it as a creature of the underworld, I recalled the talismans and peachwood sword gifted to me by my master, which should prove effective against it. As my mind raced with these thoughts, I clutched the tiger's claw tightly in one hand while the other fumbled to retrieve items from the yellow cloth pouch. My blood-inked life talisman, the peachwood sword, and the broken nether mirror, nearly spilling the contents onto the ground. Unsure of which item might prove useful, I felt compelled to hold onto them all. As I engaged in my endeavors, the shadowy tiger did not remain idle. It prowled in place, neither approaching nor distancing itself from me, merely circling around. It intermittently emitted a series of roars, reminiscent of the fierce growls we had heard earlier. After rummaging through the yellow cloth pouch, I ultimately selected 3 items: a peachwood sword, a talisman of destiny, and a jade piece. The rationale behind these choices was clear. The peachwood sword is a requisite for the old beggar whenever he confronts malevolent spirits, and I had gleaned some techniques by observing him. The talisman of destiny was recommended by the old beggar as the best means of safeguarding one's life. As for the jade piece, it was simply because, during my search within the pouch, I discerned it felt distinct from the others, emanating a slight warmth that both surprised and intrigued me, suggesting a possible connection to the tiger or the graveyard. With one hand gripping the tiger's claw and the other wielding the peachwood sword and the jade piece, I held the talisman of destiny in my mouth, cautiously eyeing the shadowy tiger as I retreated step by step. Fear gnawed at my heart, compelling me to escape the graveyard. However, the dark tiger had no intention of letting me go. With each step I took back, it advanced forward, persistently following me. As it moved, the swirling black mist surrounding it dissipated somewhat, revealing its fierce golden eyes, which, shrouded in darkness, appeared all the more terrifying. Overwhelmed by anxiety, I inadvertently stumbled backward, tripping over a stone and landing unceremoniously on my rear. My peachwood sword clattered to the ground as I fell. In that very instant, the black tiger sprang into action. I heard its roar resonate, and suddenly, a shadow lunged towards me. The dark mist that had enveloped the tiger expanded ominously, completely shrouding me in its grasp. A chilling aura seeped into my being, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. My fall had left my backside throbbing with pain, but I had no time to dwell on it. Terror seized me, and I screamed loudly while flailing the tiger claw in front of me in a panic. The talisman I had intended to wield, which I had clutched in my mouth, was sent flying in the chaos, lost to the ether. Fortunately, my frantic gestures were not entirely in vain. Although the dark mist surrounded me like a frigid prison, the presence of the tiger claw kept the beast at bay, forcing it to remain stationary and roar in frustration without daring to approach. Enveloped in that shroud of darkness, my vision became obscured, the chilling atmosphere compounded by my dread of the unknown tiger, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Concepts like yin-yang children or innate sorcerers felt utterly trivial in that moment. I was on the brink of losing my life, rendering all notions of childhood and sorcery utterly meaningless. Alas, at that time, I was but a child, and when confronted with such peril, the only recourse left to me was to weep. On that fateful day in the graveyard, my cries resonated with a haunting intensity that could rouse the heavens and stir the spirits. Yet, weeping proved futile, for the menacing black tiger continued to glare at me, roaring ferociously. My grip on the clawed weapon trembled, as I dared not cease its frantic movement. Apart from this mechanical action, I could conceive of no alternative means to confront the beast. However, even the strongest resolve must eventually wane. My desperate cries, coupled with the relentless motion of the claw, soon drained my strength, and my hands grew sluggish. I gasped for breath, utterly at a loss for what to do. This standoff endured for a time, and I soon realized that persisting in this manner was unsustainable. While I endeavored to wield the claw defensively, I compelled myself to devise a strategy in my mind. Yet, before I could conjure a plan, the black tiger suddenly seized an opportunity, lunging with startling swiftness. I watched in horror as its gaping maw drew near, poised to engulf my head, only to find myself paralyzed, unable to move. Chapter 67. The tiger claw hook explodes. Initially, I believed I still possessed sufficient strength to wield the tiger claw hook. However, when the tiger lunged towards me, I realized my body was utterly unresponsive. Not only was I incapable of using the claw in defense, but even the hand that grasped it had lost all power, causing the hook to slip from my grip and fall to the ground. I had never encountered such a predicament, yet there was no time to succumb to fear. The tiger's enormous jaws loomed above me. I could see its razor-sharp teeth, its dark crimson tongue, and even catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from its mouth. Yet I found myself powerless to save myself. Upon reflection, I understood that the black tiger had been shadowing me, intending to infiltrate my body with the dark mist enveloping it, thus incapacitating me before launching its attack. In a moment of desperation, I let out a loud cry. Whether it was the sound of my voice or some other force at play, I suddenly felt a surge of vitality rushing to my head. It was as if something within me had detonated, leading to an explosive sensation in my mind, followed by a throbbing pain in my forehead. In an instant, the world around me transformed, and then a beam of soft azure light erupted from my brow, piercing forth like a sword and striking directly at the black tiger's forehead, precisely hitting the golden character for king emblazoned upon its brow. Almost simultaneously, my body regained its mobility with a sudden jolt. Without a moment's hesitation, I hastily propped myself against the ground and shifted my body backward. Then, with a thunderous crash, the tiger's massive form plummeted to the earth, its head striking my leg, sending a sharp pain coursing through me. Both of my legs were pinned beneath the weight of the tiger, leaving me uncertain of its fate. It lay still, rendering me unable to rise. Fearing its potential revival, I dared not move, apprehensive that it might suddenly spring to life and bite me. I glanced around and noticed the tiger's claws lying quietly a short distance away. I reached out, but they were beyond my grasp. The peachwood sword was even farther, making it utterly unattainable. Fortunately, the yellow cloth pouch remained with me. I quickly retrieved a talisman inscribed with my birth year, regardless of its efficacy. With 2 fingers, I delicately placed it upon the tiger's head. There was no discernible reaction. Not only did it seem ineffective, but a gust of wind nearly whisked it away. Its ineffectiveness was unsurprising. Had the old beggar witnessed my use of the talisman in such a manner, I suspect his nose would have crinkled in disdain. The application of talismans necessitates both the proper incantation and precise placement. But above all, sincerity of heart is paramount. Each talisman is a creation of the ancestors of the Taoist tradition, and only with genuine intent can one invoke the divine and fulfill the talisman's purpose. Out of fear of awakening the tiger, I cautiously pinched a talisman between my fingers and placed it atop the tiger's head. However, lacking both the accompanying incantation and the proper positioning, my sincerity was utterly absent. In such a scenario, should the talisman prove effective, it would indeed suggest that the esteemed masters of the Tao had succumbed to folly. Ahem, my apologies. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. Observing the talisman's ineffectiveness, I did not ponder whether my inability stemmed from a misunderstanding of its profound nature. Instead, I hastily retrieved it, fearing it would be swept away by the wind, and tucked it into a yellow cloth pouch. As my hand delved into the pouch, I unexpectedly encountered a piece of jade, which prompted a sudden recollection of the warm jade I had previously held. I had neither utilized that piece nor consciously discarded it. So why had it vanished without a trace? I meticulously retraced my thoughts and scanned my surroundings, yet it remained elusive, filling me with intrigue. Then, recalling the moment the tiger was struck by the azure light emanating from my brow, a jolt of realization surged through me. At the instant that blue light appeared, the world around me had transformed instantaneously, akin to stepping into an alternate realm. In this new world, my vision extended far beyond, allowing me to perceive clearly the ghostly figures that had previously been mere shadows at the foot of the slope. Notably, the black tiger before me was not as it appeared now. Rather, it manifested as a majestic golden-hued creature, exuding an air of formidable authority. However, that scene lasted but a fleeting moment. As the azure light vanished from the tiger's forehead, everything reverted to its original state. The tiger remained the same black creature, enveloped in a mist that exuded a chilling darkness, though the sinister aura had dissipated. At that moment, I found myself perplexed. The threat still loomed. The oppressive presence of the black tiger weighed heavily upon me. My legs ached, and the thought of further peril loomed large. My fate could very well be sealed here. Moreover, the old beggar lay unconscious at home. I had failed to locate the female ghost and had instead placed myself in this precarious situation, leaving me feeling utterly aggrieved. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, the black tiger stirred suddenly. The moment it moved, my heart leapt into my throat. I held my breath and remained utterly still, fearful that any slight motion on my part might awaken it completely. I could not guarantee that the azure light would manifest again. Regrettably, the unfolding events took a turn that bore no resemblance to my hopes. After that initial movement, the black tiger would shift again at intervals, and I could hear the low, guttural sounds emanating from its throat. It appeared to be a sound of anguish, but to my ears, it was far more terrifying than the roar of a tempest. In response, I retrieved my life-saving talismans, namely the Jazzy talismans, of which only 8 remained. Originally, there were 10 life talismans, affixed to the second sister. The old beggar forced out Jia, surname Miao, with them, subsequently removing and reusing them. Later, when one was placed on Yin Bao's household, it was used up and rendered ineffective. In a moment of desperation, I discarded another, leaving only 8. Although I had previously tested one and found it ineffectual against this black tiger, I was at a loss for other means of self-defense. Since the old beggar asserted that the life talismans could be used for preservation of life, I resolved to wager all my hopes upon them. I intended to expend all 8 of the Jazzy talismans, believing that if even one proved effective, I might grasp a glimmer of survival. I laid the 8 Jazzy talismans in a row upon myself, mimicking the old beggar's gesture of forming a 2-finger seal. I sought to recite a spell, yet was uncertain of the appropriate incantation. After a moment's contemplation, I recited a passage from the old beggar's incantation used during the manifestation of the round light technique. Heaven is round, the earth is square. The origin arises from the faint light. The Taoist venerable reveals supremacy, tracing back to the origin, returning to desolation. My recitation was merely due to its rhythmic nature and my familiarity with it, possessing no direct relevance to the 8 Jazzy talismans and, logically, should have borne no effect whatsoever. However, upon completing this incantation, you wouldn't believe what transpired. My tiger claw unexpectedly erupted. Chapter 68. The malevolent spirits. Upon completing the incantation of the round light technique, the tiger that loomed over me remained utterly unresponsive. However, not far from the tiger's tail, a sudden explosion erupted from my tiger claw, sending a shiver down my spine. In that moment, I felt a chilling dread wash over me, contemplating how I would confront a ghost should my claw be destroyed. Accompanying the thunderous sound from the tiger claw, 2 shadows, one red and one green, swiftly emerged from the spot where the claw had fallen. I widened my eyes in astonishment, my scalp tingling with fear. Before me stood 2 particularly menacing spirits, one entirely cloaked in red fur, the other shrouded in green. The red-furred spirit possessed eyes as large as copper bells and a nose that pointed skyward, with 2 dark nostrils flaring outward. Its mouth remained obscured, hidden beneath a tangled mass of crimson beard. This spirit was remarkably tall, its arms reminiscent of a primate, with hands that dangled down to its knees. The green-furred spirit, while slightly less intimidating, still bore no resemblance to a human transformed into a ghost. Its face was shaped like an inverted triangle, strikingly symmetrical as though cleaved by an axe. Its eyes were neither large nor small. However, the distance between them was unsettlingly vast, nearly extending to the temples. Unlike the red-furred spirit, the green-furred one lacked facial hair, yet its long, thick green fur cascaded down, nearly enveloping its entire upper body. Astute readers may have noticed that I referred to the red-furred spirit as he, while I designated the green-furred spirit as she. Indeed, these 2 apparitions were unmistakably male and female. If you were to inquire how I discerned this, I could only regard you with a hint of disdain by observing their bosoms. As I recount this now, it may seem as though I speak with ease. Yet at that moment, I was genuinely terrified by the crimson-haired specter and the emerald-haired phantom. It was not merely their chilling aura that unnerved me, but rather their frightful visages. Upon their sudden appearance, they stood still for a moment, seemingly allowing me to scrutinize their countenances. Then, without warning, they leapt into action, transforming into two streaks of red and green light that rushed towards me. By the time I comprehended the situation, I realized that the tiger, which had been weighing me down, was effortlessly lifted by the crimson-haired specter as if it were a mere chick. With the tiger gone, my legs felt remarkably lighter. Seizing the moment, I was surprised by my own audacity, and without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward to grasp my peachwood sword. Swiftly, I turned back to gather the scattered talismans that were my lifeblood, stuffing them into my yellow cloth pouch. With the tiger's claws lost, I could not afford to lose anything else. After collecting my belongings, I could no longer concern myself with the old beggar's quest for the female ghost. I turned and fled towards the graveyard's edge. Although I clutched my peachwood sword, I felt utterly devoid of confidence. It was only at that moment that I recognized my lingering fear of spirits. My previous claims of bravery were entirely predicated upon the presence of that magical artifact. Yet, I was unable to escape as the emerald-haired specter barred my path. Despite her ample bosom, this peculiar creature exhibited no hindrance to her agility. With her plush clawed appendage, she effortlessly lifted me, far easier than one would a mere chick. Gripped by the green-haired specter, my arm dangled in midair, and I immediately erupted into frantic cries. Thrashing my legs wildly, clutching the peachwood sword in one hand, I swung it desperately, striking aimlessly at the green-haired apparition. However, the sword, which had proven so effective in the hands of the old beggar, was utterly ineffective in mine. Striking the green-haired entity did not even elicit a response. She simply continued to hold me aloft, and with a sudden leap, she joined the red-haired ghost. At that moment, the red-haired ghost bent slightly, as if retrieving something. Before I could discern what it was, he had seized the recently awakened, struggling black tiger and leapt forward. Simultaneously, the green-haired specter, still holding me, bounded after the red-haired ghost, both of them dashing towards the bottom of the graveyard. Their speed was astonishing. Being carried by the green-haired ghost felt akin to soaring through the air. The chilling wind stung my lungs, while her long green hair brushed against my face, inducing an unbearable itch. Yet, amidst the torment, a strange clarity washed over me. I suddenly recognized a familiarity in the vivid contrast of their red and green figures, reminiscent of previous encounters. I had seen them twice before, both times summoned by the old beggar in my moments of peril when invoking the yin and yang spirits. Once, during a fierce battle against the 36 ravenous spirits in the provincial capital, the old beggar summoned the esteemed Yin Sha and Yang Sha to reveal themselves. At that moment, I merely glimpsed two shadowy figures before succumbing to unconsciousness. The second instance occurred when I fell victim to the poison of the sun, and the old beggar ventured forth in search of a female ghost, once again invoking the presence of the revered Yin Sha and Yang Sha. On that occasion, I discerned two figures, one red and one green, and while I sensed their existence, I could not clearly make out their forms. Upon reflecting on these encounters, a growing suspicion took root within me. Could these two apparitions be the very Yin Sha and Yang Sha spoken of by the old beggar? This thought ignited a flicker of hope within me. If the old beggar referred to them as great beings, and they consistently appeared to rescue me in times of peril, perhaps they were indeed here to save me now. However, the subsequent events swiftly extinguished this nascent hope. With astonishing speed, the red-haired and green-haired spirits seized both me and the tiger, swiftly transporting us to the depths of the graveyard. As I clung to the notion that they were the revered Yin Sha and Yang Sha, I felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yet to my dismay, as soon as they reached the bottom of the graveyard, without a moment's hesitation, they unceremoniously cast me and the tiger aside. I had previously mentioned that the graveyard was teeming with spirits, densely populated. Thus, as we were hurled, we landed squarely amidst a throng of these spectral entities. Even though I am a sorcerer, one who specializes in capturing and vanquishing spirits, being cast into a den of ghosts is undeniably unsettling, is it not? Moreover, I was merely 12 years old at the time, if you must know. Upon my abrupt arrival amidst them, the specters momentarily recoiled in surprise, forming a loose circle around me. Yet, it was not long before they advanced toward me, each visage adorned with an unmistakable glint of avarice. Chapter 69. The Desolate Grave of the Damned. Initially, I harbored a faint hope that if the red-haired and green-haired specters were akin to the malevolent forces of the underworld, I might somehow salvage a sliver of life from the jaws of the tiger. Yet, I found myself unceremoniously cast into this pit of wretched souls. The psychological dissonance, compounded by sheer terror, was a torment I believe my fellow companions can comprehend, especially considering my tender age. The visages of those phantoms were marred by an insatiable greed, akin to that of mythical beasts coveting the flesh of a holy monk. They were clad in ancient armor reminiscent of the foot soldiers depicted in period dramas. Yet their forms were grotesquely incomplete, with limbs missing in abundance. Their garments, charred and tattered, clung to their bodies like remnants of a forgotten past. The skin was cruelly seared, twisted into grotesque lumps. Some bore the horrifying sight of chins fused with chests, while others had drooping eyes that seemed to weep despair. Most ghastly of all, one wretched soul had an entire hand grotesquely adhered to the side of its face. A macabre testament to a fiery demise shared with another during the ruthless onslaught of that fiendish tyrant, Yenja. As those ghastly figures closed in around me, they embodied the very essence of famished spirits in a frenzied feast, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green luminescence as they howled and lunged toward me. Fear and anxiety gripped my heart, yet in the face of such an imminent demise, an unexpected calmness enveloped me. After all, death seemed inescapable. Why not embrace the finality with fervor and flair? This was the singular thought that reverberated within my mind at that harrowing moment. As these thoughts crossed my mind, a surge of courage coursed through me. Though the claws of fear had vanished, the peachwood sword remained firmly in my grasp. Spotting a nearby specter lunging toward me, I brandished my sword and thrust it fiercely into his chest. A haunting wail escaped the ghost as a grotesque bulge emerged upon his torso. From this ghastly protrusion, his garments and flesh seemed to ignite, spreading with an alarming rapidity. By the time he reached me, he was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame, which collapsed with a resounding thud. With this effective strike, my confidence soared. Any ghost that dared to approach me was met with the relentless swing of my peachwood sword. I slashed, hacked, and pierced with abandon, though lacking in finesse. Every blow that landed resulted in the same fate as the first specter, flesh disintegrating from the site of impact, leaving behind only a heap of bones scattered upon the ground. Despite the efficacy of my methods, the sheer number of ghosts was overwhelming. They swarmed toward me like a tide, and for every one I felled, 3 or 4 more surged forth to take its place. Soon, the pile of bones around me resembled a small mountain, making my movements cumbersome and awkward. In the midst of this frenzied slaughter, I felt a wild madness consuming me. Though I had no mirror to reflect my visage, I was certain my eyes burned a vivid crimson. I continued to scream as I fought, my voice eventually hoarse and barely audible, yet I persevered, driven by an indomitable spirit to keep fighting. I have slain numerous specters, yet my own condition is far from commendable. My back, arms, and legs bear the marks of their relentless assaults, and each time blood spills from an injury, the frenzied actions of these apparitions escalate. Some even disregard my presence and the peachwood sword I wield, their gaze fixated solely on the crimson droplets that escape my wounds. Upon the scattered bones, my blood falls, prompting the spirits to vie for those remains. Once they seize them, they eagerly extend their tongues, intent on savoring every last drop of my blood. It dawned on me what the old beggar meant when he warned that I easily attract the attention of ghosts. The sheer frenzy they display at the sight of my blood made it clear that, should I succumb here, I would surely be devoured in moments. They may leave behind a heap of bones, yet I fear not even the remnants of my very essence would remain. However, I am perplexed as to why my blood holds such a lure for these spirits. This revelation brings forth a multitude of questions. These ghosts dare to slay me and eagerly lick my blood, yet the 7 old women, Ja Sumnio, and the female ghost I have encountered are also specters. Why do they not seek my life? Instead, they seem to harbor a profound fear of me. If Ja Sumnio and the female ghost's apprehension stems from the presence of the tiger's claw and the old beggar, then what of the 7 old women? My father claims she was frightfully overwhelmed by me. Yet at that time, I was neither acquainted with the old beggar nor armed with the tiger's claw for protection. Moreover, I find myself ensnared by the red-haired and green-haired specters, formidable apparitions that my wooden sword cannot wound. Why do they refrain from draining my blood, instead opting to cast me into a horde of other spirits to have them seize my essence? As I wield my sword, furiously slaying these fiends, my mind is plagued with such chaotic thoughts, intensifying the turmoil within my heart. While combating the specters, I have observed the red-haired and green-haired entities who captured me and the old tiger, noting that they remain at a close distance. Wherever I go, they follow, appearing to watch the chaos unfold, as if they contemplate what to do with me once I am vanquished by these spirits. Why do they not simply end my life? The black tiger has also vanished, and after being surrounded by the apparitions, I have not glimpsed it again. One individual cannot withstand a multitude of spirits. No matter how formidable I am, the sheer number of these phantoms overwhelms me as they relentlessly surge forth. After a brief period of combat, my strength wanes, and the speed with which I wield my wooden sword diminishes, new wounds emerging across my body. At this juncture, the pain is of little consequence. It is the profound desolation in my heart that weighs heavily upon me, for I can already envision my fate. If this continues, even if I am not devoured by the spirits, I shall succumb to exhaustion. Yet, I find myself devoid of alternatives, compelled to strike mechanically, to kill without thought. At the tender age of 12, I am experiencing the sensation of teetering on the brink of death for the first time. I even ponder whether, upon my demise, I might transform into a specter myself. Is it possible to enter the underworld? What will I become once I transform into a ghost? Yet, hope often manifests itself in the most desperate moments. Just when I believed my demise was imminent, and my body bore the scars of countless struggles, the darkness of a night before dawn finally dissipated. At a certain moment, it seemed as though the sun sprang forth suddenly from the edge of the grave, a beam of sunlight piercing the depths of the graveyard, heralding a turning point. As the sunlight illuminated the area, clusters of ghosts vanished instantaneously. Prior to their disappearance, each ghost let out a wailing cry, seemingly filled with resentment. The sun's radiance spread swiftly, and the ghosts faded just as quickly. Within the span of a mere couple of breaths, the graveyard fell into a profound silence. Not only had those spirits vanished, but also the red-haired ghost, the green-haired ghost, and the fearsome tiger had completely disappeared without a trace. Yet, the remnants of the exploded tiger claw lay motionless on the ground. Had it not been obliterated? How could it have returned to its original state? Moreover, how did it find its way to the depths of the grave? Could it be that it is also a living being? Chapter 70. A cat transformed by spirit sunlight streamed into the grave of the dead, causing all the spirits to vanish. Yet, unexpectedly, the tiger claw hook materialized not far from me, glimmering with a resplendent golden light. This sight filled me with astonishment. Previously, the tiger claw hook had fallen to the ground when I was immobilized by the mist emanating from that black tiger. Shortly thereafter, the red-haired and green-haired spirits had dragged me into the grave of the dead, and I had never managed to retrieve it. However, after the fierce battle with those spirits, how did the tiger claw hook find its way back here? Could it be that the tiger claw hook had somehow come to life and autonomously sought to rescue me? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I mustered my weary limbs and picked up the tiger claw hook. Examining it closely in my hands, I found no discernible changes. Regardless of its mysterious reappearance, I decided to stow it away for now. Such a potent tool for exorcism, this artifact of power could only bring me solace when held. Having secured the tiger claw hook, I glanced around for any lingering danger. Finding none, I began to laboriously ascend from the grave of the dead. My legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step an arduous endeavor. While the spirits had vanished, the ground was strewn with white, bleached bones, and despite the bright sunlight, a chill pervaded the grave of the dead. The air was thick with a musty, decayed scent, reminiscent of stepping into an ancient, long-abandoned dwelling. My heart is laden with countless mysteries, and my battered body has rendered me utterly fatigued. I trudged along, taking intermittent rests, until I finally reached the edge of the dead man's gully under the midday sun. When a mountain breeze swept over me, I felt an invigorating refreshment, a true essence of nature's wind, devoid of the chilling aura of the gully. The sunlight was also pleasantly warm. I sat upon a stone to rest, reflecting on the harrowing journey of the previous night, feeling both wronged and liberated. Despite my physical exhaustion, my spirit brimmed with resilience. After all, I had persevered through it all. Gazing at the tranquil dead man's gully, my thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, leaving me momentarily dazed. It was in this state that I suddenly felt something brushing against my pant leg. Looking down, I discovered a sleek, glossy black cat, its claws playfully scratching at my trousers, its dark yellow eyes fixed upon me. Upon noticing my gaze, it let out a plaintive meow. I found myself puzzled. In this desolate wilderness, where could such a cat have come from? Moreover, how had it appeared by my side so suddenly? I had been lost in thought for a brief moment, and there it was at my feet. Yet, these questions felt trivial, and I was disinclined to ponder them. As I observed the black cat mewing at me, it bore an almost pitiful demeanor, stirring a tender feeling within me. I crouched down, gently stroking its sleek fur and scratching its chin, to which it responded with a soothing purr, as if reveling in the comfort. I have always held a profound affection for cats. During my childhood, my family kept several. Tragically, one perished after consuming a poison rat, which left me in sorrow for several days. Subsequently, I adopted a few more, but since the demise of my first feline companion, I have been unable to sustain their lives. Either they succumbed or fled, and the reasons for such occurrences eluded me. After numerous attempts, I ultimately ceased my endeavors to care for them. Now, as I wander through the wilderness, I encounter a large black cat that appears eager to befriend me, instantly uplifting my spirits. As I stroke its fur, I engage in conversation. "What brings you here? Are you lost?" The black cat emitted a soft meow, seemingly in response to my inquiry. Delighted by its reaction, I further inquired, "Whose cat are you? Would you like to come home with me?" Once again, the cat meowed, and I took the liberty of interpreting it as an affirmative response. I then cradled in my arms, continuing to caress it while saying from now on, "You shall accompany me. I am unsure of your name. May I bestow one upon you?" The cat meowed once more, and I perceived it as an invitation to proceed. However, in order to name the feline appropriately, I deemed it necessary to ascertain its gender. With this thought in mind, I asked, "Are you male or female? Allow me to see." Upon uttering these words, I gently turned the cat over to discern its sex. To my surprise, the large black cat suddenly became agitated and leapt from my embrace in a swift motion. Leaping down was merely the beginning. There it stood, like a dog, quaking with its sleek, lustrous fur while emitting plaintive meows that clearly expressed its discontent. I have encountered numerous felines, yet I had never before witnessed one so imbued with human-like traits. Observing its demeanor filled me with immense joy, igniting a profound curiosity within me. I instinctively scooped it into my embrace, playfully stroking its chin while teasingly inquiring, "Why so shy? Surely you must be a boy." Although I had already surmised it was a female, I wished to provoke a reaction and ascertain whether it could truly comprehend my words. Indeed, upon hearing me assert its masculinity, it leapt from my grasp, meowing in protest. This only heightened my delight. How amusing it was to have a cat that understood me. Filled with joy, I chuckled heartily and continued to tease. "Not a boy, then? Perhaps a girl? I must see for myself." As I spoke, I once again attempted to turn it over, preparing to part its hind legs to examine its anatomy, when, suddenly, a voice rang out. "No. Iai madiudiu." Upon hearing this, I froze in disbelief. Glancing around, I saw no one. Looking back at the hefty black cat in my arms, I noticed its amber eyes brimming with indignation, which sent my heart racing. Goodness, a cat had spoken. Had it somehow transformed into a sentient being? Was this a plot twist from a melodrama? My heart raced with trepidation, and without a second thought, I flung the large black cat away. I have just conquered my fear of ghosts, and now I must confront a monster? Oh, the monsters! Which creature from Journey to the West is of good stock? The big black cat likely did not anticipate that I would hurl it away. It tumbled several times before regaining its footing. Subsequently, it stood upright like a dog, shaking its dark fur, and bared its teeth at me while meowing several times. Perhaps dissatisfied with merely meowing, it audaciously cursed at me. "You little rascal. How dare you toss me aside? Just wait until I sink my teeth into you." At that moment, I was undoubtedly caught off guard, dumbfounded by its insults, and I dare not even exhale. After a few seconds of shock, I bolted, my legs trembling uncontrollably and my heart racing wildly. I had never felt such terror, even when encountering a ghost for the first time. The vivid imagery of those monsters from Journey to the West was deeply ingrained in my mind. I yearned to escape quickly, yet the big black cat, claiming to be its master, would not allow it. It scratched the ground a few times before lunging at me and biting my backside. Chapter 71. The Unruly Cat. I am uncertain if any of my fellow companions have ever experienced the peculiar sensation of a cat's bite upon their posterior. I, for one, have endured such an encounter. The formidable black feline possessed remarkably sharp teeth, and upon sinking its jaws into me, I let out a yelp that resonated through the air. I could distinctly feel a row of welts forming upon my tender backside. Indeed, a cat that has attained sentience is not to be trifled with, even resorting to biting one's rear. Furthermore, this particular cat introduced itself as Lord Yo, revealing that my initial assessment had been flawed. It was in fact a tomcat rather than a queen. However, at that moment, the distinction of its gender became utterly inconsequential, for the bite had not only inflicted pain, but had also nearly caused me to lose my composure in fright. The old beggar had instructed me solely in the art of ghost catching, neglecting to impart any wisdom on subduing demons. Even in the realm of ghost hunting, I was only half versed, and when confronted with a cat demon, I found myself utterly helpless. My instinctive reaction was to wield the talon-like claws and the peach-wood sword, striking out regardless of accuracy, as I turned to confront the imposing black cat. To my surprise, I soon discovered that both the talon-like claws and the peach-wood sword proved effective. Particularly, when the claws were brandished, the large black cat immediately recoiled, mewing in alarm as it darted away with astonishing speed, clearly terrified. With its retreat, I seized the opportunity to catch my breath. Since the claws were effective, I felt an increase in my confidence. Suppressing the fear that gripped me regarding the cat demon, I resolved to intimidate it with a fierce declaration. "Dare to approach again, and I shall slay you with these claws." Upon uttering this threat, you would not believe what I beheld next. The creature cast a disdainful glance my way, curling its lip in a feline sneer as it uttered, "You think you can harm me? Do you possess such capability?" Being scorned by a cat, does it not evoke discomfort within you? Yet, I remain unfazed, for the creature speaks the truth. Its agility renders the prospect of ensnaring it with my claws quite challenging. Nevertheless, it is undeniably fearful of my claws, and I grip the artifact tightly, ever vigilant against its potential ambush. I inquired, "From whence do you hail? Why do you follow me? And why did you bite my rear?" The ebony cat, seemingly incensed by my query, responded with an irate tone. "I initially thought you were rather pitiable and sought to assist you. Yet, your lack of gratitude is astonishing." As the dark feline's words trailed off, it appeared to become enraged once more, letting out an indignant meow. I comprehended that its biting stemmed from my curiosity regarding its anatomy, which had evidently provoked its ire. However, it professed a desire to assist me. What a perplexing situation. Ignoring its irritated demeanor, I pressed on. "You have yet to answer my question. Where do you come from? What compels you to assist me?" Scratching at the ground with its paw, the creature adopted a posture of feigned indifference and declared, "My lineage is quite illustrious. Do you, a mere child, deserve to know? I help you of my own volition. Whether you desire my aid or not is inconsequential." Well, such words are undeniably audacious. Yet I sincerely wish to avoid the assistance of a cat spirit. What would I do if it were to become enraged and bite my rear once more? Behold its appearance, clearly lacking in dignity even more than the old beggar. If the two were to conjoin, with the beggar striking my behind and the cat demon biting it, would I have any chance of survival? I addressed it. "I do not require your assistance. Kindly return whence you came, if you please." But alas, the unscrupulous black cat retorted, declaring, "From now on, I shall follow you without fail, whether you desire it or not. You will have me. What sort of predicament is this? Yet the cat demon is far too formidable for me to provoke. Thus I reluctantly conceded and negotiated. You may accompany me, but once we arrive at my abode, you must refrain from speaking in human tongue, as it would alarm my family. The black cat ruffled. First emitted a sharp meow, before proclaiming, I had no intention of speaking as a human. It is you who has compelled me to do so. I disregarded its irate demeanor and continued to negotiate. Would you kindly refrain from biting me in the future? You are a cat, not a dog, and you have already left my behind in tatters. The black cat cast me a disdainful glance and haughtily replied, It depends on my mood. Is my happiness contingent upon a mere feline? How utterly unfortunate I am. Nevertheless, this serves as an agreement of sorts. I resolved to avoid provoking it henceforth, to spare my behind from further torment. I then stated, Let us proceed. I must hasten home, for my master is still unwell, and I must devise a way to aid him. It glanced at the tiger claw hook in my hand and instructed, Stow the claw and conceal it within your garment. You shall carry me. Very well. I shall refrain from further complaints. Ever since the arrival of this unscrupulous large black cat into my life, I have found myself ensnared in an unending cycle of misfortune. The feline spirit is remarkably powerful. What choice do I have but to embrace it? Reluctantly, I tucked its formidable claws into my garment and extended a hand towards it, muttering, Come here. Naturally, it did not hold back. With a swift motion, it scratched the ground and leapt into my embrace, causing my heart to flutter involuntarily. This creature is indeed a spirit. In my arms, it behaved relatively well, casting a glance upwards before curling its lips in disdain. Subsequently, it nestled its head against me, seeking a comfortable position to settle down for a nap. Given the circumstances, there was little else I could do. Therefore, without further ado, I hurried home, clutching the large black cat with urgency. I pondered the fate of the old beggar. After a night of turmoil, I had originally intended to seek a female ghost to alleviate his plight, yet I nearly lost my own life in the process. At that moment, I felt utterly useless, having relied on the beggar's protection for so long, and now, with him injured, I found myself devoid of any means to assist. Upon returning home, the sight of my battered appearance startled everyone. My mother, with her tender heart, was moved to tears at the sight of me and enveloped me in her embrace, anxiously inquiring about my condition. I intended to reassure her that I was fine, but as she held me, she inadvertently jostled the large black cat in my arms, provoking it to puff up and let out a sharp meow directed at her. I hurriedly patted its back, offering a semblance of comfort. Noticing that it seemed indifferent, I reassured my mother, stating, I am fine. A minor injury is of no consequence. I then inquired about the old beggar's condition. With a face full of concern, my mother replied, He is yet to awaken. His body grows increasingly feverish. Your father has been applying cool water to his skin, yet with little effect. I asked, Where did that cat come from? I vaguely replied that it was a stray before hastily entering the room to check on the old beggar. However, upon entering, I was taken aback. In broad daylight, two apparitions sat beside the old beggar. Chapter 72. Can male ghosts alleviate yang poison? Madame Chen's family was affluent, making them the first in our village to abandon the traditional earthen kong. The old beggar lay upon a spring mattress, his attire reduced to merely a pair of undergarments. As the old man diligently wiped his body with a cool towel, hoping to alleviate the beggar's feverish condition, unbeknownst to him, two spirits knelt beside him, one on each side. Upon entering the room, I was struck by this eerie scene. The two phantoms were facing away from me, though their faces were obscured. My familiarity with the supernatural allowed me to recognize them instantly. They were male spirits, adorned in the customary funeral garments worn after death in our village. Their hair was long and disheveled, cascading messily over their shoulders like a bird's nest. Upon witnessing this unsettling sight, a surge of fear and anger coursed through me, causing me to inadvertently drop the large black cat that had been sleeping in my arms. Without hesitation, I seized my tiger claw and charged forward, aiming a fierce strike at the back of one of the ghosts. The distance between the spring mattress and the door was considerable, and as I rushed in, The two spirits, alerted by my approach, turned to face me. Upon seeing the weapon in my hand, their eyes widened with terror, and in an instant, they leapt from the bed, drifting to the opposite side. My speed faltered, preventing me from making contact, yet I was able to discern their appearance clearly. Evidently, they were two souls who had met untimely ends. One's tongue lolled upon their chin, their eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, a specter of one hanged. The other was even more ghastly, bearing a crimson scar across the left side of their face, stretching from the left eye socket to the right of the nose, which had been cleft asunder, the flesh turned inside out, resembling a fresh, congealed wound. Uncertain as to why they materialized there, I bounded to the bedside and rebuked them. "You curs! You seek to harm my master?" Scarcely had the words left my lips when a stinging slap landed squarely on my cheek, not from a phantom, but from my father. Unable to perceive the apparitions, he presumed my invective was directed at him, and, without hesitation, struck me. "Have you grown insolent?" he bellowed. "Daring to insult your own father?" I was mortified, chafing my cheek as I explained, "I wasn't cursing you, father. I was scolding the ghosts. There are two ghosts over there." My father, likely enraged, misconstrued my words, thinking I was still cursing him. He immediately raised his hand to strike me again. However, his hand froze mid-air as comprehension dawned. He recoiled in alarm, his voice trembling as he asked, "Ghosts? You see them? Where?" As he spoke, I brandished my tiger claw hooks and gestured towards the two specters, renewing my tirade. "Where do you come from? What have you done to my master? Speak quickly, or this Taoist priest will exorcise you." This was a customary spiel of old beggar, which I had naturally adopted. Though my voice may have been somewhat youthful, it certainly did not lack conviction. Upon hearing my scolding, the two specters immediately knelt before me, pleading for mercy. One of the spirits explained, "We are but two forlorn souls, here to save this Taoist on the bed. We would never wish him harm." My astonishment deepened upon hearing this, prompting me to inquire further. "Who sent you to rescue him?" "My master is afflicted by yang poison. What can two male spirits possibly do?" The two ghosts, bowing and prostrating, insisted, "No, it is not as you think. The Taoist on the bed is not afflicted by yang poison. It is another Taoist who has sent us to save him, merely instructing us on how to proceed." "Another Taoist? Who could that be?" "Certainly not Jinzhua or Zhou Simu. They would delight in the beggar's demise, not in his salvation. Could it possibly be Taoist? Yet, having injured the beggar, how could he come to his aid?" Perplexed, I pressed the two male spirits. "What does the Taoist you speak of look like? And what exactly did he instruct you to do?" One spirit replied, "We do not know what that Taoist looks like. He merely conveyed to us through thought to come and rescue." The other added, "That Taoist provided us with this item, instructing us to make a blood mark upon the Taoist on the bed, and then infuse our energy into him." As the ghost spoke, he held an object in his hands. I circled around the bed, approached them, and took a closer look at the item in his grasp. Before me lay two black jade pieces, their material akin to the Chilean jade employed by beggars of old, adorned with transparent natural patterns. Each piece was intricately carved into the visage of a beast, a form I could not initially recognize. It was only later that I learned this monstrous visage was known as Tao Tai, a ferocious creature from myth and legend. From these jade fragments, I gleaned no useful insights. Turning my gaze toward the old beggar, I noticed numerous bloodstains upon him, densely scattered, indicating that these two spirits had lingered here for quite some time. My father remained by my side, observing me intently. He could neither see the specters nor hear their whispers. Thus to him, I appeared to be conversing with myself. His expression was one of astonishment, as though he were a stranger to me. I wished to elucidate the situation to him, yet the uncertainty gnawing at my heart rendered me disinterested in explaining. An enigmatic Taoist had dispatched two spirits to purportedly rescue the old beggar. Yet their actions, drawing blood and infusing him with dark energy, raised doubts about their true intentions. In my indecision, I found solace in the presence of the large black cat, who referred to itself as Jiuyi. When I had carelessly tossed it to the ground, it had emitted a startled yowl as it fell. Yet my urgency had overshadowed any concern for its plight. It seems that he has discerned the intricacies of the situation and thus has refrained from seeking me out. As I listened to the two specters, a look of skepticism crossed my face when suddenly, the large black cat leapt gracefully from the ground to perch upon my shoulder, letting out a soft meow in my ear. I glanced back at it, realizing it had something to convey. Consequently, I addressed my father. "Father, you may step outside for a moment. I have matters to attend to here." My father cast a wary glance in my direction, hesitating for a moment before cautioning me to exercise care, and then he turned to leave. Once my father had exited, the large black cat whispered in my ear, "The old man lying on the bed is suspicious." It referred to the old beggar. What could be amiss with the old beggar? Chapter 73. Master rescued by the black cat. The venerable black cat, Diao suggested that the old beggar was feigning sleep, which left me utterly perplexed. I inquired about the nature of this supposed deception. Diao asserted, "He is merely pretending to be asleep." Pretending? How could that be? Did it truly believe the old beggar was merely slumbering? I found myself doubting the reliability of this black cat, and with a hint of irritation, I retorted, "He is merely unconscious, unlike you, who seems only to know the art of sleeping." Diao shot me a disdainful glance and replied, "Being unconscious is still a form of pretense. If you do not believe me, tickle him and see for yourself." With skepticism, I glanced at Diao and then at the old beggar, uncertain of which of the two was truly unreliable. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. I had no other means to aid the old beggar. A little tickling wound tea cost me much, and perhaps it might indeed rouse him. With this thought in mind, I followed Diao's instructions and approached the old beggar, gently tickling him in the armpit. There was no response. His armpit felt warm, yet he remained utterly still, not even fluttering his eyelids. I tried tickling his soles as well, but to no avail. I turned my head to Diao, eager to understand what was happening. The creature was laughing, its entire black fur quivering with mirth. Upon noticing my gaze, it mockingly taunted, "You fool, you really think that will work?" No matter how resolute I might be, nor how fearful of the supernatural, I could not endure this mockery. Angered, I swiftly swatted Diao off my shoulder. The black cat tumbled to the ground, likely hurt from the fall, and let out a yowl, baring its teeth and appearing ready to retaliate against me. Just moments ago, while I was intimidating those two spirits, I had already grasped the tiger claw hook in my hand. Now, seeing that unscrupulous black cat attempting to bite me again, I brandished the tiger claw hook before it, threateningly declaring, "Dare to bite me? I shall not hesitate to rend you. Can a mere just be fatal? Do you truly believe I fear you?" Despite its bluster, the black cat's gaze betrayed a hint of trepidation towards the tiger claw hook, causing it to remain rooted in place, unwilling to advance. Given the unreliability of the black cat, I redirected my focus to the two spirits. I tossed one of the two pieces of Taodai jade to the scar-faced ghost, commanding, "Repeat what you just did for me." The scar-faced ghost seized the jade piece, hastily rising to the bed, where it pressed the jade against the chest of the old beggar with fervor. A crimson mark swiftly materialized, and then the scar-faced ghost leaned down, exhaling upon the wound. I observed a cloud of white vapors emanating from its mouth, reminiscent of the breath one exhales on a winter's day. However, while human breath is warm and condenses upon contact with the cold air, the breath of the scar-faced ghost was chillingly frigid, embodying the very essence of spectral chill. After completing its breath, the scar-faced ghost prepared to carve another mark in a different location. At that moment, the black cat, which I had knocked to the ground, suddenly let out a sharp meow, leaping onto the old beggar's body. It deftly swatted the jade piece from the ghost's grasp and stood there, bristling like a dog in defiance of the scar-faced spirit. I inquired, "What are you doing?" "Begone. I must find a way to save my master. Please do not interfere." Upon hearing my words, the large black cat, Diao, ceased to direct its ire towards the scarred face and instead turned to me, baring its teeth. "What do you know? This is not about saving someone. It is about harming them. I've already warned you. This old man has issues. Leave? Do you want me to scratch him again?" I retorted angrily. Diao shot me a disdainful glance, then extended a paw to point at its own feline head, saying, "You are as foolish as a pig. I truly cannot fathom how you were reborn as a yin-yang child." Having said this, it disregarded me and turned away, perching itself upon the chest of the old beggar. It then raised its two front paws, and I beheld a peculiar sight. The cat was seated there, forming a two-finger gesture. Moreover, it began to chant an incantation. The ancestral Tao reveals its sanctity. I bow in reverence. Let the soul return to its rightful place, and the spirit to its abode. Supreme Lord Laozi, act swiftly as commanded. As soon as the incantation was completed, a faint yellow aura materialized before it, revealing the hazy silhouette of an elderly Taoist with a bull-like nose. The moment this apparition emerged, the two nearby spirits let out a harrowing scream. One, who had been lying on the bed, fell off, and the other, previously kneeling, crawled away, clearly terrified. Simultaneously, a chilling aura began to emanate from the old beggar, and upon closer inspection, the source of this malevolent energy was the red marks on his body, which had been cut by the jade shards. Remarkably, this ominous energy bore a striking resemblance to that exhaled by the scarred face. In that moment, I felt as if my very breath had ceased. A mystical black cat, proficient in the art of Taoism, recited a spell that expelled all the malevolent energy from the old beggar's body, leaving me, the so-called yin-yang boy, utterly mortified. What, pray tell, is this black cat, or rather, Master Jiao, a cat demon skilled in Taoist practices? Can a fairy wield such powers that even a rogue cannot withstand? As I stood there in astonishment, the old beggar underwent yet another transformation. After the chilling aura had dissipated, a warm vapor began to emanate from within him. This heat was not only intensely warm, but also possessed a hue, a faint, almost ethereal shade of red. The old beggar appeared to be enveloped in a mist of crimson, creating an exceptionally eerie spectacle. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired anxiously, oblivious to whether Master Dio's actions were beneficial or detrimental to the old beggar. What is this red mist? How is it being produced? Master Dio, exuding an air of arrogance, did not even deign to turn his feline head. Instead, he waved his front paws dismissively, dispersing the delicate red vapor. Once the mist had thinned sufficiently, he lowered his paws and strutted forward. As his chin nearly brushed the old beggar's neck, he spoke. If you do not awaken soon, I shall sever your neck and drink your blood. At that moment, the old beggar stirred to consciousness. As he awakened, a mischievous grin spread across his face, revealing his yellowed teeth as he ingratiated himself with Master Dio. No, no, no. My skin is thick and my blood is viscous. I would not be palatable. Go drink from my apprentice. His flesh is tender, and his blood is delightful. With that, he extended his filthy hand, pointing at me. What on earth is happening here? An old vagabond and a cat creature. What riddle are they trying to solve? Especially the old beggar. What does it mean for the large black cat to drink my blood? Is this how apprentices are sold off? Yet, at that moment, I was utterly at a loss for words. The shock and confusion swirling within me were overwhelming, and my mind struggled to keep pace. After a moment of stunned silence, I could not help but inquire, what exactly do you mean? Master, are you all right? The old beggar replied, I have matters to attend to, very urgent matters. My concern deepened, and I asked, what is it? The old rogue said, has your mother finished stewing the chick? I am famished. Chapter 74. Neither of them is worthy. I was exceedingly worried about the old beggar, thinking he was about to reveal something of great importance. To my astonishment, he merely stated that he was hungry. Hungry? Was this truly a matter of significance? Upon hearing his response, I felt a profound sadness wash over me. Do you have any idea how close I came to death last night? 1,000 curses floated through my mind. Yet, it was not only the old beggar. The big black cat audaciously chimed in, pompously declaring, I'm hungry too. Didn't you just mention you stewed a chick? Hurry and bring it over. I haven't tasted a proper meal in ages. Listening to their exchange, I was enveloped by a deep sense of powerlessness. My mind was still a chaotic mess, and I was reluctant to engage with them further. Pressing on with my inquiries, do you two know each other? Master, do you truly have nothing to worry about? As I posed this question, my voice trembled with the threat of tears. Their relentless teasing made me feel genuinely aggrieved, especially since the pain from my injuries still lingered. Didn't the old beggar notice? Was it too much to ask for a simple inquiry? Perhaps sensing my distress, the old beggar ceased his jests, adopting a more serious tone as he replied, "Do not concern yourself with matters beyond your comprehension. What you need to know will come to you in time. I'm fine now." He then inquired with genuine concern, "Does your body ache?" He added, "After we finish eating, you should get some proper rest." He urged, "Quickly check if the chick is ready." The big black cat echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, do hurry. The mention of food has made me quite ravenous." These two, utterly insufferable. It seems that they have no intention of clarifying things with me, and I am equally disinclined to engage with them. Casting a glare in their direction, I stormed out in a huff. Upon exiting, I was taken aback to find a throng of people gathered at the entrance. My father, mother, elder and younger sisters, along with the elderly Chun and her caretaker, Chui Inchi. Their faces were etched with concern and bewilderment. As soon as they spotted me, my father stepped forward, seizing my shoulder and scrutinizing me from head to toe before inquiring, "Are you all right? What about the ghosts you mentioned? Are they still inside? And what of you, master?" The two spirits remained within, yet I was uncertain how the old beggar and Mr. Dio would handle them, and I had little desire to concern myself with the matter. I was confident that as long as they were inside, the ghosts would not stir up any trouble. Feeling rather discontented, I replied to my father's questions, "I am fine. There is nothing to worry about. The old beggar has awakened, and he will deal with the two ghosts." He mentioned he is hungry. Upon hearing my response, everyone exhaled in relief. My mother, tears streaming down her face, wiped her eyes and said, "As long as you are safe, that is what matters. I was so worried for you. What kind of fate is this?" I too was vexed, pondering the nature of my own unfortunate fate. At that moment, the elderly Chun spoke up. "The life of a noble child is one of trials. Enduring countless hardships is the path to attaining eternal blessings. The suffering he endures is also a means of accruing virtue for you all." We all recognized that Chun was a paragon of kindness, having devoted her life to compassion and charitable deeds in Shangzhen. Her contributions immeasurable. Her words undoubtedly provided my mother with a significant degree of solace. Madame Chun consoled my mother and then turned to the maid, Chui Inchi, saying, "First, please serve Master Jiang his meal, and then boil some hot water. Ensure you give Highway a thorough wash and apply the excellent ointments that Gong Heng brought for him. At such a tender age, we mustn't allow him to be marred with scars." At that time, Chui Inchi was still a remarkably obedient girl. Upon hearing Madame Chen's instructions, she gently acknowledged with an and turned away to prepare. Madame Chen's thoughtful consideration naturally elicited profound gratitude from my father and mother. However, I found myself disinterested in these matters. Ever since my return from the provincial capital, I had scarcely enjoyed a restful sleep. Each night, I accompanied the old beggar to confront the specters, and just last night, I had engaged in yet another fierce battle. Coupled with the multitude of unanswered questions weighing upon my mind, I felt dazed and heavy-headed. I exchanged a few words with my mother before retreating to the room that Madame Chun had prepared for me, seeking solace in slumber, while the old beggar and the gluttonous chicken had lost interest in me. I fell into a deep sleep, and when I finally awoke, it was well into the afternoon. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered Chui Inchi curled up by my bedside, fast asleep. I pondered briefly, surmising that perhaps Madame Chun had instructed her to look after me. And given my prolonged slumber, she had succumbed to weariness herself. Not wishing to disturb her, I gently sat up, only to realize, as I lifted the covers, that I was entirely unclothed. Just then, Chui Inchi stirred awake, and upon noticing that I was awake, she quickly rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Highway, you're awake. I had intended to remain vigilant by your side, but to my surprise, I succumbed to slumber as well." As she uttered these words, a sheepish smile adorned her face. She felt a tinge of embarrassment for having inadvertently fallen asleep, yet my own discomfiture far surpassed hers, as I was devoid of attire. Since the incident with the female specter during the detoxification, I seem to have gained a profound comprehension of matters between men and women overnight. In the past, I would frolic about unashamedly in my nakedness, but now I felt an acute sense of mortification, particularly in the presence of a girl as exquisitely beautiful as Chui Inchi. I hastily retreated beneath the covers, drawing the blanket over my entire being, head and all, before bashfully imploring Chui Inchi to leave the room so that I might dress. Upon hearing this, Chui Inchi erupted into a fit of giggles, exclaiming, "Oh, little Haiwa is feeling bashful now. Is he? I was the one who removed your clothes in the first place. Are you now too timid to let me watch you dress? Good heavens, she was the one who undressed me. She must have seen everything. How embarrassing for my innocent self. Her revelation that she had removed my garments only intensified my shame. My face burned with a fiery heat, and in my flustered state, I kicked at the blanket, demanding that she leave. Chui Inchi chuckled a few more times before teasingly remarking, all right, I'll leave. Be quick about dressing, young man. However, after you've eaten, I'll be giving you a bath and applying medicinal poultices. Let's see if you'll still be shy then." I remained silent, my head covered by the blanket, quietly listening to the sounds within the room. It was only upon hearing the door close that I cautiously peeked out, and indeed, Chui Inchi had departed. I swiftly sprang up, hastily donning my clothes. As I exerted myself, the wounds inflicted during my struggle with the specter were painfully tugged, causing me to gasp in discomfort. Just as I managed to endure the pain and finish dressing, the door swung open unexpectedly. I looked up to see Chui Inchi rushing back in, her expression fraught with urgency as she exclaimed, "This is bad. Hey, War, you must hurry and check on that large black cat you rescued. It appears to be on the brink of death." Chapter 75. Is the Elder Jiao a female? Is Elder Jiao on the brink of death? Chui Inchi's words startled me. Though that large black cat was rather unscrupulous, it was still one I had rescued, and it possessed the ability to perform Taoist magic. Thus, without any hesitation, I hurried over to check on it. Chui Inchi followed closely behind, repeatedly cautioning me, "Take your time, be careful not to fall." Her concern for me was quite touching. I made my way to the room where the old beggar had just been sleeping. The space was already bustling with people. My family and Elder Chun were gathered around the mattress, exchanging glances as they looked at the black cat sprawled on the bed, uncertain of what to do. I reached the bedside and saw the black cat lying on its back, making pitiful mewing sounds. Its four paws were splayed out, while its tail curled protectively over its belly, as if attempting to conceal its gender. Observing its condition, I inquired of the old beggar, "Master, what is wrong with it?" He was the only one seated, perched beside the black cat with one leg crossed and the other dangling over the edge of the bed. He leisurely picked at his teeth with a toothpick and, after hearing my question, he spat a mouthful of filth into his hand before responding, It's just overindulged." I was bewildered, unable to comprehend what mischief the black cat had committed. At that moment, Chui Inchi approached and whispered in my ear, "It overindulged itself. A cat has monopolized a pot of chicken and ate so much that it ended up like this." So it turns out, this large black cat was indeed a glutton, capable of gorging itself to such an extent. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by the sight of a large black cat, its head tilted in a manner that exuded a sense of indignation as it emitted a plaintive meow. I found this rather amusing and leaned down to gently rub its belly, teasingly inquiring, "Is the chicken scrumptious?" It immediately nodded in affirmation, only to shake its head a moment later while laboriously pointing its paw at its round, swollen belly, a picture of utter desolation. Seeing its pitiable state stirred a pang of compassion within me, prompting me to ask the old beggar, "Surely it won't burst, will it? Do you possess any remedy?" The old beggar, engrossed in his dental hygiene, replied nonchalantly, "I am a ghost catcher, not a veterinarian. How would I know what to do? It's its own fault for being gluttonous, hoarding the chicken and denying even me a taste. If it bursts, so be it." With that, he shot a disdainful glance at the cat. In an instant, the formerly aggrieved demeanor of the black cat transformed into one of indignation, as it hissed and bared its teeth at the old beggar, perhaps contemplating a roll to retaliate, but the overwhelming fullness rendered it incapable of such an action. Instead, it flailed its four paws in the air in a futile display of protest. The black cat, unable to rise, posed no threat to the old beggar, who merely smirked and resumed his dental endeavors. The onlookers observed this exchange, exchanging glances of bemusement. Second sister, who share my fondness for cats, bent down, gently scratching the cat's neck while remarking, "This black cat is truly clever, as if it understands our words." My dear second sister, "Oh, This creature hardly comprehends human speech. It is quite frankly a sprite. Yet, I dare not unveil the truth, for it would terrify the entire family. At this moment, Elder Chin interjected, saying, "This cat appears quite extraordinary. It may possess capabilities beyond merely understanding human language." For an ordinary listener, her words might seem like mere conjecture. However, upon hearing them, a sudden jolt ran through me. Not only because I was aware that Lord Dio was a cat who could both comprehend and articulate human speech, but also because I recalled her comforting words to my mother earlier that morning, proclaiming that I was destined for greatness. Reflecting on her usual calm demeanor regarding these supernatural matters, I sensed that this elderly lady was markedly different from others. Perhaps her age and myriad experiences had shaped her perspective. The old beggar, who had been seated at the edge of the bed, cast a fleeting glance at Elder Chun upon hearing her words. Like me, he seemed to ponder something profound, but chose to remain silent. I did not dwell on this. After all, the issue concerning the stout black cat, Lord Dio, remained unresolved. Hence, I redirected my attention to him and surveyed the gathering, imploring everyone to brainstorm solutions. My eldest sister, ever resourceful, suggested, "Why not try administering some glycerin suppositories?" When the little black one was young, we often resorted to that remedy when he struggled to relieve himself. The idea, while good in theory, has unearthed a painful memory for me. I've had my fair share of encounters with glycerin suppositories, and I harbor a deep-seated aversion towards them. As a child, for reasons unknown, I would experience bouts of constipation every so often, and during such times, my father would resort to administering those suppositories. Just the thought of that tiny bottle being inserted into the nether regions is too revolting to articulate further. Upon my sister's suggestion, everyone seemed to agree that this method was viable. Without waiting for the elderly matriarch to speak, Chui Inchi ventured out and soon returned with a bottle of glycerin. However, the large black cat, unaware of what glycerin was, curiously mewed at me. I explained that by squeezing the liquid from the small bottle into its posterior, it would alleviate the discomfort in its belly. As I was elucidating, my father had already prepared to proceed with the glycerin. Yet, as he reached for the cat's long tail, it erupted into a frenzied meow, baring its teeth in a rather intimidating manner. My father, taken aback by its reaction, muttered to himself, "What on earth is wrong with this wretched cat? It behaves like a dog." The cat, in turn, expressed its displeasure of being compared to a canine by meowing indignantly at my father. I felt a surge of irritation and scolded it. "Behave yourself. This is for your own good. If you refuse treatment, you might well burst." Chastened by my reprimand, the cat calmed somewhat, ceasing its wild cries. But it continued to regard my father with a watchful, wary gaze, as if poised for any sudden movements. It seemed that after some contemplation, the cat, whom I affectionately referred to as Jiu-Yi, extended a paw to point at the bottle of glycerin enema in my father's hand, then directed its gaze towards me. The implication was unmistakable. It required my assistance in administering the enema. No one anticipated that this creature would be discerning in choosing its physician. Yet, why had it chosen me? To perform such an intimate procedure on a cat felt rather overwhelming. Despite my reluctance, I accepted the bottle from my father's hand. Jiu-Yi meowed insistently, urging everyone else to vacate the vicinity. Once the room was cleared, it lowered its voice to speak softly to me. "Be gentle." Strangely, I detected a hint of embarrassment in its tone, which left me feeling rather perplexed. Holding the enema, I braced myself for this unprecedented endeavor. The idea of being the first to administer such a procedure to a feline stirred a mix of excitement and apprehension within me. Particularly so when I lifted its tail and discovered, to my surprise, that Jiu-Yi was indeed a female. Chapter 76. A delicate encounter. As I prepared to administer the procedure, the large black cat, affectionately known as Jiu-Yi, ceased to communicate in any human manner, emitting shy mews instead. When I lifted its tail, it instinctively covered its face with its front paws, reminiscent of a bashful woman hiding her visage. Upon unveiling its tail, I immediately discerned its gender and chuckled, exclaiming, "Aha, so you are indeed a female." At my utterance, Jiu-Yi's forepaws flailed about in a flurry, and it averted its gaze, refusing to meet my eyes. I felt no particular sentiment regarding the revelation of its femininity. Rather, I found its anthropomorphic reaction to be amusing, simply seeking to elicit a response. I initially intended to tease it further, but observing its evident shyness, I refrained for fear of provoking it to bite. Instead, I gently remarked, "I shall begin now. This will feel rather cool and uncomfortable, so do bear with it." Dahlia mewed once more. I later realized that whenever it felt bashful or wished to be coddled, its cries would take on this softer tone, whereas in moments of ire, its meow bore a striking resemblance to a dog's bark. Without further ado, I commenced the task at hand, wielding the enema with care. I gently inserted it, exploring the delicate passage, while a few drops of liquid provided moisture. As I proceeded with determination, a sudden yowl erupted from the feline. I promptly retreated to avoid any unfortunate splatter. Dear reader, I trust you comprehend the essence of this encounter. I find this passage to be remarkably eloquent, albeit rather risque and lacking in decorum. I inserted an entire bottle of laxative into the posterior of my dear pet, and upon hearing the gurgling sounds emanating from its belly, I swiftly retrieved a small basin I had prepared in advance, tossing it onto the bed before retreating to a safe distance, fearing a potential mess. The subsequent events grew increasingly distasteful, and, as a person of principle, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In summary, after enduring considerable discomfort, my pet ultimately recovered. Later, I jested with it, asking if it would continue to indulge in solitary gluttony. It replied, "Of course, I shall just eat a bit less." Very well, my dear pet is indeed formidable, and I dare not provoke it further. However, since that day, this little gourmand has shown a marked restraint, no longer consuming food with reckless abandon. Yet, it remains quite selfish, unwilling to share any of its beloved treats with others if it finds them unsatisfying. With my pet's health restored, this amusingly absurd episode concluded, and it seemed that my pet's dependence on me intensified. Wherever I ventured, it would invariably follow as my little shadow. Once my pet's issue was resolved, the others turned their attention to my own predicament. Mrs. Chun presented a collection of medicinal supplies, handing them to Chui Inshi in front of everyone, instructing her, "Please give the little one a bath and apply these remedies." My mother interjected, "There's no need to trouble Miss Chui. I can handle it." However, Chui Inshi insisted, casting a meaningful glance in my direction, saying, "Allow me to do it. I have studied nursing and am more qualified than the rest of you." In the eyes of everyone, I remained a mere child, while Chui Inshi had already blossomed into a young lady. No one gave it a second thought, nor did anyone seek my opinion. Yet, I found it utterly unacceptable. The mere thought of her bathing me and applying ointment made me feel a profound embarrassment. I immediately protested, "No, she is a girl. I won't allow her to do that." However, my objections proved futile, instead inciting a chorus of laughter. My father, fearing that my words might offend old Lady Chun, scolded me harshly. "You little rascal, you haven't even sprouted properly yet. What do you know? You should be grateful to Miss Chui." The old beggar chimed in with a mocking grin. "Indeed, hurry along. The young lady isn't shy yet, and here you are, making a fuss." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Chui Inshi took me, blushing and flustered, and led me away. She proceeded to wash me and apply the medicine, and I swear, nothing untoward occurred during that time. Later, I asked Chui Inshi if she had harbored any intentions towards me then. After our recent intimacy, she nestled in my arms and remarked that she had sensed I was a little rascal back then. When I inquired why, she playfully pinched me and teased, "That day, while bathing you, you were as stiff as a stick and you were only 12. How could such a reaction not indicate a little rascal? Am I really that kind of person?" I questioned. While Chui Inshi was attending to me, my grandfather had been watching closely. I vaguely remember his disdainful glance as he observed my physique. At that time, I felt nothing unusual. However, in retrospect, I find myself harboring an impulse to obliterate it. Once I had applied the medication, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old beggar fell ill inexplicably, only to recover just as mysteriously. Throughout this ordeal, I remained utterly perplexed. I recounted my harrowing experiences in the grave pit to the old beggar in detail, and he appeared astonished, reacting with exaggerated surprise. Yet, I sensed something amiss. His astonishment seemed somewhat contrived, as if feigned. While I narrated these chilling events, my companion, who I affectionately called Doge, was nestled on my lap, blissfully sleeping without a care, displaying no reaction to my dramatic recounting. In summary, the responses of these two individuals deepened my perplexity. Though I could not articulate the nature of my suspicions, it was evident that something was amiss with both of them. However, when I inquired, they both merely shook their heads. Upon concluding my tale of the grave pit, the old beggar calmly posed a question. "May I ask you something? During the time I was unconscious, what became of Yin Baojia, the zombie?" This inquiry left me momentarily stunned. Indeed, where had that zombie, Yin Baojia, gone? At that time, the old beggar had endured his injuries to direct me to urinate on the zombie's corpse, restoring it to a semblance of normalcy. No, not quite normal, but rather a ghostly visage. Yet, as we returned, it had trailed closely behind us. Now, it had vanished without a trace. I can scarcely recall the moment he vanished from our sight. The old beggar fell ill, and my heart was filled with a fervent desire to save him. Moreover, my disdain for the effeminate, zombie-like Yin Baojia only compounded my neglect of him. Where could he have possibly gone? Embarrassed, I turned to the old beggar and admitted, "I truly forgot. My sole focus was on curing your ailment, and I paid no heed to the matter of the zombie." The old beggar might have initially intended to admonish me, but upon hearing my reasoning, his expression softened. He sighed and murmured to himself, "What on earth does that old monster intend to achieve?" I inquired which old monster. The old beggar replied, "Who else could it be? It must be that Taoist. He ought to be dead by now. How could he possibly still be alive?" No sooner had the old beggar uttered these words than the cat, nestled in my arms, suddenly sprang to life, fur bristling, and with one swift swipe, clawed the old beggar's face. Chapter 77. Where have the zombies gone? I find myself perplexed by the sudden outburst of the large black cat, which seems to have inexplicably lost its composure. The old beggar was caught off guard by this unexpected display. His already weathered face now bore several alarming scratches inflicted by the cat. I swiftly restrained the feline, inquiring, "What on earth are you doing? Why this frenzy?" At that moment, only the old beggar and I were present, prompting the cat to forego its usual meows and instead launch a verbal assault on the beggar, declaring, "I cannot abide such disrespect towards the elderly and the wise. He deserve a lesson." Ah, a cat instructing a beggar on morality. How peculiar. The cat's words stirred a sense of suspicion within me. "Do you know who Master E is?" At the sound of my question, the large black cat jolted, its expression momentarily frozen in surprise. It then waved a paw dismissively, claiming ignorance, before leaping back into my arms, nuzzling my chest as if to suggest it intended to sleep. It had harmed my master, yet now sought to slumber. I cannot allow it such indulgence. I was about to extract further explanations when the old beggar interjected, "Enough, enough. Do not pay heed to this wretched creature. I shall not lower myself to its level." Upon hearing the beggar refer to it as a beast, the cat bristled once more, baring its teeth and arching its back, poised to pounce on the old man. The beggar, sensing the imminent attack, swiftly sidestepped, while I simultaneously pressed the cat back into my embrace, urging it to settle down. The cat, though compliant, retaliated verbally, retorting, "You are the beast. Your entire family is a pack of beasts." The old beggar's face was contorted with anger, yet he lacked the ability to retaliate against the provocation, and after being scolded by the black cat, he trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. It was a rare sight to witness the old beggar brought low, especially by a mere feline, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Oh, no, why was I feeling this way? I vigorously rubbed the cat's head and chided it. "You must not insult my master again." Joey cast a sidelong glance at the old beggar and then looked up at me, saying, "Do not refer to him as your master. He is unworthy. Allow me to take you as my disciple instead. I assure you I would teach you far better." Become a disciple of a cat? Surely, my mind had not gone awry. However, I dismissed the notion, playfully rubbing its head a few more times and retorting, "Get lost." I chose to ignore its proposal to take me as an apprentice. The old beggar, not far from us, huffed and puffed in frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. Noticing his plight, I quickly shifted the conversation. Master, where do you think Yin Baojia could have gone? The old beggar replied, his zombie body has been destroyed by you, and now he has likely reverted to a ghost. I suspect his disappearance is akin to that of Jia Sumnio, also taken by that old fiend. Daoist Yi. The old beggar initially intended to label Daoist Yi as a monster, but seemed to be wary of the black cat, altering his words at the last moment. Upon hearing the old beggar's conjecture, I found it plausible, yet I pondered the motive behind Daoist Yi's abduction of this ghostly pair. I inquired, what purpose could Daoist Yi have in capturing them? The old beggar shook his head in confusion. I cannot fathom it either. Who knows what schemes he is concocting? What shall we do now? Should we still venture to Dingjia Cemetery Cliff Bay? You mentioned that there are zombie nests there, yet the spirits have claimed they have all departed. The old beggar insists we ought to go there. I still harbor some unease. What if the spirits of Dingjia Cemetery Cliff Bay are deceiving us? Furthermore, that place has been turned into a sinister locale by the gluttonous Jin Zhua, and we must endeavor to dismantle this malevolent setup. Otherwise, in due course, it may breed unclean entities that wreak havoc upon the world. Jin Zhua, the rotund Taoist, has corrupted the previously auspicious feng shui of Dingjia Cemetery Cliff Bay to nurture zombies, recklessly directing the blessings of Shengzi village into the graves, while also unleashing the ominous energies within the burial ground, thereby affecting the living of Shengzi village. Such actions are indeed a disgraceful affront to our ancestors, revealing that the Taoist community is rife with both virtuous and nefarious elements, their misdeeds rivaling those of ordinary folk. The old beggar's resolve to rectify this cursed sight compels me to follow with eagerness. After all, Shengzi village is the root of my lineage, and I cannot stand idly by while malevolent forces ravage my homeland. I inquire the old beggar, how does one rectify a cursed sight? Must we relocate the graves? He enlightened me that typically, when a feng shui site is desecrated, it loses its original blessings for descendants. In some instances, it may even reverse and transform into a malevolent site that endangers future generations. The most effective remedy for such compromised burial grounds is indeed relocation. However, there are exceptions. Even without relocating the graves, one can still ameliorate the cursed site to prevent it from causing harm to the descendants. However, it is but a mere impossibility to restore the original feng shui. Therefore, I must caution those who spend money on feng shui alterations. A staggering 90 of such ventures are mere fabrications, while the remaining May 10th indeed hold some truth. Yet, I wager that in today's world, if you can afford the services of renowned practitioners like Liu Bowen and Yuan Tiangang, of course exceptions exist, as the odds of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse are not negligible. Engaging someone to alleviate one's worries is not entirely without merit, but one must tread carefully, for altering feng shui is far easier to ruin than to rectify. An elderly beggar guided me to a cursed site and enlisted the assistance of Madame Chun, who procured several items: an offering table, fruits, an incense burner, a cow's head, chicken blood, glutinous rice, and yellow wine. Additionally, we brought along some of our own equipment, such as a peachwood sword, talisman paper, cow sand, and a mountain bell. Madame Chen swiftly prepared all the necessary items, while my father informed the Ding family of our intentions. Only then did our group set forth towards Ding's grave Cliff Bay. Upon hearing that the old beggar intended to alter the feng shui, the residents of Shenzhen flocked to witness the spectacle. I felt a surge of pride, occasionally overhearing remarks such as, "That is the black lad from the Li family." Many witnessed him flying home from Ding's grave Cliff Bay. They spoke in awe of Master Jiang's remarkable prowess, claiming that his disciples could soar through the air. I chuckled to myself, too weary to clarify that at that moment I had been carried away by a spirit. Following the old beggar with an air of arrogance, the big black cat, Jiao Yi, would occasionally leap into my arms, then on my shoulder, and when I was alone, it would chatter away with me. It was then that I realized, much like the old beggar, this creature was also quite the chatterbox, albeit an exceptionally foolish one. Upon reaching Ding's family cemetery at Yaobei, the old beggar did not hasten to alter the feng shui. Instead, he first led me to the original corpse-rearing nest to have a look, claiming it was for my enlightenment. He used a vermilion-dipped ink line to mark a circle around the grave that had been transformed into a zombie nest, forbidding anyone from crossing the line, and only took me and Jiao Yi inside the marked area. To enter the zombie nest, one must first open the entrance. The last time, the old beggar had used a talisman to subdue the slab of blue stone, breaking the illusion surrounding the entrance, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of Taoist Yi and subsequently attacked by the Yin family. This time, however, there were no unforeseen incidents, and the entrance was opened smoothly. The old beggar was about to step in first when Jiao Yi, perched on my shoulder, suddenly interjected, "Old fool, take it slow. There is something inside." Chapter 78. Investigating the zombie nest. Upon hearing old Jiao mention the presence of something within the zombie nest, a sense of vigilance immediately washed over me. The old beggar, too, seemed unfazed by old Jiao's jibe of being an old fool. We exchanged skeptical glances, awaiting further clarification from him. Yet, old Jiao, with a perplexed look in his eyes, retorted, "Why are you both staring at me? Can't you feel it? This place is eerily sinister." At those words, I found myself at a loss for words, tempted to strike this fool. The zombie nest, by its very nature, is a convergence of extreme darkness. How could it not be ominous? Even I, a novice in the arts of Taoism, understood this without needing his reminder. However, the old beggar appeared to harbor a different sentiment, earnestly inquiring of old Jiao, "What do you believe is here? Pray, enlighten this Taoist." Old Jiao cast an exasperated glance at the old beggar, seemingly dismissive of his self-proclaimed title, yet he obliged with a response. "From my years of experience, there is likely a powerful, malevolent force present. Without my intervention, you two would surely meet your demise if you ventured in." The mention of a formidable malevolence stirred a sense of unease within me. Nevertheless, it appeared that old Jiao was brimming with confidence regarding his ability to confront this so-called powerful entity, leaving me perplexed as to the origins of this seemingly audacious cat. Given my impression of this creature, which had nearly overindulged itself to death, I suspected it was merely boasting. "What prowess do you possess?" I challenged. "Are you truly unafraid of malevolent forces, or are you simply exaggerating?" Jiao Yi is quite proud and rather formidable. Once again, he disregarded my words and cast a disdainful glance in my direction. Then, with a leap from my shoulder, he boldly entered the zombie nest, vanishing into the dark abyss in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the zombie den is rather small. Jiao Yi slipped through effortlessly, whereas I and the old beggar found it quite a challenge. I could barely squeeze in by crouching down, while the old beggar, being significantly taller, had to crawl in on all fours. As I followed the old beggar slowly into the depths, I couldn't help but wonder how that rotund fellow, Jin Zhe, managed to fit through such a narrow opening. Was he not concerned about becoming stuck, unable to advance or retreat? Just as Jiao Yi had remarked, the aura emanating from this entrance was chillingly eerie. Upon stepping inside, it felt akin to entering an ice house. This coldness was not the ordinary chill one might expect, but a penetrating frost that seemed to seep deep into one's very soul. The sensation of coldness did not arise from the exterior, but rather radiated from within the bones. Moreover, the deeper we ventured, the more intense the chill became, causing the old beggar's chin to tremble uncontrollably. Despite feeling the increasing coldness, I found it far from unbearable. Observing the old beggar's plight evoked a sense of sympathy within me, prompting me to inquire, "Master, why are you so frozen?" "I feel cold, but not to such an extent." The old beggar, shivering, replied, "Of course, you are a yin-yang child, naturally attuned to balance, and thus impervious to the frigid energies. But I am not so fortunate." Upon hearing his words, my confusion deepened. Why was the old master not cold at all? And what of that rotund fellow in Jinzhai? Surely, he could not possess the dual nature of yin and yang? The old beggar, shivering in his pitiful state, could not resist the urge to insult, spitting disdainfully before retorting. Does he even deserve to be associated with such a duality? He must have resorted to the yin entry technique to endure this place. As for that wretched cat, it is a spirit in itself. What does it have to fear from the energies of yin? I was intrigued by the notion of the yin entry technique, yet I was even more captivated by the claim that the old master was a ghost. I had not sensed any of the typical chilling aura associated with spirits emanating from him. And given his mastery of mystical arts, how could he possibly be a ghost? I voiced my doubts, but the nefarious old beggar simply evaded my inquiries with his usual retort, "You'll come to know in due time," before deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. "I shall enlighten you about the entry technique," he offered, "though it may be of no use to you. It wouldn't hurt to be informed." It was evident he was reluctant to divulge the secrets surrounding the old master, and I suspected that these two had secrets of their own. However, knowing the old beggar's character, I realized that pressing him further would be futile. Thus, I resigned myself to hear his tale regarding the entry technique. He explained, "The entry technique is a commonly employed method within the Taoist tradition, essential for practitioners venturing into the realm of the dead to conduct their affairs. However, due to its detrimental effects on one's vitality, I would rather endure the cold than resort to it." He did not impart to me the incantation of the Taoist arts, and I, lacking the inclination to learn, deemed it unnecessary given my physique. Thus, I refrained from inquiring further. At that moment, we had traversed approximately 5 or 6 meters within the inky darkness of the cave. The passage made a turn after about a meter, revealing an entirely different scene at its end. To my astonishment, we found ourselves in a vast underground chamber, its walls adorned with numerous skulls. Within, a bluish luminescence illuminated the entire space with a deep azure glow, amplifying the eeriness of the chamber with its chilling aura. I estimated that this crypt was roughly the size of 2 average rooms, with a grand coffin positioned in the center, larger by 2/3 than the coffins typically used for interring the deceased. The coffin was lavishly decorated, featuring a dragon on the right and a phoenix on the left, symbolizing the auspicious union of dragon and phoenix, indicative of a joint burial for a couple. The head of the coffin was embellished with a depiction of 5 bats surrounding a prominent character for longevity, embodying the homophonic meaning of 5 blessings bringing longevity. The foot of the coffin was illustrated with a lotus flower, representing the notion of ascending to immortality and the desire for enduring fortune and longevity. Atop the coffin lid, 5 large seal characters proclaimed, "The sea of suffering ends here," framed by intricate beast patterns in gold lacquer, creating a resplendent border. The significance of these motifs and their meanings were later elaborated upon by the old beggar. At that moment, I was oblivious to the situation. Upon entering the underground chamber, I began to search for the elusive cat, but there was no trace of it anywhere. I could not fathom where that wretched feline had vanished to. The old beggar was equally perplexed. He scanned the surroundings and, upon failing to spot the cat, muttered to himself, "Where on earth has that troublesome cat gone?" No sooner had the old beggar spoken than the voice of the cat echoed through the chamber. "You old fool, you are the one who is dead. Your entire family is dead." Although the cat had spoken, its form remained unseen. I immediately called out, "Where are you, cat?" "I am inside the coffin," came the reply. The old beggar and I exchanged a glance, and, as we approached to investigate, we noticed that the coffin had no visible seams. How could that cat possibly have gotten inside? Without further inquiry, the old beggar and I exerted considerable effort, finally managing to push open the coffin lid. Peering inside, the old beggar suddenly froze in astonishment. Uncertain of what had transpired, I too tiptoed to take a look, and to my utter shock, I found a man and a woman lying within. It was none other than Yin Baojia and Jia Sumnio. Chapter 79. Sold by 2 fools to my utter astonishment. Yin Baojia and Jia Sumnio were found lying together in this dragon and phoenix coffin. Upon witnessing their adorned forms in wedding attire within the casket, I was momentarily rendered speechless. The old beggar, clearly taken aback as well, poked and prodded at them, his mouth emitting a series of surprised exclamations. His behavior irked me. While I understood his astonishment, I wondered why he felt the need to poke at the corpses. Particularly vexing was his incessant poking at Giacominio, which stirred an inexplicable annoyance within me. Yet, he was my mentor, and I could not allow my irritation to surface. I restrained his hand and inquired, "What are you doing? Is this part of your sorcery?" The old beggar retorted, "Have you consumed too much salt? What did I ever teach you such sorcery?" My curiosity piqued as I pondered how they came to be here, transformed into seemingly normal corpses. Lu Yi, unfamiliar with Yin Baojia and Jia Seminyo, overheard the old beggar's remarks and questioned us both. Do you know them? Shouldn't they be regular corpses? I succinctly recounted the tale of Yin Baojia and Jia Seminyo to Lu Yi, then turned to the old beggar once more, asking, now that they appear as normal corpses, does that mean they can reincarnate? The old beggar nodded, saying, indeed, that is the case, which is why I am puzzled. They were nurtured by the Taoist sect into becoming spirits, making reincarnation seemingly impossible. I had originally intended to guide them to the afterlife. Even if they could not reincarnate, they would at least find solace in the underworld as a pair of star-crossed lovers. But who facilitated their reincarnation? Such sorcery is not possessed by ordinary practitioners. The words of the old beggar astonished me. I should certainly feel elated for Jia Seminyo. Yet, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped my heart. After the cycle of reincarnation, Jia Seminyo would no longer be Jia Seminyo. Even if she were to be reborn in the same form, the possibility of our acquaintance would forever elude us. As this sense of loss pervaded my thoughts, memories of the time spent with Jia Seminyo surged forth, particularly the image of her unclothed form, her pale body dancing before my eyes, leaving my mind in a state of muddled propriety. Yet my composure remained steadfast. To disguise my shameless embarrassment, I hastily redirected the conversation, asking, if even Master cannot save that ghost, who else could? Jia Seminyo was taken by Taoist. Could it be him? Upon hearing my analysis, the old beggar nodded thoughtfully and remarked, it is likely him, but what could his intentions be? What does this old fiend truly desire? The old beggar, lost in contemplation, inadvertently referred to Taoist as the old fiend once more, which caused Yo Yi to erupt in confusion. Leaping from his coffin with the intent of marking the old beggar's face with his claws. This time, the old beggar reacted swiftly, dodging aside as Jiu Yi approached. However, to my utter astonishment, the old scoundrel then yanked me forward, intending for me to shield him. I was aghast. Was I his disciple? Can he not be any more shameless? As he tugged at me, I found myself positioned directly in front of him, gazing wide-eyed at the sharp claws of the old beggar cat, which seemed poised to scratch my face. Fortunately, the cat, upon realizing that the person before it was me, instantly withdrew its claws. Instead of raking my face, it merely grazed my clothing before leaping onto my shoulder, just as it often did. Perched there, it arched its back, baring its teeth and barking a few times like a scruffy old dog, before exclaiming, "You are the true old monster, and your entire family consists of old monsters. How shameful for a master to use their own disciple as a shield. I spit on you." The cat exuded a commanding presence, and I inwardly cheered at its fierce rebuke of the old beggar's unscrupulous behavior. Yet I dared not voice my thoughts, instead turning to glare at the old beggar with an expression of indignation. The old beggar, unfazed, did not even cast a glance in my direction, feigning nonchalance as he retorted to the cat, "You wretched creature, why do you always resort to violence at the slightest provocation? You are a cat, not a rabid dog." The cat fired back, "You are the rabid dog, and your entire family is comprised of rabid dogs. Should you dare to call him an old monster again, I shall claw you to death." Though I felt a surge of anger towards the old beggar, my curiosity about the cat's actions grew. This was the second time it had defended Master Dao. What could their relationship be? Was it possible that the cat was once cared for by Master Dao? My mind was a whirl of questions, compelling me to ask, "Are you well acquainted with Master Dao?" The cat paused for a moment before dismissively swatting its paw and replying, "Not acquainted." Once again, it was said, "That shameless old man actually uses you as a shield. Do not continue to be his disciple. Instead, why not take Master Dio as your teacher?" I recognized his attempt to divert the conversation and chose not to engage, my mind still occupied with curiosity about the relationship between him and Taoist However, I refrained from inquiring further, knowing it would lead to no fruitful discussion. At that moment, the old beggar, undeterred by his own shamelessness, approached me with a composed demeanor and asked, "My dear disciple, you haven't lost your mind, have you? This wretched cat belongs to a dog. We must be cautious from now on." I shot him a disdainful glance and ignored him, instead cradling Master Gio in my arms and gently scratching his neck. Immediately, Dio emitted a soothing purr, nuzzling closer as if to reciprocate my affection. The old beggar, perhaps realizing his own impropriety, ceased his attempts to converse with me and began surveying the surroundings of the underground palace, muttering to himself, "This gluttonous fool Jean truly spares no expense, lighting so many ghostly perpetual lamps." His words piqued my curiosity. I initially intended to ask him what these ghostly lamps were, but unwilling to engage, I merely stroked Gio's back and inquired, "Do you know what those ghostly perpetual lamps are?" Master Gio, finding a comfortable position in my embrace, arrogantly explained, "Such trivial tricks are hardly unknown to me. In truth, ghostly flames represent the elemental fire of existence. When one departs this world, the balance of the 5 elements must be restored. Some individuals possess an abundance of fire in their destiny, encompassing more than one type of elemental flame. As a result, these surplus flames linger upon their passing. The eternal lamp of ghostly fire serves to collect these ethereal flames, utilizing arcane methods to gather them together for illumination, simultaneously dispelling the malevolent energies." It was only upon hearing this explanation that I comprehended the significance of the blue glowing skulls adorning the walls of the tomb, which were, in fact, a manifestation of accumulated ghostly fire. As I approached one of the skulls, intending to examine it more closely, I reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the blue light within surged brilliantly, and an alluring, transparent specter erupted from the skull, its ethereal hands reaching out towards me. At that moment, the cat nestled in my arms, unexpectedly let out a yowl, and leapt away, astonishingly. Fleeing, I had just been used as a shield by the old beggar, and now I found myself betrayed by this wretched feline. Chapter 80. The powerful and malevolent birds of a feather may flock together, yet in the face of calamity, they scatter. Human sentiment is inherently fickle, especially when confronted with 2 cowards. Just moments ago, my companion scolded the old beggar for using me as a shield, deeming it dishonorable. Yet in an instant, he betrayed me, proving even more ruthless than the beggar, leaving me to confront the malevolent spirit alone. Before we even approached the entrance of the zombie lair, my companion had warned me of the formidable malevolence within. At that time, he boasted that without him, our entry would spell certain doom. Yet now, as the malevolent spirit made its appearance, he tucked his tail and fled. Was this a death sentence for me? While my companion could escape, I was not so agile. I lacked his nimbleness. The malevolence, transparent yet imposing, advanced towards me with an alarming speed. With the distance between us diminishing rapidly, evasion was futile. In a frenzy, I grasped my tiger claw hook, mentally bracing myself for the inevitable strike from the spirit. True to form, the malevolence did not disappoint. Before I could wield my claw, its colossal hand struck me squarely, sending a rush of sweetness to my mouth as I coughed up blood. I was propelled into the air, not merely lifted, but truly airborne, albeit in a most undignified manner. The descent was swift and powerful, and the elegance of my fall was anything but graceful. The impact was jarring. Something sharp jabbed at my posterior, causing me to grimace in pain as more blood erupted from my lips. My vision blurred, and I was surrounded by a constellation of sparkling lights. Struck by the malevolent, translucent hand, I was propelled backward for a distance of 5 or 6 meters. It was only when I fell to the ground that I had the opportunity to discern the sinister figure before me. It bore a striking resemblance to the previous malevolent entity I had encountered, characterized by its immense stature and complete transparency, with every bone distinctly visible. In the dimly illuminated underground chamber, the creature resembled a humanoid blue crystal. However, its visage was grotesque. The features were contorted, with a nose that pointed skyward, nostrils gaping like 2 chimneys. Its eyes were minuscule, embedded in a pockmarked, oversized face, resembling mere peas that could easily be overlooked. The head was disproportionately large, yet the neck was exceedingly short, giving the impression that its head had been forcefully thrust into its chest. Completing this appalling appearance was an enormous mouth stretched wide to the ears, rendering it utterly repulsive. The creature uttered no words, but I could faintly hear a raspy sound emanating from its throat. Without hesitation, it struck me with a single blow, sending me flying, before immediately pursuing me with a relentless tenacity akin to that of a parasite. This time, it approached with its enormous foot, and as I lay on the ground, I could clearly see the intricate patterns on its sole magnifying rapidly before my eyes. The old beggar, displaying a semblance of humanity, was momentarily taken aback by the creature's sudden appearance. Upon witnessing my flight, he rushed towards me without a moment's hesitation, wielding a peach-wood sword that he had already drawn. Similar to our last encounter, a talisman was affixed to the sword, burning like a flame. As the old beggar advanced, the talisman shot forward, aimed directly at the malevolent entity. However, as the wise old man remarked, this time the malevolent entity is significantly more formidable. When the beggar last employed this tactic, a substantial hole was instantly burned into the body of that malevolent spirit. Yet, this time, the entity skillfully evaded the fiery talisman, and not only that, it simultaneously retaliated with a kick directed at the beggar. Observing this turn of events, a grave expression settled upon the beggar's face as he deftly maneuvered to evade the malevolent spirit's assault. With a swift motion, he brandished his peachwood sword and reached into his yellow cloth pouch to retrieve a talisman, which he affixed to the sword's blade. Subsequently, he formed a specific hand seal and proclaimed, "Heavenly Shen Life Talisman, inscribe my Dao lineage, exterminate." Once more, a fiery red character emerged on the yellow talisman, protruding prominently and transforming the entire talisman into a pulsating flame, its radiance surpassing that of the previous talisman. Yet, this was not the end. As his incantation echoed, the beggar bit his tongue, and with a sharp exhalation, he spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood onto the fiery talisman. Suddenly, the flames surged forth, illuminating the entirety of the subterranean chamber. In that moment, the beggar thrust the peachwood sword forward, and the fiery talisman shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, carving a brilliant red arc directly toward the malevolent entity. This time, the entity had no means of escape. At the instant the fiery talisman made contact, a bulge appeared on one side of its shoulder, and its translucent form ignited as if set ablaze, rapidly expanding outward from the bulge. This scene had also manifested during the last encounter between the old beggar and the malevolent entity, at which time the fiend had ultimately been vanquished in a similar manner. However, this instance revealed the entity's formidable prowess once more. Although flames rapidly spread from the bulging area on its left shoulder, it remained utterly composed. Its translucent form spun violently in place, as if performing an arcane gesture with its enormous hands, which it wielded before its chest momentarily. Subsequently, it forcefully struck the flames, igniting its left shoulder, and the once raging inferno was instantaneously extinguished. At that moment, I had managed to rise from the ground, enduring the pain. Witnessing the malevolent being effortlessly dispel the fire talisman filled my heart with astonishment. The old beggar had once instructed me to bite my tongue and spray the blood onto the talisman, thereby imbuing it with the essence of his spiritual lineage. The blood from the tongue, being the essence of human vitality, naturally contained the power of the old beggar's teachings. Yet, even such a potent measure proved ineffective against this malevolent force, underscoring its immense strength. Clearly, the old beggar had not anticipated that the entity could dismantle the talisman infused with his spiritual legacy, momentarily leaving him in a state of shock. Nevertheless, the malevolent being showed no signs of hesitation. Its form suddenly swelled even larger, though its previously solid, translucent body appeared somewhat ethereal. It exuded an overwhelming presence that suggested immense power. The sheer aura emanating from it left me feeling unnerved. Observing such a transformation in the malevolent entity, I could not help but feel a sense of dread for the old beggar's fate. At that moment, the cat, known as Jiu Yi, who had just retreated to a distance, suddenly leaped forward, bending low as he stood before the old beggar. With a haughty remark, he declared, "I told you both you were no match for me. Yet here you are, try to show off. Behold my prowess." No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself with his hind legs, baring his teeth as he lunged towards the menacing figure. This creature had previously betrayed me the moment the ominous presence appeared, and now it had the audacity to utter such scornful words. Consequently, despite its aggressive advance, I felt no gratitude, remaining rooted in place to observe what skills it might possess. Indeed, Jiaoyi proved to be an utterly unreliable and shameless black cat. Although it boasted with grandiloquence, the moment it lunged at the malevolent presence, it was swiftly dispatched with a single slap, sent flying through the air. As it soared, it yowled frantically, spinning in circles before executing a freefall, landing belly first with a resounding thud, akin to being flattened into a pancake. Its forepaws sprawled out, motionless on the ground, leaving one to wonder whether it was alive or lifeless. Chapter 81. The Fury of Lord Jiao. I had always assumed that Lord Jiao possessed formidable prowess. After all, the old beggar had never managed to contend with the sinister charm. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, speaking with such bravado. Little did he know that upon his advance, he was swiftly met with a humiliating defeat, left sprawled on the ground like a heap of dark, unsightly muck. Despite the lack of dignity displayed by this creature, who had previously betrayed me, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Seizing the opportunity, while the old beggar was momentarily occupied with the sinister charm, I hurried over to check on him. As I approached, I overheard him muttering to himself, "What a disgrace! I've lost all face. That oldster and the little brat are surely laughing at me. What to do? What to do?" Although I was quite anxious at that moment, his self-deprecating murmurs elicited an involuntary chuckle from me. What a peculiar feline, aware of the concept of shame. I had thought he might have been vanquished by the sinister charm, yet it turned out he was merely feigning death to avoid the ridicule of both myself and the old beggar. As soon as I let out a laugh, Lord Jiao turned his head at once. Spotting me with a smile, he promptly flipped over, fur bristling, and let out an indignant meow, clearly irate. He scolded, "What are you laughing at?" Lord Jiao merely underestimated the situation. "Just you wait." Upon uttering these words, Master Jiao immediately bent low, his body bristling with black fur that resembled sharp spikes. A deep, rumbling growl emanated from his throat as he first raised his tail high, erecting it like a staff. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he spun rapidly on the ground, creating a swirling vortex of shadowy figures that mirrored his movements. In the next instant, this circle of dark silhouettes shot up from the ground like cannonballs, hurtling towards the enchanting yet formidable adversary engaged in a fierce struggle with the old beggar. With audacity, he shouted, "You ancient wretch, step aside. Master Jiao is about to strike down this wretched creature who dares not claim the title of ghost." The old beggar had already suffered considerable setbacks in his battle against the enchanting foe. By the time Master Jiao rushed in, he had managed to extricate himself from the fray, standing on the ground, panting heavily, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, likely a result of his brother's earlier misfortune. His already disheveled gray hair had become even more untamed, dampened by sweat and clinging to his face in disarray. The malevolent energy within this subterranean chamber was somewhat less oppressive than that at the entrance. When he first entered, the old beggar had trembled as his chin rattled, yet after such an intense battle, he was drenched in sweat, a testament to the fierce struggle that had unfolded. I hurried to his side, expressing my concern for his well-being. The old beggar, utterly exhausted, gasped between words, "No. This enchanting foe is truly formidable. It would be best if that wretched cat dealt with it." I was taken aback by his unexpected admission. His words implicitly acknowledged that Jiao Yi is more formidable than he is. However, in my eyes, Jiao Yi is merely an exceedingly unreliable black cat. How could it possibly surpass an old beggar? I immediately inquired of the old beggar, "Master, are you particularly acquainted with this cat? How do you know it is superior to you?" The old beggar waved his hand dismissively. "Do not ask. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. I am utterly exhausted." Once again, he evaded the question. The more he shrouded himself in mystery, the more my curiosity grew. While I intently observed Jiao Yi battling the sinister figure, I strained to unravel the cat's origins. Jiao Yi is a cat that prides itself on its image. After boasting to us, it was swiftly slapped down by the sinister figure, and when it feigned death, I exposed the ruse, which incited its embarrassment and fury. Thus, when it lunged at the sinister figure for a second time, it exhibited remarkable bravery. transforming into a swirling shadow of black. It leapt from the ground and engaged the sinister figure. Its speed was astounding. I could scarcely discern its form. All I saw was the sinister figure flailing in a panic, ensnared by the swirling shadows, appearing as though it had been doused in ink, rendering its already grotesque visage even more unappealing. Although Jiao Yi's appearance remained obscured, the incessant mutterings emanating from it were unmistakable. Which paw dares to strike Jiao Yi? Do you wish for Jiao Yi to feast on roasted pig trotters? My name is Jiao Yi, not Jiao Lian, should you bring me shame. I shall rend your ghastly visage. Your ribs are quite admirable. Do you wish to invite Jiao Yi to dine on some spare ribs? The elder Jiao was perplexed by how to torment the malevolent entity. I could only perceive a swirling shadow encircling the sinister figure. Initially, it emitted a low, guttural growl, which escalated to a frenzied roar, and eventually devolved into a harrowing wail, until it was left gasping for breath, resembling a dog caught in a trap. Its sounds reduced to mere lamentations. The gluttonous elder Jiao contemplated every conceivable culinary method for the malevolent entity, and after a flurry of musings, he bellowed, "Elder Jiao is weary." In an instant, the swirling shadows transformed into a straight line, descending directly upon the dragon and phoenix coffin containing Jia Sumi and Yin Baojia. To my astonishment, I found Elder Jiao performing a solitary stance, his feline visage refusing to acknowledge anyone, proudly gazing upwards, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. As for the malevolent entity, its once colossal and translucent form had dwindled to less than a third of its original height, now appearing as a particularly ethereal vapor. Its grotesque visage was contorted, lying on the ground, unable to produce even a whimper of despair. At this juncture, the old beggar turned to me and remarked, "Go forth, my obedient disciple, and eliminate this malevolent being." I inquired about the method of its demise. The old beggar replied, "Slay it as you wish. Although it is in this wretched state, it can still engage you in combat. Seize this opportunity to hone your skills and fortitude." I grasped the old beggar's intent and was eager to embark upon this endeavor. Having accompanied him for so long, I had yet to truly slay a creature. With resolve, I brandished my tiger claw and prepared to charge forth and vanquish the malevolent entity. As I had only traversed a short distance, I was suddenly startled by a resounding thud behind me. Turning swiftly, I was met with an amusing sight. Jiao Yi, in his attempt at the golden rooster stands alone stance, had miscalculated and toppled headfirst from the dragon and phoenix coffin, landing with a cat-like faceplant. Covered in dirt and dust, he bore not only a soiled visage, but also blood seeping from his nose and mouth. The sight elicited uncontrollable laughter from both myself and the old beggar. Jiao Yi, ever conscious of his pride, was once more consumed by embarrassment and rage. Baring his teeth at us before, perhaps realizing he could not place the blame on either of us, he leapt toward the malevolent figure, tearing it to shreds in a frenzy of fury, leaving nothing but remnants in his wake. With the malevolent presence annihilated, my aspirations of honing my skills were regrettably abandoned. Seated on the ground, the old beggar and I observed Jiao Yi, refraining from further mockery. He turned away, possibly too embarrassed to meet our gaze. And though I could not discern his expression, it was evident he was laboring to catch his breath, visibly agitated. As Jiao Yi's ire began to subside, I chose to ignore him and turned to the old beggar, inquiring about the matter of the cursed burial ground. What of Yin Baojia and Jia Sumi? Surely, they could not be left to rest here. Before the old beggar could respond, a creaking sound emanated from the dragon and phoenix coffin behind me, as if something were gnawing at it, sending a chill down my spine. Chapter 82. The terror within the dragon and phoenix coffin upon hearing the creaking sounds emanating from the dragon and phoenix coffin. Both the old beggar and I were taken aback, our breaths held in anticipation. Yet, as silence enveloped us, the noise abruptly ceased. We exchanged glances, and I whispered, "Is there something inside the coffin? Surely, they haven't come back to life, have they?" The old beggar did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned in to listen intently for a moment longer. Satisfied by the stillness, he firmly declared, "That is impossible. I just observed them. There is not even a trace of ghostly energy about them. They may have already been reincarnated. There is no way they have returned to life. What then could it be?" I inquired. The sound seemed as if something was gnawing at the coffin. Before I could finish my thought, the eerie noise resumed, prompting me to fall silent once more. Yet, as I strained to listen, it vanished again. I cast a questioning glance at the old beggar, who met my gaze and gestured for me to follow him. Stealthily, he rose to his feet and led me a few steps closer to the dragon and phoenix coffin before speaking again. There is no way anything is gnawing on the coffin. This dragon and phoenix coffin is undoubtedly made of cedar wood. Who could possibly gnaw through it? The old beggar's tone deliberately rose as he spoke, and he winked at me knowingly. I understood his intention. He sought to distract whatever lay within the coffin, hoping to seize the moment to pry it open and uncover the truth. Thus, I played along, casually asking, "Was cedarwood? Is it particularly hard?" The old beggar stealthily edged closer to the coffin while raising his voice, stating, "A coffin made of Namu wood is not only remarkably sturdy, but also takes an extraordinarily long time to mature, accumulating a significant amount of yin and yang energy. It is the finest wood for encasing a corpse, capable of remaining intact underground for millennia without rotting." As we conversed, the sound emanating from within the coffin echoed once more. By this time, the old beggar had reached the coffin's edge, his hand supporting the lid, ready to pry it open at any moment. I felt a surge of excitement, an intense curiosity about what lay hidden inside the coffin, and I clenched my fists tightly, my gaze fixed unwaveringly on the interior. The old beggar continued his discourse, and at that moment, he suddenly exerted force, unexpectedly prying the lid open just a crack. Seizing the opportunity, I leaned in to take a closer look, and my old companion and I were left utterly astounded. "Do you know what lies within the dragon and phoenix coffin? Allow me to enlighten you. It is the mischievous Lord Lu. And do you know what he is doing inside? Fear not. He is there, clinging to Yin Baojia's leg, desperately gnawing away. What on earth is happening? This troublesome cat, a voracious glutton, nearly capable of eating itself to death, I could overlook, but what does it mean for it to be gnawing on a corpse? A corpse, that is human flesh. Just how peculiar must this cat's palate be?" Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, my jaw nearly dropped to the ground in astonishment. At that moment, I scarcely pondered how this creature silently infiltrated the dragon and phoenix coffin right under the noses of both myself and the old beggar. Furthermore, it appeared to harbor no intention of revealing its gruesome act of devouring a corpse to us. Otherwise, why would it simultaneously gnaw on flesh while remaining vigilant of our movements? When the old beggar and I abruptly flung open the coffin, the creature was evidently startled. A morsel of human flesh still clutched in its mouth. It stared at us blankly for a moment before suddenly bristling and baring its teeth at the old beggar, exclaiming, "This is all mine. You shall not snatch it from me." Upon hearing its words, I felt as though 1,000 crows had taken flight overhead. It was one thing for it to feast on a corpse, but to fear that the old beggar might steal its meal was utterly preposterous. Its intellect, if one could call it that, left me utterly bewildered. Initially taken aback, I was then overcome with disgust. Hearing the creature's proclamation, I could only manage a bitter laugh before chastising it. "Do you even comprehend how revolting this is? This is a corpse, human flesh. Can it be consumed?" The creature merely scoffed, retorting, "You little brat. What do you know? I was merely hungry after dealing with some malevolent spirits. Is it excessive to seek a morsel to eat?" It then stood upright protectively, declaring, "You are not allowed to steal from me. If I am satisfied, I might share a little with you, but that old fool shall receive none." Eat a corpse? I on my mind, observing the creature's absurdity. I felt it was beyond redemption. I promptly turned to the old beggar, pleading, "Master, please intervene. This is simply too disgusting. I no longer wish to associate with it." Then, to my utter disgust and disbelief, something even more outrageous transpired. The old beggar disregarded me entirely, grinning broadly as he addressed Master Diao. "Master Diao, may I have a taste as well? I don't need much, just a hand's worth." Master Diao retorted, "Absolutely not. Not even a single finger. You old wretch. During the last occasion, you had the audacity to claim I deserved it." The repetitive sounds echoed in my ears, and I felt as though I might perish atop this coffin of intertwined dragons and phoenixes. What on earth were these two? My mind suffocated My heart ceased to beat. It felt as though the apocalypse was upon us. Their conversation left me both astonished and terrified, overwhelmed by confusion. I could no longer contain my emotions and burst into tears. I was truly afraid that these two would devour me right then and there. My weeping prompted them to cease their debate over who could feast on more of the remains, and they approached to comfort me. The old beggar said, "Fear not, my dear disciple. It is my fault for not clarifying things for you." Master Diao added, "Little rascal, stop crying. If it comes to it, I shall offer you that woman." His words only intensified my feelings of grievance and terror, prompting me to swiftly retreat and shout at them in anguish. "What is wrong with you both? Are you even human?" Well, it is true that Master Diao is not human, yet the old beggar is. Seeing my distress, the old beggar hurried over, patting my shoulder to console me. "Do not cry, do not cry. Allow me to explain the situation. The one lying in this coffin is not a corpse. Indeed, it is something delectable." What? What does this mean? Is it not a corpse? Surprisingly, it is indeed something delectable. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Could I possibly be mistaken? I inquired of the old beggar, "Are you out of your mind?" The old beggar replied, "I am not insane. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Initially, I too believed it to be a corpse, and given the absence of any signs of death, I thought perhaps they had already been reincarnated. It was only upon seeing the area where that wretched cat had gnawed that I began to discern the truth. It was indeed not a corpse, but rather a highly nourishing substance. The tone and demeanor of the old beggar were particularly solemn and earnest, which made me start to doubt my own perceptions. I wiped away my tears and, with a choked voice, asked him, "What kind of nourishing substance is this? How can it resemble a human so closely?" The old beggar replied, "That is yin ginseng." Chapter 83. Dispelling the malevolent ground. What exactly is yin shun? The old beggar referred to the bodies of Yin Baojia and Jia Sumin, which were placed in the dragon and phoenix joint coffin, as yin shun. I knew I was about to expand my knowledge once again. The old beggar informed me that yin shun is a type of plant that thrives in the realm of the dead, with effects comparable to those of ginseng in the living world. However, while ginseng invigorates and nourishes the blood and essence, yin shun serves to replenish and restore vitality, a rare treasure in the underworld. Perplexed, I inquired further, if yin shun belongs to the realm of the dead, how could it possibly find its way into the living world? Also, ginseng merely resembles a human form. So how could yin shun possibly bear an exact likeness to a person, to the point where one could not distinguish between them? Upon hearing my questions, the old beggar's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hesitated, attempting to gather his thoughts for an explanation. At that moment, Dio Yi leapt out from the dragon and phoenix joint coffin, clutching a small arm in his mouth. He landed in my embrace, placing the small arm in my hands, and said, "Here, have a bite," casting a disdainful glance at the old beggar as he added, "That old fool doesn't understand anything. Let me explain it to you. Although yin shun is rare, it is not exceedingly difficult to find. In my day, I consumed 10 or 8 pieces of it daily. As for why it resembles a human so closely, it is because these 2 specimens of yin shun were buried on behalf of someone, as there is a soul seeking to guide them back to the light. These 2 plants were brought here by the very person who wishes to aid their return." What does it mean to be buried on behalf of someone who is seeking to guide them back? I asked, my curiosity piqued. The old beggar seemed quite intrigued by this matter, indicating that even he was unaware of such secrets. Jiuyi cleared his throat and continued, "Burial on behalf of another is indeed a profound art, albeit one that has faded into obscurity over the ages. To put it plainly, it involves substituting 2 stalks of yin ginseng for her mortal remains. Her original body has already been desecrated by the Taoist you mentioned, rendering the soul's resting impossible and obliterating the foundation for resurrection. Yin ginseng, born from the essence of heaven and earth, serves as the finest vessel for soul restoration. Thus, the old immortal's assertion stands unchallenged. Those 2 have undoubtedly undergone the cycle of reincarnation." I grasped the essence of Jiu Ye's explanation. Yet a pivotal question arose in my mind. If you consume this yin ginseng, can they still reincarnate? At that moment, the old beggar sees an opportunity to speak, interjecting, "I know this, it's because..." Before he could finish his thought, Jiu shoved a piece of ginseng into his mouth. Jiu shot him a disdainful glance and scolded, "Dare to steal the spotlight from me, you old fool." He then turned to me and said, "Let me enlighten you. Ginseng does not naturally appear in this form. However, once it has been imbued with the art of burial on behalf of another, it gradually takes on the likeness of the individual. This gradual transformation corresponds to the process of that person's reincarnation. When the ginseng resembles that individual perfectly, it signifies their successful rebirth. If even the old immortal fails to recognize it as ginseng, it indicates that the reincarnation has indeed been completed, and thus, the ginseng can be consumed." I inquired, "If even my master fails to recognize it, how is it that you discerned it?" With a touch of arrogance, Jiu retorted, "Who is Jiu? What delectable morsel could possibly elude Jiu's keen sense of smell? In my heyday, I would consume 10 or 8 of these shadowy delicacies daily. The moment I entered this place, I detected it. However, I refrained from sharing this with you, fearing that the old wretch would attempt to seize it from me. At this juncture, I had gained a comprehensive understanding of this peculiar delicacy. Yet, when both the old beggar and Jiu urged me to partake, I still felt a sense of discomfort and revulsion, for it was a human-shaped shadowy delicacy in a 1-to-1 ratio. Watching them indulge made my stomach churn, let alone the thought of taking a bite myself. Under their persistent pressure, I reluctantly closed my eyes and sampled a small piece. To my surprise, it was rather delightful, crisp and sweet, reminiscent of a fresh peach, with an icy sensation that surpassed even that of a popsicle. After the initial bite, I found myself drawn to another, and gradually I began to accept it mentally. The two of them, in a feline manner, shared a portion of it, and the old beggar proposed, "There is plenty of this shadowy delicacy. Let us take some back to savor at our leisure." Jiu agreed, yet unease stirred within me. Were they planning to dismember it? How ghastly, particularly since we had just consumed Yin Bao's family, and what they were now suggesting to take back could undoubtedly belong to Jiasu Miao. Although I understood that it was no longer truly her, the thought still unsettled me. Thus, I turned away, opting out of the dismemberment process, seated quietly while contemplating. If my father and the others were to see me gnawing on an arm or a leg, would they not be horrified? Once again, I pondered, I must not allow these two to indulge. Alas, my integrity has met its demise once more. After they finished dividing the spoils, we wrapped the original wedding garments of the two in the remnants of Jia, the dark essence. The three of us then roamed through the underground palace, clearing away some of the remnants left behind, primarily the tools for zombie creation and talismans crafted by the corpulent Taoist Jinzei. All of these were incinerated by the old beggar. Subsequently, he released the 5 elements fire contained within the everlasting ghostly lanterns adorning the walls of the palace. He informed me that each flame represents a former life of fervent vitality. Thus, encapsulating such flames within a skull as illumination transgresses the celestial order. Upon completing these tasks, the underground palace was left devoid of all but the serene dragon and phoenix coffin. The question of whether this coffin belonged to Jinzei or was an heirloom from the Ding family's ancestral tomb became inconsequential. Regardless of its origins, this place could only serve as an empty grave. In the future, the Ding family would only be able to honor their ancestors by venerating the coffin within. Fortunately, this site was a burial ground, and aside from this vacant grave, other tombs existed nearby. As long as we rectified the ominous feng shui of the entire cemetery cliff bay, no further calamities would arise. We chose not to linger any longer and returned to the surface through the original entrance. The old beggar sealed the opening with a slab of blue stone and employed a veil of illusion to alter its appearance, completely sealing off this entrance. Thereafter, he commenced a ritual at the center of the cemetery, positioning the altar to face south, arranging the offering table adorned with fruits, incense burners, and a bull's head. Subsequently, the old beggar mixed chicken blood, glutinous rice, and yellow wine together, placing the concoction into a traditional Chinese tool for marking. He meticulously delineated a line around Ding family grave cliff bay, instructing others to bury several talismans at designated locations. Then, before the offering table, he shook the mountain bell and recited passages from sacred texts. After a series of intricate rituals, the task of dispelling the ominous energy of the sight was accomplished. I stood beside the old beggar, diligently learning these arcane arts and processes, while my grandfather occasionally offered explanations that I committed to memory. During our endeavors, nearly all the members of the Ding family knelt at Grave Cliff Bay, naively believing that the old beggar was bestowing blessings upon them. In addition to the Ding family, many from Shengzi Tun surrounded the area, and several of my young companions watched from a distance, filling my heart with a sense of pride. However, in a sudden moment, upon glimpsing a figure in the crowd, my heart jolted as I recognized Lao Tai. Chapter 84. Has old Tai returned? As the old beggar performed his rituals, I cast a glance around the Ding family cemetery Cliff Bay. I noticed my friends, Qi Zhengze and Guzi, observing me from a distance, their eyes sparkling with envy, which filled me with a sense of elation and pride. However, an unexpected figure, old Tai, suddenly flickered before my eyes, startling me. His spirit, much like the ghostly woman who had saved me, remained trapped within a spirit jar, while his corporeal form had been taken by the sinister sorcerer Zhou Simu. This meant that the figure I had glimpsed in the crowd must surely have been Zhou Simu. Yet, as I strained to catch a clearer view, he vanished from sight. At that moment, the old beggar was engrossed in his incantations, and I dared not interrupt him. After all, Master Jiao was unfamiliar with old Tai, and informing him would be futile. I chose to bury this revelation within my heart for the time being. Once the ceremony concluded and the old beggar began to pack away his altar, I eagerly confided in him. Old Tai, Zhou Simu has returned. The old beggar, busy stowing items into his yellow cloth pouch, paused to inquire with intent. Did you see him clearly? I nodded resolutely. My bond with old Tai was profound. I cannot possibly mistake his form. Master Jiao then queried, who is old Tai, and who is Zhou Simu? Are they delicious? I chose to ignore his question. At times, I find this person utterly perplexing, as they manage to intertwine any trivial matter with food. I was clearly referring to two individuals, yet they posed such an absurd question. Either their mind is unhinged, or they are simply dreadfully bored. However, subsequent events revealed my misjudgment. This individual truly possessed the ability to consume humans, living ones. I chose to ignore the old beggar, yet he gazed at me with an expression of eager anticipation. Sing, could you assist me with a task? Let's take care of someone together. With an air of arrogance, I replied, pray tell, whom shall we deal with? This is a matter in which I excel. The old beggar, having concluded his previous endeavors, began to recount the dealings of Zhou Simu and Jin Zhe as we strolled toward the cliffside of the Ding family graveyard. He continued, it's not that I couldn't handle him. The issue lies in the fact that both of us sensed another presence lurking in the shadows, observing us. I feared that should we engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, that unseen individual might suddenly emerge to harm Highway. I scoffed, if you cannot defeat him, then simply admit it. Do not use the young one as a shield. You old man possess an utter lack of shame. My words were blunt, and though I tolerated his calling me young one, I felt incensed. Yet, I dared not provoke him, fearing a retaliatory bite. The old beggar, seemingly indifferent to my remarks, continued as if he had not heard me. Initially, I suspected it was the old monster, but later realized it was not. If it is not the old monster, then who could it be? My uncertainty restrained me from acting impulsively. The old monster is a term of respect used by the old beggar towards the Taoist master Yi. It seems to evoke a taboo in Jiao Ye's heart, for as soon as the words left his mouth, Jiao Yi bared his teeth in a feline snarl, and, without hesitation, lunged at the old beggar. Just as I was silently mourning for the old beggar, I suddenly heard a crack, followed by the sight of Jiao Yi tumbling to the ground, his paws clutching his mouth. To my astonishment, the old beggar had somehow acquired a stone, and when Jiao Yi attempted to bite him, he had swiftly shoved the stone into the cat's mouth. Consequently, Jiao Yi found himself in a predicament, biting down on the stone, unsure if his teeth had been damaged. He lay on the ground, mewing pathetically, his cries filled with sorrow. Yet the old beggar was not finished. He cast the stone to the ground and mercilessly stomped on Jiao Ye's tail, cursing, "You old wretch. Your entire family are old wretches." After delivering his scathing words, he bolted away, his speed surpassing that of a rabbit. Jiao Yi, already nursing a hurt mouth. Winced in pain from the old beggar's brutal kick. Upon hearing the old beggar's insults, Jiuyi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You old wretch! Just wait until I catch you." He transformed into a shadow and raced after the old beggar. Once they had both departed, I stood in place, momentarily stunned, unsure whether to laugh or cry. These two were utterly devoid of decorum. I felt an inexplicable shame for being associated with such characters. With a heavy heart and stifled laughter threatening to erupt, I turned and made my way home. When the old beggar and Jiuyi returned home, it was already 2 or 3 hours later. It was unclear how these two had been bickering, but they certainly appeared worse for wear. The old beggar bore several fresh scratches on his face, evidently inflicted by Jiuyi. Meanwhile, Jiuyi's once glossy black fur was singed in several places, resembling a disheveled dog with patches of fur missing. It was evident that after their tumultuous skirmish, they had reached some form of accord, for upon their return, they seemed reconciled. As soon as the old beggar entered the house, he bellowed, "Hurry up and prepare something to eat. I am starving to death." In the presence of Mother Chun, the elderly matriarch, and Cui Yinshi, Jiuyi refrained from speaking like a human and instead leapt onto my shoulder. He raised a paw and pitifully meowed at Cui Yinshi, implying she should prepare a meal. Everyone watching Jiuyi's antics couldn't help but chuckle. Cui Yinshi stifled a laugh, reached out to stroke Jiuyi, and inquired, "What would you like to eat, little black one? I'll make it for you." Before I could respond, the old beggar interjected, "Let us have some stewed meat, and make sure it's in large chunks." Old Lady Chen promptly agreed. Just yesterday, Gong Hung sent over a yellow goat. "We shall stew yellow goat meat today." Cui Yinshi took her leave to prepare the meal. The old beggar then pulled me aside and whispered, "Go fetch the shadow ginseng from your old house. It will enhance the stew immensely." It turned out that during their earlier tussle, they had hidden the shadow ginseng in my house as storeroom. My former home was consumed by flames, yet the walls still stand. In my hometown, such places are referred to as house circles. However, most of these house circles are remnants left behind by those who have relocated of their own accord, some of which have existed for quite some time. In my childhood, adults would warn us that house circles could easily become haunts for wandering spirits, which is why we seldom ventured there to play. Yet, given that my house has only just been destroyed, I doubt that any spirits would take residence so swiftly. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, I inquired about the precise location of the hidden shadow ginseng and, following the instructions of the old beggar, ventured out alone to retrieve it. I found myself pondering whether a stew made from human limbs would frighten Cui Yinshi to death. Before cooking, it would be prudent to ask the old beggar to crush the ginseng a bit. My home is not far from Old Lady Chen's. It takes merely 10 minutes to arrive. As I stepped over the broken bricks and decayed tiles, having just entered the house circle, I was suddenly startled by a resounding crash. A low wall that had once stood by the barn unexpectedly collapsed. I hurriedly stepped back, but still, I was struck by the falling debris. Chapter 85. The initial trial of the Tao decision in that era. The rural homes of my hometown were predominantly constructed from rammed earth, with walls primarily composed of soil and straw. Those with greater financial means erected sturdier walls by compacting the earth, while families of lesser means resorted to mixing mud with straw to form adobe bricks, which were subsequently assembled with a thin slurry. These structures tended to be considerably more fragile, often succumbing to disrepair after a mere decade. My family's financial situation was dire. My father, in his endeavor to have a son, faced the trials of raising 4 children. The firstborn was a son. He tragically succumbed to a fit shortly after birth. Following the arrival of my elder and second sisters, the family planning policy was instituted, compelling my mother to undergo sterilization, which effectively meant I should not have existed. However, to everyone's astonishment, my mother, despite being sterilized, found herself expecting once more. Initially, the community speculated that she might have developed some kind of tumor, but due to a lack of funds for medical care, they delayed seeking help. It was only when a small amount of money was finally available that a hospital examination revealed that I had already grown to 5 months within her womb. Abortion was deemed unfeasible, and inducing labor felt too heart-wrenching. Thus I made my unexpected entrance into the world. As for my miraculous arrival, I harbored no particular thoughts beyond a silent admiration for my father. The sheer strength of my father was evident. After all, it was remarkable that a woman who had undergone sterilization could conceive again. Ahem, I shall regain my composure. The burden of raising 3 children weighed heavily upon my parents, and their lives were fraught with hardship, which reflected in the construction of our home, characterized by walls of adobe bricks. However, my family's house has only been completed for 5 or 6 years. My father had planned to wait until I grew up and married, which would coincide perfectly with the time to change houses. Unexpectedly, a sudden fire consumed the house. Fortunately, when the earthen wall collapsed, I managed to dodge to the side. Although I was struck and fell down, I was not entirely trapped beneath the rubble. Only my legs were pinned down by the earth bricks, rendering me temporarily immobile. I feared my leg might be broken, as an excruciating pain radiated from my knee, and any attempt to struggle brought forth a stabbing agony, making it impossible to crawl out from beneath the debris. Yet, in the midst of this dire situation, an even greater danger emerged. As I lay trapped under the fallen wall, several shadows materialized through the swirling dust. With their appearance came a chilling aura, and I realized, once again, I was witnessing apparitions in broad daylight. My body was pinned beneath the collapsed earthen wall, and lifting my head to see them was a challenge. I could only ascertain their positions through the oppressive aura surrounding me. Struggling, I managed to reach into my chest and retrieve my tiger claw hook. Gazing at the swaying figures of several feet that hovered slightly above the ground, I boldly threatened them, "Leave me at once. Do not presume that I am powerless in my current state. If you dare approach me, my tiger claw hook will not spare you." From the spectral feet before me, I initially deduced that there were 4 or 5 spirits encircling me, both male and female. Upon witnessing my tiger claw hook, they immediately halted their advance. Above my head, a cacophony of cackling sounds erupted, as if they were engaged in some form of communication, yet I could not comprehend a single word. It was the first time I found myself unable to decipher the utterances of spirits, and a sense of bewilderment mingled with fear coursed through me. I was uncertain of what would transpire next. Thus, I clutched my tiger claw hook with vigilance while enduring excruciating pain as I struggled to free myself. Regardless of the circumstances, my priority was to extricate myself from beneath the earthen wall. However, it was evident that those spirits had no intention of granting my wish. They conversed in their incomprehensible language for a time before drifting to my rear, rendering them invisible to me. Yet, in the next moment, I understood their destination, as they each alighted upon the very bricks that pinned me down. The agony in my already beleaguered legs intensified with each of their steps. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain, while a question loomed in my mind. These spirits appeared ethereal, gliding without touching the ground, seemingly weightless. Yet when they stepped upon me, the force they exerted felt as substantial as that of a living being. Despite my confusion, it was evident that this was not the time for such inquiries. As I bore the excruciating torment, my mind raced to devise a strategy. I had ventured out with the intention of returning home. Hence I had not brought the yellow cloth pouch with me. Consequently, apart from the tiger claw hook, I possessed not even a talisman, leaving me devoid of any weapon to confront the spirits. Furthermore, even if I had possessed a weapon, the pressure upon my body would likely render me incapable of employing it. Thus, I quickly concluded that to confront these specters with Taoist arts, I would likely have to resort to a Taoist incantation. However, most of the incantations taught to me by the old beggar required the accompaniment of talismans, peachwood swords, or other magical implements. Presently, I possessed only a tiger claw hook, rendering me uncertain of the incantation's efficacy. Faced with such peril, I could only attempt a desperate gamble. With a resolution formed in my mind, I mimicked the old beggar's mannerisms, first forming a 2-finger gesture, then reciting, "Celestial mysterious spirit sword, Taoist Lord come forth. Heed my call." I then aimed the tip of the tiger claw hook towards the approximate location of the ghosts. Yet, there was no response. It seemed that the old beggar had utilized a peachwood sword during his incantation. Evidently, the tiger claw hook was inadequate. I reformed the 2-finger gesture and selected a different incantation. Heavenly pillars overturning, earthly expanses concealing, supreme lousy, I beseech you with urgency. This incantation, known as the overturning heaven and concealing earth incantation, was not taught to me by the old beggar. Rather, it was employed by the rotund Taoist Jin Zhe during a contest of magic with the old beggar, only to be countered by the beggar with a technique known as the sacred steel of the Tao. Subsequently, the old beggar elucidated its intricacies to me. I chose to recite this incantation because it did not necessitate a peachwood sword. However, it required a profound comprehension of the Taoist doctrine, typically wielded effectively only by highly skilled elder Taoists. The old beggar had once remarked that for someone like me, a mere novice, mastering it would be of little use. As I completed the recitation of the overturning heaven and concealing earth incantation, I again directed the tip of my fingers towards the location of those specters. At that moment, I was elated to hear a piercing scream, unmistakably the sound of a spirit in distress. Yet, I could not discern the nature or location of its injury. However, this detail became inconsequential. As long as my assault proved effective, I was prepared to unleash a relentless barrage. Thus, suppressing my excitement, I hastily recited the incantation once more. As my fingertips once again pointed decisively, another anguished wail echoed, signaling yet another spirit had been wounded. Again, I heard the cries of the spirits. Wait, I hadn't even spoken the words this time. As confusion settled in my mind, another scream pierced the air, yet I had not chanted. Could it be that this formidable incantation required but a single utterance to invoke its power repeatedly? Was it unnecessary even to form the gestures of the second technique? I swiftly received my answer. My incantation had proven utterly ineffective. Not a single spirit had been harmed by my hand. Moreover, the entity responsible for their injuries struck a note of dread within me. Could it be my ally, or perhaps Zhou Simu? Chapter 86. The old comrade seeks to drink my blood. The old comrade, with remarkable ease, sent the spirits that had previously pinned me to the ground flying. One by one, as I marveled at how I had managed to harm these apparitions without reciting any incantations, my arm was suddenly gripped tightly by him. With a forceful tug, he yanked me from beneath the crumbling earthen wall. A piercing pain shot through my leg. Yet the old comrade showed no trace of compassion as he hoisted me up and unceremoniously tossed me aside. It was only then that I discerned the identity of my assailant, although the physical agony almost rendered me despondent. The sight of that familiar face instilled a far greater fear within me than the pain itself. I realized that this old comrade was not the playful childhood friend I once knew, but rather a nefarious sorcerer rumored to have lived for over a century. After discarding me, he approached with deliberate steps, crouched down, and grasped my chin with his hand, casting a sidelong glance as he spoke. You have destroyed my Taoist form. However, by drinking the blood of this yin-yang child, I may restore it. Though his visage bore the innocence of youth, his voice sent chills down my spine. Yet another who seeks to drink my blood. The old beggar thirsts for it. The ancient ghosts from the graveyards crave it. And now, an ominous sorcerer joins their ranks. In that moment, I truly despised my identity as a mere yin-yang child. Despite the trembling fear gripping my heart, I mustered the strength to retort. You dare? Inflict even a scratch upon me, and my master will undoubtedly seek retribution. Upon hearing my words, the old comrade scoffed derisively, and without further ado, delivered a resounding slap across my face, sneering, Your master? Where's your master? What can he possibly do? The force of his blow left my head ringing and a salty taste in my mouth, coupled with the pain from the injuries inflicted by the collapsed wall. My legs throbbed with a piercing agony. Yet at that moment, the physical suffering paled in comparison to the seething hatred swelling within me. Throughout my life, no one had ever struck me with such ferocity. My father had chastised me, and the old beggar had also laid hands on me. But I understood that their actions were rooted in a semblance of concern. This instance, however, was starkly different. Moreover, he still occupied the body of my childhood friend. And 3 days had already elapsed of the 7-day window. The old beggar had warned that if the soul of the old comrade did not return within this period, he would be irrevocably lost. That slap was indeed a well-placed strike. Prior to this, although I had feigned bravado, I was overwhelmed with fear. Yet with this blow, While pain surged through me, it also obliterated the trepidation that had gripped my heart. My emotions were solely consumed by hatred, devoid of fear. At worst, I faced death, but I vowed I would not succumb to cowardice in my final moments. My legs were too pained to rise, and one arm felt as if it had been severed, refusing to obey my commands. Nevertheless, I retaliated against him. I gathered a mouthful of bloodied saliva and spat it upon his face, cursing, "Old dog, if you do not end my life today, I assure you, there will come a day when I will bring about your demise." Slap. Once again, my face received a resounding slap, more forceful than the previous one, and I could distinctly feel several of my teeth shifting in my mouth. Spitting in disdain, I glared at him with a heart already steeled for inevitable demise. The brute let out a cold grunt, wiping the blood from his face with a derisive smirk, remarking, "No wonder you are the Inyang boy. You truly possess a resolute spirit. However, I shall see just how long you can endure." With that, he rose to his feet and delivered a vicious kick to my chest. Seated as I was, the blow sent me sprawling to the ground. Yet, the torment was far from over. He approached me and pressed his foot against my right cheek, twisting it with force. At merely 12 years of age, I was but a child, my strength insufficient to resist, yet I could still curse him. My mouth contorted under his weight, rendering my words distorted. But I managed to shout, "You old dog, just wait. Even in death, I will not spare you." The brute retorted, "But I have no intention of waiting. You will die now, and then I shall seek vengeance from your master." As he spoke, he removed his foot from my face and bent down, grasping my throat in a vice-like grip, lifting me as one would a mere chick. His fingers tightened, depriving me of breath, rendering me speechless as my legs kicked desperately and my hands flailed wildly in a futile attempt to escape. In that moment, I had never yearned for strength as I did then. I felt death encroaching, yet my spirit remained unyielding. The tiger claw hook remained firmly grasped in my hand, yet I could never find the opportune moment to strike. Before I meet my demise, I am determined to leave a mark on him, no matter the cost. Therefore, I chose to feign death. I ceased my struggles, enduring the suffocating sensation while rolling my eyes back. Perhaps I should have stuck out my tongue, having witnessed the visage of a hanged ghost, but it would not extend, so I relinquished that notion, holding my breath and remaining utterly still as he throttled me. My ruse worked. After a moment, he released his grip. Even as he did, I suppressed my instinct to protect myself, collapsing limply to the ground like a noodle. Yet within me, clarity reigned. He claimed he would drink my blood, and I would await his arrival. As I fell, he moved as well, standing over me and delivering a couple of kicks. Noticing my lack of response, he crouched down, retrieving a dagger from the pouch on his back. He seized one of my arms and, without hesitation, slashed my wrist. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through me, signaling that my moment had arrived. Just as he lowered his head to bite into the wound and began to draw my blood, my other hand suddenly shot up, and with all my strength, I drove the tiger claw hook deep into his neck, embedding it entirely, leaving only a red cord trailing outside, the very cord I usually wore around my neck. A piercing scream erupted, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. The old comrade released his grip on me, clutching his neck with both hands, and bellowed in terror, "You're still alive? What did you use to wound me?" As he shouted, he emitted a series of chilling cries, his eyes reflecting an escalating fear. I made it abundantly clear to him. That was my tiger claw hook. Weren't you the one who sought to snatch it away? Now, I'm gifting it to you. If you dare, come and try to kill me. As I've stated before, if you cannot take my life, then I shall end yours. Upon hearing that it was the tiger claw hook, his fear intensified, and he screamed frantically, "You little brat, I shall have your head." Before the echoes of his words faded, he lunged at me, his dagger aimed directly at my heart. Chapter 87. Blood for blood. As I observed the dagger of my old comrade aimed at my heart, I felt not a trace of trepidation within me. Instead, from the terror reflected in his eyes, I experienced a peculiar exhilaration, a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Though I remained uncertain of the extent of the injury that the claw would inflict upon his neck, the sheer horror and frenzy in his gaze indicated that he was undoubtedly suffering profoundly. That sufficed for me. I believe my demise would bear little consequence. In retrospect, I pondered the notion of being born a sorcerer, which held little significance for me. It seemed merely a twist of fate. Yet, I possessed an intrinsic trait, deeply ingrained and woven into the very fabric of my being, a thirst for blood. The harrowing confrontation at the age of 12, alongside my old comrade, or rather, Josimu, during that life-and-death struggle, allowed me to first taste the unique thrill and satisfaction derived from the blood of my adversaries. It was then that I recognized the formidable tension within my own existence, stubbornness, resilience, and defiance, elements of my character that appeared to have been ignited during that fateful duel. The dagger aimed at my heart loomed larger in my vision, while blood gushed from his neck, distorting his visage beyond recognition. In an instant, without pause, that dagger plunged into my body with a sharp sound. Fortunately, as the blade descended, I managed to shift my form slightly, ensuring it missed my heart and instead struck my ribcage. I am in excruciating pain, yet fear does not grip me. As the dagger pierces through me, my hand strikes forcefully against the neck of the Iron Man, landing upon the very spot where I had previously embedded the talon. As I withdraw my hand, I deftly grasped the crimson cord attached to the talon, pulling it free from the Iron Man's neck. My abdomen bleeds profusely, while his neck erupts with a torrent of blood, resembling a gushing column of crimson. His blood, a dark purplish hue, appears as though it has been desiccated for days. Strangely, within this inky darkness, faint streaks of green and red emerge. The Iron Man screams in agony, crashing heavily to the ground, his terror palpable in his cries. Observing his plight fills me with a peculiar satisfaction, yet an overwhelming fatigue envelopes me. My body is marred with wounds, yet I am numb to the pain, only aware of the warm flow of blood gushing from my wounds, my eyelids heavy and unwilling to rise. Perhaps this is the state one reaches before death. I struggle to keep my weary eyes open, my mind clouded, and I seem to catch glimpses of figures, the silhouette of the old master and the anxious face of the beggar. Oddly, I also see two figures, one red and one green, emerging from the Iron Man's body. Those two specters who had cast me into the graveyard that fateful day, the red-haired ghost and the green-haired ghost. One assaults the beggar, while the other confronts the old master, both seemingly unable to withstand their onslaught. I hear no sound, and soon my vision fades to black, plunging me into an abyss of darkness. It was a world shrouded in oppressive darkness, enveloped in an overwhelming silence, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. It felt as though I was the sole inhabitant of this desolate expanse, wandering aimlessly through an endless wilderness, with no sound, no illumination, and no breeze to stir the stillness. Occasionally, distant images would flicker before my eyes. My family, the old beggar, Luijia Siminyan Baojia, the specter who had liberated me from the poison of the sun. Even Chun Lao Tai, Chui Yinchi, and others made fleeting appearances, each one either smiling at me or regarding me with indifference. Yet, whenever I attempted to engage them in conversation, none would acknowledge my presence. Moreover, their visits were always ephemeral, sometimes lasting but a mere moment. I also glimpsed Zhou Simu, Jin Zhe, the 36 gluttonous spirits, and even the old crone. I had anticipated that they would either harm or capture me, yet they did not. All those spectral figures merely gazed at me from a distance, their presence as transient as a wisp of smoke, until I beheld Lao Tai. Upon seeing him, a sliver of light pierced through the darkness. In that faint glow, Lao Tai's face appeared unusually large, as if it were etched before my very eyes. He smiled at me, seemingly uttering words I could not quite discern. I could only see his lips moving. I yearned to inquire whether his soul had found its way back, but despite my efforts, I realized I could not utter a single word. It was at that moment that I became acutely aware of pain. Sharp sensations coursed through my lower abdomen, my legs, and throughout my entire being. Then, the face of my old friend receded slightly from me, and the brightness before my eyes intensified significantly. I noticed a bandage wrapped around his neck, and a jubilant smile graced his face. Once again, I beheld the old beggar, who yanked my friend behind him, revealing a wide grin adorned with yellowed teeth, yet tears streamed from his eyes. His lips moved, uttering words I could not hear. Shortly thereafter, the creature known as Gio appeared, positioning itself protectively in front of the old beggar, pressing its fluffy head firmly against my cheek, tickling me. Then my father, mother, elder sister, younger sister, and others, including the venerable Mrs. Chun and Chui Yinshi, materialized before me, all laughing and crying simultaneously. In that moment, I finally comprehended that I had awakened. Surely, I would not perish. Otherwise, how could I recount these experiences to my companions? Upon regaining consciousness that day, apart from the pain, I felt an overwhelming fatigue. Thus, I merely opened my eyes to glance around, confirming my survival before surrendering to slumber once more. This sleep was profound and lengthy, filled with bizarre dreams. When I next awoke, it had been over half a month since the incident in which my friend had injured me within the confines of that room. The scene I had witnessed just before my near demise had indeed transpired. The old beggar and Gio had rushed my rescue, only to be severely beaten by the red-haired demon and the green-haired demon. On Thursday, Mu truly met his demise. His soul was grievously wounded by my tiger claw, forcibly expelled from the body of Lao Tai, and subsequently shattered by the assaults of the old beggar and Lu Yi. At long last, Lao Tai's spirit managed to return to his corporeal form, reviving him, yet the gaping wound upon his neck nearly claimed his life. The old beggar utilized his mystical arts to restore his soul, and it was only with the financial assistance of old Lady Chun, who summoned a physician from the provincial city, that he was able to surmount this crisis. However, the red-haired ghost and the green-haired ghost vanished without a trace. The two had mercilessly tormented the old beggar and Lu Yi before their abrupt disappearance. When I inquired about them, both denied knowledge, yet their faces bore the unmistakable pallor of fear, indicating the severity of their torment. Upon awakening for the second time, I found myself once more in bed, having recuperated for over half a month. During this period, the old beggar and Lu Yi remained steadfastly by my side. In moments when no others were present, they would take turns recounting the esoteric secrets of their practices or imparting various mystical techniques. It was not until that fateful morning that the old beggar abruptly announced his intention to depart. Chapter 88. The mischief of Jiu Yi on that day. I had finally regained the ability to walk. The old beggar supported me as we strolled through the courtyard, while Jiu Yi perched on my shoulder, occasionally nudging my face with his head. The gentle morning sunlight and the crisp air invigorated both my body and spirit. It was during this moment that the old beggar informed me of his impending departure. Perplexed, I inquired about his destination. He replied, "I must seek out the whereabouts of the fire spirit fan. It is time for you to return to school, and from now on, let Jiu Yi watch over you. You need to mature swiftly." The matter of the fire spirit fan had been a recurring topic in our conversations. It was a relic left by the Tianxian sect, renowned even beyond the infamous tiger claw. Just prior to the confrontation between the old beggar and the old witch in the provincial city, he had alluded to the significance of the fire spirit fan. Now, as he embarked on a quest to locate it, I found his intentions somewhat dubious and asked, "Was it not said that the fire spirit fan has been missing for many years? What do you intend to search for it now?" The old beggar's expression turned contemplative, and with a sigh, he admitted, "I do not possess a clear direction. I have merely heard some rumors and feel compelled to investigate. The fire spirit fan must be found, otherwise." At this point, he fell silent, his voice trailing off into a mournful sigh. I pressed on, "Shall I accompany you? Given my current condition, I fear I might only be a burden." The old beggar shook his head. "I shall go alone. You must focus on your studies. Your father has urged me about this matter several times. In a few days, you are to attend the middle school in town. The study of Taoist arts is essential, and one must engage in it earnestly." The old beggar was indeed correct. The reason I have been able to accompany him on his wanderings these past 2 months is due to my recent graduation from elementary school, granting me an extended break. In just a few days, I shall commence my journey into junior high. The old beggar imparted further wisdom and taught me various Taoist techniques, spells, and talismans. 2 days later, he departed on his solitary journey with his yellow cloth pouch. Our family, along with the venerable Mrs. Chun, accompanied him to the bus station before returning home. The cat, Jiu Yi, did not attend the send-off as it was preoccupied with eating. To honor the old beggar, Mrs. Chun had prepared an abundant feast, and the cat was thoroughly indulging itself. Shortly after bidding farewell to the old beggar, the day of my junior high school enrollment arrived. That morning, under my father's guidance, I joined my childhood friends, including Lao Tai and Qi Jingze, to register at the school. Initially, I intended to carry the yellow cloth pouch, but my father insisted against it, claiming it made me appear like a charlatan and compelled me to switch to a backpack. Inside the backpack were the peachwood sword and the broken mirror gifted by the old beggar, among other items. Additionally, there was one more occupant, the ever-resourceful Jiu Yi. It refused to heed my commands and was adamant about accompanying me to school. Fearing reprimand from the teacher for bringing a cat, I could not withstand Jiu Yi's insistence and reluctantly agreed to a compromise. It could remain in the backpack, provided it refrained from causing any disturbances. Jiu Yi was far from pleased, yet consented. However, its mischievous nature soon led to considerable trouble on the very first day of school. My junior high is named Tuanxing Middle School, with Shengzi Tun being the village and Tuanxing the township. The origin of this name bears some relation to Taoist Master Yi. I previously mentioned that Master Yi had the potential to ascend to immortality. Yet, in order to eternally suppress the malevolent spirits in Qishan, he transformed his entire cultivation into a seal. His selfless spirit was widely celebrated, leading later generations to bestow upon him a title that only an ascended immortal could possess, Tundatsi. The term Tuanxing signifies the place of Tundatsi's ascension. Naturally, most residents of Tuanxing remain oblivious to these profound secrets. They refer to the historical significance of the place with the phrase Tunshin Yongsheng, which is rather apartment. On the first day of school, there were no classes, just registration, class assignments, book distribution, and cleaning duties. I was placed in class 2 of the first year. Our homeroom teacher shared a surname with an old beggar named Jiang Xinbua. He had just graduated from a teacher training college and was essentially a big boy himself. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor. This, however, is not the focal point. What truly matters is that our class comprised about 10 girls, each more beautiful than the last. Among them, one named Xiao Yuer captured my attention from the moment I laid eyes on her. It was a perfectly natural reaction, and I urge everyone to view this matter with pure hearts. She possessed a pair of remarkably ample bosoms. At that time, I was merely 12 years old, and while some at that moment, a profound tremor coursed through my heart. My heart quivered, and perhaps my face flushed as I nervously replied, "I am Haiwa, but I cannot fly. Moreover, please call me by my full name from now on. I am Liliang." Xiao Yuer's eyes were large and glistening, adorned with long lashes that fluttered charmingly, captivating my attention. She covered her mouth with one hand and exclaimed dramatically, "Is it really you? I have heard others speak of you. You have a formidable master, do you not? Does he accept female disciples? Could I be your senior sister?" Xiao Yuer spoke in rapid succession, yet a sense of discomfort welled up within me. Even if the old beggar were to accept you as a female disciple, you would still be my junior sister. How could you possibly assume the role of senior sister? Thus, I replied somewhat curtly, "My master has stated that he will not accept any disciples other than me." Upon hearing this, a tinge of melancholy crossed Xiao Yuer's face, but she quickly brightened, her large eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Then will you teach me? I could be your disciple, or even your girlfriend." I was taken aback, my face instantly ablaze. In our era, societal norms were still quite conservative, and Xiao Yuer's audacity in directly suggesting she could be my girlfriend left me both startled and embarrassed. While conversing with her, my friends Lao Tai and Qi Jingze stood by my side, and they naturally overheard her words. Lao Tai, ever the joker, immediately began to tease, shouting, "Xiao Yuer wants to be Haiwa's girlfriend." The entire class erupted into cheers and laughter. I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing I could simply vanish into a crack in the ground. In my frustration, I could have kicked the old iron twice. Yet, Xiao Yuer seemed utterly unfazed, her large eyes sparkling as she awaited my response. The commotion in the classroom roused Jiu Yi, who had been peacefully napping in my backpack. Groggy from sleep, he emerged from the bag, peering out curiously, only to suddenly bare his teeth and pounce toward Xiao Yuer. Upon seeing Jiu Yi charging at her, Xiao Yuer let out a startled squeal and instantly dove into my embrace. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I hurriedly attempted to push her away, inadvertently nudging her directly into my arms. In that moment, Xiao Yuer exclaimed, "Highway, you rogue!" Chapter 89. A sudden reversal. Xiao Yuer's exclamation of rogue left me utterly bewildered. In our era, the term rogue carried a weight even more contemptible than that of a thief or a murderer. It was synonymous with all manner of criminality, regardless of whether a miscreant had committed theft, robbery, or embezzlement. One would invariably label them as a rogue. Thus, when Xiao Yuer labeled me as such, I found myself at a loss. She leaped away from me the instant she uttered that word, while my hand remained suspended in the act of having just pushed her away, akin to preserving a crime scene. Yet, the situation did not end there. My cat, Jiu Yi, proved to be equally troublesome. Unable to capture Xiao Yuer, it became incensed, its fur bristling as it arched its back and sprang into the air, meowing furiously, ready to pounce again. At that moment, clarity returned to me, and I disregarded the rogue label entirely. My priority was to subdue this troublesome feline. On my very first day at school, I could not allow my cat to injure a lovely classmate. What would become of my reputation thereafter? I rushed forward, calling out, "Jiu Yi, come back!" And, seizing an opportunity, I scooped up the irate cat into my arms. I gave a firm pat and scolded, "What are you doing? She's my classmate." Jiu Yi struggled momentarily in my embrace, but I held it tightly, stroking its fur to soothe it. Gradually, its fury diminished, and it ceased to fight back, though it still bared its teeth at Xiao Yuer, who was cowering behind Lao Tai. I whispered to Jiu Yi, "Why did you want to catch her? She is not a ghost." Jiu Yi quietly remarked, "I sensed something amiss with her." Upon hearing his words, I was immediately taken aback. Based on my previous experience at Dingjia Cemetery Cliff Bay, I had discovered that Jiu Yi possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the supernatural. Therefore, when he suggested that Xiao Yuer was problematic, I instinctively pondered, could it be that Xiao Yuer is also a ghost? Yet, why had I, with my celestial vision, failed to perceive this? I cast a wary glance at the trembling Xiao Yuer and inquired of Jiu Yi, "What seems to be the issue? Is she a ghost?" Jiu Yi raised a paw to scratch his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. He then tilted his head to observe Xiao Yuer for a moment before gesturing with his paw on my chest, stating, "She is too ample here." I was utterly flabbergasted, feeling as though 100,000 expletives had trampled through my mind. Is possessing a generous bosom truly a problem? Would one's intellect be deemed harmful? What kind of flawed logic is this from a mere cat? I was momentarily rendered speechless by his absurdity, tempted to give him a sound thrashing. Alas! I realized I was no match for this troublesome feline and decided against it. At that moment, my dear friend, the old iron classmate, interjected. I was perplexed by Xiao Yuer's reaction as she sought refuge behind him, which instantly imbued him with a sense of gallant heroism. He dramatically turned to me, adopting a righteous demeanor, and chastised, "Liliang, how dare you brazenly act like a rogue? I shall report you to the teacher." Goodness! What a pitiful fellow. What ambitions do you possess? Reporting to the teacher is a game I abandoned long ago. Despite his scolding, I felt a tinge of embarrassment on his behalf, considering he was my childhood friend. She cast him a fleeting glance, disregarding him entirely, and approached Xiao Yuer to sincerely apologize. "I am truly sorry. I did not mean to earlier." A look of fear flickered in Xiao Yuer's eyes as she cautiously observed the cat in my arms, trembling slightly as she inquired, "Is this your cat? Why is it so fierce?" Her voice was such that it sent shivers down one's spine. I suspected that Lao Tai was equally captivated by her tone. Before I could utter a word, he interjected, "Indeed, it is his. Just wait. I shall deal with both of them and avenge you." Such was the nature of prioritizing romantic interests over friendships. As for Lao Tai, who would betray a brother for a woman, I could only mutter, "This scoundrel is truly a reflection of myself." However, despite Lao Tai's aspirations to be a gallant protector, Xiao Yuer appeared unimpressed. Once she realized the cat, Jiu Yi, no longer intended to harm her, she stepped out from behind Lao Tai, approaching me cautiously, and remarked, "It is indeed fierce, but this cat is quite beautiful. Its fur is so glossy and sleek like satin. What is its name?" Perhaps it is true that all maternal creatures possess an innate desire for beauty. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer's compliment, Jiuyi shook her shiny black fur, having previously glared at Xiao Yuer, and now she playfully mewed at her, resembling a petulant child. I informed Xiao Yuer, her name is Jiujiu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Jiujiu, what a lovely name. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I asked her, but just now I seem to hear you refer to it as grandfather. I smiled wryly and shook my head in silence, for I found it quite perplexing to explain why a female cat would refer to itself as grandfather. Fortunately, Xiao Yuer appeared indifferent to the responses of others, adopting a pitiful demeanor and playfully asserting, you were just being mischievous with me. From now on, I shall be your girlfriend, and you must teach me your spells. After saying this, she raised her small fist, scrunched her little nose, and exclaimed with excitement, then I will join you in catching ghosts. I felt far from pleased, my mind swirling with confusion. How could this silly girl be so shameless? Her words left me feeling utterly embarrassed, yet she seemed completely unfazed. What mischief had I committed? It was merely an accidental touch. I had already apologized, hadn't I? As Xiao Yuer's bold declaration echoed through the classroom, the classmates erupted into a chorus of teasing. Some began to push and shove, attempting to bring us closer together, clutching the cat tightly in one arm while using the other to fend off my classmates. I felt my face flush with heat. Yet, Xiao Yuer, undeterred by any sense of modesty, not only did not retreat, but boldly grasped my hand, encouragingly exclaiming, what is there to fear? What is wrong with me being your girlfriend? She then turned to the new students in the class, boasting confidently, from this day forth, I am Hay Water's girlfriend, what of it? Please, don't say that. I haven't even agreed yet. However, with my hand being held by Xiao Yuer, feeling her delicate little hand, and sensing the envious or jealous gazes of my male classmates, I still felt a sense of embarrassment, yet a peculiar sensation of accomplishment began to rise within me. Although I was indeed the one being pursued, the fact that I was being pursued also made me feel rather impressive. Just as everyone was embroiled in the commotion regarding Xiao Yuer and me, a sudden, deep cough reverberated through the air. Turning to look, we found our homeroom teacher, Jiang Xinhua, standing at the doorway, his expression as dark as the rear end of a disgruntled cat. At that moment, a sense of despair washed over me as I thought, this is it. My middle school life is destined to commence in tragedy. Chapter 90. Is there a ghost in the girls' dormitory? Teacher Jiang was merely 21 or 22 years of age at that time, which, in contemporary terms, could be described as youthful and charming. Yet in our eyes, he was an imposing figure, akin to a towering peak. During that era, parental support for teachers disciplining students was unwavering, especially from someone like my father. Upon sending me to school, his first instruction to the teacher was quite blunt. This unruly child does not listen. Feel free to discipline him as you see fit. Teacher Jiang did not disappoint my father's expectations. For a student bold enough to touch female classmates and brazenly engage in early romantic pursuits on the very first day of school, he showed me no mercy. With a stern expression, he called out, Liliang, come up here. I complied without hesitation. Extend your hand, he commanded. I obliged, and he seized the teaching rod, striking my palm with a resounding crack. Instantly, a crimson mark appeared, and pain surged through me. Yet, I dared not resist or withdraw my hand. Having endured 5 years of elementary school, I was no stranger to such discipline and could only smile faintly at the experience. After delivering 5 strikes with the rod, Teacher Jiang paused and inquired, do you understand your mistake? Yes, he replied. Will you repeat it? No, I will not. Following the customary procedure, the matter should have concluded there. However, I was accompanied by an unruly companion, a mischievous cat, who, as a capricious creature, could not resist causing trouble. Earlier, when Teacher Jiang entered, I had forcibly confined the feline within my backpack. Upon hearing that I had been struck, it immediately rebelled, leaping once more from my backpack, baring its teeth as it lunged at Teacher Jiang. Observing this, I hastily yanked it back, soothing it while simultaneously scolding it, and after much effort, I finally managed to quell its fury. However, Teacher Zhang's ire had been ignited. Bringing a cat to school? Are you here to learn? He admonished. You need to take the cat home and return. At his reprimand, the feline in my arms was ready to erupt again, prompting me to offer more comfort. Reluctantly, I complied with Teacher Zhang's demand and temporarily exited the classroom, preparing to escort the cat back home. As soon as we stepped outside the classroom, the cat glared at me, disdain evident in its expression. You are truly pathetic. He strikes you, and you do not retaliate? It was a cat. How could I possibly explain such intricate matters? I led it to a small grove by the playground, attempting to impart the wisdom that students must not oppose their teachers. I spoke until my throat was parched, yet this creature paid me no heed. In sheer desperation, I pleaded, please do not concern yourself with my affairs. Just return home. Will you? I reside at school, and I can only see you every 6 days. It won't be long. The cat retorted. Do you think I am eager to follow you? I am here to protect you. I replied, is there even a ghost at school? Besides, haven't you and Master already taught me numerous spells? I fear no specter. After I finished speaking, Jiuyi stared at me for a long time, as if pondering over some profound question before finally saying, very well. Since you do not wish for Jiuyi's protection, I shall relish the tranquility. Upon hearing his acquiescence, I felt an immense relief wash over me, and I nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, I will certainly be very cautious. Indeed, dealing with this feline creature was no simple task. When I was about to escort him back, Jiuyi cast a disdainful glance my way, uttering some nonsensical remarks about who he was and whether a mere little brat like me was needed to accompany him, before waddling off with his rotund form. I exhaled a sigh of relief and returned to the classroom. By the time I arrived, the class division had already concluded. Being of shorter stature, I took my seat in the second row, next to a classmate named Run Chioi, who possessed a sweet and demure appearance. She was shy. Her cheeks would flush at the slightest provocation, clearly a well-behaved girl. Teacher Jiang stood at the podium, delivering encouraging words to the students, selecting class leaders, and assigning cleaning duties before distributing the dormitory arrangements, thus marking the end of the first day of school. For a delinquent student like me, who was already misbehaving on the very first day, matters such as class leadership held no significance whatsoever. With no further conversation, the true narrative of my middle school life commenced that very evening. Living in the school dormitory marked the beginning of my complete independence. The experience of leaving home to reside with a group of familiar and unfamiliar classmates filled me with both excitement and curiosity.